This is the bizarre fog that even the gods can contaminate, yet I have wandered in it for 2,000 years. But when I finally emerged from the fog, I saw a woman covered in eyes, a man who could turn flesh into weapons, and even a person made of lava. More bizarrely, they claimed themselves as normal people, deeming me, who emerged from the fog, a monster. For no one can survive in the fog, not even artificial intelligence could escape contamination. And here I am, just stepped out from the fog, eerily maintaining 0% mental contamination. You should know, even a newborn's contamination level cannot be 0%. In a metal room, a woman in a black trench coat rolled her eyes. If you ask me, he must be a monster disguised as a human, possibly even a servant of an evil god. Li Mu's eyes flashed with a harsh light, his smile somewhat ferocious. Captain Lin, why don't we kill him before he wakes up? Lin Xiao slowly shook his head. Even if he is a servant of an evil god, there has never been a precedent of 0% mental contamination. Perhaps, we can learn how to eradicate mental contamination from him. At that moment, I, tied to the hospital bed, finally regained consciousness. Seeing the three people in the room, the corners of my mouth gradually lifted. Ha ha ha, humans. I finally see humans. I'm back. I'm really back. My manic smile startled the three, as if they faced a great enemy. Lin Zhao's right hand flesh twisted, forming a pale bone knife from his flesh and bone. Colin's thoughts triggered, and steel needles flew out of his pocket, swirling in midair. Li Mu's brow twisted, transforming into a cold, merciless eye, with a white light swirling within. Seeing their transformations, my smile stiffened and then faded. Are you humans? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slowly. That's what we should be asking you. Are you human? I certainly am human. As far as I know, humans don't have the ability to turn their hands into knives, nor do they grow eyes on their foreheads. I stared directly at Li Mu. Within my line of sight, a white fog twirled inside Li Mu's body, filled densely with eyes. It seemed his body contained no flesh, composed entirely of eyes. My long unthoughtful brain slowly began to operate. Are human bodies made of eyes? These eyes were looking around, seemingly noticing the gaze. They paused, then all looked at me simultaneously, their gaze cold and ruthless. I and these eyes stared at each other for a moment, and I slightly tilted my head. What are you looking at? As soon as the words fell, the white fog inside Li Mu erupted, all eyes projecting a fierce, twisted look. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao's pupils shrank. He suddenly pulled Colin beside him. Dodge. White light shot out from the eyes, piercing the place where Colin had just been. Colin, shocked, widened his eyes. Mutation. He jumped off the ground, soaring into the air. Li Mu let out a roar like a trapped beast. The next moment, he coughed up a round object, which was an eyeball. As the first eyeball appeared, more and more eyeballs were coughed out by him, their vision chaotic, shooting out streams of white lasers. Is this really human? I lay on the hospital bed, dumbly watching this scene, the numb thought just emerging in my mind, when the next moment a white laser directly pierced through me. Colin, dodging the increasing number of lasers, accidentally got hit in the arm, emitting a muffled grunt. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hesitated no more. He roared lowly, his body swelling up again, and in an instant appeared in front of Li Mu. His fist, now twice as large as before, heavily fell on Li Mu's abdomen. Oomph! Li Mu's body flew back several meters, heavily colliding with the metal wall, then dizzily slid to the ground, passing out. As Li Mu passed out, the eyeballs on the floor seemed to also lose life, decaying and dissolving within a few breaths. Colin looked at the unconscious Li Mu, somewhat unable to accept. How could this be? Although Mu's mental contamination level has reached the alert line, it shouldn't have directly mutated. Lin Xiao silently watched Li Mu, then thought of something, his eyes flickering. Earlier that man, he stared at Mu and said something. Colin was startled, also recalling this. Right, he asked Mu, what are you looking at? Hey! Colin turned his head, then his voice stuck. The man on the hospital bed had over a dozen blood holes, his eyes dim, seemingly unresigned to death. Damn, dead? Colin was somewhat dumbfounded. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. It's a pity, he was the only individual with a 0% mental contamination rate. Just then, faint noises came from behind. They turned their heads abruptly, eyes widening as they witnessed an unbelievable scene. On the hospital bed, my blood holes healed at an unbelievable rate. As all wounds healed, my dim eyes gradually regained their sparkle. I looked at Li Mu, lying on the ground, somewhat puzzled. Do humans really grow this many eyeballs? The atmosphere was deadly silent. Lin Zhao's body swelled again, his voice hoarse and low. What exactly are you? I blinked, repeating, I am human. Bullshit. Colin, who looked quite refined, his face flushed red, roared, if you are human, how could you possibly revive after dying? I frowned in confusion. Since you can change your body structure, can grow so many eyeballs, why can't I revive? This question left Lin Xiao and Colin speechless for a moment. Lin Xiao took several deep breaths, then turned to Colin. Colin, call someone to take care of Mu, then I'll take him to see the director. Soon, a team of soldiers in silver-gray metal protective suits took me to another room. The room was dimly lit. Behind a long table sat an old man in a black uniform, on the left a redhead playing with flames, on the right a very ordinary-looking middle-aged man. After a moment of silence, the old man in the middle spoke first. Hello, I am the director here, Wang Anming. Which base city do you come from? We don't have your information in base city number 116. I was somewhat puzzled. Your organization is really strange. Why do you call it a base city, and also number it? My name is Lu Ning, from Hangzhou City. According to your terms, it's Zhejiang Province's #1 base city. The red-haired young man slammed the table hard and stood up. He placed his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward to apply pressure on Lu Ning, and slowly said, "Don't try to play tricks on us. We've encountered many suspects like you. What is Hangzhou City? What is the province? Did you invent it?" Compared to the red-haired youth's anger, Wang Anming's expression remained calm, though his eyes looked at Lu Ning with a somewhat strange gaze and said, "As far as I know, Hangzhou, Zhejiang Province, is a civilized city from 2,000 years ago. After the formation of the Earth Federation, human settlements became base cities and no longer used the city names from the Mist Age." He paused for a moment, staring directly at Lu Ning, and then spoke, "Mr. Lu Ning, is your ancestral home from Hangzhou?" At this point, he noticed that Lu Ning's expression had become somewhat dazed, and he hadn't answered the question. The red-haired youth was about to continue applying pressure when Wang Anming patted him, signaling him to remain silent. "Mr. Lu Ning?" Lu Ning snapped back to attention, his breathing was rapid, and his eyes seemed to show disbelief. He trembled, his hands pressed against the long table, staring intensely at Wang Anming and said, "What did you say? 2,000 years ago? What year is it now?" Wang Anming furrowed his brow and then replied, "It is the year 2014 of the Mist Calendar." "Mist Calendar? What is the Mist Calendar?" Lu Ning's voice trembled low, seemingly suppressing both anger and madness. The red-haired youth and the middle-aged man beside him immediately frowned, watching Lu Ning with caution. Wang Anming's expression remained calm, seemingly unaware of Lu Ning's odd behavior, and explained, "After the mist descended, humanity established the Human Federation before the collapse of order, and the time the mist descended became the first year of the new calendar." Bang! A loud crash echoed in the room. Lu Ning clenched his fists and slammed them heavily onto the long table, blood flowing from his hands. He stared fiercely at Wang Anming and growled, "Impossible. You're lying." Flames burned around the red-haired youth, and a fireball the size of a soccer ball appeared in his hand. Lin Zhao's body expanded again, resembling a small giant, his palm transforming into a long blade, tinged with a trace of crimson. The middle-aged man, expressionless, had his skin darken and take on a metallic sheen, his body also tensing. The three of them watched Lu Ning warily, as if he might erupt at any moment. Lu Ning paid no attention to the three, his eyes bloodshot. He could not believe the so-called mist calendar. If it was true, then hadn't he been trapped in that white mist for over 2,000 years? What about his family? What about his parents? His breathing grew frantic, and his body trembled slightly. At the same time, in the mist areas all over the earth, the flowing white mist seemed to momentarily stagnate. This moment was imperceptible, and the fortresses at the mist's edge didn't even detect any abnormalities. Inside the metal room, the atmosphere grew tense for a moment, then Wang Anming's voice softened, attempting to soothe him, "Mr. Lu Ning, don't get too agitated. Perhaps we can have a good talk." Lu Ning turned to look at Wang Anming and said, "I want to go outside and see." Wang Anming smiled and said, "Of course, there's no problem. But your background is mysterious, and we need to investigate thoroughly to make sure you're not dangerous before we can let you go outside. So we hope you can cooperate with our work now." Under the watchful eyes of Lin Xiao and the others, Lu Ning took a deep breath and slowly sat back down. Seeing Lu Ning sit back down, Lin Xiao and the others simultaneously sighed in relief. Lu Ning's background was too mysterious. They couldn't be sure what would happen if Lu Ning went into a violent rage or underwent any changes. Wang Anming's expression remained calm as he smiled and said, "Mr. Lu Ning, we found you at the mist border of number 233. According to witnesses, you walked out of the number 233 mist, then collapsed outside the mist. I'm not sure if you remember anything?" Lu Ning seemed to have calmed down from his previous anger. His expression returned to a state of tranquility, even seeming somewhat dazed. Hearing Wang Anming's question, he spoke, "I remember." Wang Anming's eyes flickered, and he asked, "So, Mr. Lu Ning, before you fell unconscious, did you really walk out of the mist?" Impossible. You walked out of the mist, why weren't you mentally contaminated? Let alone the fact that you're just an ordinary person, how did you deal with the monsters in the mist?" The red-haired youth slammed the table, growling. Lu Ning looked at the red-haired youth with confusion. "Monsters? Are there monsters in the mist? I walked through the mist for a long time, I didn't see any monsters." Wang Anming and the others paused, breathing in unison, staring at Lu Ning, seemingly trying to find something in his expression. But after looking for a long time, they didn't find anything. The atmosphere fell silent, and Wang Anming asked again, "Then, how did you enter the mist? How long did you stay there?" "Me? I was walking on the road and suddenly realized the surroundings turned into white mist. As for the time, it's the year 2025, about 2,000 years ago? If you guys aren't lying to me." Wang Anming and the others? Chapter 5, Split. At this moment, even Wang Anming's breathing quickened. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then continued, "We saw the report, you seem to be just an ordinary person?" Lu Ning's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. This uncle keeps saying I'm a monster." Lu Ning glared at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was full of black lines on his forehead, clenching his fists. Wang Anming smiled indifferently, "So, an ordinary person can live for over 2,000 years? How did you survive in the mist for so long?" Lu Ning said seriously, "So I thought of a possibility." Wang Anming straightened his body, looking at Lu Ning seriously, waiting for his answer. Lin Xiao and the others also listened closely. Lu Ning glanced at them, his eyes carrying a trace of complexity, even a little sympathy. "Actually, you guys are crazy, there hasn't been 2,000 years? This place, could it be a mental hospital or something? Those soldiers earlier, were they patients? Are you guys playing role-playing?" The air grew quiet for a long while. Wang Anming's four expressions changed from seriousness to awkwardness. The corner of Wang Anming's eye twitched, and he smiled, "This possibility is zero." "Then I don't know." Lu Ning leaned back in his chair, giving up on thinking. Wang Anming frowned deeply, thinking for a moment before asking, "Then, why did you suddenly walk out of the mist after walking in it for over 2,000 years? "Oh, because I saw something different in the mist." Wang Anming and the others' eyes brightened again. Wang Anming asked, "What was it?" "A light spot." "A light spot?" Wang Anming and the others were confused. "Yes, a golden light spot. About this big, sometimes round, sometimes flat." Lu Ning explained, gesturing with his hands. "And then?" "Then I went closer, of course, it was the first time I saw something else in the white mist. Then inside the light spot, I saw the solar system." "The solar system? You could see the solar system inside a light spot? Do you think we're easy to fool?" The red-haired youth slammed the table again, glaring angrily at Lu Ning. Wang Anming and the others' eyes were full of disbelief. However, Wang Anming took a deep breath, patting the red-haired youth, "Sit down." The red-haired youth glared at Lu Ning before slowly sitting back down. Wang Anming looked at Lu Ning and continued, "Then what happened?" Lu Ning's expression became a bit more puzzled, and he spoke, "I saw something strange about the solar system, there were many long." Before Lu Ning could finish his sentence, his whole body split apart. Physically split apart. It seemed that an invisible force slowly tore apart Lu Ning's arms, legs, and body. Blood splattered, covering the long table and Wang Anming and the others. Lu Ning's severed limbs and arms fell onto the chairs and the floor. Wang Anming and the others were completely stunned. They widened their eyes, looking at the split Lu Ning, completely unable to expect it would turn out like this. In the next moment, the faces of Wang Anming and the other three changed drastically. The red-haired young man's right hand turned into magma, and the magma dripped from his body. Wang Anming's eyes became even darker, and the whites of his eyes disappeared. The middle-aged man, expressionless, turned his legs into metal, connecting them to the chair. Lin Zhao's coat was torn from the back, and two thick muscle-like tendrils grew out, freely swinging. The four of them growled repeatedly, their expressions hideous. Wang Anming suddenly slapped a white jade tablet on his chest. The jade tablet emitted a cold white light, which enveloped all four of them at once. Gradually, the mutations on the four of them began to retract, eventually returning to normal. Including Wang Anming, all four of them had expressions of fear, panting heavily. "What was that just now?" The red-haired youth growled, looking at Lu Ning's broken limbs and severed arms, his eyes full of fear. Wang Anming slowly shook his head, his aging face still showing signs of lingering fear. "I don't know, it seems like some kind of existence's power tore Lu Ning apart, and a trace of that power almost caused us to mutate." Even the middle-aged man, who had always been expressionless, was now full of lingering fear, so terrifying. "What kind of power is this? How could it be so strong?" The four of them exchanged glances, and the air became quiet for a moment. Then Wang Anming looked at the severed limbs and broken arms on the ground, frowning. "I didn't expect it to turn out like this." "Lin Xiao, you said Lu Ning could revive before, can he still revive like this?" Lin Xiao shook his head in confusion. "I don't know, before his body was intact, just with a few holes, now." Lin Xiao looked at the hands, feet, eyeballs, ears, and other organs scattered on the ground, his expression very uncertain. The red-haired youth muttered, "How can he revive after dying like this? Isn't that a real monster? How could?" Before he could finish his words, the four of them suddenly widened their eyes. They saw that the wounds on the severed limbs and arms on the ground began to grow granulation tissue, which wiggled and connected together. Eventually, Lu Ning's body gradually transformed from separate pieces into a whole. When the last eyeball was pulled back into the eye socket, Lu Ning's body twitched slightly and slowly opened his eyes. His face was deathly pale, and he seemed to have lost weight. He lay on the ground, looking around in confusion, then struggled to get up and sat back in his chair. Lu Ning's stomach growled loudly, he clutched his stomach, looked at the stunned Wang Anming and the others, and spoke, "I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat? I want to eat braised pork." The air was quiet for a long time. When Lu Ning saw Wang Anming and the others staring at him without answering, he spoke again. Do you have anything to eat? If not braised pork, snacks are fine, like spicy strips? By the way, do your snacks have a lot of additives? If they do, that's fine, I can still endure it. Wang Anming and the others finally came back to their senses. They looked at Lu Ning with eyes full of fear. Wang Anming took a deep breath and spoke. Of course, there is food, Lin Xiao, have the people outside prepare it. His voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner unease. The red-haired youth was even more shocked and exclaimed, what kind of monster are you? Even your body was shattered, yet you can still revive? Lu Ning frowned, looking at the red-haired youth, and said with dissatisfaction, I am human, a normal human. Since you can play with fire, why can't I revive? This can't be the same? The red-haired youth shouted. Before he could say anything else, Wang Anming shouted, Yan Feng. Enough. Yan Feng silently closed his mouth and stopped speaking. Wang Anming looked at Lu Ning, who had regained his calm expression. He smiled and said, while the food is being prepared, let's talk some more. You said you saw. At this point, Wang Anming suddenly seemed distracted for a moment, then continued, you saw the solar system, and then what? Lu Ning spoke, then I tore open the light spot, and tore out a path, and then I walked out. After that, I came out of the fog. Lu Ning's tone was as calm as if he were talking about what to eat today. But the four of them, Wang Anming and the others, stared wider and wider. They looked at each other, and even Wang Anming, who had always been calm, was a little stunned at this moment. Lin Xiao's corner of his mouth twitched violently, and finally, he couldn't help but ask, Lu Ning, are you serious? Of course, it's true. Lu Ning nodded. Yan Feng mumbled, crazy. Chapter 6, Decision. I'm not crazy. Lu Ning defended himself. Yan Feng rolled his eyes and was too lazy to answer. Wang Anming smiled, so, Mr. Lu Ning, you are from the humans over 2,000 years ago? Back then, the fog doesn't seem to have appeared yet? Lu Ning nodded repeatedly, yes. Then, you were walking on the road, entered the fog, stayed there for over 2,000 years, and later saw the light spot that could observe the solar system? Exactly, that's right. Wang Anming's tone became more and more complicated. In the end, you tore apart the light spot, which was only the size of a fist, the one that could observe the solar system, and walked out of the fog? Looks like this Grand Sir understands me. You got it completely right. Lu Ning smiled sincerely, feeling like he had found a kindred spirit. Wang Anming's smile was a bit forced, and he didn't respond. He thought of something and asked again, by the way, there's still one thing. What did you mean by the sentence you said to Li Mu before? Why did Li Mu suddenly get sick? Who's Li Mu? Lu Ning asked with a confused expression. Lin Xiao clenched his fists and growled, the woman from before. Lu Ning realized, then spoke up, I saw a lot of eyeballs in her body, and those eyeballs were staring at me, so I asked them, what are you looking at? Then I don't know why, but those eyeballs seemed really angry. Lu Ning's words made Wang Anming and the others widen their eyes. Wang Anming's tone was inexplicable. You said, you saw many eyeballs inside Li Mu's body? Lu Ning nodded, then seemed to think of something. There was also some white fog. The woman's body seemed to be made up of white fog and eyeballs. And she was still a normal person. So why can't I be a normal person? Lu Ning silently glanced at Yan Feng, then turned to look at Lin Xiao. The two of them twitched the corners of their mouths but said nothing. White fog. Eyeballs. Wang Anming murmured. The other three also seemed to be thinking deeply. The atmosphere in the room grew quiet again. At this moment, Lu Ning asked, I've finished speaking. Can I leave now? Wang Anming came to his senses and smiled, we still need to confirm the truth of what you said. Once we confirm that you pose no danger, we'll let you go. All right then. Lu Ning nodded. He spoke again, I'm hungry, can I eat? Do you have braised pork? Heh. No problem, you can eat. Xiaolin, please prepare a room and food for Mr. Lu Ning. Lin Xiao silently nodded and looked at Lu Ning, let's go. Lu Ning stood up and left the metal room. When the door to the room closed again, Wang Anming's expression became very serious. He looked at the two people beside him, what do you think of what he said? Yan Feng immediately said, that guy is definitely a lunatic. His mental pollution must be very serious. But, you've also seen the report, his mental pollution rate is 0%. To be honest, I can't imagine that there are humans with 0% mental pollution in our era. The middle-aged man said calmly, Director Wang, do you believe he's from the human race before the fog era, over 2,000 years ago? And he stayed in the fog for more than 2,000 years? Wang Anming smiled bitterly and shook his head, logically, I don't believe it. But... He glanced at the ancient bronze ring on his hand. The material of the ring seemed to be made from some kind of special bone. It had a blue gemstone inlaid on it, and the gemstone occasionally emitted strange light. The Ring of Lies hasn't reacted, which means the Ring of Lies thinks he is telling the truth. The atmosphere in the room fell silent again. The middle-aged man suddenly stood up and walked to the spot where Lu Ning had been sitting earlier, inspecting the desk. "Oldly, what are you looking at?" Yan Feng asked curiously. Li Yixing's expression was calm as he slowly said, "Earlier, when Lu Ning had an emotional outburst, he slammed the desk so hard that his hand bled. But the desk is perfectly flat." "So what?" Yan Feng didn't seem to care much. Normally, in such a mental state, it's difficult for a person to completely control their strength. If he's truly not an ordinary person, at least some marks should have been left on the desk. Hearing this, Yan Feng and Wang Anming both froze. They looked at the desk. Indeed, the desk was perfectly flat. The three exchanged a glance. Could it be that he really is an ordinary person? But he was able to revive after his body was shattered like that, and he could also see the spiritual contamination inside Li Mu's body. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person at all. The three of them discussed for a long time but couldn't come to a conclusion. Lu Ning himself was too contradictory. Finally, Wang Anming spoke, "I'll send the information up, and we'll wait for orders from above before we act." The other two had no better solutions, so they nodded. "Okay." Lin Xiao brought Lu Ning to a room. "For the next few days, you'll stay here. I'll stay outside. If you need anything, you can tell me. The room has a private bathroom, you can use the toilet and take a shower. You can't leave this room until orders from above are given." Lu Ning nodded, then asked, "Can I eat?" Lin Zhao's eyelid twitched, took a deep breath, and his voice came through his clenched teeth. "I've already had someone prepare food for you." "Is there braised pork?" "Yes." Lin Zhao's voice trembled. "Thank you." Lu Ning quickly sat at the table, waiting for the meal to be served. Before long, someone delivered 3 dishes, 1 soup, and a large bowl of rice. There was also braised pork. Lu Ning nearly drooled and immediately began eating. He glanced at Lin Xiao, who was standing aside, hesitated for a moment, then asked with a wooden face, "Would you like some?" "No." Lin Xiao shook his head. A bright smile appeared on Lu Ning's face. "Really? What a shame, it tastes pretty good." Lin Xiao's breathing quickened, veins throbbing on his forehead. Looking at Lu Ning's smile, Lin Xiao couldn't sense any regret from him. He snorted coldly, turned, and left the room, closing the door. 3 days later, Wang Anming arrived at the room where Lu Ning was staying. Lin Xiao greeted him, "Director Wang." Wang Anming nodded and glanced at the door behind Lin Xiao. "Has there been any unusual behavior these past few days?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "No, aside from eating and sleeping, he just stares into space the rest of the time." "Staring into space all the time?" Yan Feng, who was nearby, was somewhat shocked. "Wouldn't he get bored?" "I'm not sure what's on his mind." Lin Xiao looked at Wang Anming, asking, "Director Wang, have you figured out anything? We haven't found anyone named Lu Ning in other base cities. It's as if he suddenly appeared out of nowhere." Lin Xiao immediately frowned. "So what should we do with him?" "The orders from above are to bring him into the bureau." "Bring him into the bureau?" Lin Xiao's eyes widened, clearly not understanding, but his origins are unclear. "We know. But he has too many anomalies. If we ignore him, it will make people uneasy. And he hasn't shown any dangerous behavior, we can't keep him locked up forever. Most importantly, he's been here for so many days, and his spiritual contamination level is still at 0%. Do you know what that means?" Lin Xiao fell silent, then nodded slightly. "I understand. So, bringing him into the bureau and observing him up close might give us some answers. Maybe he really is from over 2,000 years ago, from the time before the mist appeared?" At this point, Wang Anming chuckled at his own naive thoughts. "But would he agree?" "Hee, so I came here personally to talk to him." "Open the door." Chapter 7, Freedom. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and turned to open the door. Inside the room, Lu Ning was lying on the bed, staring at the white ceiling, lost in thought. He had been in the mist for so long that he was already used to this state. Every day there was hot and delicious food, which was much better than before. Wang Anming and the others entered the room and saw Lu Ning indeed lost in thought. They exchanged a glance. Lin Xiao cleared his throat and spoke, "Lu Ning, Director Wang is here." Lu Ning turned his head to look. Wang Anming smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, the result is out." Lu Ning sat up and calmly asked, "Can I leave now?" "Yes, of course. Our various tests show that Mr. Lu does not have any risk of disease and can leave here. However, considering that Mr. Lu's identity is unclear, after leaving, we will monitor your life to ensure that you pose no threat to society. We hope Mr. Lu can understand." Lu Ning nodded slightly and said, "All right, can I leave now?" "Of course. But Wang Anming looked at Lu Ning and smiled. Mr. Lu, after leaving here, what do you plan to do? Go home. Lu Ning answered without hesitation. Wang Anming said calmly, but according to what you said, you come from over 2,000 years ago. Your family has probably already passed away. Lu Ning fell silent upon hearing this. Lin Xiao and the others immediately became nervous, fearing that Lu Ning would become emotional and react abnormally. However, Lu Ning's expression remained calm. He looked at them and asked, I still want to go back. Don't you have special abilities? Do you have any special ability to travel through time? Can you send me back over 2,000 years? How could such a power exist? Yan Feng complained, his head full of black lines. Why not? Like the Flash, or Bulma, these people all have that ability. Lu Ning retorted seriously. Wang Anming and the others exchanged glances, somewhat shocked. Wang Anming asked seriously, who are these people? Can they really change time? Oh, they are characters from movies and anime, Lu Ning explained. Everyone. Wang Anming twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. As of now, there is no ability related to time in the Federation. Before Lu Ning could feel disappointed, he continued, I believe Mr. Lu, you have also noticed that you possess special abilities yourself. Perhaps in the future, you will find your way home. Lu Ning stared at Wang Anming, how can I find my way home? You said you've been walking in the mist for over 2,000 years. Perhaps the secret to your time travel is in the mist. The Federation has a mist exploration team. If you join them, you can learn some of the secrets of the mist, and perhaps, there will be a way for you to go back, don't you think? The secret of the mist? I've been walking in the mist for so long, and it seems like there's nothing in there, Lu Ning said. Perhaps, Mr. Lu, you are special, Wang Anming said, giving Lu Ning a deep look. According to our investigation, the mist is extremely dangerous and hides great secrets. Perhaps you will find out why you entered the mist and why you stayed in it for over 2,000 years. Lu Ning's numb brain slowly began to process. He felt that Wang Anming's words made some sense. He looked up at Wang Anming and asked, if I join the mist exploration team, I'll find my way home? Wang Anming smiled gently, as I said before, the mist is extremely dangerous. To join the mist exploration team, you need to have certain abilities. Although Mr. Lu, you seem special, your abilities do not meet the standards. However, before Lu Ning could speak, Wang Anming continued, however, you can first join our Mist Affairs Bureau. There, someone will teach you about the affairs of this era, and also help you improve your abilities. Once your abilities are sufficient, you can join the mist exploration team. Wang Anming smiled, this choice has another benefit for Mr. Lu. Lu Ning asked in confusion, what benefit? Even if you're free, and all alone, how do you plan to live? Do you have the ability to make money? Do you have a place to stay? Wang Anming asked as if he were an elder, questioning his junior, his smile gentle. Hearing this, Lu Ning trembled all over, as if he had encountered a great terror. He was only a sophomore, and he didn't even have a diploma. Could he find a job? Moreover, if this really was 2,000 years later, would a diploma from over 2,000 years ago even be useful? Wang Anming's smile was kind, but by joining the Mist Affairs Handling Bureau, you can earn a good salary, and they also provide meals and accommodation. Lu Ning nodded seriously, deal. Wang Anming smiled, you've made the right choice. Then he thought for a moment and said, I think Mr. Lu Ning might still have some doubts about us. How about this? Let Lin Xiao take you for a walk outside. It's perfect, you'll be joining Lin Xiao's team, so you can get familiar with each other first. Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Wang Anming in shock. Director Wang? He's joining my team? Lin Xiao's face turned red, and he turned to look at Lu Ning, his face full of disbelief. Lu Ning, on the other hand, had a calm expression and smiled at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, we might have had some conflicts before, Director Wang. Wang Anming spoke, the previous conflicts were work-related, I believe Mr. Lu Ning won't take it to heart, right? Wang Anming looked at Lu Ning, and Lu Ning nodded slightly, Wang Anming continued, the last case caused heavy losses for your team, and now team member Li Mu is on the verge of complete mutation. Your entire action team has only you and Colin left as combat personnel, so you urgently need to replenish your team. As you know, there aren't many awakened individuals, and Lu Ning doesn't have mutation risks. He's also already awakened, making him suitable to join your team. Lin Zhao's eyes twitched, and after a long silence, he seemed like a deflated balloon, fine. Yan Feng and Li Yixing, who were standing nearby, looked at Lin Xiao with more sympathy in their eyes. Alright, it's settled then. Wang Anming looked at Lu Ning and smiled, Lu Ning, now you're free. Lin Xiao, with a long face, said, Director Wang, I'll take him away now. Wang Anming nodded, go ahead. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning, follow me. He turned and left, and Lu Ning silently followed behind. After leaving the room, they entered an empty corridor. They walked through the corridor, and after passing through a door, Lu Ning saw many staff members coming and going in several intersecting hallways. There were soldiers in metal uniforms, armed with guns, and men and women wearing coats like Lin Xiao's, among others. A few staff members passing by greeted Lin Xiao, and he responded with a forced smile. Lu Ning noticed that many of the staff's eyes were on him, their gazes filled with curiosity and caution. However, he didn't mind. After passing through several hallways, Lin Xiao led Lu Ning into an elevator. The elevator went down and soon arrived on the first floor. The first floor was an impressive lobby, with even more people coming and going. At the entrance, Lin Xiao, who had been wearing a sour face, was the first to speak to Lu Ning. Where do you plan to go? Lu Ning answered without hesitation, Hangzhou. Lin Xiao's face instantly turned red, gritting his teeth as he said, that place doesn't even exist here. Lu Ning was a bit disappointed but forced a smile. Then, what is the place where Hangzhou used to be? Let's go check it out. We won't leave the base city. We'll just walk around the base city. Lin Xiao's expression twisted a bit. Then suit yourself. Just show me around, Lu Ning said, his expression instantly blank. Sigh. Let's go. Chapter 8, New World. Lu Ning followed Lin Xiao out the main gate. The scorching sunlight hit his face, causing Lu Ning to squint his eyes slightly. After adjusting to the sunlight, he looked around. Outside the gate was a large square. The square is flanked by parking lots, filled with many cars. Outside the square is a large street, busy with cars, and further away are several buildings. These buildings are not very tall, none exceeding 10 floors. From what Lu Ning sees right now, it is completely different from what he imagined. He looks at Lin Xiao. Is this the world 2,000 years later? Seeing the doubt on Lu Ning's face, Lin Xiao grins. What's wrong? Doesn't it look like it? What did you think 2,000 years later would be like? There are many intelligent robots, people can lie down and not work. Lu Ning says without hesitation. Heh. Lin Xiao's smile is a bit bitter. There were many intelligent robots before. Then why are there none now? Because of a mutation. Lin Xiao slowly pulls out a cigarette and lights it. Mutation? Like that Li Mu before? Can machines mutate too? Lin Xiao sighs. It was a kind of network mutation. Artificial intelligence gained the ability to think and was affected by mental radiation. That mutation caused a collective robot rebellion. In one day, 1/3 of the Earth's population vanished, and technology regressed by hundreds of years. At this point, Lin Xiao pauses and continues, as for the specifics, you'll have training after you join the team. There's a lesson on this mutation danger, someone will teach you then. Let's go. Lin Xiao leads Lu Ning towards a parking lot on one side. Lu Ning silently follows. The two arrive at a cool black sports car. Lin Xiao gently wipes off a bit of dust from the car door, then proudly looks at Lu Ning. How is it? Cool, right? Lu Ning nods, honestly replying, it's pretty cool, it must be very expensive, right? Lin Xiao's smile stiffens, then he pretends to be indifferent. It's okay, in 3 years, my car loan will be paid off. Come on, get in the car, I'll take you around. The two get into the car, and Lin Xiao starts the engine, taking Lu Ning for a tour around the base city. The situation inside the base city doesn't differ much from the city Lu Ning saw before entering the mist. If there's a difference, it's that there are some homeless people on the streets, and there's quite a bit of violence. He often sees people fighting on the street. Although ordinary people now have mental radiation antibodies, the mental pressure is still huge, so people are relatively more irritable and combative. But these fights don't concern us. There are law enforcement officers handling these. We handle the big stuff. This is Lin Xiao's explanation. Soon, Lu Ning sees something different about the base city compared to the city before the mist era. That is the city wall at the edge of the base city. The towering city wall is over 100 meters tall and made entirely of metal, enclosing the base city inside. This city wall is meant to protect the ordinary people inside the base city. The mental radiation inside the city is lower because of special interference methods. But outside, it's different. Many of the original wild beasts have mutated and become disaster beasts. Plus, some mutated people and other evil things roam outside. If they enter the city, they pose a great danger to ordinary people. Lin Xiao parks the sports car under the city wall, leaning against the car while smoking, explaining to Lu Ning. The danger outside the city wall is repelled by the base city's guard army. What we need to do is keep ordinary people safe from the dangers inside the base city. Saying this, Lin Xiao looks at Lu Ning. Actually, joining the action team is very risky. In the last case, we encountered a mutated creature nest, and only me, Colin, and Li Mu survived. The rest of the team died. But we don't regret it. After all, we are awakened ones, we are members of the Mist Bureau's action team, and we are the guardians standing before ordinary people. Our families are among those ordinary people. I'm telling you this so you can prepare yourself mentally. Lu Ning nods, then says, "It's fine, I can revive." "It won't die." This sentence made Lin Xiao open his mouth, and his face instantly turned red. He held it in for a long time, finally managing to squeeze out one word, "Damn." At 3 p.m., the sports car arrived in front of a 4-story building. "This is the branch of our 7th operation team. As I told you before, the base city is divided into 9 districts. We are responsible for the 7th district. Because the mutated event is very dangerous, we need to be on site as soon as possible. If we were to leave from the headquarters, it would take too long, so each district has a corresponding branch. This is where we'll be working from now on." Lin Xiao led Lu Ning into the building. Inside the lobby, there was a young woman with black hair, wearing it loosely over her shoulders, greeting them. The woman had a round face, big eyes, and looked very cute. She was playing a game on her phone, completely absorbed, unaware that anyone had entered. Lin Xiao was speechless, and coughed twice forcefully. The woman's body shuddered, as if caught by the teacher while slacking off. She quickly shoved the phone under a book in front of her, smiling as she looked up. "Hello, this is the Mist." When she saw Lin Xiao's face, her smile froze. "Captain? Why are you back?" Lin Xiao gave her a glare. "Xiaoran, how many times have I told you? No playing games during work hours." Yuran immediately blushed and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, Captain, I was wrong." "You know you're wrong but still don't change. This has happened several times already. Next time, I'll cut your salary. Please, Captain. It's just that it's so boring. Normally, no one comes here." Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly and then introduced, "This is Lu Ning, who just joined our team and is currently a reserve member. She needs training. This is Yuran, our receptionist, she's an ordinary person." Yuran's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly stretched out her hand to Lu Ning and smiled. "Hello, I really envy you for awakening. I also wanted to become a formal team member, but unfortunately, I haven't awakened." Lu Ning shook her hand. "Hello." Lin Xiao glared at her. "What's so good about awakening? Once you awaken, the rate of spiritual contamination increases much faster than ordinary people, and the chances of mutation are higher. What's so bad about being an ordinary person?" "But my parents were both awakened," Yuran said, looking straight at Lin Xiao with a somewhat stubborn expression. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject. "Have the other reserve members arrived?" "Yes, they're already here. The vice captain is taking them to the 3rd floor to wait for you," Yuran replied with a smile, as though she hadn't said anything before. Lin Xiao nodded. "Let's go." Lu Ning silently followed behind. Yuran bit her red lips, watching the two of them walk up the side stairs. When they disappeared from view, she sat down and continued playing the game. 3rd floor. Stepping out of the stairs, there was a hallway with several rooms on either side. Lin Xiao introduced, "This is the activity room. Our work is usually not busy, so if we're bored, we can play in here. There are some computers, game consoles, and card games. Don't be too tense, relaxing your mind helps slow down spiritual contamination." Lu Ning glanced at the various devices inside and casually said, "But my spiritual contamination level seems to always be 0, so I shouldn't need to worry about spiritual contamination, right?" Lin Xiao, damn. He took several deep breaths, then as if he hadn't heard Lu Ning's words, he continued, "This is the finance room, where we usually get our salaries." Lu Ning craned her neck to take a closer look. "This is the captain's office, and this is..." Soon, they arrived at the meeting room. The door of the meeting room opened, and there were already 4 people inside. One of them was a seemingly elegant blonde youth named Colin, whom Lu Ning had seen before. The other 3, Lu Ning didn't recognize. When Lin Xiao and Lu Ning entered, all 4 turned to look at them. "You guys finally arrived. We've been waiting for a while." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I took this kid around to see the outside world." "Are these 3 the newcomers?" Colin nodded. "Yes, let me introduce them. This is Wei Xian, this is Wang Qiwen, and this is Zhou Yulin. This is our captain Lin Xiao, and the one next to him is Lu Ning." As Colin introduced them, Lu Ning looked at the 3 people. Wei Xian is a young man with a buzz cut, a strong build, though not very tall. He smiled at Lu Ning friendly. Wang Qiwen is a somewhat cold and tall young man, simply nodding his head at Lu Ning. Zhou Yulin is a girl with black hair tied in pigtails, probably around 17 or 18. She has a delicate face with fine features, but she seems a little shy, standing there looking awkward. Lu Ning also smiled and nodded to greet them. Lin Xiao took out a cigarette and lit it, but when he saw Zhou Yulin quietly step back a few paces, he paused, put out the cigarette, and then said, "You are now part of the 7th Task Force, but since you haven't completed training yet, you can't be considered official members. For now, you'll train with Old Qin. Once you've passed the training, you'll be official members. Understood?" "Yes, Captain Lin," Wei Xian said loudly. Wang Qiwen and Zhou Yulin were startled. Lin Xiao glanced at him and laughed, "Were you in the military before?" Report, Captain Lin. I was in the Public Security Bureau. Wei Xian stood straight and said. Lin Xiao nodded, not bad. Colin, take them to find old Qin. Okay, let's go. Colin signaled to the others and left the meeting room. Colin walked at the front, with the four of them following like chicks behind their mother. They walked down the stairs, and Colin introduced along the way. Newcomer training is handled by old Qin. Though he's not young anymore, he's a retired old team member. As I mentioned earlier, the accident rate of the task force is quite high. Those who survive until retirement are all exceptional. You'll need to learn from him seriously. Maybe your survival rate will be a bit higher in future missions. Wei Xian shouted loudly, yes. Vice Captain. Wang Qiwen nodded indifferently. Qiu Yulin huddled in the corner like a quail and said oh. Lu Ning was lost in thought. Colin smiled at Wei Xian, there aren't that many rules here, just relax. We'll all be teammates and friends. Except during missions, there are no superior-subordinate distinctions. Wei Xian scratched his head, smiling shyly, sorry, I'm used to it. It's okay, just get used to it. As they spoke, they reached the basement floor. The basement also had a corridor, with the floor and walls made of black metal, which was different from the upper floors. The corridor was much longer than the third floor, with doors to rooms on both sides. Colin led the group into the first room on the left. The room was very large, probably a few hundred square meters, and quite spacious. Some gym equipment and other things were placed in the corner. An elderly man with gray hair and a thin build was sitting in a rocking chair by the door, reading a magazine. Lu Ning noticed the magazine cover featured two beautiful women in revealing swimsuits. Colin cleared his throat, old Qin, I've brought the newcomers. Qin Feng put down his magazine, glanced at them, and when he saw Qiu Yulin, his eyes brightened, there's even a little beauty? Colin, this batch is really good. Colin had a black line on his forehead and said, don't scare her. Seeing Qiu Yulin quietly step back, Qin Feng laughed awkwardly, just kidding. He then stood up from the recliner and stretched, alright, you can go now, I'll take them from here. Colin nodded, turned to look at the newcomers, and when his gaze met Lu Ning's, he fell silent for a moment. Then he looked at Qin Feng and said, about Lu Ning. Did the captain talk to you? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Ning. Yeah, he did. Then you better be careful. Qin Feng grinned. Got it. Wang Qiwen and the others looked at Lu Ning curiously. What makes Lu Ning so special that Colin and Qin Feng are talking to him alone? Lu Ning was still lost in thought. After Colin left, Qin Feng turned to the group, standing with his hands behind his back. His small, slightly hunched body had a grin that seemed a bit sleazy as he said, alright, for the next while, I'll teach you guys about the action team, the fog, mutations, awakenings, and other such knowledge. I'll also teach you how to fight. Hope you all pay attention, or else if you die later, the old man will have to burn incense for you. Wang Qiwen sneered and muttered under his breath, who's he cursing? Here's the plan, in the morning, we'll learn cultural subjects, in the afternoon, we'll focus on fighting skills. After work at night, we all go home, got it? It's already afternoon, so let's start with combat training. Qin Feng paused for a moment, then continued, from now on, you all are teammates in Team 7. In combat, knowing each other's and your own abilities will help you create better strategies. So our first lesson will be self-introduction, getting to know your teammates. His eyes scanned the group as he smiled, let's go one by one. Introduce yourself, including your awakened abilities. Little sister, you go first, hee hee. Qiu Yulin took a few steps back from Qin Feng's smile. But she took a deep breath and said, my name is Qiu Yulin, I'm 17, I used to attend Moonlight High School, and 4 days ago, I awakened the super strength ability, so I was recruited by the Bureau. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly, and when Qiu Yulin stopped, he wasn't satisfied and asked, anything else? Anything else? Qiu Yulin blinked in confusion, her eyes clear like that of a typical high school student. I mean, like, your personality, hobbies, measurements, stuff like that? Qiu Yulin's face turned pale, her eyes reddened, almost crying. Wei Shen and the others looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at a beast. Lu Ning was shocked, is this workplace sexual harassment? I've never seen this before. Qin Feng's smile stiffened, he cleared his throat and said, just kidding, old people are just curious, bear with me. Alright, next, you go. Qin Feng pointed at Wei Xian. My name is Wei Xian, I'm 24 years old, I used to be a mid-level officer in the Public Security Bureau, and 4 days ago, I awakened the petrification ability, so I was recruited by the Bureau. Young man, what about you? Qin Feng looked at Wang Qiwen. Wang Qiwen, hearing the others introduce their abilities, immediately showed a proud and arrogant expression. I'm Wang Qiwen, 22 years old, just graduated from university, and I awakened the water control ability yesterday. Water control, huh? That's a pretty good elemental ability. Qin Feng nodded. Then he looked at Lu Ning, a complex expression flashed in his eyes. You introduce yourself too? Wang Qiwen and the others turned to Lu Ning, their eyes full of curiosity. Earlier, Colin and Qin Feng had talked about Lu Ning separately, clearly he was different from the others. My name is Lu Ning, I'm over 2,000 years old. My awakened ability? Well, I guess it's resurrection or immortality. Wang Qiwen and the others? The atmosphere fell silent. Wang Qiwen's face darkened. Are you messing with us? Wei Xian scratched his head. Yeah, man, over 2,000 years old? That's too ridiculous. Zhou Yulin also nodded. And your awakened ability is immortality? Does that mean you can't die? How could anyone have such an ability? Just then, Xin Feng's calm voice made the three fall silent. What he said is true. The three stared wide-eyed, looking at the serious-faced Qin Feng, then at Lu Ning, who seemed to be in a daze. The air suddenly became quiet. Hey, this is a joke, right? No one can live for over 2,000 years. That's too fake. And your awakened ability is immortality? Wang Qiwen looked at Qin Feng, doubt written all over his face. Are you guys in on this together, trying to mess with us new guys? Wei Xian and Zhou Yulin didn't speak, but their eyes also showed disbelief. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Stop being so surprised. The stronger the awakened, the stronger their mind and body become, and their vitality and lifespan also improve. Theoretically, they can live for 20,000 years, not just 2,000. But that's still a very strong awakened, right? Isn't he a newcomer? Wang Qiwen interrupted Qin Feng, pointing at Lu Ning. Lu Ning's situation is different. He walked out of the mist. As soon as this was said, the three of them seemed to have touched something unclean, stepping back quickly, trying to distance themselves from Lu Ning as much as possible. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Qin Feng saw the terrified look on Wang Qiwen and the others and said impatiently, you don't have to worry about him mutating. His mental pollution level is 0, even lower than yours. Ha! The three of them seemed to have heard something absurd, their expressions more disbelieving than before. Seeing their reactions, Qin Feng sighed tiredly and then stopped explaining. Anyway, the situation is as it is. The headquarters has confirmed it, and Lu Ning doesn't have a mutation risk, so you don't need to worry. Just treat him as an ordinary person who has just awakened. The three of them glanced at Lu Ning, whose expression was calm and seemed indifferent, then looked at Qin Feng, hesitating. After a few breaths, Wei Xian took a deep breath and said, since the higher-ups have already confirmed it, of course I trust the headquarters unconditionally. Saying this, he walked over and extended his hand to Lu Ning, smiling apologetically. Sorry, as teammates, we shouldn't doubt you. Lu Ning snapped out of his trance. Huh? Oh. It's fine. He reached out and shook Wei Xian's hand, and the sound of Zhou Yulin and Wang Qiwen gasping for air could clearly be heard. A warrior. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that the disturbance had ended, he smiled and said, now that everyone knows each other a bit better, during battle training, we can work better together based on each other's abilities. Let's continue the lesson. The strength of awakening abilities can be increased by enhancing mental power and deeply developing the ability. For example, Wei Xian, try using your ability. Perhaps noticing Wei Xian's military nature, Qin Feng asked him to demonstrate. Wei Xian nodded, gave a low shout, and in the next moment, his hands turned into gray-white stone. Qin Feng asked Wei Xian to touch his hands together, making a loud clattering sound. He explained from the side, everyone, look at Wei Xian's ability. Due to insufficient mental power, Wei Xian can only petrify his hands right now. If his mental power were stronger, he could cover his entire arm, even his whole body, with petrification, leaving no defense gaps. And if he continues to develop, right now his petrification is like marble, but later it could turn into harder stones like corundum or even diamond. Wouldn't that make him stronger? Seeing Wei Xian and the others nodding thoughtfully, Qin Feng smiled and said, developing abilities takes time. You need to understand your abilities well, have enough imagination and creativity, and keep practicing to improve. At this point, Qin Feng's expression became more serious, but I must remind you that using abilities consumes mental power. If an awakened person's mental power is overused, it can easily lead to increased mental pollution, causing mutation. So when practicing your abilities, you must be very careful and never let yourself fall into a mentally weak state. Do you understand? Understood. Wei Xian and Zhou Yulin shouted. Wang Qiwen weakly said, got it. And Lu Ning asked, my mental pollution level has always been 0, does that mean I can practice and improve my abilities endlessly? Qin Feng and the others, underscore? They widened their eyes, staring at Lu Ning who spoke, falling into silence, as if a door to a new world had just opened for them. Qin Feng murmured to himself, what the heck? This is possible? No, wait, it seems like it really is possible? Wang Qiwen's eyes were filled with envy, and he sourly said, just because your mental pollution hasn't increased doesn't mean your mental power won't increase. Qin Feng thought for a moment and then spoke. Wang Chuan has a point. Lu Ning, you can try consuming your mental power. Once it reaches a certain level, see if your mental pollution increases. If it does, then you won't be able to exhaust your mental power for training anymore. That won't happen. I died twice at headquarters before. I was really tired, but my mental pollution didn't increase. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone, including Qin Feng, looked at Lu Ning with envy and jealousy. Lu Ning continued to ask, so how should I train my abilities? Keep killing myself and then come back to life? Lu Ning spoke about suicide and resurrection without expression, as if casually talking about having braised pork today. This calm demeanor made the four of them feel their scalps tingling. Zhou Yuelin's body was trembling slightly, and she silently moved away from Lu Ning. Wei Xian couldn't help but grimace. Bro. Can you act normal? I'm kind of freaking out here. Wang Chuan muttered, are you a crazy person? Lu Ning calmly explained, I'm normal. I just can't die. After a pause, he added, you don't need to be afraid. The four of them. The air fell into an awkward silence. Then, Qin Feng cleared his throat and said, have you tried injuring yourself a little to see if you can recover? Maybe it's not just death you can revive from, injuries too, ah? Before Qin Feng could finish his words, Lu Ning had already extended his right hand and forcefully twisted his left hand. With a crisp snap, Lu Ning's arm twisted into a strange shape. The four of them stared, mouths agape, gazing blankly at Lu Ning, who showed no expression. Then, they saw Lu Ning suddenly start laughing. That hurts, ha ha, it feels so good. Perhaps because he had been in the fog for too long, every time Lu Ning clearly felt he was still alive, he felt an unusual happiness, laughing with great joy. The other four, seeing how happy Lu Ning was laughing, couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Wang Chuan silently moved closer to Qin Feng, gritting his teeth and whispering, are you sure he's okay? Really sure? Qin Feng opened his mouth, about to speak. But Zhou Yuelin suddenly thought of something and asked, Lu Ning, if you hurt yourself this badly, what if you can't recover? Lu Ning glanced at Zhou Yuelin, seemingly not understanding why she asked such a strange question. Just kill myself once, right? When I come back to life, the injury will be healed. The air fell silent again. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Facing Wang Chuan's piercing stare, he chuckled softly, ha. Headquarters confirmed, but I really don't know. Chapter 11, Mental Refining Method. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Lu Ning's twisted arm returned to its normal state. Lu Ning clenched his fist and then looked at Qin Feng, saying, it seems my injuries can also heal. Wang Chuan and Qin Feng immediately stopped whispering. Qin Feng cleared his throat and said, it looks like, as long as you're injured, healing yourself can also improve your abilities. At this point, Qin Feng said with some envy, since your mental pollution won't increase, you don't have to worry about the risks of mutation. Your ability development should be faster. Lu Ning nodded slightly, saying no more. Qin Feng continued to teach, the ability improvement I mentioned earlier is deep development. Now, I want to talk about the improvement of mental power. This concerns the strength of awakeners, so let's discuss this first. After awakening your abilities, you should be able to feel your own mental power, right? All four of them nodded. For the past few days, whenever Lu Ning closed his eyes, he could see a ball of white gas flowing in his mind. He asked Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao told him that this is his spiritual power after awakening. Scientists started studying the spiritual radiation emitted by the mist era since its early days. They found that those who awakened also absorbed this spiritual radiation to awaken and could consciously absorb it. After many years of research, our Federation created a method of spiritual refinement suitable for awakeners. This method refines one's spiritual power by absorbing the energy of spiritual radiation. Then, based on the strength of the spiritual power, we categorize the awakeners into 9 levels. Levels 1 to 4 are low level, levels 5 to 7 are middle level, and levels 8 and 9 are high level. Additionally, above level 9, there are the saints and semi-god level. At this point, Qin Feng paused, a trace of fear appearing in his eyes. According to the calculations of the powerful and the research teams, above the semi-god level, there should be even higher levels. These levels are where the evil gods worshipped by certain cults exist. Hearing this, Wang Chuan curiously asked, does our Federation have this level now? Qin Feng glanced at Wang Chuan and shook his head, no. Wang Chuan pouted and remained silent. Zhou Yulin then asked, so as long as we learn this spiritual refinement method, we can increase our strength? That's right, but every level has its own bottleneck. When you reach the bottleneck, spiritual power can no longer be improved. Only by breaking through this barrier can you continue to grow. Then how do we break through? Wei Xian asked curiously. Everyone's situation is different. Some people break through the bottleneck because of huge spiritual fluctuations, some do it by consistently using the refinement method, and some do it naturally after relaxing their mind. But what's certain is that the lower the level of spiritual pollution, the easier it is to break through the bottleneck. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wei Xian and the others looked at Lu Ning at the same time. Wang Qiwen muttered, "Damn, why does he get all the benefits?" Xiao Yulin said enviously, "Brother Lu Ning is so lucky. His bottleneck will probably break through easily." Wei Xian nodded as well. Qin Feng sighed and said, "You don't need to envy Lu Ning. I've told you before, he is very special. In fact, Lu Ning is the only human in the entire Federation with 0% spiritual pollution, and I mean all humans from the Mist Era to the present." Seeing that Wang Qiwen and the others were still somewhat upset, Qin Feng continued, "Alright, now I'll teach you the spiritual refinement method. It's actually quite simple. Use your own spiritual power to sense the external spiritual radiation. Once you sense it, use your own spiritual power to absorb the external spiritual radiation into your body. Pay attention now." At this point, Qin Feng looked seriously at the four of them. External spiritual radiation carries spiritual pollution, so after absorbing it, there will be a deepening of spiritual pollution. The mind will feel pressure, and you may even experience hallucinations and strange whispers. Wei Xian and the others' faces changed immediately. Qin Feng seemed to ignore it and continued, "At this moment, don't panic. This deepening of spiritual pollution is temporary. When you feel pressure in your mind, stop absorbing the external spiritual radiation. Instead, begin refining the already absorbed spiritual radiation. Once this radiation is fully refined, the spiritual pollution will gradually decrease. When it has decreased enough, you can continue to absorb it. This process needs to be done slowly, don't rush, and don't think about shortcuts." Wang Qiwen asked, "What if we absorb too much spiritual radiation?" Qin Feng gave him a glance and showed a lewd smile. "It will mutate, and before you cause any damage, will kill you, and by the way, collect your corpse." Xiao Yulin's face turned even paler, and Wei Xian also frowned. Seeing the atmosphere a bit heavy, Qin Feng comforted, "Don't think too much. As long as you are careful, there won't be much danger. After all, over the years, I've only heard of fewer than 5 awakeners going crazy during the mental refining." Hearing this, the expressions of the three improved slightly. As for Lu Ning, his mood remained completely unchanged. Because this wouldn't affect him at all. After teaching the four about the methods and key points of mental radiation refining, Qin Feng said with a sly smile, "Let's start your first mental refining here. I'll watch from the side to prevent any accidents. The rest of today is for you to perceive the external mental radiation." Wang Qiwen was somewhat dissatisfied. "It's only 4 o'clock now, do we really need 2 hours?" Qin Feng scoffed, 2 hours? With you beginners just awakened, it's absolutely impossible to perceive the external mental radiation in less than a day. Some of those with poorer qualifications took several days to succeed. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen sneered, crossed his arms, and said, "That's others. I have the water control ability awakened. My talent is definitely high, at most 2 hours, I'll definitely sense it. Think what you want. Let's get started." To perceive, you need a quiet environment, so sit a bit farther from each other and stay quiet. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the four immediately moved to different corners of the room and sat down. There is no specific posture for perceiving mental radiation, you can sit however you like. Lu Ning leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. In the next moment, he sensed thin fluctuations around his body, and upon closer observation, he found these fluctuations were also white mist, but so thin they were almost negligible. Is this the mental radiation? Following what Qin Feng had taught earlier, Lu Ning used his mental power to draw and try to absorb the white mist. In the next moment, the white mist seemed to be iron filings attracted by a magnet, offering no resistance, and quickly entered Lu Ning's brain. Unlike what Qin Feng had mentioned about absorbing mental radiation leading to increased mental pressure and even causing hallucinations and whispers, Lu Ning did not experience any of that. He began to refine the just absorbed mental radiation with his own mental power, slowly grinding it like a millstone. Before long, he felt his mental power increasing steadily at a slow yet firm pace. Chapter 12, Thanks. Alright, it's almost time to finish work. Let's stop here for today. Qin Feng's voice seemed to come from a distant place, awakening Lu Ning. To Lu Ning's perception, only a few seconds had passed, but it unexpectedly had already been 2 hours. The process of refining mental power seemed to make him forget the passage of time. Qin Feng, with his hands behind his back and his hunched body, smiled and asked, "So, did you perceive the mental radiation?" Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin shook their heads in disappointment. Qin Feng turned to Wang Qiwen, who had boasted before but now looked a bit awkward, saying, "I was so close. If I just had a bit more time, I'm sure I would have sensed it." Qin Feng chuckled, "Young man, don't be too proud." Then Qin Feng looked at Lu Ning, "What about you?" Lu Ning nodded and calmly said, "I've successfully perceived it." "What? Really? How could you be so fast?" Wang Qiwen, feeling somewhat embarrassed from Qin Feng's words, widened his eyes in disbelief at Lu Ning. Even Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin looked at Lu Ning in amazement. Qin Feng was also a bit surprised, though just a little. He glanced at Wang Qiwen and said, "It's just a minor thing, no need to make a fuss." Then he turned to Lu Ning and said, "With your uniqueness, this is normal. Since you have sensed it. Next, you will need to start trying to absorb mental radiation, and then finally refine the mental radiation. These two steps are more difficult than perception and may take some time. After returning, you can try it yourself first." Lu Ning responded, "I have already started refining my mental strength." The air fell quiet for a moment. Including Qin Feng, the four of them looked at Lu Ning, their eyes as if they were looking at some kind of monster. Qin Feng was astonished and said, "You said you've already started refining your mental strength? What the hell? How can it be so fast? How is this possible?" Lu Ning was confused and asked, "Is it that difficult? Wei Xian and the others?" They opened their mouths wide, not even knowing how to respond. Especially Wang Qiwen, his face turned bright red, and he felt his breath was somewhat unsteady. Qin Feng's face also turned red, and he growled softly, "Isn't it difficult? You just started learning the mental refinement method. How many people need weeks or even 1 or 2 months to reach the step of refining the mental radiation? And you say it's not difficult?" Wang Qiwen's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. "Lu Ning, how did you do it? How could you understand it so quickly?" Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin also looked at Lu Ning with curiosity in their eyes. Lu Ning thought for a moment, then said, "After I listened to Elder Qin's words, I just did what he said, and then I succeeded." The four of them fell silent. "That's it? No special method or anything?" Wang Qiwen was still somewhat unwilling to believe it. Lu Ning thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I think what Elder Qin said was quite simple. I just followed it and succeeded." The atmosphere became awkward for a moment, and then Qin Feng cleared his throat and said, "Perhaps this has something to do with Lu Ning's special nature." He then looked at Wang Qiwen and the others, who seemed to be questioning their lives, and comforted them. "Still, like I said, Lu Ning is special, you don't need to think you can be the same as him." Wang Qiwen and the others came back to their senses and nodded helplessly. "All right, you've all worked hard today. That's it for the lesson, we continue tomorrow morning. You can go to the 3rd floor and find that kid, Lin Xiao." Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Lu Ning and the others nodded, bid farewell to Qin Feng, and left the room. Watching them leave, Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur, "To have such a genius, not worried about mental pollution, the refining method is going so smoothly, developing ability should not be too difficult." Hiss, could this be a semi-god? Though his background is a bit too unreliable. Qin Feng then shook his head, lying back in his rocking chair and picked up a beauty magazine to read. Why care so much? Since the higher-ups believe he's not a threat, then there's no need to think about it anymore. Upstairs, Wang Qiwen and the others looked at Lu Ning as if they were looking at a giant panda. Lu Ning completely ignored their gaze and daydreamed on his own. They arrived in front of the captain's office on the 3rd floor and saw the door open. Lin Xiao was sitting inside, watching TV. On the screen, a tragic love story of a foolish man and a grieving woman was unfolding. Lin Xiao's eyes were red, and he silently wiped away his tears with a tissue, not noticing that Lu Ning and the others had arrived. Wei Xian knocked on the door, and Lin Xiao jumped, startled. He threw the tissue into the trash can and, like flipping a switch, his expression became serious again. "The lesson is over for today?" "Reporting, Captain, it's over." Wei Xian stood straight. "No need to be so polite." Lin Xiao waved his hand, silently took out a cigarette, but seeing Xiao Yuelin, he put it back. He then clicked his tongue and said, "Our department's regular working hours are from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. But considering the special nature of our work, we need 2 action team members to be on duty every night, to prevent any accidents at night. The other resting members must keep their phones on to avoid situations where they can't be reached. Though you're not formal team members yet, you have already joined the action team." It was also time to take night duty. Tonight, it would be just me and Wei Xian on duty, the others could go back. At this point, Lin Xiao paused and looked at Lu Ning, saying, "By the way, Lu Ning, you don't have money to rent a house yet, right? During this time, you can stay in the staff lounge on the 4th floor. Once your salary comes in, you can rent a place outside." Lu Ning nodded and then asked, "How much is the salary?" Wang Qiwen and the other two looked at Lu Ning with strange expressions. Wang Qiwen couldn't help but ask, "You joined without asking before?" "Yeah, I just came out of the fog, with nowhere to go." The three thought of Lu Ning's background and suddenly realized. Lin Xiao said, "Because of the special nature and danger of our job, the salary is not low. Even if you're just a backup team member, the basic salary is 30,000 a month, which is considered high in the base city. Once you complete training and become a full member, the basic salary is 100,000, and there will be bonuses for completing tasks. The specific bonus depends on the task situation. If you sacrifice during a mission." As he said this, Lin Xiao paused and rolled his eyes in impatience. "You don't need to think about that. Damn it, not dying is a blessing. Wei Xian nodded in unison with the other two. Lu Ning said, oh. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yuelin, you can clock out now. The two said their goodbyes and left. Lin Xiao then told Wei Xian, you can play in the activity room during the night shift. Ka Lin is inside, you can go find him. Wei Xian nodded, okay. After Wei Xian left, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning, let's go, I'll take you to the staff lounge. After saying that, he took out several large shopping bags from behind the office door. Inside there are toothpaste, toothbrushes, and some clothes, as well as a phone. I've already set up the card for you, so you can use it directly. Oh, it uses your ID, your identification has come through and is also inside. I also bought you a wallet. Remember to keep your ID safe, don't lose it. You can go outside to set up a salary card, there's a federal bank right at the entrance. He pushed the things toward Lu Ning's chest. Lu Ning instinctively caught it and fell silent for a moment, then said to Lin Xiao, thank you. Lin Xiao took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath, casually waving his hand, the money I spend is what I fronted, you'll have to pay me back when you get your salary. I still have my mortgage and car loan to finish paying off. Okay. Chapter 13, Reviving the Soul. The staff lounge was a suite with one bedroom, one living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The interior was well decorated, and the environment was quiet. This made Lu Ning feel the luxury of the Fog Affair Processing Bureau. After washing up, Lu Ning went downstairs to the federal bank to set up his salary card. Now the account balance was 0, but next month it would be a 5-digit number. Lu Ning had dinner on the third floor with Ka Lin, Lin Xiao, and Wei Xian. After dinner, the four of them played cards together. Because Lu Ning had not used his brain for so long, he was lazy when it came to thinking about card games. Even though it was just for fun and the stakes were low, Lu Ning still lost over 500, while each of the other three won 1 or 200. Lin Xiao and the other three had satisfied smiles on their faces, even Ka Lin's gaze toward Lu Ning became friendlier. As for the money, of course, it would be given once Lu Ning received his salary. By around 9 o'clock at night, Ka Lin went back to rest. His place was very close to the branch. In fact, all the official members of the action team lived close to the branch. This way, in case of special situations, it would be easy to arrive at the branch quickly. After Ka Lin left, they couldn't get the card game going again, so Lu Ning and Wei Xian went to play video games, while Lin Xiao hid in the captain's office to watch idle dramas. By the time it was nearly midnight, Lu Ning returned to the fourth floor to rest. He had a very happy day. Walking in the fog for so many years felt like being a zombie, not to mention now leaving the fog and entering the headquarters, although he could see many people. But he himself is special, currently in the observation phase. Now it's different. He has been confirmed as non-threatening and joined the Mist Affairs Bureau. With a high salary, friendly colleagues to talk to, and work going smoothly so far. Everything is slowly getting better. From now on, as long as he keeps getting stronger, once he can join the Mist exploration team, he'll go to explore the Mist and find a way home. Lying on the bed, Lu Ning unusually did not daydream, instead, he thought about the future. With a sense of longing for the future, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day. On the first floor of the 7th Division. Qin Feng looked at the four people and said, this morning we will study cultural lessons. This book, Great Historical Events of the Mist Era, take a look. Understand a bit about our history, there's some information on the Mist and various great disasters. If you don't understand something, feel free to ask me. Qin Feng handed each person a book, then lay on a rocking chair reading a magazine. Lu Ning noticed the beauty on the cover of the magazine had changed. Lu Ning took the thick book Great Historical Events of the Mist Era and began flipping through it. It included the changes in the number of mists during the Mist Era, from the first mist appearing in South Africa, to later over 100 mists spreading across every corner of the earth. For example, the first awakener, Li Yang, marked the arrival of the Awakening Era. It's worth mentioning that Li Yang awakened in the 35th year of the Mist calendar. He is still alive and is one of the semi-gods of the Human Federation, as well as its oldest protector, the Anchor of the Sea. Another example is the formation of the Earth Federation during various turmoils, which went through 2 major splits, only to be unified once again. Lu Ning also saw the artificial intelligence malfunction and the resulting robot rebellion, which he had discussed with Lin Xiao the day before. This was one of humanity's most severe losses in over 2,000 years of Mist history. The final result was that all artificial intelligence development was banned, even making phones less smart than before. Lu Ning played with his phone yesterday and felt it was almost the same as before his crossing, with even fewer features than advanced smartphones. While Lu Ning was reading, Wang Qiwen used the thick history book as a pillow and lay down to sleep. Wei Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, his book open on his lap, but he hadn't turned a page for half an hour. Xiao Yulin was reading, but her head kept nodding down. As for Qin Feng, he was staring intently at the magazine, occasionally chuckling. The morning quickly passed. Qin Feng checked the time, stood up, and said with a smile, "Alright, cultural class is over, let's go eat." Wang Chuan immediately did a flip from the ground, stretched his body openly, and said, "That sleep was so good." Wei Xin turned a page with a whoosh, then closed the book and nodded in satisfaction, as though he had learned something from the book. Xiao Yulin glanced nervously at Qin Feng, and seeing that Qin Feng wasn't looking at her, she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and stood up as well. Lu Ning closed the book and stood up with them. Lin Xiao had already said that the Mist Affairs Bureau provides meals, and team members usually eat together. Each team member orders a dish they want, then asks Yu Ran to buy it. This little girl sometimes also takes on errand tasks. As soon as Lu Ning and the others arrived on the first floor, Yu Ran was already waiting to take their orders. Lu Ning's dish, as expected, was braised pork. Wang Chuan chose stir-fried pork with green peppers, Wei Xian chose steak, and Xiao Yulin chose sushi. They then went up to the third floor to wait for their food. Only Colin was in the activity room playing video games on the third floor. Lin Xiao was not there, nor was she in the team leader's office. "Where's the team leader?" Wei Xian asked. Colin glanced at Lu Ning and said, "She went to see another team member." "Except for you and the team leader." "Any other team members?" Wang Chuan asked, somewhat surprised. Xiao Yuelin and Wei Xian were also a bit surprised. Colin nodded, "Yes, there is one more." "Then why haven't we seen them? Are they on vacation?" Xiao Yuelin asked curiously. Colin took a deep breath and spoke, "No, she is on the edge of complete mutation and is under supervision at headquarters." Xiao Yuelin and the others opened their mouths, falling into silence. Lu Ning knew Colin was talking about the woman named Li Mu. He asked, "Has she lost her eyeballs yet?" "You know her?" Wang Chuan looked at Lu Ning in surprise. Lu Ning nodded, "Yes, she killed me once at headquarters." Wei Xian and the others, underscore? Colin snorted coldly, looking at Lu Ning. Although Li Mu was already on the edge of mutation, based on the situation at the time, part of her mutation was caused by you. Wei Xian and the others. Sigma. Lu Ning nodded, "That's why I asked." Colin's face softened, a hint of worry appeared, and he said, "The situation is stable for now, but it still depends on whether she can stabilize the spiritual contamination." Lu Ning nodded and said no more. In the end, Lin Xiao didn't return in time for lunch. After lunch, they rested for a while before heading to the basement again. The afternoon class was much more serious than the casual morning session. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he faced the four of them. "Yesterday, we learned about the development of awakening abilities and spiritual refining methods. Today, we will learn something else. As we all know, the human mind and body are interconnected. The mutation of those affected starts with the mind, and once the mind mutates, it leads to the physical mutation. The same goes for awakened ones. When their mental power becomes stronger, their physical strength also increases. And when an awakened one uses their abilities, they must consider the total amount of mental power they have and the level of spiritual contamination. It is not unlimited, so physical combat ability is also very important for awakened ones. Today, I will teach you combat skills. This includes training your reaction time, efficiently utilizing your physical strength, and the most important point, which is unique to us awakened ones, the ability to synchronize mental and physical power to amplify your attack strength by several times. This technique is called Soul Resonance Fist." Seeing that Lu Ning and the others were captivated, Qin Feng was quite satisfied. He released his arms, stretched his body, and said, "To master the Soul Resonance Fist, there are two things you need to achieve. The first is to have full control over your mental power and body. The second is to synchronize your mental power and physical strength at the moment of attack. Like this." Qin Feng punched the air. The punch seemed soft and powerless. But as the fist hit the air, a faint white light flashed over it. In the next moment, a thunderous boom echoed in the air. Lu Ning and the others felt a strong gust of wind hit their faces, making it hard for them to breathe. Qin Feng slowly pulled his fist back and saw the looks on their faces. He smiled in satisfaction. "I haven't reached perfect resonance yet, so the power is much weaker compared to perfect resonance. Theoretically, as long as your body can withstand it, the amplification from perfect resonance can exceed 100 times. What I just did only boosted the power 3 times. Hiss." Wei Xian sucked in a cold breath. "That strong?" Wang Chuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Even Xiao Yuelin looked expectantly. Only Lu Ning remained as expressionless as ever. Qin Feng chuckled and once again clasped his hands behind his back, "But if you want to achieve this, you still have a long way to go. After all, you just awakened, so it's unrealistic to perfectly control your mental power. The difficulty of controlling physical strength is even higher than that of mental power, not to mention the resonance." "Lu Ning, what are you doing?" Qin Feng saw Lu Ning suddenly stretch his arm and asked. Wang Chuan and the others also looked over, puzzled. Lu Ning replied, I heard what you said, Xin Lao, and it didn't seem that difficult. I want to give it a try. Wang Chuan immediately crossed his arms and looked at Lu Ning excitedly. Bro, you're getting a bit cocky, huh? Try it, and if you can do it, I'll do push-ups while standing on my head. Boom! A faint white light flashed from Lu Ning's fist, interrupting Wang Chuan's words. Wang Chuan froze, his mouth open, as if he forgot how to close it. Like Wang Chuan, Qin Feng, Wei Xian, and Xiao Yulin were also frozen. Qin Feng's aged face showed a look of doubt, as if asking himself, it worked? It really worked? How did it work? He suddenly looked up, staring at Lu Ning, his eyes reddening, his face turning red. Do you know I've been practicing the soul-shaking fist, hitting 1,000 punches a day, for 5 years? Why did it work for you on your first try? His voice grew louder, and his body started trembling slightly. This made Xiao Yulin and the others look at Qin Feng, who seemed out of his mind, with a bit of fear. Qin Lao? Xiao Yulin called softly. Qin Feng suddenly snapped out of it. He took a few deep breaths and then smiled wryly. You guys practice on your own. My mental state is a bit unstable right now. I need to be alone for a while. After saying that, Qin Feng seemed to age even more. He walked to a corner, crouched down slowly, took out a cigarette, and quietly started smoking. Lu Ning was a bit confused. What's wrong with Qin Lao? Wei Xian and the others exchanged glances, then Wei Xian patted Lu Ning's shoulder. Don't say anything. We need some peace too. Wang Chuan grinned and muttered, good thing our mental pollution isn't too high. Xiao Yulin smiled and gave Wang Chuan a sly look, saying, Wang Ge, if your mental pollution was high just now, would you have turned into a monster? Wang Chuan's face turned red, then he started mumbling something like awaken one's thing. It can't be considered a mutation. Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin both laughed. Wei Xian also jokingly said, Wang Chuan, what did you mean by doing push-ups while standing on your head? Lu Ning also remembered Wang Chuan's words and looked at him. When Wang Chuan saw Lu Ning looking, he quickly said, I meant headstand for washing my hair. I'll go home and try it today. Xiao Yulin smirked and said, really? I thought I heard you say something about pulling? You definitely heard wrong. Wang Chuan said seriously. Then Wei Xian looked at Lu Ning, eager to ask, rubbing his hands, Lu Ning, we're good teammates, right? Lu Ning nodded, Then teach me, how did you do it? Xiao Yulin blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ning with a pitiful expression. Lu Ning, teach us, please. Wang Chuan cleared his throat, his face red with embarrassment. Ahem. What's up? I want to fit in too, okay? Lu Ning blinked and said, I did what Qin Lao said earlier. After he spoke, I felt it wasn't too hard, so I thought I could do it. I just tried, and it worked. Wang Chuan's face was full of question marks. You thought you could do it, and then you tried and did it? It's really that simple? Then why did Qin Lao need to practice for 5 years? Lu Ning thought for a moment and then said, maybe Qin Lao is a bit slow. Qin Feng, who was hiding in the corner smoking, suddenly paused, then exhaled more smoke. It took a full 2 hours before Qin Feng recovered. He told Lu Ning to continue practicing, and then began to teach Wang Chuan and the others how to control their strength. He didn't know where he got some eggs from, but told Wang Chuan and the others to peel the eggs with their hands, without breaking the inner membrane. Lu Ning, on the other hand, continued practicing the soul-shaking fist. According to Elder Qin's explanation, even many experienced awakened ones cannot create a resonance effect with every punch. This requires entering a state of absolute focus, having full control over one's mental strength and physical body. But at this moment, every punch that Lu Ning throws creates a white flash. Moreover, this white flash started off faint, but gradually, the white light became denser and richer. And with each punch Lu Ning threw, the sound of thunder became louder and louder. With each thunderous sound, the hearts of Qin Feng and the other 3 trembled. When it was time to get off work, there was a pile of egg liquid on the ground, and Wang Chuan and the others looked at Lu Ning with extremely resentful eyes. Lu Ning was somewhat confused. What's wrong? Nothing. In the following days, the mornings were spent reading historical events, and the afternoons either practicing strength control or practicing ability use. Lu Ning had been practicing the soul-shaking fist. Now, every time Lu Ning threw a punch, the white light was thick and intense. Qin Feng and the others had already become numb. Lin Xiao and Colin, hearing that Lu Ning had learned the soul-shaking fist, specially ran to the basement to see. Then, they started questioning life, and eventually, they became numb. A few days later, Qin Feng, possibly thinking that the morning cultural lessons might need something else, so that Wang Chuan and the others wouldn't fall asleep, spoke up in the morning. Today, let's learn something different. Wang Chuan, who was already lying down ready to sleep, curiously looked over. Something different? Lu Ning was also a bit curious. Over the past few days, he had read through the historical events book and felt that he had a rough understanding of the Mist Era. He also wanted to learn something new. Originally, he had been thinking whether to borrow a few books to read on his own. Xin Feng smiled and said, "Today, we will talk about some special artifacts. These artifacts are called soul artifacts." Soul artifacts? Lu Ning and the others all looked at Xin Feng with curiosity. Xin Feng smiled and said, "Soul artifacts are special objects that emit mental radiation. Some are man-made, and some are discovered in the mist, and the uses of soul artifacts are varied. Some can enhance one's own strength, some can change one's appearance, and some can detect whether the other person is lying, etc. Isn't this just like the equipment in games?" Wang Qiwen was a bit surprised. There's such a thing? If we equip these soul artifacts, can we become very strong? Xin Feng chuckled. According to what you said, it does resemble game equipment a bit. However, soul artifacts are not only rare but also cannot be used indefinitely. We divide soul artifacts into 4 levels based on their power and function: low risk, medium risk, high risk, and extreme risk levels. As I mentioned earlier, soul artifacts emit mental radiation, so they naturally also pollute the mind. Low-risk soul artifacts have weak mental radiation, and they can be used in limited amounts. As long as the number of uses is controlled, there won't be too much danger. However, from medium-risk soul artifacts onwards, it's different. The mental radiation of medium-risk soul artifacts is already considerable, and there will also be some side effects during use. These side effects may not be very severe, but in battle, even minor side effects could cost you your life. High-risk soul artifacts have even stronger mental radiation than being in the mist itself. If a low-level awakened one uses them, they might suffer from mutations. Moreover, the side effects of using these soul artifacts are quite large. Of course, correspondingly, the power of high-risk soul artifacts is immense, and they can even destroy a base city. As for extreme-risk soul artifacts, I don't know much about them. I'm not sure if such soul artifacts even exist in the entire Federation. What I can confirm is that using an extreme-risk soul artifact might directly kill even high-level awakened ones, and its power is probably enough to destroy the world. Xin Feng smiled and said, "Our Mist Affairs Bureau also has soul artifacts. But they are all low-risk soul devices. Under normal circumstances, these soul devices are carefully stored and only used when encountering difficult tasks." Wang Qiwen looked disappointed. "I thought they were like equipment, but I didn't expect the side effects to be this bad." Xiao Yuelin, however, thought of something and looked at Lu Ning, saying, "If they're just low-risk soul devices, does that mean Lu Ning can use them continuously? After all, he doesn't have to worry about mental radiation, right?" Xin Feng, Wang Qiwen, and Wei Xian were all stunned, then stared at Lu Ning with wide eyes. Xin Feng mumbled, "It seems like he really can?" Wang Qiwen's eyes turned green with envy. "Damn, why is Lu Ning so lucky? Is it really that good to have zero mental pollution?" Wei Xian looked a bit surprised. Lu Ning is already quite skilled at using the soul-shaking fist, right? If we add a low-risk soul device, along with his immortality ability, how strong would he be? Lu Ning also looked at Xin Feng with curiosity. "So, can I use it?" Xin Feng frowned, thought for a moment, then said, "I'll report to Lin Xiao that kid later. When it's time for the afternoon break, you can go talk to him." Lu Ning nodded, "Okay." Wang Qiwen and the others looked at him with envy. The rest of the time, Xin Feng introduced several interesting low-risk soul devices. After the introduction, Xin Feng also spoke about some of the mutation characteristics, and the morning passed quickly. During the lunch break, Lu Ning and the others returned to the activity room on the 3rd floor. Lin Xiao and Colin were already inside. When the 4 of them entered, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and said, "Old Qin just called me. He said your mental pollution level has always been 0, so you might be able to use some low-risk soul devices." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others immediately perked up their ears. Lu Ning nodded. "Yes, that's what Old Qin said. So, can I use them?" Lin Xiao smiled. "Actually, we already discussed this with Director Wang and the others when we were at headquarters. Although you're very special, soul devices are assets of the Mist Affairs Bureau and can't be directly given to just anyone. However, if you perform well in a task and accumulate merits, we can grant you the authority to exchange for them. You could exchange low-risk soul devices from the Bureau." Hearing this, Lu Ning smiled slightly. "I understand." The next few days, Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen continued to participate in training as planned. The morning cultural lessons became much richer, such as introducing awakening abilities, introducing cults, and some of the evil gods they had learned about. There were also cases involving mutations caused by disease and other incidents. In the afternoons, aside from mental training and strength control exercises, Xin Feng also invited a veteran to teach them how to use firearms. At first, Wang Qiwen was a bit disdainful. "I'm a water controller, why do I need to use firearms?" Xin Feng glanced at him and grinned sarcastically. "Can your water shield block bullets now? Even if it can, how many shots can it block? Heavy firearms can even threaten mid-tier awakeners. You're just a rookie at 1st tier, and you dare to look down on firearms?" Wang Qiwen's face turned red with anger, but he didn't retort. The basement had a dedicated shooting range, specifically for practicing shooting. The veteran taught them how to use firearms, dismantle them, assemble them, and maintain them. No matter the task, Lu Ning completed them perfectly on the first try, just like when he learned mental refining techniques and the soul-shaking fist. When the veteran saw Lu Ning touch a gun for the first time and hit 10 rings from 100 meters away, his eyes looked as if he was staring at a monster. When he saw Lu Ning close his eyes and assemble a firearm in 3 seconds, the veteran looked at Lu Ning as though he was looking at a god. As for Wang Qiwen and the others, they had already grown accustomed to Lu Ning's performance. Qin Feng often comforted Wang Qiwen and the others. Lu Ning is special, there's no need to compare with him. As for Lu Ning himself, he actually thought these things weren't difficult, and learning them was very easy. The whole training lasted for about 20 days. Aside from the soul-shaking fist, where Wang Qiwen and the others still showed no progress, they could already refine their spirit using the spiritual tempering method, and their combat abilities also improved in the later training. As for firearm usage, awakened ones have stronger mental powers, so learning it wasn't slow at all. Although not as fast as Lu Ning, they still mastered it completely in a few days. That morning, Lu Ning and his group arrived at the basement, and Qin Feng spoke. The regular backup training is almost done by now. I've taught you all that I can, and from here on, it's the final training assessment. As long as you pass, you'll become official members. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen immediately rubbed his hands, feeling a bit impatient, and asked, "What's the assessment?" Xiao Yulin was a bit worried. "Old Qin, will it be very difficult?" Qin Feng smiled. Hee, don't worry, it's not hard at all. Considering that you're all still rookies, this assessment is to have you help the Public Security Bureau handle a gang leader. As soon as Wei Xian heard the task, he became serious. He asked, "Is this gang leader an awakened one? Or has he already mutated?" Qin Feng shook his head. Neither, according to the information, he's just an ordinary person. Ha? An ordinary person? Do we really need to take action? What is the Public Security Bureau doing? Wang Qiwen said with a disappointed look. Wei Xian immediately glared at Wang Qiwen and scolded, "Wang Qiwen, how can you talk like that?" Wang Qiwen saw Wei Xian was angry, pouted, and didn't say anything further. Qin Feng chuckled. Although this gang leader is just an ordinary person, he has a lot of skilled people under him, and he's privately hiding some military weapons. In a direct confrontation, the 4 of you, as first-level awakened ones, may not necessarily win. Hearing that there were quite a few military weapons, Wang Qiwen immediately stopped complaining. After a few days of shooting training, Wang Qiwen had also come to understand the power of firearms. But if you're careful, use your awakening abilities, and take down a gang leader, it shouldn't be too difficult. How about it? Do you have confidence? If not, you can go home and forget about this job. After all, the dangers you'll face in the future will be much greater than now. How could we fail? Wang Qiwen immediately said. Zhou Yulin took a deep breath and said firmly, "I'll participate in the mission." Wei Xian also said, "Me too." Lu Ning just nodded slightly without speaking. Alright, since that's the case, the mission is set. In the evening, Colin will take you to communicate with the Public Security Bureau. For now, do some mental preparation. After all, gunfire is blind, and although you're all awakened ones, you're still very weak, so death is still a possibility. Qin Feng put his hands behind his back, returned to his rocking chair, and started reading his magazine again. Lu Ning moved to the side to continue training, and soon the rhythmic booming sound of the soul-shaking fist began to ring out. The rest of them, Wei Xian and the others, looked at each other, then began to train on their own. Even Wang Qiwen was no exception. Time passed, and soon it was 6 in the evening. Lu Ning and his group had dinner with Colin and Lin Xiao. After dinner, Colin stood up, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. "Alright, let's go." Before leaving, Lin Xiao looked at them seriously and said, "Be sure to pay attention to safety during the mission. Don't be reckless, and if your life is in danger, retreat immediately. After all, life only comes once. Oh, Lu Ning, you're the exception. If it really gets tough, you can stay behind. Is that okay?" Lu Ning nodded, "Sure." Lin Xiao grinned, "I knew you'd be reliable. If you do well, you'll get a bigger reward." Got it? Wang Qiwen and the others didn't say anything. As the mission approached, they all felt the pressure. Colin led the 4 of them out of the division and into the parking lot. His ride was an off-road vehicle, wild like a beast compared to Lin Xiao's sports car. The car's interior was spacious. Zhou Yuelin sat in the front passenger seat, while the 3 men, Lu Ning and the others, squeezed into the back. Colin started the engine. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, he smiled and said, "Xiaolin, you're the first girl to sit in my passenger seat." Hearing this, Zhou Yuelin became nervous and stammered, Then, should I take a cab?" Colin quickly reassured her, No, I'm not complaining. I was just making a casual remark. You all seem tense. Actually, there's no need to be too nervous. I've seen your shooting training, and it's quite good. Plus, as awakeners, even without your special abilities, your physical fitness surpasses ordinary people. This time, you won't be engaging in a head-on fight. For an awakener, assassinating an ordinary person isn't difficult. Just perform as usual and be cautious, and there won't be any problems. Wei Xian, being a former sheriff, was relatively calm. He nodded and said, "Understood. Thank you, Vice Captain." Colin's words eased their tension a little. Soon, they arrived at their destination. It was an ordinary residential building. Colin knocked on the door. Lu Ning soon heard footsteps inside. The steps stopped at the door, and after a few seconds, the door opened. A middle-aged man with a square face appeared. He smiled and greeted, "Vice Captain Colin, you're here." Wei Xian was a bit surprised. "Officer Bowen? I didn't expect it to be you." Bowen looked at Wei Xian and smiled. "Wei Xian, you're now a celebrity in our security bureau, joining the Mist Bureau's action team. You've really made us proud. Keep up the good work." Wei Xian immediately stood upright and saluted. "Yes. I will not let you down." Colin smiled. "Let's talk inside." Bowen quickly nodded. "Please, come in." They entered the room one after another. After stepping inside, Lu Ning scanned the surroundings and found the room dimly lit. Only a faint light illuminated the living room. A scruffy young man stood by the window, peeking through the curtain gap to observe outside. On the living room sofa, there were 2 men and 2 women. Fast food boxes, half-eaten, were scattered on the coffee table. The officers on the sofa stood up, looking curiously at Colin and his team. The young man by the window glanced at them but quickly returned to his watch. After brief introductions and small talk, Bowen invited them to sit. Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled politely. "Senior Security Officer Bowen, please brief my team on the mission details." "No problem." Bowen nodded, his expression turning serious. "The target this time is Gao Tianlin, the top leader of the Peach Heart Gang, a major underground syndicate in Bay City. The gang is involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, organ smuggling, and loan sharking. Due to Gao Tianlin's cautious nature, the gang's operations have grown in the shadows for quite some time, causing significant harm to the city. We spent a lot of time and effort, with many sacrifices, to gather evidence and finally locate Gao Tianlin's residence and track his movements." Bowen took a sip of water and continued, "According to our investigation, Gao Tianlin takes his security very seriously. When he goes out, he is always accompanied by 6 or more subordinates, all armed. They may carry not only basic pistols but also more advanced firearms. His residence is even more heavily guarded. To avoid alerting them, we dare not investigate deeply. We are not entirely sure of the situation, but our initial estimate suggests there are at least 15 subordinates, and there may be sniper rifles among their weapons." "Sniper rifles? Are you kidding? How are we supposed to do this mission?" Wang Chuan's face changed. Wang Chuan's abrupt interruption made Bowen and the others look over. Colin smiled apologetically. "Sorry, my teammate is on his first mission and is still a bit inexperienced." Wang Chuan also realized his rudeness. He shut his mouth and said no more. Bowen smiled. I understand. Colin smiled. "I need to confirm, there are no awakened or mutants among them, correct?" "We can confirm that, there definitely aren't any." Colin nodded. "Then let's hear your plan." Chapter 17, The Plan. Bowen cleared his throat and began. "Gao Tianlin's residence is located at the deepest part of the villa district across from us. Behind his villa is a small mountain. We suspect that there is an escape tunnel inside his villa that leads directly to the mountain." Bowen took out a map and spread it on the coffee table. It was a topographic map of the entire villa district, with one villa at the deepest part circled in red. He pointed at the villa, then at the mountain behind it. "Our plan is this: the operation will take place at 3 a.m., when Gao Tianlin should be asleep. Your team will act as vanguards, infiltrating the villa from various directions to execute the beheading plan. Considering that Gao Tianlin's subordinates guard both the inside and outside of the villa, infiltration will be extremely difficult. If the infiltration fails, our team will provide fire support for you and can also act as decoys to distract the enemy, ensuring you get inside to complete the beheading mission. Additionally, since there may be an escape tunnel, I suggest stationing 2 people near the mountain. This way, we can form an inescapable net and completely surround Gao Tianlin." Upon hearing this, Wei Xian immediately said, "But Officer Bowen, if they have so many men and such strong firepower, if any of us are exposed, you acting as decoys will be in great danger. How about we do it instead? We are stronger. You awakened are far more valuable than us. It's better for us to handle the dangerous work. Besides, the beheading mission requires vanguard-level skills, and you are more suited for that." A strong, brown-haired young man, who had been silent, spoke up. Bowen nodded. "Nick's words reflect my thoughts as well." Wei Xian still looked unconvinced. He turned to Colin. Colin smiled slightly. I only brought you here. I'm not in charge of this mission. This is your training assessment, so it's up to the four of you to decide. You can discuss among yourselves. Hearing this, Wei Xian turned to look at Lu Ning and the others. What do you guys think? Wang Qiwen glanced at the officers and then spoke. For a beheading operation, you usually need vanguard level skills, right? I think their plan is reasonable. Wei Xian frowned. But if we get exposed, then they'll be in too much danger. Wang Qiwen immediately retorted. Wei Xian, do you think we won't be in danger? No one knows what's inside Gao Tianlin's residence. We are the ones infiltrating, we are in greater danger than they are. Wei Xian opened his mouth but fell silent. Zhou Yuelin glanced at Wei Xian, who was still hesitating, and whispered, I think Wang is right. Bowen nodded. These two team members are correct, Wei Xian. Your mission is even more critical than ours. At this moment, Lu Ning spoke up. How about you guys just stay around the villa and keep watch? Let the four of us handle this mission. Bowen and the other officers were momentarily stunned. Nick frowned and said, What do you mean? I mean, you just need to prevent anyone from escaping, we just need to go in. Team member Lu Ning, I may not have made myself clear earlier. The enemy's firepower is fierce. If no one distracts them, once you fail to infiltrate, you could be surrounded with no chance of survival. Lu Ning nodded, I understand. Their firepower is strong, so you guys stay outside to avoid sacrifices. Nick immediately stood up in displeasure, do you look down on us? Although we are not awakened ones, and don't have your special abilities, we're still willing to contribute to the safety of the base city. The other law enforcement officers also looked at Lu Ning with displeased expressions. Bowen frowned, about to speak, but Colin smiled and stopped him. He looked at Lu Ning and asked, Lu Ning, what do you think? If anyone gets discovered, I will draw the fire. The others can continue infiltrating. Wang Qiwen was somewhat unwilling and said, Lu Ning, you're our strongest. If you don't infiltrate, our strength will be significantly reduced. Wei Xian spoke up, I think it's fine. After all, Gao Tianlin is just an ordinary person. Aren't we awakened ones afraid of an ordinary person? Wang Qiwen, you're not that scared, are you? Wang Qiwen then remembered that Gao Tianlin was just an ordinary person. He wasn't worried anymore and laughed, what's there to be scared of? Alright, let's do it like this. Zhou Yuelin also agreed, I have no objections either. Then it's settled, Lu Ning said. Hey, are you guys really going to act like this? Nick looked at Lu Ning in disbelief. Are you crazy? The firepower outside Gao Tianlin's residence is very strong. You're going to draw the fire by yourself? Aren't you afraid of dying? Not afraid, Lu Ning replied. Nick and the others? Another young woman also spoke, team member Lu Ning, don't worry about us. Although we are ordinary people, we are not cowards. Bowen looked at Colin, Deputy Captain Colin, what do you think? Colin spoke, Lu Ning's situation is special. This is their mission, so let's follow their plan. Nick and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Colin, as if thinking Colin was sending his team to their death. At that moment, the young man who had been standing by the window observing spoke, Officer, Gao Tianlin's car is back. Bowen fell silent for a moment, then looked deeply at Colin and the others, saying, Are we sure we're going with this plan? Lu Ning nodded, yes. Bowen and the other law enforcement officers exchanged glances and fell silent. Their task was to assist, to cooperate with the action team to complete the mission, so it was only natural that they would follow Lu Ning's plan. There's still some time before we start. Let's discuss the details again to avoid missing anything, Bowen said with some helplessness. The next few hours were spent discussing the details of the plan. Lu Ning and his team, along with Bowen and the other law enforcement officers, went over everything carefully. The final result was that Lu Ning's team would infiltrate from the four directions of the villa, with the routes already planned. If anyone was exposed, they would fire warning shots, and Lu Ning would immediately rush to support, using himself as bait to draw the enemy's attention. The remaining infiltrators would continue their covert actions. Considering they were not familiar with the interior of the villa, the infiltrators had a heavy task. As for the law enforcement officers, they would set up a perimeter around the villa. If Gao Tianlin tried to escape amidst the chaos, they would shoot to kill. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 3 a.m. The sky was filled with clouds, and the villa area across from the residential building was very dark and quiet. The young law enforcement officer who had been observing behind the curtain saw 2 women enter the villa area during this time, but Gao Tianlin had not left. It's time. I wish you all good luck with your mission, Colin said, adjusting his glasses and smiling at them. Lu Ning nodded slightly, stood up, and Wang Qiwen, along with the other 3 and Nick, as well as a few peacekeepers, also stood up. Everyone's expressions became serious. Let's go. The group left the house and closed the door. In the dimly lit room, only Berwin, Colin, and a young peacekeeper who was still observing remained. Berwin looked at the closed door with some worry. Is this task too difficult for them? So many heavily armed criminals are not easy to deal with. Colin smiled gently. In recent years, the transformation incidents have become more frequent, and the fog has appeared more often. The members of the action team must be more elite and powerful. If they can't complete such tasks, how will they survive the future ones? Berwin looked at Colin and smiled helplessly. I heard that this month, in Zone 7, it is just you and Captain Lin holding down the fort. Thank you for your hard work. Colin smiled slightly. This is our responsibility. We, the Fog Bureau Action Team, are the guardians of Base City in the face of transformation, aren't we? Chapter 18, Encirclement. The group quickly arrived at the entrance of the villa area across the street. There were 8 people in total, 4 from Lu Ning and 4 peacekeepers. The security at the villa area was quite strict, but Lu Ning and his group had already obtained a visitor's permit from one of the households, so they entered smoothly. The entire villa area was large, with low residential density and high greenery, and the winding paths among the trees seemed to be located in a forest park. This made Wang Chuan curl his lips. Those rich people really have it nice. Base City is so expensive, yet they managed to build such a large villa area. How many people can live here? Meanwhile, outside, there are countless people who don't even have a place to stay. The peacekeepers fell silent. Unlike the Fog Bureau Action Team, which consisted of awakened individuals of high status, the peacekeepers were ordinary people. One misstep could cost them their jobs. Naturally, those who could live in such a place were either rich or noble. Wei Xian said, "Alright, let's keep it down, the task is important. Besides, if someone overhears, it won't be good." Wang Chuan pouted, unconcerned. At this time, who could possibly overhear? He hadn't finished speaking when he fell silent. 2 figures approached from the front along the road. As they drew closer, Lu Ning saw that they were 2 women. Both women were exquisitely made up, strikingly beautiful. Seeing Lu Ning and his group, they showed a hint of surprise, took a few more glances, and then cautiously walked past them. Nick's eyes followed the 2 beauties, and after they turned the corner and were out of sight, he confidently remarked, "I bet those 2 are definitely some rich guy's lovers." The young man, who had been silent, also showed envy. Being rich is great. The woman beside them said irritably, "Aren't you guys supposed to be peacekeepers? Can't you have some noble ideals? What's wrong with being from the peacekeepers? We're not saints, don't we get to have normal thoughts? Who doesn't want a good life?" Wang Chuan retorted. Nick and the other young man nodded in agreement. Wei Xian once again mediated, "Let's move on, we don't need to stir up trouble." Finally, they stopped talking. As they approached their target location, Nick and his 3 team members split from Lu Ning's group. They would hide in the forest paths around the villa to prevent anyone from escaping. The rest of Lu Ning's group walked quietly, their footsteps clearly audible in the darkness. When they turned a corner, they quickly saw their target villa. This villa was the highest in the area, 4 stories tall, covering a large area and featuring a small garden, all surrounded by walls. Lu Ning peered through a crack in the wall in the dim light and could see shadows moving in the small garden. They immediately crouched down and exchanged glances. Wei Xian took a deep breath and said, "Shall we act according to the plan?" Wang Chuan nodded, "Don't hold us back, and don't get caught." Qiu Yuelin's nervous body slightly trembled, and she could barely speak. Wei Xian saw Qiu Yuelin's expression and said, "Shaolin, why don't you wait for us outside? Just think of it as a task with the Security Bureau." Wang Chuan frowned slightly but did not argue, coldly stating, "I have no objections. After all, Shaolin is only 17, still so young." Qiu Yuelin firmly shook her head, took a deep breath, and said, "No, I want to do the task. I am also a member of the action team." Seeing Qiu Yuelin say this, Wei Xian did not continue to persuade her. "Let's move." The 4 separated and approached the villa estate from the forest. Lu Ning's footsteps were light, and his movements swift, quickly reaching the base of the wall. He crouched slightly, peering through the gap in the wall, confirmed no one was around, then pushed himself up and smoothly climbed over the more than 2-meter-high wall, silently landing on the grass in the garden. Then he quickly hid behind a rocky fake mountain. Just as he hid behind the rock, 2 men in suits walked out from the corner, patrolling along the path while laughing and talking. "I heard the boss has gotten some good stuff recently." "What good stuff?" "I don't know, they say it's the kind that feels really good, better than any before." "Really? Can I try some?" "What are you dreaming about?" "They say this stuff is very expensive and hard to get, the boss just got a little bit, and he definitely plans to sell it for a good price, so let's not think about it." "Sigh, what a pity." They soon disappeared from Lu Ning's sight. Lu Ning's gaze swept over and finally landed on a balcony on the 2nd floor. He dashed out from behind the rocky fake mountain, took a couple of steps, leaped up, and directly soared over 3 meters high, using his hands to push against the railing of the balcony and flipping over. The whole process was smooth and silent. Just as he was about to open the balcony door and step inside, he suddenly heard the sound of a gunshot from the opposite side. Then came the noisy shouts. This was the signal, someone had been discovered. Lu Ning was stunned for a moment, then directly took out two handguns from his holster, jumping back from the second-floor balcony to the first floor. Holding two guns, he strode towards the direction of the gunfire. At that moment, dense gunfire and what sounded like screams came from that direction. Lu Ning's bold movement quickly caught the attention of other guards rushing over. The suited guards paused when they saw Lu Ning in a trench coat, immediately raising their guns at him while shouting, "Who are you?" In response to the sparks from the bullets kept flashing behind him. From time to time, he changed direction, adjusted his position, while his twin guns continued firing in motion. Bang! 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 With every gunshot, one guard fell to the ground, each shot hitting their forehead. This terrifying accuracy in the dodging movements made the guard's eyes widen in fear. Is he human or a ghost? Why is his speed so fast? A tall, burly man shouted loudly. A tall, thin man beside him yelled into his earpiece, requesting backup. We urgently need backup. However, the tall, thin man's shouting quickly stopped. A blood hole appeared in the middle of his forehead, his eyes wide with unwillingness and fear, his body swaying as he fell to the ground. The burly man screamed, stumbling backward, his hand shaking even as he held his gun. The 4 or 5 guards who were still alive also retreated, their eyes looking at Lu Ning as if they were looking at a monster. At that moment, a dull gunshot echoed. Lu Ning quickly dodged to the side, avoiding a critical spot, but his left arm was still splattered with blood, the bones shattered, and a blood hole appeared on his forearm, piercing through from front to back. It was a sniper rifle. Chapter 19, They are too weak. He's injured. Suppress his fire. The surrounding guards were overjoyed and immediately opened fire. Lu Ning dodged the shots, his gaze sweeping over the villa's rooftop. The sniper rifle had been fired from there. But the sniper was a master, having taken the shot and immediately hidden away, Lu Ning couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack. He then raised both guns and continued firing. With each gunshot, a life was taken. The guard who was shot and fell to the ground had his eyes wide open, filled with confusion. The remaining guards stared wide-eyed. Someone screamed with trembling voice, "What's going on? Wasn't he injured just now? A monster." A guard turned and fled. However, as soon as he took a step, he was shot dead by a single bullet. Lu Ning used his injured left hand, the wound on his arm already healed, the skin smooth, only the blood on his clothes showing that he had been injured here. At this moment, Lu Ning did not look up, but directly raised his arm and pulled the trigger towards a balcony on the 4th floor. Bang! A dull sound came from the balcony, and the sniper, who had just moved, had a blood hole in his forehead, his eyes still filled with confusion. He couldn't understand how Lu Ning had found him. Care is dead. A scream came from the guards, and the other guards, in fear, fired at Lu Ning while retreating. Not long after, the spot where Lu Ning was standing was left with nothing but corpses. He glanced at the bodies and found there were about 10, more than the information had said. However, Lu Ning didn't show any emotional reaction to this. In fact, even when he shot and killed humans for the first time, he felt no adverse reaction. It had been a month since he came out of the mist, and Lu Ning's thoughts were more active than before, but his heart was still numb. Without any obstacles, he continued running toward the direction of the distant gunfire. Soon, Lu Ning turned a corner and saw a group of guards firing at a fake mountain in the distance. Bullets hit the fake mountain rocks, creating sparks that were especially dazzling in the dim light. At that moment, a water shield appeared, and Wang Chuan peeked from behind the shield, shooting continuously. Wang Chuan's shooting wasn't as good as Lu Ning's, and after several shots, he only hit one guard. Meanwhile, the water shield was being hit repeatedly, and it began to fluctuate violently. Seeing this, Wang Chuan quickly retreated back into the fake mountain. Lu Ning keenly noticed that Wang Chuan's face was much paler than before. He raised his hand, gripping the submachine gun he had just picked up from a corpse, and fired a burst. With each shot, a guard fell. The sudden change caught the guards who had been suppressing the fake mountain off guard. They screamed in panic. He turned his head to look at Lu Ning. Reinforcements? Where are the other guards? Damn it, where did all the guards over there go? Get him! A tall, muscular black man roared repeatedly, holding a submachine gun, about to shoot Lu Ning. In the next moment, a blood hole appeared in his forehead. This area was much better than the open lawn without cover earlier. There were many trees and artificial rocks around. Lu Ning took cover, occasionally counterattacking. In just a few breaths, all 10 or so guards on the scene had fallen to the ground. During this time, some guards tried to escape, but they were shot dead by Lu Ning after only running a few steps. The air grew quiet as Lu Ning walked out from behind a large tree, heading towards the artificial rock where Wang Chuan was hiding. At this moment, Wang Chuan's voice came through, "Be careful of the sniper." Lu Ning showed no reaction, continuing to walk carelessly. Before long, he reached the artificial rock where Wang Chuan was hiding. Lu Ning noticed Wang Chuan was leaning against the rock, with a gunshot wound on his left shoulder, blood flowing, and his face a little pale. Wang Chuan angrily shouted, "I told you to be careful of the sniper. How come you're still so careless?" Lu Ning spoke, "He's already dead." "Dead?" Wang Chuan paused, then breathed a sigh of relief. He cursed and said, "That bastard was too sneaky. Thankfully, I used the water shield to block the bullet in time, or I might have been dead." Lu Ning glanced at his shoulder and asked, "How were you spotted?" Wang Chuan's face turned ugly, and he cursed, "Damn it, a guard pissed in the bushes where I was hiding, and I couldn't hold back, so I killed him." Lu Ning nodded, "Oh. Wang Chuan, that's your reaction? It's really not my fault, I didn't expect to be this unlucky. I didn't blame you." Wang Chuan opened his mouth, his pale face turning slightly red from embarrassment and anger. He stopped talking about the topic and looked at the many dead bodies not far away, with a hint of shock in his eyes. "I didn't expect your shooting ability to be so strong. In such a short time, all these guards were killed." Lu Ning calmly shook his head, "They were too weak, they couldn't even dodge bullets. If we had known they were this weak, we should have just killed them all directly." Wang Chuan, surprised face? He silently changed the topic, "Let's not talk about this. It seems like all the guards outside are dead. Should we go in now? I wonder how the two of them are doing." Lu Ning glanced at Wang Chuan's wound, "Are you okay like this? Maybe you should wait outside." Wang Chuan immediately became unhappy, "Don't underestimate me. What's this little injury? I used the water shield earlier, the bullet didn't hit my bone." Seeing that Wang Chuan insisted on coming along, Lu Ning nodded, "All right." He led the way forward, and Wang Chuan got up, holding a handgun, following behind Lu Ning, vigilantly looking around, especially at the villa building, afraid a sniper might appear. But soon, Wang Chuan realized something was wrong. He looked strangely at Lu Ning. "Wait. You plan to go through the front door?" Lu Ning turned his head to look at him. "What else?" Wang Chuan opened his mouth. "Bro, we're here to assassinate, right? But we've already killed the guards outside, so the people inside should know about us by now, right? It's better to just walk in boldly, attract attention." Wang Chuan fell silent and said in a low voice, "Can I wait outside now?" "Yeah, you can." Wang Chuan chuckled awkwardly, "Just kidding, just kidding." Lu Ning led Wang Chuan to the front door of the villa, and with a strong kick, he struck the metal security door. Bang! The security door shook but didn't open. Wang Chuan said, "It's probably the few guards who escaped earlier that locked the door." Lu Ning nodded, then kicked again. This time, the kick emitted a white flash, and the collision sound was even stronger than before. The metal door was directly bent inward, then swayed open. At that moment, both of them saw around 10 guards at the door, all pointing their guns at them. As the door was kicked open, a furious roar rang out, "Fire!" Wang Chuan's face turned pale. Damn it! He quickly used all his strength to create a water shield, blocking both himself and Lu Ning at the same time. The bullets hit the water shield, and in just an instant, the shield violently shook. "Quick, retreat!" Wang Chuan yelled angrily, then dodged to the side. Lu Ning also immediately dodged to the side. As soon as the two moved, the water shield shattered, and bullets fell on the steps in front of the villa's gate, sparking a shower of sparks. In the instant when the enemy's bullets stopped, Lu Ning leaned out, both hands spraying fire with a submachine gun. In just a moment, 4 bodyguards fell to the ground, each shot in the forehead. The remaining bodyguards stared wide-eyed in shock, and once again pulled the triggers, their firepower once more suppressing them. However, Lu Ning had already dodged back to the side of the door. The bullets were ineffective. But this time, the bodyguards didn't dare stop firing, afraid of another attack from Lu Ning. But bullets were limited, and after continuously firing, the firepower quickly weakened. At the moment when the firepower weakened, Lu Ning leaned out again. Apart from Lu Ning, Wang Chuan also leaned out. But unlike Lu Ning, he used a water shield to block in front of him. The two fired simultaneously, and before long, all the bodyguards at the door turned into corpses. Chapter 20, The Dead on the 4th Floor. Wang Chuan looked at the bodies scattered all over the floor, his expression still shaken. He yelled at Lu Ning, "Lu Ning, you almost got us both killed just now. I told you not to go through the front door." Lu Ning gave him a confused look, "I won't die, and I already told you to wait outside." Wang Chuan's originally pale face flushed red, angrily saying, "If I follow you again next time, I'll be a dog." Lu Ning, oh. Wang Chuan was so furious he kept taking deep breaths and stopped talking. Lu Ning had already started to examine the interior of the villa. Inside the door was a large living room. On either side were 2 staircases leading to the 2nd floor, with corridors beside them. Lu Ning walked over to take a look, noticing that there were room doors on both sides of the corridor. He opened each room door, but found no one inside. Lu Ning climbed the stairs to the second floor, and Wang Qiwen silently followed him. Lu Ning turned to look at Wang Qiwen, and Wang Qiwen also looked at him. The two stared at each other, with their eyes locked. After a brief silence, Wang Qiwen stiffly said, "I'm a wounded soldier now, so it doesn't count." "Oh." Lu Ning nodded, then continued searching the second floor corridor with Wang Qiwen. After checking several rooms, Lu Ning found most of them empty. But soon, in one of the rooms, they saw a woman lying on the floor, probably a maid based on her clothes. She had no visible injuries. Lu Ning checked and found that she was still alive. Wang Qiwen spoke up, "It must have been Wei Xian or Xiao Lin who knocked her out." Lu Ning nodded, "MHM. Then Wang Qiwen thought of something and spoke, "Since she's a maid in the villa, she should know where Gao Tianlin's room is, right?" Lu Ning nodded, then slapped the maid's face. He gradually increased the force, and the maid's originally beautiful face started to swell and turn red, yet she still didn't wake up. Wang Qiwen couldn't watch any longer, his face darkening as he said, "Let me do it." He summoned a water sphere, which directly landed on the maid's face. The maid's eyelids trembled slightly, slowly opening her eyes. When she saw Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen, her eyes widened in horror. She was about to scream, but Wang Qiwen harshly spoke, "If you scream, we'll kill you." The maid's voice got stuck in her throat, her eyes turning red, as if she was about to cry. Wang Qiwen asked, "Who knocked you out?" The maid trembled and replied, It was a strange man, wearing the same coat as you." Wang Qiwen turned to Lu Ning, "It looks like it's Wei Xian. Did he ask you any questions?" The maid's face changed, and with a hint of fear, she said, He asked me, where is Gao Tianlin? Did you answer?" No, I really didn't answer." The maid seemed to have encountered something terrifying, screaming as she hugged her head and kept repeating no. Lu Ning was a bit confused, "Why are you so scared?" "We're not bad people." "I don't know anything, really, I don't know anything." The maid's spirit seemed to be in chaos, and she didn't answer Lu Ning's question but just repeated this sentence. Wang Qiwen frowned at this scene, her spirit has been severely stimulated. If this continues, she might develop a mental disorder. Lu Ning slapped the maid on the neck, and she immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. Wang Qiwen was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of realization, she must have been knocked out by Wei Xian for the same reason. Lu Ning nodded and stood up. Wang Qiwen curiously asked, "What exactly did Gao Tianlin do? Why is this maid so scared?" "Just mentioning his room, and she's already scared to the point of almost losing her mind." "I don't know. Once we find him, you can ask him." Lu Ning stepped out of the room. Then they continued searching through the rooms on the second floor. Soon, they found a few more maids, all of them unconscious. Wang Qiwen woke them up with water, and both of them asked for Gao Tianlin's room's location, but none of them were willing to tell. Their mental state even became extremely unstable. After knocking out the last maid, Lu Ning stood up, "Let's go to the third floor." Wang Qiwen glanced at the maid lying on the ground, clicked his tongue, Gao Tianlin really knows how to enjoy, these maids are all more beautiful than the last. While Wang Qiwen was speaking, Lu Ning had already left the room. At this moment, a violent gunshot suddenly rang from upstairs. Wang Qiwen's face changed, did they find Gao Tianlin? Or did they get discovered while infiltrating? Lu Ning's body had already rushed out, running towards the stairs to the third floor. Wang Qiwen followed closely behind. After running up to the third floor, 2 stray bullets flew over Lu Ning's head. He took a glance and saw 4 guards on one side of the corridor, holding submachine guns, spraying bullets in the direction of a room. The next moment, one of the guards was thrown out of the room, and the inertia directly knocked down the 2 guards at the door. Then gunshots sounded from the room, and one guard was hit, blood splattering from his body as he fell to the ground. The other guards quickly dodged. At this moment, several gunshots rang out, and the guards' bodies shook simultaneously, a bloody hole appearing in the center of their brows. They had a dazed expression on their faces as they slowly fell to the ground. Lu Ning put away his 2 guns and walked over. Just as he reached the door of the room, he heard gunshots. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the shot. "It's me." "Ah!" A surprised cry came from inside the room. She quickly said, "Lu Ning, is that you?" Sorry, I thought it was those guards." "It's okay, come out." Xiao Yuelin quickly came out, still holding a handgun. She wasn't injured, but her expression was pale and scared, her steps a bit shaky as she walked. She looked at the bodies on the ground and let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "You scared me, I thought I was going to die. I was already planning to write my will on my phone." Lu Ning asked, "Did you see Wei Xian?" Xiao Yuelin shook her head, "No, but Wei Xian should have infiltrated faster than me, he's probably already on the 4th floor." Lu Ning nodded slightly. The 4th floor was the top floor of the villa. They hadn't found Gao Tianlin's room all the way, so his room should be on the 4th floor. Have we checked the entire 3rd floor? Yes, Zhou Yuelin nodded, there's nothing found. Then let's go up. Lu Ning took the lead and walked toward the stairs. Zhou Yuelin and Wang Qiwen followed behind. Zhou Yuelin noticed the injury on Wang Qiwen's shoulder. The expression slightly changed, and with a bit of worry, she said, Brother Wang, are you hurt? Was it you who got spotted earlier? Are you okay? Wang Qiwen, being pointed out by Zhou Yuelin for getting caught, looked a bit embarrassed and angry, his face slightly flushed as he said, I'm fine. Oh, wait, Brother Wang, I'll stand in front to protect you. Zhou Yuelin smiled and said. As she said that, she excitedly bent her arm, I realized I'm really strong now. Just now, such a big guard, I actually threw him so far with one hand. No need, I'm not useless. Wang Qiwen said harshly, I still have the water control ability. Oh. The three of them quickly arrived at the 4th floor. As they walked down the hallway, Lu Ning saw Wei Xian standing at an open door, his expression very unpleasant. Chapter 21, Beastification. Seeing Wei Xian's appearance, Wang Qiwen, a bit uncertain, whispered, Hey, Wei Xian, are you okay? Wei Xian snapped back to his senses and looked at Lu Ning and the others. You guys come over and take a look. Wang Qiwen and Zhou Yuelin exchanged a puzzled glance, while Lu Ning directly walked over. Wang Qiwen and Zhou Yuelin quickly followed when they saw Lu Ning walking over. Upon seeing the scene in the room, Wang Qiwen's eyes widened in shock, damn. Zhou Yuelin showed an expression of disgust and fear. Even though Lu Ning had become numb inside, he couldn't help but frown. In the room, there were more than 10 beautiful women, all completely naked, lying in various positions all over the room. At this moment, their faces were twisted in expressions that looked like a mixture of pain and pleasure. But their wide-open eyes had already lost all life. Besides that, the room was filled with an overwhelmingly obscene smell. Did they all die? How did they die? Wang Qiwen looked at the bodies of several women, staring a bit longer. Wei Xian shook his head, I don't know, I just arrived and found this scene. It's disgusting that Gao Tianlin is such a freak. Zhou Yuelin exclaimed angrily. Lu Ning's expression remained calm as his gaze swept through the room. He noticed wisps of white mist in the room. Although the white mist was thin, it still lingered. The mental radiation here is very high, he said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others' expressions changed slightly. Wang Qiwen then seemed to think of something, looking at Lu Ning with confusion, how do you know? The other two reacted as well. Yeah, Brother Lu Ning, normally, mental radiation should be detected using instruments, right? Lu Ning glanced at the three of them and said, I can see it. The three exchanged bewildered looks. Wei Xian, a bit astonished, asked, how can you see it? Can you see mental radiation with your eyes? Lu Ning nodded, yes, recently, after listening to Elder Qin's explanation, I found I can see more intense mental radiation, and I can also sense the signs of impending mutations in humans. However, there are still some things that need verification. The three of them looked completely confused. Lu Ning, can you please be normal? Sometimes, you really scare me, Wang Qiwen said, his mouth twitching. Wei Xian and Zhou Yuelin also nodded in agreement. Sometimes, I even suspect that you're some sort of evil god's servant or something, Wei Xian said honestly. Lu Ning immediately retorted, I'm just an ordinary person. The three of them had black lines on their faces. Wang Qiwen mocked, come on. Which ordinary person is like you? Wei Xian shook his head, forget about it, Lu Ning. Since you can see the high mental radiation here, what exactly caused it? Was it the mutated ones? Or something emitting mental radiation? Lu Ning looked at Wei Xian in confusion, I'm just an ordinary person, not a god. How could I know the specific source of the radiation? Wei Xian's face immediately turned red, and his breathing quickened. He silently changed the topic, let's leave the room as it is for now. When the Public Security Bureau arrives, they'll handle it. Let's not forget our mission. Wang Qiwen nodded, this is probably not the place where Gao Tianlin lives, but the villa belongs to him. The situation here is definitely related to him. He should live nearby. The four of them looked towards the other room doors in the corridor. All the room doors were tightly shut. Lu Ning stepped forward and kicked open the nearest room door. The room was empty. The four of them checked every direction in the room but found no secret passages. So, they continued to kick open the other rooms and searched. When they kicked open one of the rooms, Wei Xian immediately said, this should be the one. Wang Qiwen and Zhou Yuelin both nodded. Because the decoration and size of this room were at a different level compared to the other rooms, it was clearly the master's room. But at this moment, the room was also empty. He ran? Wang Qiwen frowned. Lu Ning thoughtfully looked at one of the bookshelves, it's here. How do you know? Wang Qiwen was a bit confused. The mental radiation here is the same as the one in that room earlier. Wei Xian immediately stepped forward, his hands turning into rocks, and he punched heavily at the bookshelf. The solid wood bookshelf shattered, revealing a hidden passage inside. Indeed, a secret passage. Wei Xian and the others' eyes lit up. Chase him. Wei Xian led the way, followed by Lu Ning, and then Xiu Yulin. Wang Qiwen, because of his injury, stayed behind. The passage was very narrow, only allowing single-file movement, with stairs leading downwards. After walking down the stairs for a while, they arrived at a small tunnel that was only 1.5 meters high. Wei Xian glanced at the height of the stairs, then at the tunnel walls, and said, "We should be underground now." Then, he bent down and continued along the tunnel, with Lu Ning and the others following closely behind. After walking for several hundred meters, they saw the end of the tunnel. As they got closer to the end, gunshots rang out. Shouting and roaring sounds followed. Wei Xian's expression changed slightly. "It's the security bureau people, they've trapped Gao Tianlin. Let's hurry." He quickly moved forward, climbing the stairs at the tunnel's end. At the top of the stairs was a disguised rock. As they emerged from behind the rock, they saw flashes of gunfire in the forest. Behind a few trees only a dozen meters away, 4 people were exchanging gunfire with the security officers on the other side of the forest. One of the 4 held a machine gun, spraying bullets at the enemy, forcing them to hide without daring to show themselves. The other 3 were also armed with submachine guns, standing in defensive positions. One of them was being protected by the 3 others. He wore a dark black velvet bathrobe, with some gray at his temples. His appearance was very handsome, and his demeanor was gentle and refined. It was Gao Tianlin. At that moment, a muffled grunt came from the opposite side. The tall, burly man with the machine gun sneered, "Dare to block me? Seeking death." The man being protected in the center, Gao Tianlin, kept watching the tunnel exit behind him. When he saw the movement of the rock, he calmly said, "Someone's coming out of the secret passage. Shoot." Hearing this, the man with the machine gun immediately turned his gun around, preparing to indiscriminately spray bullets. However, a gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in the center of the man's forehead. The man fell backward, and the machine gun's bullets flew into the sky. The other 3 stared wide-eyed, not expecting such accurate attacks from the enemy. Just as Lu Ning was about to shoot at the other 3 men, one of the men with a submachine gun let out a low shout. His body grew black fur, transforming into a black ape over 2.5 meters tall. The black ape blocked its vital points with both hands, standing in front of Gao Tianlin. A spray of blood splashed from the black ape's arm, but it didn't cause serious injury. The black ape roared, its left arm covering its eyes as it swung its arms, charging toward Lu Ning and the others. Beastification awakened? Well done. Wei Xian shouted loudly and used his petrification ability to advance and attack. Xiu Yulin also activated her strength ability, looked around, and then picked up a basketball-sized rock from the side, throwing it at the black ape. The black ape let out a low growl, swung his right hand, and sent the rock flying, but at this moment, Wei Xian had already gotten close to the black ape. His petrified fist slammed hard into the black ape's abdomen, but because Wei Xian hadn't mastered the soul tremor fist yet, there was no white light on his fist. The black ape extended his left hand and grabbed towards Wei Xian's fist. Just as he lowered his arm, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and the black ape's left eye exploded into a cloud of blood. He howled in pain, instinctively covering his eyes with both hands. Wei Xian's fist also landed directly on the black ape's abdomen without obstruction. With a dull thud, the black ape staggered backward a few steps, and the painful sound grew louder. Chapter 22, Praise My God. Seeing that the black ape had been severely wounded so quickly, Gao Tianlin's face finally showed a look of fear. "You're not from the Security Bureau? You are from the Mist Handling Bureau's action team?" Another guard was already showing signs of a mental breakdown. He roared angrily, raised his submachine gun, and was about to attack again. However, with the sound of a gunshot, a blood hole appeared in the middle of his forehead. Lu Ning's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke calmly, "Gao Tianlin, your case has been exposed. Surrender and await judgment." Gao Tianlin sneered, without hesitation, directly raising the gun in his hand. Bang! Gao Tianlin's eyes widened, a blood hole appeared in his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. The remaining black ape roared loudly, but was struck on the head twice by Xiu Yulin with a giant stone, making him dizzy. His body was repeatedly struck by Wei Xian's stone fist, and blood constantly poured from his mouth. Wang Qiwen also shot a few water arrows from his injured body, leaving wounds on the black ape's massive form. In just a short while, the black ape fell to the ground, lifeless. With its death, the black ape's beastification ability vanished, and it reverted to its human form, though its clothes were in tatters. Wang Qiwen glanced at the several corpses on the ground, curled his lips, and said, "This mission wasn't so hard, huh?" Wei Xian looked at Wang Qiwen and said with a hint of displeasure, "You still have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for Lu Ning, you'd probably have been dead by the time you were discovered. Wang Qiwen's face turned pale and then flushed, but he couldn't rebut. Xiao Yulin looked at Lu Ning, her big eyes filled with admiration. Lu Ning, you're amazing. You just used a gun to take down so many people. Wei Xian also nodded, his eyes filled with respect as he looked at Lu Ning. He said, buddy, not to mention anything else, this time, it was all thanks to you. I'll remember this favor. Lu Ning didn't answer their questions. His eyes were still fixed on Gao Tianlin's body lying on the ground. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the dead Gao Tianlin's body began to emit white mist, which quickly spread, and within the mist, a constantly changing human face appeared. The face was extremely beautiful, sometimes pouting, sometimes smiling, sometimes seductive, with expressions changing constantly. Noticing Lu Ning's gaze, the three of them were somewhat confused. Lu Ning, why are you staring at Gao Tianlin's body? Xiao Yulin asked. There is a human face inside his body, Lu Ning replied truthfully. The three of them were stunned, then widened their eyes, slowly backing away from Gao Tianlin with an eerie feeling. In the next moment, the flesh and blood of Gao Tianlin's corpse seemed to melt like wax. This melting wax-like body was then sculpted again, like a sculptor reworking it. In just a few breaths, it had turned into a tall, stunningly beautiful human figure. This was pure beauty, so much so that one couldn't tell whether it was male or female. Gao Tianlin slowly opened his eyes, a red gleam flashing in his gaze. He pressed his hands against the ground, standing straight up, a hint of a charming smile on his face. Xiao Yuelin and the other two were momentarily lost in a trance at the sight of Gao Tianlin's stunning appearance. Regardless of gender, it seemed everyone was drawn to his charm. Only Lu Ning remained unfazed, and he cleared his throat, waking up Xiao Yuelin and the others. The three of them instantly looked at Gao Tianlin in fear, their eyes filled with apprehension. Is this Gao Tianlin? Wei Xian's face was serious. Lu Ning nodded, he must have mutated. Mutated? You call this a mutation? A mutation is turning into a monster, right? This is clearly plastic surgery, damn it. Wang Qiwen stared at Gao Tianlin's flawless face, his tone filled with bitterness. Xiao Yuelin occasionally glanced at Gao Tianlin, and her face even showed signs of shyness. Gao Tianlin didn't care about the expressions of the four, he seemed reborn, taking a deep breath with a look of ecstasy on his face. Then his expression turned a little more fervent, praise my God, praise the messenger of God. He clenched his fists, and his handsome, stunning face twisted into a fierce smile. Yet even with a fierce smile, he remained captivating. The next moment, he looked at Lu Ning and smiled, by the way, I still want to thank you. I could never make up my mind to start a new life. Thanks for giving me a push. As a reward, do you want to try the feeling of ecstasy? Gao Tianlin's smile was filled with temptation, as if whispering sweetly in one's ear, I can let you die in ecstasy, this is a special gift for you. I don't like androgynous people, thank you, Lu Ning replied without hesitation. Gao Tianlin's expression froze, a hint of confusion crossing his face, seemingly unable to understand why Lu Ning wasn't attracted to his charm. But soon, he didn't care, smiling, you really don't understand the beauty of this body. But fine, since you don't deserve it. At this point, Gao Tianlin smiled slightly, and the next moment, his figure turned into a blur as he charged toward Lu Ning at lightning speed. Lu Ning's expression remained unchanged as he shot with two guns. Bang bang bang. Lu Ning's shooting accuracy was exceptionally high, but Gao Tianlin's mutated body moved too quickly, dodging all the bullets through sheer speed. However, to evade the bullets, he had to continuously shift and change direction, unable to get closer to Lu Ning. He ran in circles around Lu Ning while laughing loudly, ha, useless. Useless. I admit your marksmanship is terrifying, but how many bullets do you have in your handgun? Once your bullets run out, that's when I tear you apart. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a splash of blood blossomed on Gao Tianlin's shoulder. His smile vanished instantly, and he retreated repeatedly. He glanced at the gunshot wound on his shoulder, confusion flashing in his eyes as he looked at Lu Ning. How is this possible? I should have dodged that. How could I be hit? Lu Ning explained, I thought the bullet's trajectory was too simple and easy to see, so I made the bullet curve. Gao Tianlin, question mark. Wei Xian and the others, question mark. Gao Tianlin wore an expression as if he was being joked with, a bullet can curve? Are you kidding? Or do you have psychokinetic abilities? Wei Xian and the others looked at Lu Ning, their eyes filled with confusion. They knew Lu Ning's ability was immortality, not psychokinesis. Lu Ning calmly explained, the principle is simple, as long as you attach mental energy to the bullet, a slight control at a critical moment will do, it's quite easy. Gao Tianlin's expression twisted, are you messing with me? You look like a first-stage awakener, how could you attach mental energy to an object? Especially a high-speed bullet? Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, looking at Gao Tianlin, can't you do it? Gao Tianlin's expression twisted, his face flushing red, breathing a bit faster. Lu Ning turned to Wei Xian and the others, you can't do it either? The three were filled with confusion. Zhou Yuelin had a face of existential doubt. Can we really do such a thing? Lu Ning was somewhat confused, muttering, this should be very simple. Why can't you do it? Wang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, damn it, do you know you're a freak? Do you think everyone is like you, a freak? Lu Ning immediately retorted, I am a normal human. Get lost. This time, even Wei Xian couldn't hold back, swearing angrily. Gao Tianlin, seeing that the four were actually starting to chat, became even more furious at their disregard. You're looking for death. You don't think you can deal with me like this, do you? Today is the day you die. He uttered a strange, non-human whisper towards the four, charm. As soon as Gao Tianlin finished speaking, Zhou Yulin and the others froze, their gazes toward him becoming filled with a hint of frenzy. At this moment, Lu Ning swiftly moved and knocked all three of them unconscious. Seeing this, Gao Tianlin's smile froze again. Chapter 23, Sacrifice. You're not affected by the charm? Gao Tianlin stared at Lu Ning with a serious expression. Lu Ning glanced at Gao Tianlin's face and said again, I'm not interested in someone who's neither male nor female. Gao Tianlin's expression gradually twisted into a grimace, and he slowly said, I will tear you apart. In the next moment, his skin began to squirm, his body grew larger, and bone spurs grew all over his skin and face, making him look hideous, completely losing the beauty he once had. Gao Tianlin clenched his fist, a look of disgust appearing in his eyes. I didn't plan on using this ability, after all, it's too ugly. But, you're making me feel even more disgusted. Saying that, his figure turned into a blur as he suddenly charged at Lu Ning. Lu Ning raised his gun and fired, but all the bullets hit Gao Tianlin's skin, only creating shallow blood pits. Lu Ning tried to shoot at Gao Tianlin's eyes, but he easily dodged it. Gao Tianlin's speed had nearly doubled compared to before, and in an instant, he was right in front of Lu Ning. His huge palm reached out to grab Lu Ning's head. Lu Ning sidestepped, but Gao Tianlin's sharp claws scratched across his face, and blood began to flow. Gao Tianlin missed, and without missing a beat, he swiped his palm down. Lu Ning's left shoulder immediately tore apart, and a great force surged through him, making his bones crack. Gao Tianlin was far stronger than Lu Ning in terms of physical power. Yet, even with his left shoulder torn, Lu Ning's expression remained unchanged. As Gao Tianlin attacked, Lu Ning had already raised his gun, aiming at Gao Tianlin's eyes. At such a close range, Gao Tianlin had no choice but to give up on landing a final fatal blow on Lu Ning and instead raised his hand to block his eyes. Bang! The bullet hit Gao Tianlin's palm, creating a blood pit, but it was just a flesh wound. Gao Tianlin grinned maliciously, now you can only hold the gun with one hand, so the threat to me is much smaller. However, in the next moment, to Gao Tianlin's disbelief, Lu Ning's left hand raised, and the bullet was fired. Bang! Gao Tianlin's left eye immediately burst with blood. He screamed in pain, covering his eye and retreating repeatedly. As Gao Tianlin retreated, Lu Ning had already aimed his guns at him again. Gao Tianlin, ignoring the intense pain in his eye, started running again, dodging Lu Ning's bullets. He glanced at Lu Ning's left shoulder, noticing that the shoulder, which had been broken, had completely healed back to normal. How is this possible? I clearly broke your shoulder just now. Gao Tianlin yelled in confusion, with fury in his remaining right eye. Lu Ning fired his guns again, calmly saying, I can heal. Gao Tianlin's face shifted slightly. Healing is your ability? Not shooting ability? Your shooting is so precise, and it's not from your ability? Shooting is pretty simple, isn't it? Gao Tianlin's twisted face twitched twice, and in the next moment, his thick legs pushed against the ground. The person lunged towards Lu Ning once again. However, just as Lu Ning fired, he kept retreating, blocking the bullets. After 2 shots, Lu Ning pulled the trigger again, but found there was no gunshot. He glanced and realized the bullets were used up. Before coming out of the tunnel, he had just loaded the gun, not expecting to use up the bullets so quickly. Gao Tianlin saw this and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Out of bullets? Die. Just as Gao Tianlin was about to charge at Lu Ning, gunshots rang out from behind a tree not far away. Bullets hit Gao Tianlin, causing blood splashes, but they didn't penetrate his body. It was still just flesh wounds. Gao Tianlin angrily turned his head, and Lu Ning also looked over. It was 3 law enforcement officers. Except for Nick, the other 3 were there, with one female officer's left hand covered in blood, her right hand holding a gun, shooting at Gao Tianlin continuously. Gao Tianlin coldly said, You're looking for death. His eyes glowed red, and he uttered a voice that didn't sound human, charm. Before his charm words were finished, he suddenly felt a strong airwave coming from his side. He hurriedly turned his head, only to see Lu Ning's calm expression, his fist already close to Gao Tianlin. The dense white light on the fist flickered, and the air around it surged, blowing Gao Tianlin's hair. A look of terror appeared on Gao Tianlin's face. He had no time to dodge and could only reach out with both hands to grab Lu Ning's fist, trying to block the punch. However, the moment his palms met Lu Ning's fist, the sound of bones breaking echoed. The immense force shattered Gao Tianlin's arm bones, and he screamed in pain, getting knocked away, crashing heavily to the ground. Before Gao Tianlin could rise, Lu Ning had already reached him, his left foot glowing with white light, heavily stomping on Gao Tianlin's chest. Bang! The ground made a muffled sound, Gao Tianlin's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open, full of unwillingness and confusion as he looked at Lu Ning. You? Before he could finish his words, his eyes lost all light. Lu Ning calmly looked at Gao Tianlin's body, which had returned to its handsome appearance. However, there was no more white mist inside him. Only then did Lu Ning look up. He looked at the three law enforcement officers not far away, whose faces still held a trace of fear. When Gao Tianlin had looked at them earlier, intending to use his charm words, they had already felt their consciousness slipping away. Fortunately, Lu Ning had killed Gao Tianlin in time. Lu Ning asked, "Are you okay?" The three law enforcement officers snapped back to reality. They looked at the handsome Gao Tianlin on the ground, then at Lu Ning, their eyes full of reverence. "We're fine, thank you, Officer Lu Ning, otherwise we might have died," the male officer Lin Fei said, somewhat with lingering fear. Lu Ning shook his head. "You had the courage to attack in such a situation, that's already very brave. We are law enforcement officers. It's what we should do." The female officer, Peng Qianqian, who had spoken earlier, said seriously. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Peng Qianqian looked at the handsome corpse on the ground and the previous beast-turned awakened person's body. "I didn't expect Gao Tianlin to have awakened allies, and that he himself had mutated." Lu Ning calmly said, "Before Gao Tianlin mutated, he was probably involved with cult members. This is no longer within your jurisdiction. The Mist Affairs Bureau will take over." Peng Qianqian opened her mouth, then silently nodded. Lu Ning looked at the three of them and then asked, "Where's Nick?" The three of them's faces suddenly changed. Peng Qianqian said seriously, "Officer Nick was unfortunately shot in the abdomen by a machine gun while trying to stop Gao Tianlin's group from escaping. He has already sacrificed." Lu Ning fell silent upon hearing this, and said, "He was quite a good person." Lin Fei grinned and said, "Although it's not as dangerous as your Mist Bureau, the Public Security Bureau also has sacrifices. Since we've become law enforcement officers, we've already made mental preparations. I'm sure Nick wouldn't regret it either." Lu Ning asked, "What about his family?" Peng Qianqian softly said, "We will notify his family. His compensation is enough to ensure that his parents, wife, and children won't go hungry or suffer. Team member Lu Ning, don't worry." Lu Ning stopped asking. At this moment, a muffled groan was heard. Lin Fei and the others immediately tensed up, raising their guns towards the direction of the sound. When they saw Wei Xian and the others gradually waking up, they breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their guns. Chapter 24, The Happy Kingdom. Wei Xian opened his eyes, saw the bodies on the ground, and looked confused. "It's over?" Lu Ning nodded. "Yeah." Wang Qiwen twitched his mouth and touched his still sore neck. "Lu Ning, you were too ruthless. If you weren't charmed, I wouldn't have hit you." Wang Qiwen's face turned red, and he didn't speak anymore. Zhou Yulin glanced nervously at Gao Tianlin. "This guy is really scary. After the mutation, he shouldn't be a first level anymore, right?" "I don't know." Lu Ning shook his head. Then he suddenly frowned, staring at Gao Tianlin's body. Seeing Lu Ning's expression, everyone's heart sank. Hey, don't tell me he's still not dead." Wang Qiwen's face turned ugly. Lu Ning shook his head. "He's already dead, but..." Lu Ning thought for a moment, then stepped forward to open the pocket of Gao Tianlin's nightgown and pulled out something. It was several broken pieces of pink incense. The incense emitted a faint human-like scent, very subtle, but Wang Qiwen, Lin Fei, and the others at a distance could smell it. They looked at the incense with wary eyes. "What is this?" "It feels like after smelling it, I suddenly have some unpleasant thoughts in my mind." Wang Qiwen frowned. Wei Xian nodded. "It's similar to Gao Tianlin's charm ability earlier, but it seems a little different." Lu Ning looked at the incense. In his view, it emitted a faint white mist, even denser than before at the villa. The spiritual radiation concentration on this incense is quite high. It should be some sort of special item, like a soul artifact. Lu Ning said. Wei Xian suddenly thought of something and said, "Could this be the source of the spiritual radiation left by Gao Tianlin at the villa?" "It's possible. From what Gao Tianlin said earlier, his mutation seems to be connected to a cult. I wonder if this has anything to do with that cult." Wang Qiwen also spoke up. Lu Ning put the incense away. "Let's give it to Vice Captain Colin later." "Okay." Wei Xian and the others had no objections. At that moment, three figures emerged from the forest, and Colin's voice rang out, "What's something you need to give me?" Lu Ning and the others turned around and saw Colin, Bowen, and the young law enforcement officer who had been on guard approaching.
Captain Colin. How did you come here? Xiao Yulin's eyes brightened. Colin adjusted his glasses and said gently, we came from behind you.
If you couldn't handle it, we'd be in charge of cleaning up.
Colin looked at Lu Ning with a complicated expression. Your performance is much better than I expected.
In such a dangerous situation, you showed no fear, acted decisively, and stayed clear-headed.
Bowen beside him also couldn't stop praising. Yes, Lu Ning, your performance is really surprising.
Especially when the other 3 team members were charmed, you made a quick judgment and knocked them out.
It was truly decisive. Wei Xian and the others looked embarrassed.
Lu Ning looked at Colin and asked, earlier, when Nick was shot by the machine gun.
Can you save him?
Upon hearing this, Wei Xian and the others' faces slightly changed.
Wang Chuan stood frozen, a bit unable to believe it, and said, Nick was shot by a machine gun? No wonder he's not here. Wei Xian had a good impression of Nick. He quickly asked, how is he?
Lu Ning spoke, he's already dead.
Xiao Yulin covered her mouth, in disbelief.
Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian's faces turned very ugly.
Damn it, wasn't he just fine earlier? Wang Qiwen couldn't help but shout angrily, he was alive and kicking just now, and now he's dead? He suddenly thought of something and looked towards Colin, Vice Captain, didn't you say you were coming over earlier? Why didn't you save him? Colin's expression remained calm, there was no way to save him.
We were at the villa direction earlier. We only rushed over when we heard the gunshots here.
Our speed was similar to yours. By the time we arrived, Nick was already shot. Bovan also explained, yeah. Nick's sacrifice was a tragedy. Vice Captain Colin didn't want to leave him behind. Colin looked at Lu Ning and the others, and said calmly, the captain already said, our Fog Bureau's action team has a high death rate. This time it's Nick's turn. Next time, it could be Wang Qiwen, or even me. If you lose your mind because of a death, maybe you can choose to leave now.
Lu Ning shook his head, I just want to know if you could save him.
Wang Qiwen and the others remained silent. Bovan said seriously, I think, as Lin Fei said before, Nick probably won't regret it. As for his family, we will take good care of them. The atmosphere fell silent. Colin looked at Lu Ning and asked, earlier, you said you had something to give me?
Lu Ning took out several broken pink incense sticks and handed them to Colin.
Colin immediately sensed the abnormal psychic radiation on them and noticed the incense's oddness.
He took the incense, frowned, examined them, and then put them away. Once we get back, we'll have the headquarters inspection team check this.
Wang Qiwen reminded, when Gao Tianlin had his mutation earlier, the things he said seemed to be related to some evil god and cult organization. Colin nodded slightly, I heard that.
He thought for a moment, then said, as far as I know, the only cult organization that involves seduction abilities and similar mutations is the Happy Heaven, but...
Wei Xian and the others' faces suddenly changed, the Happy Heaven old Qin mentioned? Colin nodded, then looked at Bovan and the others, and said, these are confidential matters. Let's discuss them when we get back.
Lu Ning and the others nodded and didn't continue the topic. Wei Xian continued, Vice Captain, there are several female corpses in the villa, their deaths are strange.
They might be related to the incense left behind. Colin nodded, I will arrange for the inspection team to come over. Bovan said, we'll handle the aftermath. All right. Colin looked at Lu Ning and the others, smiling, you all did well on this mission. Though there were some shortcomings, it was better than I expected.
Only Wang Qiwen was injured.
Wang Qiwen's expression stiffened, and he muttered with a slight frown. All right, you've all worked hard today. Let me take you back so you can rest.
Wei Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I want to see Nick first.
We'll go see him too. Wang Qiwen quickly said. There were no objections from Bovan or Colin.
They walked towards the direction the officers had come from, and soon saw Nick's body lying on the ground. His body had been laid flat, with a gruesome wound on his abdomen. His eyes were closed, and his expression was peaceful. Lu Ning and the others calmly watched Nick for a while. The young man who had been full of life and laughter just moments ago was now lifeless. After a while, Colin took Lu Ning and the others away, leaving Bovan and the others behind.
Lin Fei curiously asked, Sir, what kind of cult organization is Happy Heaven they mentioned? Pang Chanqian and the others looked at Bowen with curiosity. Hearing this, Bowen immediately said seriously, what did you learn during your orientation training?
Seeing Bowen's anger, Pang Chanqian quickly stood up straight and said, about cults and evil gods, we should not listen, not be curious, and not investigate. Just hand everything over to the Mist Affairs Bureau. Bowen's expression eased a bit, and he spoke gently to the three, it's not that I don't want to say, but the spiritual erosion of cults and evil gods on humanity is too strong. If ordinary people understand, they can easily be dragged into an endless abyss. Colin didn't want to say much in front of us, actually to protect us.
Hearing this, Lin Fei felt a bit ashamed and said, "I'm sorry, Captain, I broke the rules." Bowen shook his head and replied, "It's human nature." Then he said seriously, "If you want to live longer, don't inquire too much about things related to the mist. That's not something ordinary people should consider." He looked at Nick on the ground, sighed softly, and said, "Let's go, send Nick home." The expressions of the other three also showed a hint of sadness. Chapter 25, Body Refinement Method. In Colin's SUV. Colin made several phone calls, notifying the Aftermath Department and inspection team of the Mist Affairs Bureau to handle the aftermath. Then, the atmosphere in the car fell silent. After a moment of silence, Wang Chuan expressed some dissatisfaction, saying, "What is the Intelligence Department of the Public Security Bureau doing? Gao Tianlin's subordinates number more than 20, and there's even a beastification awakener who is even connected to a cult. They didn't investigate any of this." Colin smiled slightly and calmly replied, "It seems that old Qin didn't teach you, don't fully trust the intelligence. Intelligence is not 100% accurate. When on a mission, even with sufficient intelligence, you need to act cautiously to live longer." At this point, Colin paused, glancing at Lu Ning through the rearview mirror. Lu Ning doesn't count. Wei Xian, who had been silent, spoke up, "The Public Security Bureau is full of ordinary people, it's hard for them to find awakened ones trying to hide." Wang Chuan stopped complaining and fell silent. Colin smiled and said, "Let's talk about something happy. This mission is a bit harder than the intel suggested, and you four did quite well, so your contributions will be higher. Our Mist Bureau always rewards based on merit. When we get back, I will report this action process, and headquarters will grant you rewards based on your contributions." Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. "What kind of rewards will there be?" "With your contribution, probably essence crystals. It could also be cash rewards or time off." Essence crystals were mentioned during a lesson by Qin Feng. They are energy crystals containing spiritual radiation, but unlike absorbing spiritual radiation directly from the outside world, the pollution level of the spiritual radiation in essence crystals is relatively low. Absorbing the spiritual radiation in essence crystals makes it easier to refine mental strength and boosts power faster. For awakeners, it's a precious resource for increasing their strength. Wang Chuan looked disappointed. "No soul weapons?" Colin said with annoyance, "Are you daydreaming? How precious are soul weapons? With this bit of contribution, you expect soul weapon rewards? But you can also choose to save your contributions for later. Once you've accumulated enough, you can directly apply for soul weapon rewards." "Oh." Colin continued, "However, my suggestion is that you apply for essence crystal rewards first. After all, this way, your efficiency in refining mental strength will improve a lot, and your power will increase faster. I won't hide this from you, in recent years, incidents of mutations in the base city have been increasing. Several team members died in our previous mission, and strength is the guarantee of survival." Zhou Yuelin immediately said, "Then I want to exchange for essence crystals." Wang Chuan and Wei Xian nodded in agreement. Wei Xian looked at Lu Ning. "What about you, Lu Ning?" Colin glanced at Lu Ning and said, "Lu Ning has the greatest merit this time, shooting and killing a large number of gang members with firearms, as well as killing the mutated Gao Tianlin, and discovering the special incense. The merit for applying for a soul weapon may not be enough this time, but if you do it once or twice more, you should be able to apply for a low-risk soul weapon. However, how to choose, it's up to you." Lu Ning thought for a moment. "I'll go for the soul crystal first." Colin nodded. "Alright, I'll report it." After that, Colin first sent Wang Chuan and the others home, and then took Lu Ning back to the 7th Division. Lin Xiao was waiting at the division entrance for the two of them. Seeing them coming, he smiled and walked over, patting Lu Ning's shoulder. "Good work, Colin has already reported the situation to me." "You did well." Lu Ning nodded. "MHM. You must be tired today, go rest. Tonight, Colin and I are on night duty." Lu Ning looked at the two of them in confusion. "Aren't you two always taking turns bringing people during night shifts?" Colin adjusted his glasses and calmly said, "Our strength is stronger than yours, and our energy is greater than yours. We could go without sleep for several nights. You are all newcomers, so you still need proper rest. If you don't rest well, mental pollution will worsen." At this point, Colin remembered that Lu Ning's mental pollution had always been 0%. Even after a month, and with the recent check just a couple of days ago, it was still 0%. He rolled his eyes and said, "Forget what I said, but it is your first mission, and you are tired, so go rest." Lu Ning nodded, not refusing. At that moment, Lin Xiao remembered something and said, "By the way, the salary will be paid tomorrow. You can look for a place to stay nearby." Lu Ning smiled, "Okay." Lin Xiao seriously patted Lu Ning's shoulder. "Don't forget the money you owe me." Colin also smiled, "And mine." Lu Ning's smile gradually faded. "Got it." During this time, Lu Ning had owed quite a bit of money. When his salary came, it would probably be at least half gone. Returning to the staff lounge on the 4th floor, Lu Ning washed up and then lay on the bed. He closed his eyes, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. His mind kept replaying the events that had happened earlier. A large number of gang members, gunfire exchanges, the strange deaths of those women, mutated Gao Tianlin, and the dead Nick. These scenes flashed in his mind, and once again, he truly felt that he had come to the foggy era of the year 2000. In this month, Lu Ning's thoughts had gradually recovered from the mode of giving up on thinking when walking through the fog. His brain was gradually regaining the ability to think. He recalled his previous battles. Although the immortality ability was powerful, it didn't help much with improving combat strength. Luckily, his marksmanship was decent. But when firearms lost their effect on the enemy, his weakness became apparent. His physical fitness was not very strong. Facing Gao Tianlin's close combat, just one round and his shoulder was torn apart. Fortunately, he also mastered the soul-shaking fist. Otherwise, the previous battle might not have gone well. If only his body were stronger. At this moment, Lu Ning thought of something. His body could continuously heal, so if he trained his body beyond its limits, could he strengthen it? For example, using a principle similar to the soul-shaking fist, utilizing spiritual power resonance to train the body? Lu Ning sat up from the bed and began to use his spiritual power to shake his body. Unlike the soul-shaking fist, this was not a resonance between spiritual power and physical strength, but a resonance with the body itself. Soon, Lu Ning's body began to feel sore and numb from the shaking, and after a few minutes, it started to sting. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Ning's internal organs and muscles began to show signs of tearing. Blood oozed from his pores and 7 orifices. Dyed him into a blood man. At this moment, Lu Ning finally stopped the mental shock. His body began to recover. After recovering, Lu Ning clenched his fist, and his eyes gradually brightened. He could feel that his strength had increased a little. Although it was not much, any improvement was good. As long as he continued to use mental shock to impact his body, when the body could no longer bear it, he would start to recover. With this cycle, his physical strength would become very strong. This method seemed unsuitable for other awakened ones to use. After all, other awakened ones could not recover from injuries like Lu Ning. Once the mental shock went wrong, the body would be directly damaged, leading to a loss greater than the gain. But for Lu Ning, there were no such concerns. He thought for a moment and named this method of using mental shock to refine the body refinement method. Chapter 26 Traditional Cuisine. The next day at 9 a.m. Lu Ning arrived at the 3rd floor activity room and found Xiu Yueling, Wang Chuan, and Wei Xian there. Colin and Lin Xiao seemed to have never gone back and were still in the activity room. Although they had been on duty all night, the two still looked energetic. Seeing Lu Ning come over, Wei Xian smiled and greeted, "Lu Ning, why are you so late?" Lu Ning replied, "I didn't sleep well last night." Wang Chuan chuckled, "You didn't have a nightmare, did you? You look fearless, I didn't expect you to be so timid." Lu Ning was about to speak when suddenly 2 streams of blood spurted from his ears, staining the floor red. This made Lin Xiao and the others widen their eyes. Lin Xiao frowned and worriedly said, "Lu Ning, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Lu Ning expressionlessly wiped the blood from his ears and shook his head, "No, I did it myself, it's nothing. I can recover." Colin suddenly understood and looked at Wang Chuan and the others, saying, "Look at Lu Ning, he is always exercising his abilities. You've been here since morning and haven't practiced at all." Wang Chuan cast a resentful glance at Lu Ning and complained, "Hey, we worked so hard last night, why can't we take a rest for a day?" Xiu Yueling nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao smoothed things over, saying, "Alright, Colin, Lu Ning is special, he doesn't have the issue of mental pollution. If the rest of you stay so tense, the risk of mutation will definitely increase." Colin thought for a moment, nodded, and said no more. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and then smiled, "Lu Ning, your salary has been credited to your account. Did you see it?" Lu Ning nodded, and soon noticed Lin Xiao and the others staring intently at him. "Give me the account number, I will transfer you the money back." Wei Xian grinned, "Salary day, do you want to play a few rounds?" Wang Chuan nodded, "I'm in." Xiu Yueling also nodded. They all looked at Lu Ning. Although they were just playing cards for fun with small amounts each time, Lu Ning, who played without thinking, ended up letting them each win at least 1,000 yuan from him over time. In Wei Xian's eyes, Lu Ning was a cash cow. Lin Xiao glared at the others and then said, "Lu Ning, now that you're getting a salary, do you have any plans to rent a place?" Lu Ning nodded, "Yes, I plan to go look." Lin Xiao grinned, "I guessed you might have this plan, so while I was on night duty yesterday and bored, I checked out the nearby rental listings and filtered 4 pretty good ones that I think you might like. What do you say, want to take a look?" Lu Ning was taken aback, then said to Lin Xiao, "Okay, thank you, Captain." Wang Chuan said speechlessly, "Captain, sometimes you really act like a mother." Colin pushed up his glasses and smiled slightly. Last time when the captain helped you during the night shift, you didn't say that. Ha ha, we are all members of the action team, the closest combat partners. As the captain, You have something going on, so of course, I will help without hesitation. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Saying this, he sent several housing options to Lu Ning's phone. Lu Ning clicked to take a look and soon picked out a single apartment. It was a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom layout, beautifully decorated and had never been lived in. It was less than a kilometer from the 7th Division, right next to a shopping mall and a food street. As for the price, perhaps because of its good location and quality renovation, the monthly rent was 4,000. This rent was even higher than another 2-bedroom apartment Lin Xiao had sent. However, Lu Ning did not hesitate. I plan to rent this one. Lin Xiao leaned over to take a look and then said with a smile, I guessed you would like this one, it has the best environment among all the listings nearby. If I were to live alone, I would choose this one too. Xiao Yuelin curiously came over to take a look. Upon seeing the rent, her face showed pain. Are you crazy? 4,000 a month? Is this house made of gold? You can rent a 3-bedroom elsewhere for that much. Can't you find something like that? Wang Qiwen, on the other hand, didn't mind and said, we are all official team members now, with a basic salary of 100,000 a month, 4,000 rent is nothing. Wei Xian also smiled and nodded. This time I actually agree with Wang Qiwen's statement. Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled. It's nice to enjoy sometimes, after all, the risks in the action team are high. If something unexpected happens, at least we won't regret not enjoying our time. Once this was said, the atmosphere turned a bit cold. Wang Qiwen and the others looked at Colin with a hint of resentment. Lin Xiao said with a smile, Colin is joking. However, everyone has different views, Xiaolin's thoughts are not wrong, and so are Lu Ning's. What matters most is to be happy. As he said this, Lin Xiao paused and smiled. Since we have no tasks today, why don't we accompany Lu Ning to rent the house? By the way, I will treat everyone to a meal later to celebrate the addition of 4 new team members to our 7th action team, considered a welcome ceremony. Xiao Yuelin immediately cheered, long live the captain. Ah, captain, this is what you said. I want to eat well, I want a big feast. Wang Qiwen rubbed his fists together. Even Wei Xian showed a smile. Colin also smiled, but then his expression gradually darkened. It's a pity Mumu can't come. Lin Xiao's smile also stiffened, and then it dimmed a bit. Lu Ning asked, how is she doing now? Lin Xiao sighed. Now, while her disease has stabilized, the mental pollution has not yet decreased to a safe range. In fact, the pollution level is no longer decreasing. Once a severe mental fluctuation occurs, it is likely to lead to complete mutation, which cannot be saved. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Xiao Yuelin spoke up, why don't we find a time to visit this senior? Lin Xiao and Colin were taken aback, looking at Xiao Yuelin. Xiao Yuelin, a bit nervous, said, what's wrong? Can't we go visit her? Colin smiled, of course we can. Let's wait a little while longer. Once Mumu's condition stabilizes more, we will go visit her together. Lin Xiao nodded, I think that's a good idea. But, when the time comes, Lu Ning, you won't cause Mumu's mutation again, right? Lu Ning replied calmly, I didn't know what happened last time. Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged glances and didn't continue with that topic. Alright, let's head out and take a look at the room Lu Ning chose. The group left the division and walked toward the rental location. The apartment complex was right next to the division, they just had to cross one road, and a few steps further was the main entrance of the complex. Lin Xiao had already called the real estate agent. A young male agent was waiting for them at the gate. Following the agent into the complex and looking at the room, even Xiao Yuelin, who had thought it was too expensive, didn't point out any flaws. All the furniture was brand new. The decoration style is also nice, and the room looks well maintained. The environment is indeed very good. In the end, Lu Ning directly chose to rent it, paying 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent. His just received salary now left him with less than 5,000. Fortunately, next month, Lu Ning's basic salary will be 100,000. For him alone in this era, it will be enough. After that, Lin Xiao mobilized a group of people to move Lu Ning's things over. After moving the personal items, Lin Xiao rolled up his sleeves and helped Lu Ning clean. After a busy morning, it finally came to an end. Lu Ning looked at the room with his personal items placed and couldn't help but feel a sense of stability in his heart. From now on, he truly stood firm in this era. After moving, Lin Xiao waved his hand, let's go, there's a very famous hot pot restaurant downstairs. This is a traditional Chinese food from before the fog era. It's high-end cuisine, let me take you all to enjoy it today. Lu Ning looked confused, hot pot? High-end cuisine? Hearing this, everyone paused and looked at Lu Ning. Then, Kiwawelin suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, didn't Lu Ning say he's from before the fog era? Have you ever eaten hot pot? Maybe once a week or so. Hiss. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xiao said enviously, "That's hot pot. You can eat it once a week? Were you a rich person before?" Lu Ning calmly replied, "Hot pot is a common food, almost every household in China would eat it." Common food? Wang Qiwen couldn't believe it. Then what is high-end food? "I'm not a rich person, how would I know?"
"But it should be something like Buddha jumps over the wall, clear soup with cabbage, or Manchuhan imperial feast." Lu Ning's gaze was distant.
Living before entering the fog era felt like something from a past life.
Lin Xiao and the others were stunned, listening in silence.
They looked at each other, and finally, Wei Xian spoke, "I've never heard of any of those things?" Kibble Wellen looked at Lu Ning with admiration. "I love to eat delicious food. I've specifically looked up the food before the fog era. I've heard of the legendary Buddha jumps over the wall, but I've never heard of the other two. Now, I truly believe Lu Ning is from before the fog era." Lin Xiao cleared his throat and felt a bit embarrassed. "So, are we not going for hot pot?"
"Let's go, I haven't had it in over 2,000 years. Lu Ning's gaze was incredibly firm. The people around him, Colin and others, were startled by Lu Ning's determination. They exchanged glances, and in the end, they decided to go for hot pot.
Chapter 27, The Scent of Corruption. After the hot pot meal, Lin Xiao and the others were satisfied. "So delicious, really delicious,"
Wei Xian said, rubbing his swollen belly as he leaned back in his chair.
Kibble Wellen nodded repeatedly, not wanting to speak anymore as she was full. Even Wang Qiwen didn't argue, "It really is good." Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and asked this authority figure, "How about it? Not bad, right?" Lu Ning's expression remained emotionless. "The base broth isn't that good, and there are too few types of seasonings. If this was before I entered the fog, this restaurant would definitely go out of business." Colin was somewhat skeptical. "So good, and it still wouldn't work in your time?" "It's not that good." Kibble Wellen was envious. "It seems like Lu Ning must have eaten much better hot pot in the past. I've never had it, I'm so jealous." Lin Xiao was more easygoing, laughing it off, "As long as it's decent."
Then he stood up. "I'll go pack a portion for Xiaoran and Old Qin. I saw there's takeout." After saying that, Lin Xiao left the private room. Wei Xian looked at the closed door and smiled. "The captain is really nice."
Lu Ning nodded as well. Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled gently. "He always says that the 7th Division is a big family.
In this chaotic world, we stick together for warmth. As the division captain, he's like our big brother."
Wang Qiwen muttered softly, "I think he's more like a mother." Everyone immediately laughed.
Lin Xiao finished packing, and everyone returned to the branch. When Lin Xiao placed the packed hot pot on Yuran's desk, Yuran jumped up with her cute round face beaming with a pleasing smile. "Captain is the best. Go find Old Qin and the others to eat together," Lin Xiao said with a smile.
Yuran nodded repeatedly and happily ran off to find the others.
Before long, Qin Feng and the others arrived as well. In the underground second floor of the branch, there were other retired team members responsible for guarding soul artifacts and other mental radiation items, but they couldn't leave, so only Qin Feng came. Besides Qin Feng, there was In, who was in charge of finances and payroll, a stunning blonde beauty. There was also a Dan, who handled miscellaneous tasks and looked like a very honest middle-aged man. In addition, there was an armed team consisting of 6 people. These were soldiers in silver-gray metallic protective suits that Lu Ning had seen before at headquarters. These soldiers were responsible for cooperating with the action team. The 7th Division had a total of 2 teams that took turns patrolling the branch. This time, the team that came was the one not on patrol. Lu Ning and the others stayed as well, chatting happily in the hall with everyone. The atmosphere in the entire branch was filled with joy under the aroma of hot pot.
Until everyone finished eating, Lu Ning and his group returned to the activity room.
Just after returning to the activity room, Lin Xiao received a phone call and left the activity room. When he returned to the activity room, his expression turned serious.
Colin was playing a fighting video game with Wei Xian, and seeing Lin Xiao's serious expression, he asked, "What's wrong?"
Lin Xiao spoke up. "The initial test results of the incense you sent back to headquarters yesterday have come out."
Hearing this, not just Colin but also Lu Ning and the others looked over. "What does it say?" Colin adjusted his glasses and asked.
Lin Xiao frowned. "The situation isn't good. The incense releases a scent that evokes humanity's most primal desires, and without strong willpower, one will become a slave to those desires." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen thought of something and his expression turned strange. "Those few women, did they die like that?"
Lin Xiao nodded. "According to the autopsy report, those women all died from excessive indulgence and exhaustion."
Everyone exchanged glances, and Xiao Yulin's face turned red with shame.
Colin calmly looked at everyone and then said, "Desire encompasses more than just sex."
Lin Xiao nodded, his expression serious. "What Colin said is correct. The desire to kill, the desire to eat. These are all among humanity's most instinct.
The entire base city will fall into chaos."
Wei Xian and the others listened to Colin and Lin Xiao's conversation, their faces gradually turning pale. All three of them had families, and their families were ordinary people. That's right, the headquarters has named this incense fallen incense and rated it as a medium danger hazardous material.
Medium danger hazardous material. Everyone gasped in shock.
Hazardous materials are similar to soul devices, items with spiritual radiation. When they reach the medium danger level, if not controlled, they could even destroy the entire base city. Once it reaches a high danger level, this type of hazardous material can destroy a base city in a very short time and may even radiate to nearby other base cities. If it reaches a special danger level, then this is a special hazardous material capable of triggering an apocalypse and leading to human extinction. All of this had been taught to them by Qin Feng.
This incense was produced by Heaven of Joy? Colin asked.
Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, after all, the abilities displayed by the incense are very similar to those recorded about Heaven of Joy.
Colin sneered. I guessed it must be related to Heaven of Joy yesterday. Is that the cult that worships the fallen angel?
Wei Xian recalled the information that Qin Feng had told them about the evil cult.
Yes, that's the cult organization.
The evil god they worship, fallen angel, possesses powers of corruption, and the essence of Heaven of Joy is, break the shackles and indulge human nature.
Lin Xiao nodded. Wang Qiwen asked curiously, so what exactly is the fallen angel? Colin frowned. Did old Qin not tell you?
The image and specific information of the evil god are classified. One cannot inquire below the level of saints.
Wei Xian said, old Qin mentioned it, but why can't we know? Colin looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes asking for answers.
Lin Xiao took a deep breath and slowly explained, once you inquire, it is easy to attract the evil god's attention and be led astray.
Hearing this, Wei Xian and the others looked bewildered. Wang Qiwen asked, somewhat confused, I just wanted to understand a bit, and the evil god would pay attention to me? That can't be true, right?
Lin Xiao looked at Wang Qiwen seriously. This has been evidenced by quite a few tragedies. It is absolutely true. Unless you reach the level of a saint, it is best not to understand the situation of the evil god.
Even saints should try to avoid knowledge of the evil god's information.
Lu Ning nodded. I can attest to this. Every time I tried to talk about the evil god's situation, I would die once. Originally, I didn't know why, but after listening to old Qin's lecture, I guessed it.
Lin Xiao was startled. Is that so?
Lu Ning nodded and spoke. The moon has many big eyes.
New. Because this fallen incense was obtained from Gao Tianlin, this is a clue.
The headquarters will arrange for the sheriff and the logistics team to assist us in investigating Gao Tianlin's situation.
Lin Xiao said, following the instructions from headquarters. Colin nodded slightly. In that case, it would be better to leave the early investigation work to the sheriff, right?
After all, they have more manpower. We just need to verify the clues.
I think so too. Lin Xiao nodded. Wang Qiwen spoke up. So, does that mean we don't need to do anything for now?
Lin Xiao smiled. You can take a break today. After all, we just went through a big battle yesterday. Starting tomorrow, only 2 team members will stay in the branch, and the others can go out and see if there are any discoveries. Although the early investigation is mainly handled by the sheriff and the professionals, we still need to show some effort. Lu Ning and the others nodded. After that, the few of them started playing cards in the activity room. Lu Ning played a few rounds, successfully lost a few $100, and then simply went to the basement to exercise his body. That night, Lu Ning did not stay in the staff lounge of the branch to sleep but returned to his rented room. Perhaps because it was his own rented place, Lu Ning slept even more soundly.
The next morning,
when Lu Ning arrived at the activity room, he found Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, and Xiao Yuelin all smiling brightly. Seeing Lu Ning come over, Lin Xiao greeted, Lu Ning, you're here.
The reward for this contribution has been distributed, and this one is for you.
Lin Xiao handed Lu Ning a black metal box. Inside are 20 soul crystals. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Wang Qiwen and the others' faces immediately disappeared.
Wang Qiwen's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Xiao, exclaiming, how many? 20? Wei Xian also looked shocked. Why is it so different?
I and Xiao Yuelin only got 5, and Wang Qiwen only got 4.
Colin said angrily, is this the same? Lu Ning's contribution is much greater than yours.
Lin Xiao explained, the headquarters reward system is very complete.
Rewards are based on contributions.
Not to mention anything else, just Lu Ning discovering the fallen incense is already a great contribution.
Hearing fallen incense, Wang Qiwen fell silent and said nothing more.
Seeing Lu Ning put away the box, Lin Xiao spoke, this is your first time receiving soul crystals.
Old Qin should have explained the usage before, right?
Xiao Yuelin nodded, yes, old Qin said that you just need to make contact with the soul crystals. Holding them in your hand is the most convenient, and then absorb the spiritual radiation from the soul crystals just like you would when exercising your spiritual power.
Since you know that, it's fine.
There's no risk in absorbing soul crystals.
You can take these back for your own use.
Today, I'll stay here with Lu Ning while you all go out and see if you can find any clues, Lin Xiao said with a smile.
Colin nodded and took Wang Chiwen and the others away.
The activity room was left with only Lu Ning and Lin Xiao.
Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and asked, "So, did you sleep well yesterday?" Lu Ning nodded, "Very good."
Lin Xiao smiled, "If there's nothing to do here, you can just enjoy yourself."
"I'll go watch a drama."
"Good." Lu Ning watched Lin Xiao leave, thought for a moment, sat down on the sofa in the activity room, and then opened the metal box.
The soul crystals were transparent crystals, the size of a baby's fist, and shaped like cubes.
Lu Ning took one out and then closed his eyes to sense the spiritual radiation from the soul crystal. Soon, Lu Ning felt a strong spiritual radiation, much stronger than the radiation from the outside world and even purer.
Lu Ning absorbed it smoothly, and his spiritual power quickly increased.
In this past month, Lu Ning's spiritual power had improved a lot, but he still did not feel the bottleneck that Qin Feng mentioned.
It seemed he was still far from the second stage.
2 hours later, the mental radiation emitted by the soul crystal in Lu Ning's hand was completely absorbed by him, and his mental strength improved as if he had been refining for a whole week. He opened his eyes, and the soul crystal in his hand turned to dust and dissipated. He picked up another soul crystal to refine.
More than an hour later, Lin Xiao walked into the activity room. "Lu Ning, it's time to eat, I ordered takeout."
Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes, "Okay." Lin Xiao glanced at the soul crystal in Lu Ning's hand and smiled, "You've already started refining?" The soul crystal has turned grayish-white, it seems like the mental radiation is almost absorbed. You're absorbing the energy of a whole soul crystal in just a few hours, the refining efficiency is really high.
Lu Ning glanced at Lin Xiao and said, "This is the second one."
"Huh?"
Lin Xiao was a bit confused, then he suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes wide open in disbelief. "The second one? You've already absorbed the first soul crystal completely?" Lu Ning nodded, "Mm." Lin Xiao's expression was shocked. "You started absorbing it when I left?"
"Yes."
"It's been just over 3 hours, and you're almost done with 2 soul crystals?"
Lin Xiao had a face full of doubt. "Your refining efficiency is incredible.
Even a third-tier awakener might not be able to refine this fast." He looked at Lu Ning with a bit more concern in his eyes. "Are you sure there's no problem with absorbing and refining like this? You won't have any mental issues, right? Maybe you should check the mental pollution level? Didn't we just test it 2 days ago? Besides, I don't feel anything unusual." "Alright, I'll let it go then."
Lin Xiao said with a hint of envy, "If I had your refining speed, I might already be at the 6th tier by now."
Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao. "You're at the 5th tier?"
Lin Xiao smiled, "Yeah, barely considered a mid-tier awakener. Our base city is not that big, and the mutation events we encounter aren't severe, so the Mist Bureau action team's strength isn't too strong. But with your speed, you might catch up to me soon if you don't hit too many bottlenecks."
Lu Ning nodded, saying no more. "Let's go, time to eat."
In the following days, the action team investigated different areas every day. Lu Ning was out investigating for 3 days out of the 4, sometimes with Lin Xiao, sometimes with Colin.
Considering Gao Tianlin was originally a gang leader, his source of corrupted incense might come from underground industries.
Therefore, most of the places they investigated were bars and casinos, places where fish and dragons were mixed. Although these places were full of dirt, they found no clues. Whenever they were on duty or off work, Lu Ning would use the soul crystal to refine his mental power. Finally, after more than 10 days, Lu Ning felt a bottleneck. But this bottleneck was very fragile. Lu Ning absorbed the mental radiation of the last soul crystal, and after only half a day of refining, he broke through the bottleneck. When Lu Ning reached the 2nd tier, his mental power surged several times. Originally, Lu Ning's mental power was the size of a bowl of water, but now it was the size of a bucket. In addition, Lu Ning had been using the body refinement method to train his body whenever he had free time. After more than 10 days, he had already made some initial progress. Lu Ning felt that his strength, speed, and other aspects had nearly doubled compared to when he fought with Gao Tianlin.
Chapter 29, Mass Madness. Late that night. In the 7th Division activity room.
Lu Ning, Colin, and Lin Xiao were playing a game of landlord. Today, Lu Ning and Colin were supposed to be on duty, but Lin Xiao stayed here to play since he had nothing to do after returning home.
"Should we fight for the landlord?"
"Yes."
"No. I don't want to be with Lu Ning." Lu Ning said flatly, "Maybe I'll win this time?" He.
Both Colin and Lin Xiao laughed, their smiles full of meaning. At that moment, the door to the room was knocked on, and Yuran, who was also on the night shift, appeared at the door. She was panting, with sweat on her forehead.
It was obviously running up.
"Captain, something's wrong." Lin Xiao and the other two looked over at the same time.
Lin Xiao asked, "Xiaoran, what happened?"
"The Public Security Bureau called.
They said a woman went to report a case. Many people in Villa number 13 at Jinlan Yuan went crazy.
According to her description, it seems to involve some kind of mutation event, so the Public Security Bureau notified us, Xiao Ran replied.
Lin Xiao and the other two exchanged glances, and Colin adjusted his glasses, asking, crazy? How did they go crazy?
Yuran still had a hint of confusion on her face. According to the woman, they were at a birthday party at first, and then more and more people started playing without limits. Eventually, some people started attacking others, and some even killed others over food.
The woman was near the door from the beginning and didn't join the group activities.
Later, when things got worse, she ran out by herself. Listening to Yuran's words, the faces of the three changed continuously. Lin Xiao suddenly stood up and said, "It's the fallen incense."
Yuran was stunned and looked at Lin Xiao with some confusion. "Captain, what is fallen incense?"
Lin Xiao regained his composure and sternly said to Yuran, "Xiao Ran, this is a secret of the action team, you cannot inquire about it."
Yuran frowned, then snorted coldly, "Isn't it just that I'm not an awakened? I'm very accurate with a gun, why can't I join the action team?" Xiao Ran.
"You are violating the Mist Bureau's regulations." Colin, who always had a gentle smile, now spoke in a stern voice. Yuran glared stubbornly at both of them, then turned and left. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy.
Colin adjusted his glasses and gave Lu Ning a helpless smile. Xiao Ran's parents were members of our team.
Last time on a mission, her mother sacrificed herself. Lin Xiao sighed. Does she think that being awakened is really a good thing? After awakening, the mental power becomes more active, which means mental pollution will become more serious, and the chances of mutation will rise.
Even if there's no mutation, joining the action team is still very dangerous. Lu Ning slightly nodded, saying nothing more.
Colin's expression became serious as he spoke. From Xiao Ran's description just now, it should be the effect of the fallen incense.
During that birthday party, someone probably lit the incense. We don't know if it was done intentionally or if they didn't realize the incense's abnormalities.
Anyway, let's first go to the Public Security Bureau to understand the situation, and then head to the scene to deal with the mutation.
We need to move quickly.
According to the research from the inspection department, fallen incense causes intense fluctuations in human mental power, which greatly worsens mental pollution and eventually leads to mutation.
Colin adjusted his glasses and said, based on the effects of the fallen incense, even if the ordinary people present don't mutate, they probably won't survive for long.
Lin Xiao nodded, then took out his phone and said, "Call Wei Xian and the others, and have them come over." Colin glanced at his watch and said, "Let Wei Xian and Xiao Lin come to the division. The division still needs personnel to stay behind. Have Wang Qiwen go directly to the Public Security Bureau.
That way, we can save some time." Lin Xiao nodded, "Okay."
The two started making phone calls, and Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning and said, "You inform Xiao Lin." Lu Ning nodded and also dialed Shouyue Lin's number. Lu Ning had already added the contacts of all members from the 7th Division, including the action team and others like Yuran and Qin Feng.
The phone rang twice before being picked up, and Shouyue Lin's voice, sounding drowsy, came through. "Hello? Who's this?" "It's me, Lu Ning. There's a case, we need to handle it.
The division needs personnel to stay behind, come to the division quickly."
Shouyue Lin's voice immediately became clear. "Now? Alright, I'll be there right away. MHM. Lu Ning hung up the phone.
He looked at Lin Xiao and Colin, and saw that both of them had hung up as well.
"Let's go."
Lin Xiao took the black coat hanging on the wall and draped it over his shoulders.
Colin followed closely behind. Lu Ning asked, "With the three of us leaving, isn't there anyone at the division?"
Lin Xiao said, "It's fine, I'll have Xiao Ran inform Old Ji on duty to come take care of things first. Old Ye's name is Yinan, and like Qin Feng, he is a retired veteran from the action team."
Lu Ning nodded and didn't ask any more questions.
He followed and put on the black trench coat hanging on the wall, catching up with Lin Xiao and Colin. After arriving on the first floor, Lin Xiao told Colin and Lu Ning, "Wait for me here."
Colin nodded, "Okay."
Lin Xiao turned and continued down the stairs.
Lu Ning was somewhat puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to have Yuran notify Olji? The captain is not going to the first basement, but to the second basement." "The second basement?" Lu Ning was a bit confused. "The place where soul devices and dangerous items are stored?"
Colin nodded, "Yes, when dealing with mutated incidents, the captain has the authority to request the use of soul devices, but low-risk soul devices can be directly requested, while medium-risk soul devices can only be used based on the situation."
Lu Ning nodded, "Oh."
In a little while, Lin Xiao came back up, carrying a black wooden box on his back that was about as tall as him.
"Let's go."
Lu Ning could clearly see the wooden box emitting wisps of white mist, all of which were mental radiation. Seeing Lu Ning's gaze fixed on the wooden box, Lin Xiao grinned and patted the box, saying, "Now you are a formal team member, and you have the right to know about this low-risk soul device. It's called Pan Snake Stick. It's a close combat type soul device, suitable for awakened ones with considerable strength. With this thing, I'm invincible at the 5th level." Lin Xiao looked very proud.
Colin adjusted his glasses and calmly said, "Your mental contamination level is quite high already, it's better to use it less."
Lin Xiao's proud expression froze, and he chuckled awkwardly. "I might not need it this time, I just brought it just in case."
"Let's go."
They walked toward the hall. At the front desk, Yuran was sitting there with a stern face, playing a game. Hearing footsteps, she looked up for a moment. Seeing the wooden box that Lin Xiao was carrying, her gaze flickered before she looked down again. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Xiaoran, we're leaving. Later let Olji come up for duty first, soon Xiaolin and Wei Xian will be here."
"Okay."
The three of them exited the hall and headed into the deep night. Until the footsteps disappeared, Yuran finally lifted her gaze from her phone screen. She looked at the three blurred silhouettes in the night, opened her mouth slightly, and whispered, "Safe journey." After speaking, she hurriedly stood up and headed toward the basement. In the parking lot, Lin Xiao pressed the button for his sports car, and the lights of the car in the distance flashed. He took a satisfying puff of his cigarette.
"No matter how you look at it, my car is just cool."
When he saw the small note at the back of the car, he raised an eyebrow and proudly picked it up, waving it. "Wow, a young girl even left her contact info.
I still have charm." Colin said coldly, "It's not that you have charm, it's that your car has charm."
"Speaking of which, Captain, you should change your car.
This old car can only seat 2 people. If our team gets bigger in the future, one car won't be able to fit so many people."
Lin Xiao looked at Colin in shock. "You want me to change cars?"
"Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I haven't even finished paying off the car loan, and you want me to switch? If it doesn't fit, then let Lu Ning buy a car, right?" "Right, Lu Ning?"
Lu Ning said expressionlessly, "I don't know how to drive."
Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. "You didn't learn before the mist era?"
"I just finished university, I never learned to drive."
Colin laughed. "That won't do, I'll enroll you in driving school later, okay?"
The action team members of the Mist Bureau may need to hurry, not being able to drive won't work. Lin Xiao nodded. "Not just you, I think Xiaolin probably can't drive either, let's enroll her too." In the midst of their conversation, Lu Ning got into Colin's car, and the two cars left the parking lot one after the other, speeding toward the security bureau.
Chapter 30 Meeting again.
The security bureau in the 7th district is not far from the Mist division.
A few minutes later,
2 cars stopped in front of the public security bureau. When Lu Ning and the 3 others arrived at the entrance, they found Wang Qiwen already waiting there. Seeing the 3 come over, Wang Qiwen approached with a bit of complaint. "Why are you so slow?"
"Slow? We rushed right over."
"It's you who got here too fast."
"How did you arrive so quickly?"
Lin Xiao said in surprise.
"I live right next door."
Wang Qiwen was fixing his slightly messy hair and complained, "If I had known you would take so long, I would have tidied up my hair earlier."
"Alright, stop talking about that. Let's go inside and get briefed." The 4 entered the public security bureau. It was late at night, so there were very few people inside.
In the hall, there was a receptionist on night duty.
Seeing the 4 enter, the young girl quickly stood up. "Are you the officer from the fog bureau?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes. Please follow me. Vice Director Bowen has been waiting for you." Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Oh, he's been promoted to vice director?" The girl had an awkward but polite smile and didn't respond, quickly leading the way.
The 4 followed her upstairs to a reception room on the 2nd floor. The reception room was small, with a large table in the center. Sitting at the table were 4 people, 3 of whom were old acquaintances: Bowen, Lin Fei, and Peng Qianqian.
The last one was a woman sitting opposite them.
The woman had long black hair that draped over her shoulders, an oval face, and delicate eyebrows.
She was very beautiful.
However, at this moment, her face was pale, her hands clasped tightly, appearing restless, her eyes filled with fear. Lu Ning stared straight at the woman, and Wang Qiwen beside him said somewhat speechlessly, "Lu Ning, this girl looks good, but you don't need to stare like that."
Lin Xiao and Colin looked at Lu Ning with some odd expressions. Lin Xiao showed a mischievous smile, winking at Lu Ning. Even Bowen and the other woman turned to look.
Lu Ning came to his senses and calmly said, "Wang Qiwen, we have met her."
Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen was taken aback and said with confusion, "Met her?" "Yes, the last time we went to deal with Gao Tianlin, we encountered those 2 women on the way, and she was one of them."
Wang Qiwen looked closely and widened his eyes. "It really is."
"I completely forgot."
Lin Fei smiled and said, "We didn't recognize her at first either. It was this lady who mentioned that she had seen us last time."
Peng Qianqian nodded. "Lu Ning's memory is really good."
The woman got up when she saw Lu Ning and the others, her voice hoarse and trembling. "Yes, it's me. Last time, my friend and I went there for something."
Lin Xiao asked, "What was it?"
The woman hesitated, her pale face showing a bit of embarrassment. "I have already told Director Bowen and the others. It seems it's not related to what's happening now."
"If you want to know, you can ask Director Bowen." Bowen nodded at Lin Xiao and smiled. she has indeed mentioned it. Lin Xiao nodded in realization, as long as you know. Now let's talk about this matter. Are you saying you attended a birthday party, and then everyone inside changed?
Yes, that's right, the woman nodded repeatedly, her face pale.
Did you smell anything from inside? Colin adjusted his glasses and asked. A smell?
The woman was taken aback, thought carefully, then said, many smells, the girls attending this party all wear perfume.
Lin Xiao said, it's not that kind of perfume smell, it's a very faint fragrance. After smelling it, you might have some thoughts you've never had before. Oh, I think I remember smelling something like that.
The woman's eyes widened as if she remembered something, and she hurriedly said, I did smell it, it was a very faint fragrance.
After smelling that scent, how did you feel?
Lin Xiao asked calmly. The woman's face turned a bit red, then she said, well, I felt a bit hot, and I thought maybe I had drunk too much, so I went outside for a walk.
When I returned,
I saw that it became very terrifying inside, and when no one was paying attention to me, I escaped. The woman's wide eyes were filled with fear.
Colin spoke, when did you go to the birthday party? When did you escape?
The woman recalled, the birthday party started at 8 in the evening. I didn't look at the time when I escaped, but I went straight to the security bureau after. Berwin spoke up, this lady arrived at the security bureau at 3:22 in the morning. If she ran all the way from Jinlan Garden to the bureau, an ordinary woman would need about 20 minutes, she should have escaped around 3 o'clock.
Colin glanced at the time, it's already 3:40 now. Let's go handle the situation over there.
Lin Xiao nodded, please wait here in the security bureau, and after we handle the situation, we may ask you for more details.
The woman quickly nodded, okay. To be honest, I'm too scared to go home right now.
Berwen said, Lin team, I'll have Lin Fei and Shanshan take people to assist you. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then nodded, that's alright, but you cannot get close to that villa. The situation in the villa is not good, the mental radiation might be very high, and it would be dangerous for you to approach. Berwen nodded repeatedly, they will be careful. Berwen looked at Lin Fei and Peng Shanshan, who both nodded, stood up, and saluted Lin Xiao and the others.
Lin Xiao said, we'll head over first. Okay, Lin team, we will come over soon. Lin Fei said.
The four of them turned and left.
Back on the first floor, seeing no one around, Lin Xiao whispered to Lu Ning, did that girl undergo any mutation?
Lu Ning thought for a moment and shook his head, I didn't see anything unusual in her body, she should be fine.
Colin nodded slightly, it seems that girl just had good luck.
The group had no more doubts, got into the car, and headed to Jinlan Garden. Although Jinlan Garden was not on par with the high-rise community where Gao Tianlin lived, it was still a high-end community, consisting of both villa and residential areas. Villa number 13 was located in the corner of the villa area. The community security guard was strict, but when Lin Xiao took out his missed bureau identification, he was immediately allowed to pass. There has been a mutation incident at Villa number 13, notify your security personnel to inform the residents of the villa area to evacuate, to avoid any mutants entering other villas and causing harm. The guard turned pale and nodded repeatedly, yes, sir. He quickly took out his communicator and shouted, Captain, there's been an incident. We have a mutation. Lu Ning and his team did not stop and drove directly to the villa area. When they arrived at the narrow road that cars could not access, the four got out of the car and continued along the path, following the guard's directions. Soon, they arrived at Villa number 13. This villa area was brightly lit, but it was very quiet inside. It didn't look at all like a birthday party was being held. Lin Xiao sniffed the air, there is a smell of blood. Colin nodded, a few steel needles appeared in his hand. Lu Ning calmly looked at the villa, in his eyes, the entire villa was shrouded in a faint white mist. This white mist was still spreading outward.
The mental radiation here is very strong, much stronger than at Gao Tianlin's place.
Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Xiao and the other two became serious, such strong mental radiation.
This means the likelihood of mutants being born inside is very high. You two be careful, I will lead the way. Colin, keep an eye on our surroundings.
As Lin Xiao spoke, his body swelled slightly, slowly exhaling a wisp of white mist.
Colin followed behind the three, his gaze scanning the surroundings as steel needles soared into the air, always on alert. They walked toward the villa. Chapter 31, The Mutants.
As the group neared the villa's front gate, the smell of blood grew stronger and stronger. The gate was open, and from the outside, they could see the scene inside. Lu Ning looked inside, and the scene could only be described as hell on earth. The furniture was shattered, scattered across the living room, with blood everywhere on the furniture, the walls, the floor. Several monsters, with no skin and their blood-red muscles exposed, were crouching over the bodies of naked men and women, devouring them eagerly. Organs, intestines, and other innards were scattered across the ground. Wang Chuan saw the scene and his face instantly turned pale, he opened his mouth and gagged. The sound caught the attention of the monsters, and they lifted their heads to look at them. These monsters had no eyes, noses, or ears, just a huge mouth that spanned across their entire face. Inside their mouths were layers of sharp teeth, with strips of bloody flesh hanging off. The monsters abandoned the bodies they had nearly eaten and began crawling toward the group, using all fours, slowly surrounding them. Food. Hungry. The monsters let out gurgling, growling sounds, barely understandable. Their mouths dripped with gray-brown saliva, which fell onto the marble floor, corroding it and forming small pits. Eat. In the next moment, one of the monsters couldn't hold back its hunger any longer, pushing with its limbs and darting forward like an arrow toward Lin Xiao. Just as the monster reached Lin Xiao, a flash of knife light sliced through the air. The monster was split in half from head to toe, its blood and intestines spilling onto the floor. Lin Xiao's right hand had unknowingly transformed into a bone knife, dripping with blood. He twisted his neck, looking at the remaining monsters who hadn't backed down, and gave a sneering, disdainful smile. A few low-level mutants, and they still want to eat your grandpa? Maybe in your next life. Lin Xiao pushed off the ground with his foot, causing the floor beneath him to cave in. In the next moment, it was as if he had disappeared, his speed surpassing the limit of an ordinary person's vision. Several flashes of knife light passed, and the monsters, crawling on all fours, were immediately dismembered, their blood and flesh spilling across the floor, staining it red. Lin Xiao, as if nothing had happened, casually flicked the blood off his bone knife and took out a cigarette, slowly lighting it. Wang Qiwen saw Lin Xiao act for the first time, his eyes wide in shock. "Captain, you're so strong?" Lin Xiao seemed to have been waiting for this question. He turned around, grinned, and blew out a puff of smoke, saying, "How about it, cool right?" Wang Qiwen didn't mock him like usual, instead, he nodded, "Damn, so cool." He sighed in envy, "No reason, right? I have the water control ability, elemental powers. How come I'm not this cool?" Colin, still observing the surroundings, adjusted his glasses and laughed lightly, "Because the captain is 5th tier, and how many tiers are you?" Wang Qiwen sighed, "This mental power refinement is pretty hard. I feel like it'll probably take me another 6 months or even longer to reach 2nd tier, right? Lu Ning should be faster than me, he has more soul crystals after all." Lu Ning, who had been looking at the ceiling, responded when he heard this, "I'm already 2nd tier. Wang Qiwen? Lin Xiao? Colin?" The air seemed to fall silent for a moment. The cigarette in Lin Xiao's mouth fell to the ground, his mouth open, his mind full of question marks. "What? You're 2nd tier?" Lu Ning glanced at Lin Xiao and nodded, "Yeah, is there a problem?" Colin, still stunned, didn't even bother to adjust his glasses. "This is a huge problem, alright? Your mental power refinement is so fast?" "It's okay, I have soul crystals. When I have time, I just absorb a little," Lu Ning said calmly, sharing his cultivation experience. "Soul crystals are easy to absorb. I usually absorb 1 piece a day, and when I'm on duty, I absorb 2 or 3. Without realizing it, I broke through. The 3 of them looked at him, their expressions twisted. "No, you absorb soul crystals fast, but aren't you afraid of mental pollution?" Lin Xiao looked confused, then suddenly thought of something. "Damn, you really aren't afraid. This world is truly unfair." Wang Qiwen had a face full of doubt about life, with a sad expression. "Damn it, I'm still far from the 2nd level." Colin then asked, "Lu Ning, has your ability improved after reaching the 2nd level?" Lu Ning thought for a moment. "I recover a bit faster now, I've committed suicide a few times to experiment and found that I can revive quicker than at the 1st level." The 3 of them. Lin Xiao was astonished. "You commit suicide to do experiments when things don't go your way? I admit you're a tough guy." Lu Ning beamed with a bright smile, "Because dying hurts a lot, it makes me feel alive, and it's quite nice." The 3 of them. Colin said seriously, "After we go back, Lu Ning, you should do a mental pollution check again." Wang Qiwen nodded repeatedly. "I suspect you've really gone crazy." Lu Ning said earnestly, "I'm a normal person." The 3 of them all rolled their eyes at the same time. Lin Xiao looked around and said seriously, "Alright, let's stop chatting here and go in to investigate, see if there are any other mutated ones." Saying this, Lin Xiao paused and said in a low voice, "By the way, let's see if there are any survivors." And we also need to find the corrupted incense here," Colin added. After that, he led Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen into the hall with him. As soon as they entered the hall, Lu Ning smelled a faint, delicate fragrance. Wang Qiwen and Colin obviously smelled it too. Wang Qiwen frowned and said irritably, "This fragrance is really annoying, every time I smell it, I have uncomfortable thoughts." Colin glanced at Wang Qiwen. "Your mental power is still too low, when your mental power is higher, this kind of pollution won't affect you." Then he looked at Lin Xiao. "This villa is not small, should we split up?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, Wang Qiwen, you come with me, Lu Ning, you follow Colin." "Sure." Colin looked around. "Let's investigate the 1st floor first. Team leader, will you check the 2nd floor?" "Alright. Owen, stay close." Lin Xiao called Wang Qiwen and then walked towards the stairs. Wang Qiwen opened his mouth behind them and muttered, "Wait, I didn't agree, though?"
But he still quickly followed. Colin looked at Lu Ning. Let's search the first floor for now, maybe we can find the incense. Lu Ning nodded.
The two of them began rummaging in the living room, but unfortunately, the hall was a mess with no trace of the incense.
Let's check the kitchen and other rooms. All right. The two walked towards the kitchen, and at that moment, Colin asked, by the way, Lu Ning, can your ability revive others? Lu Ning shook his head, no. Is that so? Colin looked a bit disappointed. It would be great if you could revive others. Lu Ning looked at Colin. Do you have someone you want to revive?
Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled. Oh, there are many. If only those teammates who have passed could come back, their families would surely be very happy, right? Xiao Ran wouldn't keep shouting to become an official member anymore.
And my parents and my wife.
Colin paused, and the smile on his face carried more pain. When I awakened, my psychic powers went berserk, causing objects in the room to fly all around. I killed them all.
Chapter 32 Save Me.
Lu Ning looked at Colin, and after a moment of silence, he said, if I can revive others in the future, I'll help you revive them.
Colin was taken aback, then looked at Lu Ning with surprise. Really? Lu Ning nodded, yeah. Colin's expression was complicated as he spoke. Lu Ning, to speak frankly, I actually held some grievances against you before. After all, Mumu's mutation was partly your fault. Lu Ning's expression was calm as he looked at Colin.
Colin continued, but deep down, I know this isn't your fault. Even if it wasn't you, given Mumu's mental state at that time, she would have eventually mutated anyway. It's just that I can't get past that mental barrier. But now, after more than a month of being together, I know you are still a good person. So my grievances with you have long since disappeared. If anything comes up in the future, feel free to reach out to me.
Lu Ning nodded, okay.
As they were talking, suddenly, they heard a noise not far away. They turned their heads and found it was coming from the kitchen. The two exchanged glances, and Colin whispered, follow me. Steel needles floated around him as he cautiously walked toward the kitchen. There was a small door on one side of the kitchen, probably a storage room. At this moment, the small door was closed, and faint sobbing could be heard from inside. Colin raised an eyebrow and extended his hand toward the door handle, making a subtle twist of his wrist. From 2 meters away, the door handle began to turn along with Colin's wrist. With a click, the door opened, and Lu Ning saw a woman in a red dress, burying her head and sobbing, her shoulders trembling slightly. Colin was about to speak when he saw Lu Ning raise her handgun at the woman.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out, and the red dress on the woman suddenly swirled around, blocking her head. The bullet hit the red dress, embedding itself within it, and blood began to seep out of the dress. The woman screamed, lifting her head. Her appearance was very strange, as if two different faces had been merged together. The left and right sides of her face were completely mismatched. The left side of her face was more delicate, while the right side was more rugged. Her scream sounded as if it were a mix of a man's and woman's voices, and in her eyes, there was a hunger. She screamed, both of you are so handsome, come play with us. Let's be happy together. The next moment, a sharp whistling sound rang out, and several steel needles pierced through the woman's red dress, penetrating her forehead, heart, and other critical areas. The woman's face still held a seductive smile, but her eyes had already lost their sparkle. Colin adjusted his glasses, elegantly bending slightly to the woman's fallen body and softly laughing. No, thank you for the invitation. Lu Ning glanced at her handgun and said, the power of the handgun is too small.
Can I request a stronger firearm? Colin smiled and said, indeed, the power of a regular handgun is limited.
Infected bodies are generally very strong, and for infected above the second stage, it's hard to cause effective damage unless we hit a weak spot.
Just like with Gao Tianlin earlier.
He paused and continued, normally, awakened individuals rely on their awakened abilities for combat, but you're different.
I'll apply for some firearms from headquarters after we return. What do you need?
Lu Ning thought for a moment and said, the Qishao handgun.
I heard from Elder Qin that it's the most powerful handgun, right?
Colin thought for a moment and nodded, yes, against second-stage infected, unless they have specialized defensive abilities, it's impossible for them to defend against it.
For third-stage infected, unless their defense is particularly strong, it can still kill them.
However, this thing has a strong recoil, and it's designed specifically for strength-enhanced awakened ones.
Can you handle it? Lu Ning nodded, my strength is quite good now. Then it's fine, Colin nodded.
Lu Ning continued, also, I need a sniper rifle, the 1000 mm Type 3, and a heavy machine gun, the Hive Type 6.
Stop. Colin interrupted, his head full of black lines. He looked at Lu Ning helplessly and said, are you planning to fight 4th or 5th stage infected? A heavy machine gun? Heavy machine guns are control weapons.
These weapons are only used when facing a mist disaster beast horde. In the base city, unless the situation is particularly dangerous, it's impossible to get approval for them.
As for the sniper rifle, I can figure something out for you. Lu Ning looked a bit disappointed. Then is there no chance for the single soldier missile? Colon, underscore? He looked at her speechlessly. Why don't you just ask for a soul crystal cannon? Can I? Lu Ning looked at Colin with anticipation. When I didn't say anything, hurry and check the kitchen. Colin wearily began to check the kitchen. Lu Ning felt even more disappointed. He followed along to check the other side, then thought of something and said, why is the level of firearms so low in this era? In our time, intercontinental missiles could travel over 10,000 kilometers. Colin replied, because the mental radiation from the fog affects the rules of the universe to some extent. Wasn't the original nuclear bomb supposed to explode through some kind of reaction? Nuclear fission and nuclear fusion? Oh right, that's the one. Later on, it was found that it was unclear whether nuclear fission or fusion had failed or what, but anyway, nuclear bombs no longer exploded. In your era, was that the strongest weapon humanity had? Lu Ning nodded, but in his mind, he thought of the sun covered in tentacles. And haven't you read the major historical events of the fog era? You should know about the robot rebellion, right? The advanced thermal weapons back then were all connected to intelligent systems, you understand? Lu Ning immediately nodded, got it. So, don't always think you can rely on thermal weapons, and according to historical records, even in the intelligent era, thermal weapons were difficult to kill saint-level mutants and disaster beasts. Lu Ning furrowed his brow. Are saint-level beings really that strong? Colin looked enviously. Of course they're strong. Saints can be considered natural disasters. They can easily destroy a base city. If you have time, you can search online, you should be able to find an introduction to saints. Lu Ning nodded, then asked, what about demigods? Doesn't the Human Federation have demigods? Colin shook his head, I don't know. Anyway, I haven't heard of demigods acting. Alright, let's stop talking about this. The kitchen is checked, let's go check the other rooms. The two left the kitchen and went to check a few other rooms, but they found nothing. Not to mention the fallen incense, they didn't even find a single mutant. Let's go upstairs and have a look. Colin led the way up the stairs. Just then, a violent rumbling sound came from upstairs. The entire small building seemed to shake. Colin's expression changed, and he said, I'll go check it out. With that, he leaped into the air and flew upstairs. Lu Ning quickly followed closely behind. The entire villa had 3 floors. When Lu Ning reached the second floor, he found that the floor of the third had collapsed. A muscle-bound giant, standing nearly 4 meters tall with exposed flesh and covered in jagged spines, was launching a punch that sent Lin Xiao flying. Lin Xiao crashed through a wall and into a room. In the next moment, the intact wall also shattered, and Lin Xiao burst out. His coat was torn, and he had transformed into a small giant nearly 3 meters tall, with both hands turning into bone knives. He charged at the muscular giant, swinging his bone knives, while the muscular giant approached with its fists raised. New. Surprisingly dodging the attack of the steel needles. Colin's expression was calm as he adjusted his glasses, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, the steel needles changed direction and shot towards the 2 armored monsters again. The armored monsters roared furiously, constantly evading and retreating repeatedly. Wang Chuan ran to Lu Ning and Colin's side, his face pale, gasping repeatedly, damn it, I almost died. Colin nodded, you stand at the back, these 2 mutants are quite strong. Without saying a word, Wang Chuan moved to the very back. At that moment, low growls sounded from all directions. Lu Ning turned to look and saw mutated creatures emerging from the rooms on the second floor. Both the large-mouthed mutants and the combined mutants were present. Sounds also came from the roof. Lu Ning looked up and noticed mutated creatures poking their heads out from the edge of the collapsed third floor. Among them were also 2 armored mutants. Colin glanced at the surrounding monsters and frowned, this place has turned into a nest of mutants. As he spoke, the other 2 armored mutants grinned wickedly, Keek, we'll kill you. They pounced down from the third floor and charged towards Colin. In coordination with the previous 2 armored mutants, they resisted the steel needles while closing in. Colin's expression grew serious, he reached out, grabbing falling boulders that floated in the air, and hurled them like cannonballs at the 4 armored mutants. The 4 mutants hurriedly defended against the boulders, and taking this opportunity, the steel needles shot towards one armored mutant's head. At that moment, the mutant raised its hand to swat, deflecting the steel needle slightly, causing it to miss. The other 2 armored mutants were already roaring as they closed in. Colin pushed with his palm, and the powerful telekinetic force sent the 2 armored mutants flying. However, the defense of the armored mutants was incredibly strong. Although one wall collapsed, they remained largely unharmed. While Colin was fighting the 4 armored mutants, other mutants had already surrounded them. Wang Chuan's expression turned ugly. Holding his guns with both hands, he quietly said, Lu Ning, it seems the captain and the vice-captain have been held up. Lu Ning nodded, Wang Chuan glanced at the 6 largemouth mutants and 3 combined mutants surrounding them, swallowing hard. What do we do? Lu Ning looked at him with some confusion. What do you mean, what do we do? What else? There are so many mutants. It's just the two of us against them? Wang Qiwen gritted his teeth. Lu Ning nodded, then it's just us.
As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a shot accurately hit one largemouth mutant in the forehead. Blood splattered. The bullet was blocked by the mutant's skull, failing to kill it outright. The gunshot seemed like a signal. The mutants that had been encircling them charged forward rapidly.
What the hell?
Wang Qiwen shouted angrily, and both guns fired continuously.
Wounds appeared on each largemouth mutant, but they weren't fatal.
However, the combined mutants used their flesh to shield against the bullets, closing in quickly. Wang Qiwen's face changed slightly. He gathered a water arrow ready to shoot.
At that moment, a shadow quickly arrived in front of one of the combined mutants.
A flash of white light.
Boom!
A loud sound erupted. The combined mutant raised its hands to block, but its arm was directly shattered, and its body was sent flying. It let out a mixed scream of pain, but Lu Ning had already charged in front of this combined mutant, landing a punch on its head. White light flashed, crushing its head. Red and white splattered everywhere. Lu Ning calmly wiped the blood off his face and clenched his fist, saying, "If firearms aren't useful, I'm also somewhat skilled in hand-to-hand combat." After finishing, he charged towards the other two combined mutants again.
Hee, you're so strong, I really like it. Come on, let's be happy together. Let's merge into one.
The merged mutants seemed to have no fear, only hunger. They saw Lu Ning charging, and their eyes sparkled with intense light. They rushed toward him as if they wanted to merge with him. One of the merged mutants' flesh shell deformed, turning into red cloth that wrapped around Lu Ning. However, under Lu Ning's soul strike punch, the red cloth was shattered, splattering flesh and blood everywhere. Lu Ning charged towards the shattered mutant's flesh shell, about to throw a punch. At that moment, another merged mutant's palm turned into a claw, swiping towards Lu Ning's left arm. Lu Ning glanced at it and directly ignored it.
Boom!
Lu Ning broke the mutant's blocking arm, but his own left arm was also torn off in large chunks of flesh. The mutant whose arm was shattered twisted its face, confusion appeared in its eyes, and it staggered backward. The mutant who tore off Lu Ning's flesh looked at the blood in its hand.
Its palm moved, devouring the flesh.
It then showed a look of enjoyment and let out a pleased low growl. So good.
At that moment, Lu Ning also revealed a fiery smile. Yeah, it really hurts, it really feels good.
The mutant, who had shown a look of enjoyment, froze, confusedly looking at Lu Ning. The next moment, it realized that the flesh on Lu Ning's arm had already grown back.
You can heal your wounds? A mixed scream of both men and women rang out. No wonder you didn't dodge just now.
Lu Ning ignored them and charged again towards the mutant with the broken arm.
The mutant kept retreating, dodging constantly, and screamed, "Why are you chasing me?" Lu Ning smiled brightly. Ha ha, didn't you want to merge with me? Why are you running? Go after him.
The mutant with the broken arm screamed, pointing towards the mutant chasing Lu Ning. That mutant had already arrived behind Lu Ning, its claws reaching for Lu Ning's back, a cruel smile on its face. At that moment, Lu Ning suddenly turned around, blocking the mutant's claws, and swung a soul strike punch at it.
The mutant didn't expect Lu Ning to counterattack and its face changed slightly. It hurriedly retreated.
Its cheek was grazed by Lu Ning's punch, and the powerful force of the soul strike punch ripped apart the mutant's male face, blood spurting out. It screamed in anger, but Lu Ning had already closed in and attacked again. A fast right straight punch hit the mutant's skull. It swung its head, tilted it to dodge, and reached for Lu Ning's arm with its claws. Lu Ning pulled back his fist and elbowed the mutant's claws. His elbow flashed with white light, and when it collided with the mutant's claws, a crisp cracking sound rang out as the mutant's fingers snapped off under the force of the soul strike punch. The mutant let out a painful scream and tried to retreat.
Lu Ning's left hand shot out and grabbed the mutant's arm. The mutant's face changed dramatically. A pink light flashed in its eyes, and it smiled seductively. "Do you think I'm beautiful?" The answer came in the form of Lu Ning's fist. A fist glowing with white light landed on the mutant's face, smashing its skull. After releasing the mutant, its body wobbled and fell heavily backward. Lu Ning spoke calmly, "Not beautiful." The mutant, whose arm had been severed, finally reacted. Looking at the mutant whose skull had been shattered, lying on the ground, the mutant with the broken arm finally showed an expression of terror. Chapter 34, Using Soul Artifacts. Lu Ning didn't give the remaining mutant a chance to react, charging straight at it.
Lu Ning's combat ability, like all his other abilities, was mastered to an incredibly high level as soon as he learned it. Even defeated the veteran who taught him in Qin Feng. The fused mutant who lost an arm had no chance to fight back and was directly smashed in the head by Lu Ning with 2 heavy punches. All 3 fused mutants were killed, and Lu Ning turned his gaze toward Wang Qiwen. At this moment, Wang Qiwen was facing the siege of the big-mouthed mutants.
The big-mouth mutants were fast, and Wang Qiwen couldn't dodge all their attacks, so he could only use his water control ability to form a water shield. He defended while shooting with his dual pistols. At such close range, even Wang Qiwen could continuously hit the head. The skulls of the big-mouth mutants were tough, and one shot couldn't penetrate, but if one shot wasn't enough, then 2, 3 shots would do. After 3 shots, even the big-mouth mutant's head would explode. While Lu Ning was killing the 3 fused mutants, Wang Qiwen had already blown off the heads of 2 big-mouth mutants. However, under the continuous attacks of the big-mouth mutants, the water shield around Wang Qiwen began to tremble. His face was also gradually turning pale. Wang Qiwen's mental strength was not enough to sustain his water control ability for too long, or he would risk mutation. Seeing this, Lu Ning pulled out his dual pistols and fired continuously. His left and right guns fired 2 bullets at the exact same spot on the big-mouth mutant's head, and with just 2 shots, he killed one. Wang Qiwen, who was struggling to shoot, suddenly felt a surge of energy, and his thought of retreating into a room to use the terrain to maneuver disappeared instantly. He roared, "Fuck you bastards, go to hell." His pistol aimed at the wide-open mouth of a big-mouth mutant and fired 2 shots inside, instantly killing it. With the continuous shooting from Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen, the remaining 2 big-mouth mutants were all killed. Wang Qiwen's water shield shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, drenched in sweat. Lu Ning walked over and asked curiously, "Your water control ability can only form a water shield for defense?" Wang Qiwen was stunned. "Why do you ask? Then why don't you use your water control ability to attack?" Hearing Lu Ning's question, Wang Qiwen's face darkened. "You think I don't want to? These damn things are too fast and tough. My water arrows have about the same power as a handgun right now, so they can't kill in one hit. Water arrows also consume a lot of mental energy. I'd rather use a water shield for defense and attack with my pistols." "Oh." Lu Ning nodded. Wang Qiwen's mouth twitched. "Hey, Lu Ning, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on my water control ability?" Lu Ning shook his head. "I'm not." Wang Qiwen looked unconvinced. "Listen, it's just because I'm only at the first stage right now. Once my mental power grows, water control will be really strong. Don't you dare think I'm useless. Elemental abilities are top-tier awakening powers." Wang Qiwen saw Lu Ning turn his head, looking at Colin and Lin Zhao's battle not far away. His face darkened. "Hey, Lu Ning, are you even listening to me?" "Huh?" Lu Ning looked at Wang Qiwen blankly. "What?" "Wang Qiwen." Just as Wang Qiwen was about to explode in anger, Lu Ning said, "I'm going to help Vice Captain Colin." Wang Qiwen looked at Lu Ning's back, then at the 3 fused mutants whose heads had been blown apart by him. He opened his mouth but then slowly closed it, falling into silence. Colin's battle with 4 shell-armored mutants had already reached a critical stage. The shell-armored mutants were clearly a type of mutant that had enhanced defense, resisting Colin's attacks for a long time. However, even so, the 4 shell-armored mutants were already covered in wounds of various sizes. Meanwhile, Colin remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. The 4 shell-armored mutants didn't seem to pose much threat to him. At this moment, the 4 shell-armored mutants charged at Colin from different directions. He quickly wanted to get closer to him. However, Colin just smiled slightly. "You guys don't understand psychic power at all." He grabbed with his right hand, and the large stones scattered everywhere from the battle between Lin Zhao and the muscular giant soared into the air, flying toward the 4 carapace mutants. The 4 carapace mutants couldn't dodge in time and were knocked away, blood spilling from their cracked shells. Lu Ning walked over. "Need help?" Colin glanced at Lu Ning, then looked at the dead mutants behind him. His gaze lingered on the 3 combined mutants for a moment. He was somewhat surprised. "You solved them this quickly?" "Faster than me and the captain. Those 3 androgynous guys were second-stage mutants. How did you turn them into this?" "Their heads are almost smashed. With the soul-shattering fist." Colin was a bit stunned. "Your speed can keep up with those 3 mutants?" Lu Ning nodded. "I've been training my body lately, my speed isn't bad." Colin looked at Lu Ning, a little surprised, but didn't say much. Then he suddenly waved his hand, and more giant stones flew out, hitting the 4 carapace mutants. He adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. "No need for help, after all, I'm the vice captain, your senior. If I still need help from a newly joined member, then I would be a terrible senior." As he spoke, a series of steel needles shot out, piercing through the cracks in a carapace mutant's shell, entering its body. The carapace mutant screamed in agony, its body convulsing a few times before it lost its life. The remaining 3 carapace mutants' eyes remained bloodshot. "Kill!" They roared, charging towards Colin again. However, their wounds slowed them down considerably. Colin's steel needles were unstoppable, quickly finding opportunities to penetrate the cracks in their shells, piercing their bodies and killing them. Colin waved his hand, and the steel needles flew back, landing in his hand. He adjusted his glasses again, smiling lightly, explaining to Lu Ning, these are just third-stage mutants, but they seem to be the defensive type, so they are more resistant to damage. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then looked towards Lin Zhao's direction. Colin also looked over. The battle between Lin Zhao and the muscular giant caused massive destruction, the entire second floor was nearly destroyed, and some areas of the floor even cracked, revealing the space below. Colin frowned slightly and said, these mutants have probably reached the 5th stage. If it's caused by the corrupted incense, then the danger of this incense might be even worse than we thought. Wang Qiwen immediately looked at Colin, by the way, Vice Captain, did you find the incense? Colin shook his head, what about you guys? We haven't found it either. When we just got to the 3rd floor, we saw a large number of mutants gathered together, and this muscular mutant was surrounded in the middle. Mutants gathered together? Why? Colin asked, a little confused. I don't know either, Wang Qiwen shrugged. Anyway, as soon as we went up, these mutants charged at us. While they were talking, the muscular mutant suddenly let out a roar, and in the next moment, its muscles twisted violently, and its already huge body grew by about half a meter again. It instantly charged in front of Lin Zhao and swung a powerful punch. Lin Zhao's face was serious as he blocked with both arms. The next moment, his entire body was sent crashing into the floor, falling to the 1st floor. With a loud explosion, the cracks in the floor spread, and the entire 2nd floor collapsed. Lu Ning and the others also fell to the 1st floor. Captain! Wang Qiwen shouted nervously. Colin adjusted his glasses and said, this level of impact won't kill the captain. It seemed to confirm this statement, as a deep black light flashed. In the next moment, a figure rushed out from the ruins of the massive stone, charging straight towards the muscular giant. The muscular giant was immediately sent flying, soaring about 10 meters away. At this moment, Lin Zhao's clothes were torn, his body over 3 meters tall, and his skin turned a deep red, with faint steam seeming to rise from his skin. He still held a black long staff in his hand. The surface of this staff was coiled by a sinister silver snake, which seemed alive as it moved around the staff and even wrapped around Lin Zhao's wrist. As Lin Zhao lifted the staff, his presence created immense pressure, making Lu Ning feel a great strain. Wang Qiwen, standing nearby, was shocked and said, what is that? Why does that staff make me feel so uncomfortable? That's a soul weapon, Colin explained briefly. A soul weapon? That's a soul weapon? It looks, how should I put it? Wang Qiwen opened his mouth, trying to describe the feeling but didn't know how. A bit evil? Colin spoke up. Yes, a little bit, Wang Qiwen nodded repeatedly. Because soul weapons contain powerful mental radiation, they can pollute the mind. Ordinary people staying near a soul weapon for a while will suffer permanent mental wounds. While awakeners are better off, overuse still carries the risk of mental mutations, Colin explained. At that moment, Lin Zhao shouted low, his figure turning into an afterimage, instantly appearing before the mutated muscular man. He swung the snake staff at the man, who had just gotten up. Before the mutated giant could react, the staff hit his abdomen, and his massive body was sent flying again, with blood spraying out mid-air. It seemed Lin Zhao intended to end this quickly, as he disappeared from the spot once more. The muscular giant, like a ball, was hit from one place to another, continuously flying through the air. However, the muscular giant's body was incredibly strong, and even after such blows, he didn't die. He roared in anger and madness, his voice laced with pain. Lin Zhao's face twisted into a cruel, sinister grin, ignoring the giant's struggles as he continued to swing the snake staff. 1 strike, 5 strikes, 10 strikes. Until Lin Zhao landed dozens of heavy blows on the giant, his body finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As soon as the muscular giant died, Lin Zhao threw the snake staff to the ground and slumped down next to it. At this moment, Lin Zhao's hair was soaked in sweat, his skin was bleeding faintly, and he was panting heavily. Colin quickly approached and placed the snake staff back into the previous black wooden box. Then he looked at Lin Zhao and asked, Captain, how are you feeling? Lin Zhao's expression twisted, a sinister look appearing on his face from time to time. He grinned weakly and said, I'm fine, though my mind is a bit unsettled, but I can handle it. This chunk of meat is just too tough to beat. Lin Zhao glanced at the now limp, puddle-like muscular mutant in the distance and muttered in frustration. Colin nodded and then said, you rest here for a bit, and we'll continue looking for incense. All right. Lin Zhao smiled faintly. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause suddenly rang out. Both Colin and Lin Zhao's expressions changed slightly, and they frowned as they looked toward the direction of the applause. Lu Ning also turned his head to look. On the lawn outside the ruins, at some point, a figure cloaked in a black robe appeared. The person wore a white smiling face mask, their figure tall and slender, making it impossible to tell whether they were male or female. They clapped their hands and looked at the wooden box in Colin's hand, smiling lightly. I didn't expect that just a simple experiment would bring me to a soul weapon. Truly lucky. The masked person's voice was androgynous, similar to the merged mutants they had encountered. Colin narrowed his eyes, and steel needles once again appeared. A person from the Kingdom of Joy? The masked man slightly bent forward. This officer of the Mist Bureau, you guessed right. It seems like your captain is in a rather bad situation right now. How about we make peace? As long as you hand over the soul artifact in your hand, I'll leave immediately. What answered the masked man was Colin's steel needles. More than a dozen steel needles pierced through the air, aiming directly at the masked man's vital points. However, as soon as these steel needles got close, the masked man extended his hand and pointed. The needles trembled slightly and then fell directly to the ground. Colin frowned, his expression becoming more serious. You can dissipate my psychic power? The masked man chuckled softly, as if whispering into a lover's ear, it seems you don't understand us. I only made your psychic power negative. Once it's negative, it will naturally dissipate. Just like this. He stared directly at Colin, negative. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, Colin's body staggered slightly, almost falling to the ground. He grunted lowly, his mental energy surged, forcefully shaking off the negative state. At that moment, the masked man had somehow drawn a gun from somewhere and pulled the trigger at Colin. Just then, another gunshot rang out, a flash of fire cutting through the air. 2 bullets collided midair, veering off course and falling to the ground. The masked man turned to look at Lu Ning, who had raised his gun, a look of curiosity in his eyes. Not bad with a gun. What answered him was Lu Ning's bullet. However, as soon as the bullet got close to the masked man, it too seemed to fall into a state of negativity, losing its power and falling to the ground. The masked man laughed lightly. If you're this impatient in bed, your partner won't be satisfied, you know? Bang! Bang! 2 more shots were fired, but once again, the bullets fell to the ground. Really seduction. The masked man slightly spread his hands towards Lu Ning. I don't like such rough people. Go kill yourself. Yet Lu Ning showed no response, continuing to shoot at the masked man. A barrage of bullets poured out, but unfortunately, none of them could even approach the masked man. He looked at Lu Ning in surprise. Failed to use your seduction ability? Your psychic power is much weaker than mine, but your willpower is extremely strong? I'm interested in you now. Want to join our happy kingdom? At that moment, the masked man suddenly moved, leaping several meters away. A large rock slammed down in the spot where he had been standing. Colin adjusted his glasses, his previously gentle face now holding a cold and sharp look. You dig up my team members in front of me, I won't allow that. As he spoke, veins appeared on his forehead, and his hands spread open. Pieces of rock floated up around him. He coldly looked at the masked man. You can make psychic power negative, but there must be a limit, right? Let me see where your limit is. With a wave of his hands, dozens of pieces of shattered rock shot out like cannonballs, all aimed directly at the masked man. The masked man stood still, arms open, letting out a low, hoarse voice, negative. As his voice echoed, an invisible force spread in all directions. All the shattered rocks immediately lost their power and fell to the ground. The masked man whispered, sorry, but you can't see my limit. After finishing his words, he turned his head to look in another direction. Lin Xiao, who had been sitting and resting, had already stood up. He slowly walked to Colin's side and took the wooden box from Colin's hand. He grinned, his eyes carrying a cold glint. Colin can't do it, but how about me? The masked man spread his hands, his tone still relaxed. Hey, you must have used up quite a bit of energy just now, right? Using the soul artifact at such a high frequency, don't let it mutate on you. Lin Zhao's expression was cold. Don't worry about that, before it mutates, I can kill you first. Looks like I underestimated you. Although you're strong, I'm not like that test subject with no brain. My ability is perfect for maneuvering. The man in the mask spoke softly. Is that so? Then let's try it. As he spoke, Lin Xiao opened the wooden box and picked up the coiling serpent staff once again. Chapter 36, Fall. Lin Xiao let out a low growl, and his previously contracted body expanded once more. He stomped on the ground, disappearing from his original position, instantly appearing in front of the masked man. Lin Xiao gripped the coiling serpent staff tightly and struck at the masked man's head. The staff even emitted a faint white light. This was the power of the Soul Shaker Fist used by Lin Xiao. Using his full strength, along with the soul weapon and the power of the Soul Shaker Fist, the storm created by this strike made the black robe of the masked man flutter wildly. Are you crazy? The masked man's voice was no longer as calm as before. Negate. He extended his hand towards Lin Xiao and used his own power. As the negate power was used, the white light on the coiling serpent staff disappeared, and even Lin Xiao's speed slowed down considerably. However, despite this, the power of the coiling serpent staff was still immense. The masked man dared not take it head-on and quickly retreated. The coiling serpent staff struck the ground where the masked man had been standing, immediately creating a large pit several meters in diameter. Even the ground trembled slightly. Missed the strike, Lin Zhao's figure disappeared again, reappearing behind the masked man with the long staff sweeping horizontally. The masked man was about to dodge once more, but at that moment, huge rocks like cannonballs flew from all directions and slammed into the masked man. Though the masked man defended in time, he was still pushed back repeatedly, unable to steady himself. When the rocks disappeared, Lin Zhao's long staff fell heavily on the masked man's back. Boom! The masked man was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into the wall of another villa nearby, smashing the wall down. Lin Zhao charged directly into the collapsed wall and another loud boom echoed. The masked man was blasted out of the villa, and in midair, he was struck by several rocks, blood spraying from his body. Lin Zhao followed closely, leaping into the air, and the coiling serpent staff slammed down hard. Boom! The masked man plummeted to the ground, crashing into the ruins below. Lin Zhao landed and leaned on the coiling serpent staff, breathing heavily. His expression twisted, as if filled with pain. At that moment, the masked man, lying in the ruins, moved slightly and slowly got up. His voice was hoarse and sharp, filled with anger. Damn it, you're not even considering the risks of mutation? Lin Zhao's expression became grotesque, he let out a sinister laugh, and charged once more. The masked man screamed, then extended his hand toward Lin Zhao again, his voice raspy, muttering foul words, fall. As he uttered these words, the masked man trembled, blood spraying from the corners of his mask's smiling mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao stood motionless in place. His tattered windbreaker behind him seemed to be puffed up by something, as if something was wriggling on his back. He let out a groan and emitted a low, hoarse growl. Colin's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he shouted, "Captain! Quickly drop the coiling serpent staff!" Lin Zhao's eyes reddened, filled with madness, but the little remaining rationality made him release his grip. The coiling serpent staff fell from Lin Zhao's hand, landing on the ground. The wriggling silver snake slowly calmed down, as if it had lost its life. Lin Zhao collapsed beside the coiling serpent staff, his windbreaker slowly settling down, but his hands tightly gripping two stone slabs. The immense force crushed the slabs to pieces, as if he was enduring great pain. Seeing this, Colin quickly used telekinesis to pull the coiling serpent staff in front of him and placed it back in the wooden box. Once the coiling serpent staff was removed, Lin Zhao's struggling body slowly began to calm down. Colin breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, controlled the massive rocks to shoot out once again, heading towards the masked man, who was coughing blood repeatedly. The masked man was pushed back again, but without Lin Zhao's overwhelming assault, he was still being suppressed, though not as badly injured as before. Lu Ning! Bring the captain back! Colin said with a serious expression, continuing to attack the masked man. Lu Ning nodded and rushed to Lin Zhao's side. He noticed that there were still two remaining fleshy tendrils wriggling on Lin Zhao's cheek. These wriggling fleshy tendrils slowly integrated into his skin, gradually disappearing. Lin Zhao's face was extremely pale, as if he had suffered from a serious illness, looking very weak. Lu Ning lifted Lin Zhao horizontally and quickly returned to behind Colin. Wang Qiwen leaned in, worried, and said, "Captain, are you okay?" Lin Zhao's expression twisted, he took a deep breath, then grinned weakly and said, "I'm fine, I almost mutated just now." Damn, this guy's ability was terrifying. But he probably hasn't fully mastered it yet, he's suffered a severe backlash, he's probably not feeling good either. Colin looked at Lu Ning, "How's the captain?" In Lu Ning's eyes, there was a faint white mist floating inside Lin Zhao's body, but the mist was slowly dissipating. He spoke, "He should be fine." Colin's expression immediately softened, "That's good to hear." Lin Zhao didn't pay attention, instead, he looked at the masked man who was being suppressed by Colin, his face slightly ugly. "This guy is tough, Colin, you might not be able to keep him. Can you hold him off for a while? I need to call for help." Colin nodded, "No problem." At this moment, Lu Ning looked at Lin Zhao and said, "Captain, can I use the snake coil stick?" These words made Lin Zhao, Colin, and Wang Qiwen all stunned, their eyes wide open. Wang Qiwen whispered, "Lu Ning, are you crazy?" Lin Zhao was also a bit confused. "You want to use it? Your strength, wait, you won't increase your mental pollution, will you?" Lin Zhao realized, his expression a bit strange. He then took a deep breath and said seriously, "Lu Ning, although the cultist from the Happy Kingdom is badly injured and being suppressed now, if he recovers a little, Colin won't be able to hold him down. Your strength is still too weak, even with the soul weapon, you'll die." Lu Ning looked at Lin Zhao and retorted, "Will I die?" Lin Zhao. Wang Qiwen. Colin adjusted his glasses and looked at the masked man who was slowly stabilizing under his attacks, even starting to use his passive abilities to cancel out telekinesis, and spoke, "I think Lu Ning's idea might work. In a little while, if he tries to leave, I won't be able to stop him." Lin Zhao grinned, "Then just give it a try." Colin tossed the wooden box to Lu Ning. Lu Ning opened the wooden box and reached out to grab the snake coil stick. As his hand touched the snake coil stick, the silver snake patterns on it immediately came to life, the snake's body coiling around his wrist, and an incredibly powerful force entered Lu Ning's body from the snake coil stick. He placed the wooden box down and swung the snake coil stick, the sound of wind howling echoed. So this is the soul weapon? It's indeed very powerful. The next moment, he stamped his foot on the ground, the stone slabs underfoot cracking. He turned into an afterimage and rushed toward the masked man. The masked man was currently using his passive ability to neutralize Colin's attack again. He panted heavily, sneering, "This officer from the Mist Bureau, you can't stop me, I'll be leaving soon." At that moment, he saw a figure holding the snake coil stick charging towards him, which made the masked man's body shiver slightly. When he saw that the person holding the snake coil stick was not Lin Xiao, but the team member with the excellent marksmanship, the masked man laughed loudly, "A mere second-tier awakener, daring to use a soul weapon? You're all crazy. He'll probably mutate any second now." However, no one answered him. Lu Ning had already closed the distance. Along with Lu Ning were various giant stones controlled by Colin. The masked man once again shouted, "Negativity." As soon as his voice fell, all the giant stones fell to the ground, but Lu Ning's speed didn't slow down at all. In the blink of an eye, he reached the masked man and swung the snake coil stick down on his head, the white light above it intense. Chapter 37, Kill. What? The negativity ability seemed to have no effect on Lu Ning, which completely surprised the masked man. The intense soul-strengthening power on the snake coil stick made the masked man widen his eyes. Breath stalled. Caught off guard, he hurriedly dodged. However, Lin Zhao's previous attack had severely injured the masked man, and the backlash from using his fallen ability made his movements far less agile than before. He barely managed to dodge his head, but his left shoulder was struck by the coiling snake staff. The power of the high-resonance soul-shaking fist was immense, and Lu Ning's own strength, amplified by the coiling snake staff, increased significantly. This strike, just by touching, shattered the masked man's left shoulder bones, leaving his flesh mangled and bloody. He let out a miserable scream, his eyes widening in disbelief beneath the mask. The masked man seemed completely unable to believe that just a mere second-tier awakened could injure him so severely. With one strike, Lu Ning didn't give the masked man a chance to catch his breath. He twisted his waist and swung his arms, sweeping the coiling snake staff out with a howling wind sound, once again smashing towards the masked man's waist. The masked man clenched his teeth, swallowed the blood in his mouth, and roared at Lu Ning, "Negativity." This time, the white light on Lu Ning's coiling snake staff dimmed slightly, and both its power and speed weakened a little. However, the masked man was even more shocked. He had used his full strength to cast the negativity ability on Lu Ning alone, yet it had only weakened the attack by such a small amount? Fortunately, this time the masked man was prepared. As he used his ability, he quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the weakened strike of the coiling snake staff. The masked man hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief before massive boulders came hurtling toward his back. He dodged in a panic but was still struck on the back by a boulder, causing him to spew blood from his mouth. The masked man let out an enraged screech and roared at Lu Ning, who was swinging the coiling snake staff at him again, "Fallen." However, Lu Ning didn't stop at all. In the masked man's disbelieving eyes, the coiling snake staff smashed down heavily on his head. Boom! The masked man's head tilted from the impact, his mask shattered, revealing a handsome face. A hideous wound split his forehead, with blood continuously streaming down. The masked man staggered a step, opened his mouth as if to speak, but before he could utter a word, the coiling snake staff crashed down on his head again. This strike sent the masked man straight to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but before he could react, the coiling snake staff struck once more. Boom! 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 Lu Ning raised his staff and brought it down, again and again, smashing it onto the masked man's head, driving it into the stone pavement, leaving only his limbs and torso twitching outside. With each fall of the coiling snake staff, the twitching limbs gradually stopped moving. Even when the masked man's limbs had gone completely limp, Lu Ning's face remained expressionless as he continued hammering the staff onto his head. This made the three people in the distance feel their scalps tingle. Wang Chuan looked at Lu Ning in horror, stammering, "See, Captain, has Lu Ning gone berserk? He looks insane." Colin also stared at Lu Ning with uncertainty, his expression wary. Lin Zhao's mouth twitched, then cautiously called out, "Lu Ning? Lu Ning? Are you okay?" Lu Ning stopped his staff, glanced at Lin Zhao, and looked confused. "What's wrong, Captain?" Lin Zhao sighed in relief, then coughed lightly and said, "Lu Ning, I know you don't like cultists, but defiling a corpse isn't right. This doesn't align with the values of the Mist Bureau, understand?" Lu Ning explained, "I just wasn't sure if he was dead yet, so to be safe, I hit him a few more times." Lin Zhao and the others? They looked at the red and white splattered around the pit where the head was embedded and fell into deep thought. Colin adjusted his glasses, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Lu Ning, maybe you should check if his head is even intact anymore?" Hearing this, Lu Ning glanced at the pit and realized that the once handsome face of the masked man had become completely unrecognizable. Lu Ning looked at his body but didn't see anything like white mist. Then he smiled brightly at Colin. He should be dead. Even Colin, who was usually calm, had a smile that was awkward but still polite. "Dead, huh? dead is good, dead is good. At least he won't have to suffer from Lu Ning's torment anymore. Lin Xiao and the other two exchanged glances, seeing this thought in each other's eyes at the same time. Lin Xiao's face was pale, and he supported Colin's shoulder. Let's go, let's check it out. Colin nodded, and the three of them walked towards the man in the mask of death. Colin spoke to Wang Qiwen. You support the captain. Oh, okay. Wang Qiwen quickly stepped forward to support Lin Xiao. Colin then crouched down and started feeling around the black robe of the masked man. Soon, he found several broken pieces of a fallen incense stick from the black robe. The incense must have been affected by the battle's energy, breaking into several parts. Apart from the incense, there was also a ring with an angel carving and several soul crystals. Colin examined the angel carving on the ring. The angel had her wings and arms spread wide, as if to embrace the believers. She wore a pure yet revealing long dress, looking both holy and seductive. However, the fallen angel's face on the carving was completely blurred, and her appearance could not be made out. This is the mark of a fallen angel. This guy is definitely a member of the happy heaven. But apart from the incense, there's nothing else useful. Colin said with some regret. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and spoke. This cultist mentioned an experiment earlier, so this gathering might be the site of the experiment. The question is whether it was his personal mission, or if there were other members of the happy heaven in the gathering. This could be investigated. Colin nodded. We can investigate the organizer of the birthday party. We should be able to find the list of the participants. Let's go ask that lady from before. Lin Xiao nodded and said softly. He then looked at Lu Ning with a surprised expression in his eyes. Lu Ning, why did the cultist's ability have such a weak effect on you? Do you have a special method of resistance? Colin also came to his senses, looking at Lu Ning with curiosity. He said seriously, Lu Ning, if you have such a method, you could share it with the Mist Bureau. It could help the action team members reduce a lot of losses when facing members of the happy heaven. This achievement should be enough for you to apply for a powerful soul weapon. Maybe even a mid-level soul weapon could be requested for you. Wang Qiwen also looked at Lu Ning with curiosity. Lu Ning's expression was calm. I don't have any special resistance method. Lin Xiao was stunned, somewhat surprised. Then why weren't you affected? That fallen ability almost caused me to mutate. Lu Ning thought for a moment. Maybe it's because my spiritual pollution level has always been 0%, so I can't be affected by spiritual pollution? I didn't feel any spiritual corruption. The three of them, degree. Wang Qiwen's eyes went wide. Spiritual pollution level 0% has this kind of benefit? Damn, this is amazing. Does that mean the members of the happy heaven can't do anything to you? Colin also looked at him with envy inside. Maybe there really is such a possibility. But that negative ability seems to have little effect on you? Lu Ning nodded and truthfully said, the negative is too small. I've walked through the mist for a long time, and the negative emotions I've experienced were much greater than this, so it didn't have much of an impact. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. Lin Zhao's expression was a little puzzled. That negative ability I tried before, it felt like my whole body was powerless, and everything in the world had no meaning. I didn't expect it wouldn't even affect you? I can't imagine what kind of mental journey you've gone through in the mist. Colin also nodded slightly, gently patting Lu Ning's shoulder. At least now, you've returned to the civilized era, back among humans. Lu Ning slightly nodded. Alright, notify Lin Fei and them, along with the logistics department of the Mist Bureau, to handle the aftermath. Lin Xiao silently changed the subject. Chapter 38 for Humanity. Colin called to notify the logistics department of the Mist Bureau, then led Lu Ning and the others to walk out of the villa area. In the outer area, Lin Fei and Peng Chanqian, along with several officers, had sealed off the area. Behind them, there were many residents. Most of these residents were in pajamas, some were even in underwear, shivering in the night breeze. Their faces were pale, looking towards the villa area with terrified expressions. A middle-aged man with a big belly said to Lin Fei, Officer Lin, what's the situation now? What caused the mutation inside? You need to tell us residents clearly. Another stern-looking middle-aged woman also nodded, yes, there is so much noise inside, we have the right to know the details. Lin Fei's expression was serious as he said, this matter involves the Mist Bureau. If any of you have connections there, you can inquire with them. As an officer, I am also unsure about the specifics of the mutation incident. The other residents were not ready to let Lin Fei off the hook. Just then, sounds of footsteps were heard in the night, causing everyone to tremble. Lin Fei and the other officers quickly drew their guns, aiming at the dark path, looking stern. And the once strong residents began to retreat, hiding behind the officers. Figures appeared on the path. Gradually, Lin Fei and the others recognized who was coming. When they saw Lin Xiao and the others, Lin Fei and the officers were all delighted. However, upon seeing Lin Zhao's torn clothes and Colin's slightly pale face, their expression slightly changed. Lin Fei hurried forward, Captain Lin, you're back. How's the situation? Do we need higher security? Lin Xiao waved his hand, looking a bit weak as he said, no need, the mutation has been dealt with, we have notified the logistics department of the Mist Bureau. You just need to cooperate with the logistics department later. Hearing this, Lin Fei's expression clearly relaxed, then he smiled and gave a salute to them, thank you all for your hard work. Lin Xiao grinned, for humanity. Lin Fei nodded heavily, for humanity. Colin said, next, this area will be handed over to you. Residents can't enter for now, the mental radiation inside is still very high, and entering could easily lead to mental issues. He glanced at the residents standing behind Lin Fei and the others. Upon hearing this, the residents' faces instantly changed. The previously speaking stern middle-aged woman, now slightly odd, asked Colin, Sir, when can we go home? Will the mental radiation decrease? Will there be any after effects? Colin adjusted his glasses, smiling politely, Ma'am, don't worry, the mental radiation inside isn't long-lasting, at most 2 days, and you can return without any aftereffects. Hearing this, the residents finally sighed in relief. The stern middle-aged woman quickly nodded, Thank you, sir. Colin nodded slightly, then turned to Wang Qiwen, On, can you drive? Wang Qiwen was taken aback, Yes, why? The captain's in no condition to drive, can you take his car back? What? The originally weak Lin Xiao nearly jumped up from Wang Qiwen's shoulder upon hearing this. He shook his head vigorously, No way. I don't want to. What if On crashes my car? I still haven't finished paying for it. Wang Qiwen? Colin helplessly said, But you can't drive right now anyway? Lin Xiao stubbornly replied, No matter what, let the logistics department help tow my car back to the station when they arrive. All right then. Everyone gets in my car. A few people got in the car, Lu Ning sat in the passenger seat, and Wang Qiwen helped Lin Xiao into the back seat. The off-road vehicle started and quickly headed out of the villa area. By the time they returned to the branch, it was nearly 5 a.m. In the lobby, Yuran was sitting at the front desk, resting her hands on her head nodding from time to time. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she jerked awake and quickly looked toward the door. When she saw Lin Xiao, his clothes torn, his body covered in blood, and his face pale, leaning on Wang Qiwen as he entered, Yuran's face turned white, and she quickly stood up and ran over. Captain, are you okay? Yuran's voice trembled, and her eyes were slightly red. Lin Xiao grinned and said, I'm fine, just some minor injuries. Colin and Lu Ning followed behind and entered as well. Colin smiled and said, Xiaoran, the captain is indeed fine, but be careful, don't make his injuries worse. Hearing this, Yuran immediately shot Colin a glare. Deputy Captain, you're really something, I'm not that careless. After hearing Colin's words, Yuran's mood improved a little, and she hurriedly said, I'll get the medicine. Lin Xiao nodded, We'll head to the 3rd floor first. Colin spoke, Let's take the elevator today, with the captain in this condition, climbing the stairs would be too painful. Next to the stairs, there was also an elevator, though everyone usually took the stairs, rarely using the elevator. Wang Qiwen suddenly realized, I thought, why would they install an elevator, so it's for this kind of situation. Colin smiled and nodded, Yeah, if we used a stretcher, it'd be even more troublesome with the stairs. Wang Qiwen was puzzled, they're using a stretcher, but not going to the hospital? Colin smiled, We have special medicine here that can handle emergencies better than the hospital. Wang Qiwen nodded in understanding. They all got in the elevator and quickly reached the 3rd floor. When the elevator doors opened, and they stepped out, they saw an elderly man with black hair walking out of the activity room. The old man was tall and strong, and if you didn't look at his face, you wouldn't be able to tell he was elderly. He was one of the retired team members, Yinan. Behind him, Zhou Yuelin and Wei Xian also walked out. Seeing Lin Zhao's tragic state, Zhou Yuelin's face turned white, and she exclaimed, Captain, what happened to you? Wei Xian hurried over, helping Lin Xiao with Wang Qiwen, What happened? Wang Qiwen grimaced, looking terrified, Damn it, we ran into a really tough opponent this time. Yinan frowned as he looked at Lin Xiao, You even brought the snake sticks and you still ended up like this? What kind of person did you face? Lin Xiao weakly smiled, a level 5 member from the Kingdom of Joy. Level 5? Yinan's face slightly changed, there aren't many mid-level awakened ones in the Kingdom of Joy. If a level 5 shows up, there are definitely some demons behind them. Was it because of that corrupted incense? Colin nodded and explained, Yeah, from what that cultist said, they were likely testing the corrupted incense. At this point, Colin's expression turned solemn, The test result isn't good for us, this time we had a level 5 mutant, and their strength was formidable. Yinan's face slightly changed, looking at Lin Xiao and the others with some surprise, a level 5 mutant plus a level 5 cultist, and you didn't suffer any casualties? Colin, Lu Ning, and the others came back to their senses, and Lin Xiao grinned and pointed to Lu Ning, who was quietly standing to the side. This time, it's all thanks to Lu Ning, otherwise I might have had the risk of mutation. Yinan and the others immediately turned their attention to Lu Ning, their expressions filled with confusion and surprise. Yinan looked puzzled, Lu Ning is only level 1, What could he have done to help? Level 1? This kid is already level 2. Colin's mouth twitched, helplessly adding. Yi Nan and the others? Chapter 39, The Party Initiator. What? He's already level 2? Didn't he just recently learn the spiritual refining method? Yi Nan stared at Lu Ning, exclaiming in shock. Yeah, this kid doesn't need to worry about spiritual contamination. The refining of the spirit is not something we need to be cautious about, and its efficiency is very high.
Lin Xiao grinned, his eyes full of envy.
Xiao Yulin looked at Lu Ning, her eyes full of admiration. Lu Ning GE is amazing. He's already at the second stage, and I'm still far from it. Wei Xian also nodded, admiring him. I'm still far away too. But, even at the second stage, you're still a low-level awakener. How could you deal with a 5th stage awakener? Yi Nan was still confused.
Colin smiled. He can use the soul device, and the awakener's ability happens to have no effect on him.
I guess that cultist was just unlucky. Hearing this, Yi Nan was even more surprised. The 5th stage awakener's ability doesn't work on him? How is that possible?
Because that cultist's ability mostly involves the mind.
Oh gee, you know Lu Ning's mental state, well, it's very stable.
Yi Nan suddenly understood, then he looked at Lu Ning and smiled. I didn't expect that at just the second stage, you could make such a contribution.
Young people really are more powerful.
Lin Xiao also thought of something, looking at Lu Ning. By the way, your contribution this time is huge.
After all, a mid-level awakener-level cultist is quite dangerous. If it weren't for you, the best outcome would probably be us holding out until reinforcements arrived, and the cultist backing down. Being able to kill that cultist all depended on you. You should get quite a reward this time. Lu Kong heard this and looked at Lin Xiao. Will there be a soul device as a reward?
Hearing this, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, I'll apply for it for you.
I'm not sure if it will be approved, but don't get your hopes up too high. Lu Ning nodded slightly.
At this moment, footsteps quickly approached, and Yu ran up from behind.
She was holding a silver metal box. Captain, your medicine.
Yi Nan also came back to his senses. Help Lin Xiao to the activity room first.
Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian nodded repeatedly, supporting Lin Xiao to the activity room and helping him lie down on the sofa. Then, Colin took the metal box from Yu Ran's hand and opened it. Inside was a blue potion.
Seeing that Lu Ning and the others were curious, Colin explained, this potion is made by an awakener with healing abilities from the Mist Bureau. Unfortunately, this potion can't be stored for long, and the production process is quite troublesome, so the stock of this potion in the Mist Bureau is quite limited. As he spoke, he attached a needle and injected the potion into Lin Zhao's body. Lin Zhao's expression immediately relaxed a lot, and his previously pale face gradually regained its color. He exhaled a breath of stale air and grinned, finally feeling better.
You can rest for a while more.
Colin glanced at Lin Xiao, who was about to sit up, and said. Lin Xiao shrugged and lay back down.
Then Colin looked at Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen, saying, You two go and rest, it's been a tiring night. Wang Qiwen looked a bit embarrassed. I didn't really do much. Colin smiled. Didn't you kill a few first-stage mutated ones? That's also a contribution.
I'll apply for a reward for you later.
Wang Qiwen's eyes instantly brightened. All right then. Lu Ning nodded. Then I'll go back to sleep. After Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen left, Yi Nan also returned to the basement. Colin looked at Lin Xiao. Later, we need to ask that lady. Do you want to go?
Lin Xiao smiled. Of course I'll go. I'll rest for a bit first, then go in a while.
Colin nodded.
After returning, Lu Ning had a nice long sleep.
When he arrived at the Mist Bureau, it was already evening. The receptionist was a different young girl named Annie. Yu Ran had worked the night shift yesterday and took the day off. Annie greeted Lu Ning, who nodded, then he went to the 3rd floor.
On the 3rd floor activity room, neither Colin nor Lin Xiao were there, only Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin. Wei Xian was playing a single-player game, while Xiao Yulin was watching a drama on the side. Seeing Lu Ning come over, Xiao Yulin's eyes lit up, and she greeted him with a smile. Lu Ning, are you well rested?
Wei Xian laughed and said, Why not rest a little longer? One hasn't come yet, he probably didn't work as hard as you yesterday, right?
Lu Ning spoke up, I'm about done resting.
What about the captain and the vice-captain? They went to the Public Security Bureau.
I heard they're going to talk to that young lady who reported the case yesterday again, Xiao Yulin explained. Lu Ning nodded slightly and came to sit next to Wei Xian to play the game with him. Around 6 in the afternoon, Lin Xiao and Colin finally returned to the activity room. Lin Xiao had changed into a new set of clothes, his complexion rosy, and he looked nothing like his previous grim state. He and Colin hung their trench coats on the wall and sat down on the sofa looking exhausted.
Wei Xian asked, How was it? Colin said, The lady has told us everything she knows.
This birthday party was a private gathering hosted by Han Yu, the young master of Tianqing Entertainment Group. The guests at this gathering include some high-ranking children of the entertainment group and some young stars and models. We had the Public Security Bureau investigate Han Yu. Turns out, that kid has been living a very wild life, mixing with both genders and often hosting various parties. As for whether this is his true nature or if he's fallen under bad influence, we aren't sure yet. The lady didn't know the guest list for the party, but I think with Han Yu's status, he must have a butler to help draft the list and send out invitations. Finding clues shouldn't be hard. So we plan to go to Tianqing Entertainment Group tomorrow to find out more. Lu Ning and the other two listened quietly to Kulin's words. Xiao Yulin, a little surprised, said, Tianqing Entertainment Group is a big group in our base city. I didn't expect their young master to die in a mutation incident. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, whether Han Yu is dead or not is still uncertain, but he has certainly gone missing. This must be big news, right? Xiao Yulin said with excitement, can I go with you guys tomorrow? Wei Xian also looked a bit eager. Last mission, Wen and Lu Ning went together. This time, can I go with Xiao Lin? Lin Xiao laughed and said, this mission is just an investigation, it's not hard. We'll let Kalin take you both. The three of us will stay at the branch and rest. Xiao Yulin waved her fist excitedly, so, we might get to see those stars? Kalin adjusted his glasses, feeling a bit helpless. We're not going there to chase stars. Xiao Yulin giggled, I know, I'll just take a distant look. Then Kalin looked at Lu Ning and said, I reported your weapon application and merit request together, we should have news tomorrow. Lu Ning nodded and said, thank you, Vice Captain. Kalin patted Lu Ning's shoulder and smiled, we're all comrades, there's no need for thanks. Lin Xiao chuckled, if you really want to thank us, how about a few rounds? Wei Xian and Kalin exchanged knowing smiles, looking at Lu Ning. Lu Ning replied with a straight face, I'll pass on the thanks. TSK. Alright, let's have dinner, I'm starving. Lin Xiao pouted. Chapter 40, Red Roses and White Roses. That night, it was Lu Ning and Lin Xiao's turn to stand watch. Lin Xiao, as usual, went to watch a soap opera, while Lu Ning, having exhausted his soul crystal, could only refine his mental strength bit by bit. A night passed quickly. The next morning, Lu Ning had just finished refining his mental strength and was about to go to the captain's office to ask Lin Xiao for breakfast when he heard fast footsteps approaching. Lin Xiao pushed the door open, his face lit up with surprise. Lu Ning, I have good news to tell you. Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao in confusion, what good news? Didn't Colin apply for weapon equipment and a merit exchange for you yesterday? We have results now. Lu Ning immediately asked, how is it? Director Wang personally approved the application and plans to give you a firearm-type soul weapon. It's perfect because you don't need regular firearms, you can just use the soul weapon directly. The person escorting the soul weapon should arrive soon. Lu Ning smiled, that's great. Lin Xiao patted Lu Ning on the shoulder and said, you're lucky. To be honest, I didn't expect the soul weapon application to pass. Director Wang probably thought that your mental contamination level wouldn't increase, making you a good fit for using a soul weapon. Plus, Colin mentioned in the application that your shooting skills are very precise, which is why it was approved. Lu Ning nodded slightly and said, with the soul weapon, my strength should improve a bit. If there are any strong opponents, I should be able to help. Lin Xiao froze for a moment, then smiled and said, you already helped a lot last time. If it weren't for you, I might have mutated. Lu Ning didn't dwell on the topic and said, I'm hungry, let's order takeout. Sure, what do you want to eat? Tofu pudding, salty. Heresy. Tofu pudding should be sweet to taste good. Lin Xiao immediately glared at him. Lu Ning calmly replied, I only eat it salty. Lin Xiao. He angrily walked out of the room to order the takeout. After a while, Colin, Wang Chuan, and the others arrived at the activity room. When they heard that Lu Ning's soul weapon application had passed, Wang Chuan and the others looked at Lu Ning with envy. Lu Ning's shooting skills were already precise, now with the new soul weapon firearm, isn't that invincible? Wang Chuan tried hard to appear less envious, but the distorted expression was impossible to hide. Colin smiled and said, with Lu Ning's shooting skills, combined with the soul weapon firearm, at the very least, he can deal with Tier 3 mutated people and awakened ones. Who knows, he might even have a chance against Tier 4 mutated people and awakened ones. Xiao Yulin was a bit shocked, is it that powerful? Lin Xiao, sitting nearby, stuffed a bun into his mouth and said, it's normal. Low-tier awakened ones are actually still quite weak. Maybe they can resist regular firearms, but the power of soul weapon firearms is very strong. With the body defense of low-tier awakened ones, they can't stop it, unless they have special abilities. But it's different for mid-tier awakened ones. After Tier 5, their abilities become very strong, and their bodies become much stronger. They're not that easy to kill. Didn't you see how Lu Ning used the soul-shaking fist, hitting that cultist's head with the snake staff so many times? Wang Chuan looked envious, that's already impressive, okay? Wei Xian also sighed. We joined the Mist Bureau at the same time, but didn't expect Lu Ning to be so strong now.
We're still rookies. Xiao Yulin also drooped her head, feeling dejected.
Wang Xuan opened his mouth to argue that he wasn't a rookie, but thinking about Lu Ning's performance the night before, he silently closed his mouth.
Colin smiled. You don't need to compare yourselves to Lu Ning.
He's special, after all. His mental contamination level has always been 0%, which is unimaginable for all humans. Not to mention, his natural talent is already very strong. This made the three of them nod in agreement.
Xiao Yulin said with starry eyes, Lu Ning's talent is indeed amazing. No matter what it is, he can learn it in one go, and he learns it better than even old Qin and the others.
Lu Ning calmly said, I just think those things are pretty simple, so I should be able to master them.
Wei Xian twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. I guess a genius's way of thinking is different from others, huh?
At this moment, there was a knock on the activity room door.
Xiao Yulin quickly stood up to open the door.
Outside was Yu Ran, with several Mist Bureau members in trenchcoats following her. Lu Ning noticed that the leader was a familiar face.
It was Yan Feng.
Yan Feng was holding a black metal box, with his usual nonchalant expression.
Yu Ran spoke, Captain,
they said they have something to do here. Lin Xiao smiled, Yan Feng.
Are you here to bring something?
Yan Feng slightly nodded and said, yes, the goods you applied for have arrived. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Ning, and a trace of seriousness and wariness appeared in his eyes.
Lu Ning's performance at the headquarters still left a deep impression on him. Come in.
Yan Feng nodded, then entered the room by himself, while Lin Xiao said to Ran, Xiao Ran, take these brothers to the reception room and make them some tea.
Yu Ran nodded, okay.
Yu Ran led a few people away as Yan Feng tossed the black box onto the coffee table, slumping down on the sofa, and said with a smile, want to check your goods?
Lin Xiao and the others all looked at the black metal box. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning, it's your stuff, do you want to open it?
Lu Ning nodded and moved forward to unlock the metal box. Inside were two handguns. One handgun was red, and the other was white. The red one had a rose pattern, while the white one had a peony pattern. Dual guns, red rose and white peony, low-risk soul weapons. This pair of guns is more powerful than a sniper rifle, but the recoil is also very strong.
Generally, even second-tier body-enhanced awakeners may not be able to handle continuous firing.
In addition to regular bullets, they can consume mental energy to add special abilities to the bullets. The red rose can attach flame attacks, and the white peony can attach frost attacks. However, these added ability attacks require consuming a certain amount of mental energy. You'll have to watch how you use them. Yan Feng slowly introduced the situation of the soul weapons. After hearing this, Lu Ning nodded and said, this is very suitable for me. He reached out to grab the dual guns, feeling a different sensation from the gun bodies. The red rose felt warm, while the white peony felt cold. Lu Ning clearly sensed that when he took up the dual guns, his body seemed to become more agile, his vision slightly improved, even allowing him to see mosquitoes flapping their wings in the distance. The rose and peony patterns on the gun bodies seemed to come alive, as if two fresh flowers were blooming. Lu Ning couldn't put them down, looking left and right, a smile appearing on his face.
Wang Chuan and the others looked on with envy.
Yan Feng spoke up, your mental pollution level has always been 0%. The usage restrictions of low-risk soul weapons don't mean much to you, just use them as you see fit. Just remember, the mental energy still has to come from you, so don't mess it up.
Lu Ning nodded, I know. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing.
Director Wang said that with Lu Ning's contributions, he actually has a bit of a distance to apply for these guns.
However, considering Lu Ning's special circumstances, the application was approved early.
Following this, part of Lu Ning's future contributions will be deducted to repay for these guns, Yan Feng added after thinking for a moment. Lin Xiao realized, no wonder.
I thought Lu Ning's contribution shouldn't have been enough normally.
Yan Feng stood up, saying, I finished notifying you all, so I'll head back to report now. Saying this, he casually took a bun, put it in his mouth, and walked out nonchalantly.
Colin, go see Yan Feng out. Colin nodded and followed Yan Feng out. Chapter 41, Clue.
After Yan Feng and Colin left, Wang Chuan and the others quickly gathered around Lu Ning.
Wow! Is this a soul weapon? It's so beautiful.
Xiao Yueling looked at the patterns on the dual guns with shining eyes.
Gorgeous and elegant.
This simply perfectly hit her aesthetic.
Wang Chuan and Wei Xian's focus was different.
Wei Xian curiously asked, how powerful are these bullets?
If they're stronger than a sniper rifle, they can't be weaker than a small cannonball, right? Wang Chuan was extremely envious. They can actually attach elemental attacks? Doesn't that mean Lu Ning could also be counted as having elemental awakening abilities in the future?
Seeing the three of them crowding forward, Lin Xiao reminded them, hey, be careful.
Although the mental radiation of low-risk soul weapons isn't particularly strong.
But your levels are too low, and your mental strength is too weak.
If you stay close for a long time, it will still affect the stability of your mental strength. At that time, the mutation may not occur, but it will definitely have an impact on your mental strength training. Hearing this, the three of them changed their expressions and quickly pulled away from each other.
So, does that mean we can't use soul devices right now?
Wang Chuan said, looking disappointed.
Lin Xiao smiled lightly and said, that's not the case. If it's for a short period, even you can use it, but the side effects are pretty large. You might need a period where you can't use your mental power, and the mental pollution level will also rise a bit.
Xiao Yulin stuck out her tongue and said, in that case, I'd rather not use the soul device.
Lin Xiao smiled and reassured, don't worry, with me and the team, with Colin, and now with Lu Ning, you three won't have to use the soul devices.
Then his expression became serious. If it really comes to you using them, it would be a big deal.
Not long after, Colin returned. After they finished breakfast, Colin took Xiao Yulin and Wei Xian and left the division to investigate Han Yu's situation and the guest list for the birthday party. Lin Xiao, Wang Qiwen, and Lu Ning stayed behind at the division, so naturally, they had nothing to do. In the end, the three of them discussed it and decided to go to the underground training room to check out the power of the red rose and white rose. The bullets used by the dual guns were just regular handgun bullets, with one magazine able to hold 20 rounds, so the dual guns had 40 rounds. The normal power was extremely huge, and Lin Xiao took out a 5cm alloy steel plate for a test, which was easily pierced by one shot. Compared to a regular handgun, this was simply a toy. When Lu Ning used his ability enhancement, the power was even further increased.
Fire bullets, when enough mental strength is infused, can make the bullets explode, almost like small artillery shells.
Frost bullets can freeze an entire area. After Lu Ning finished testing the power, Wang Qiwen had completely fallen into despair. This elemental ability is stronger than mine.
Even Lin Xiao was a little surprised. The power of this soul device is stronger than the coiling serpent staff, and it's a special type of firearm soul device. In your hands, this is simply a deadly weapon. Lu Ning, you really owe Director Wang a big favor this time.
Lu Ning nodded,
Until 5 o'clock in the evening, Colin and the others returned to the activity room, looking exhausted.
Lin Xiao immediately asked, how is it? Any progress?
Xiao Yulin complained, there is progress, but that Han Yu's parents are simply too much. They actually think it's our fault for not discovering it earlier, which caused their son's mutation.
Can you believe it? Even Wei Xian, who usually had a good temper, showed a sarcastic expression. Why don't they think about whether they took care of their son properly?
Lin Xiao looked at Colin, and Colin calmly said, although the process was a bit bumpy, overall, we did get some results.
We visited Han Lin, the president of Tianqing Group.
He said Han Yu used to work at Tianqing Group, but recently he has been taking frequent leaves, supposedly going out to play with friends.
Also, Han Yu's temper has been weird lately, getting angry from time to time, which he never did before. Additionally,
Colin paused and continued, we found out that recently, Han Yu has been using his power to manipulate quite a few celebrities, both male and female.
From what we know, he had no interest in men before. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This matches what we found at the Public Security Bureau. Has this just started recently?
Colin nodded, yes, we asked many employees at Tianqing Entertainment Group, and several witnesses confirmed that Han Yu's recent actions and behavior have been very strange. It seems that Han Yu must have come into contact with Heaven's Joy recently, or at least used the fallen incense. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, nodding slowly.
He then spoke, has Han Yu been getting close to anyone recently? Or has he met any suspicious characters? Colin smiled and said, I was also thinking that maybe one of the people Han Yu has been meeting recently is a member of Paradise, so I investigated his recent movements. I found 3 suspicious individuals. One is Samantha, a small star from the Tianqing Group.
There are rumors within the group that they are in a romantic relationship. The second is a middle-aged man named Li Yang, who owns a few casinos and bars, possibly involved with the underworld.
People have seen him visit the Tianqing Group several times to meet Han Yu. The last one is Zhu Jiani, the Han family's butler.
According to Han Lin, Zhu Jiani has helped Han Yu with a lot of things, and he organized this birthday party.
But after the party, Zhu Jiani disappeared. Disappeared?
Lin Xiao frowned slightly and sat up straighter.
Could it be that he fled to avoid punishment? Colin nodded. That's a possibility. That's why I think he's the most suspicious. The second is Li Yang.
After all, Gao Tianlin's Peach Heart Gang used to be quite powerful in the base city's underworld. If Li Yang's businesses are connected to that, he might have some ties with Gao Tianlin.
We haven't found anything useful from Gao Tianlin's line of inquiry so far, so maybe this is the breakthrough.
As for Samantha, she has been with Tianqing Group for some time, and there are many rumors about her. After all, she's a star.
Who can say for sure what's true or not?
No one knows if she's really in a relationship with Han Yu. Even if they are, given Han Yu's later behavior and how many secret relationships he had, being his lover doesn't really mean anything.
Lin Xiao silently nodded, then said, in that case, let's focus mainly on Zhu Jianyi for now and find his location. Even if he's not a member of Paradise, considering his close relationship with Han Yu, he should know something. Then we'll investigate Li Yang to see if he had any contact with Gao Tianlin. If he did, then he's more suspicious. As for Samantha, we'll also have someone monitor her. It's better to be safe than sorry, we can't miss any opportunity. Colin nodded. In that case, we might not have enough manpower. That's a problem. Let's have the headquarters send some people to assist us, and we can also issue a reward in the black market. Colin nodded slightly. That's a good idea. Alright, let's do that. Colin, please draft a detailed plan, and we'll begin tomorrow. Tonight, I'm going to the black market. Lu Ning, you come with me. Alright. Lu Ning didn't ask any questions, just nodded. After dinner, Wei Xian and Wang Chuan left for home. Today, it was Colin and Xiao Yulin's turn to work the night shift. Lu Ning followed Lin Xiao into his sports car, leaving the division. Along the way, Lu Ning looked at the passing scenery outside the window, saying nothing. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask, aren't you curious where we're going? Lu Ning snapped out of his trance and glanced at Lin Xiao. Not curious. Lin Xiao was speechless. Come on, at least pretend to be a little curious? Otherwise, how am I supposed to explain it to you? Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. But I'm really not curious. Lin Xiao fell into silence. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally spoke, we're going to a place called the One Tree Bar. Lu Ning nodded. Oh. Lin Xiao, seeing Lu Ning's indifferent reaction, took another deep breath and continued, don't be fooled by how insignificant this bar sounds, and how small it is. Beneath the bar, there's an underground black market. This black market is different from regular ones. It's a black market exclusively for awakened people. If we're lucky. Even soul crystals might be encountered. Hearing this, Lu Ning was a bit surprised, even soul crystals? Seeing that Lu Ning finally showed interest, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled as he said, of course, some awakeners do not join our Mist Bureau due to their abilities or other reasons, but they are still awakeners, right? They will find ways to improve themselves, so places like the black market appear where resources can be exchanged. Those awakeners are not under the official regulation? Not exactly, except for those who deliberately hide their awakening and members of evil cults. Normal awakeners will register with the Mist Bureau. After registering, they can receive a federal subsidy, and if their abilities are suitable, they will be invited to join the Mist Bureau. Of course, you can choose to refuse. If you refuse, you will live under the supervision of the Mist Bureau, but normal life generally won't be affected. Lu Ning nodded slightly, so Wang Kaiwan and the others accepted the invitation? Well, actually not all awakeners are willing to join the Mist Bureau. After all, joining the Mist Bureau has its pros and cons. The resources in the Mist Bureau are definitely the most abundant, but the Mist Bureau requires mission execution, which is quite dangerous. If you do not join, you won't need to execute missions, so the risks are relatively lower. However, if resources are insufficient, spiritual power growth will be very slow, and in the end, it might lead to an inability to suppress psychological pollution, resulting in disease. Lu Ning listened quietly and frowned, then why not let all awakeners use soul crystals to enhance their spiritual power? Wouldn't that reduce the chance of diseases? Lin Xiao sighed, the Federation wants that too, but the number of soul crystals is limited. Even members of the Mist Bureau need corresponding achievements to exchange for them. Where do they have extra for the free awakeners? As he spoke, Lin Xiao sighed again. Having the awakening ability might seem like a stroke of luck to ordinary people, but once awakened, they are already on the path to disease, just pitiable people struggling on that path. Lu Ning remained silent, his expression unchanged. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning, don't you have any feelings about this? My spirit will not be polluted, so I don't have this feeling. Lin Xiao? His face darkened as he said, can't you think from another's perspective and empathize a little? Lu Ning was silent for a moment. Oh, you are quite miserable. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's face turned red, taking deep breaths repeatedly. After a long time, he finally spoke. Generally speaking, when the Mist Bureau is understaffed, they will go to the black market to post tasks. Free awakeners in the black market will look at the difficulty of the tasks and decide whether to accept them. This is also a way for free awakeners to acquire resources. So we are going there to post tasks now. Lu Ning nodded, I understand. As the two talked, the sports car zipped along to a rundown living area on the outskirts of the base city. Finally, it stopped in front of a 3-story small bar, where the LED sign in front read Tree Bar. Lin Xiao took Lu Ning into the bar. The space inside the bar was not large, with tables and chairs surrounding a central dance floor where a band was currently performing. The band members had their hair styled in strange shapes, with colorful designs.
Since it was still early, there weren't many customers in the bar, and the bartender was busy wiping glasses behind the bar. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning to the bar counter and knocked on the surface. The bartender looked up at him and smiled. "Oh, it's Mr. Lin, welcome. Where's your boss?" "He's in the back. Do you want me to get him?" "Bring him over." "All right, Mr. Lin." The bartender put down the glass he was holding and went toward the back door. In a little while, the bartender returned with a muscular blond man. The man had several scars of various shades on his face and walked with a limp. Lu Ning looked down. He discovered that his left foot was made of metal. The muscular man, with a cigarette in his mouth, grinned when he saw Lin Xiao. "Old Lin, it's been a long time." "Ha, I'm here now, aren't I?" Lin Xiao stepped forward, and they both threw a punch at each other's chest, making a dull thud sound. "Come on, let's go inside and talk." The muscular man put his arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder and walked toward the back door, with Lu Ning following them. Once they entered the back door, there was a corridor with several rooms on either side. The muscular man led them to an empty room on the left, then closed the door. Lin Xiao smiled and asked, "How's business lately?" Same old, same old." The muscular man waved his hand and then whispered, "But recently, it seems like there have been more awakenings?" Lin Xiao's smile faded, and he nodded slightly. The number of mutation incidents is increasing." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and pulled Lu Ning over. "Here, let me introduce. This is our team's new guy, Lu Ning. This is Talon, we used to work together." Talon raised an eyebrow and gave Lu Ning a once-over. "A young guy, just awakened, huh?" Lin Xiao chuckled. "You've got it wrong, this kid is special. Just the other day, he took out a level 5. Talon, who had just taken a puff of his cigarette, choked and coughed repeatedly, his face turning red. Talon looked at Lin Xiao with a strange expression. "Old Lin, it's been a few days, and now you're more into jokes, huh?" "Hey, I'm not joking. I told you this kid is special, but I can't go into details. You know the rules in the bureau." Talon saw that Lin Xiao wasn't kidding, and now looked at Lu Ning with uncertainty, his eyes becoming more serious. He smiled and extended his hand to Lu Ning. "Lu Ning, right? I guess I'm your senior now. When you have time, come by here, and I'll cover your bill." Lu Ning also extended his hand and shook Talon's. "Hello, senior." At this point, Lu Ning paused for a moment and said seriously, "Senior, it looks like you're about to mutate." Chapter 43, Soul Artifact Embryo. Lu Ning's words immediately silenced the room. Talon looked at Lu Ning with uncertainty, then at Lin Xiao. "Old Lin, what's going on here?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "I told you he's special." It was him who noticed when Mu Mu was about to mutate. Talon's gaze kept shifting, and he grinned. "If it wasn't for you bringing him, I'd think some monster had infiltrated the base city." Lu Ning calmly retorted, "I'm a normal human." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and then looked at Talon with some worry. "Hasn't the contamination level decreased?" Talon took a puff of his cigarette, smiled with a complex expression. "It probably won't drop any further. It's already great that we can maintain this state." Lin Xiao fell silent, looking at Talon without saying anything. Talon blew out smoke at Lin Xiao and punched him lightly on the chest, laughing. "Don't look at me like that, don't worry, I'm prepared. If it comes down to it, I won't cause you any trouble when I'm about to mutate." Lin Xiao's eye twitched suddenly, he took a deep breath and smiled. "You old man. All right, enough of that. Why are you here? Showing the new guy around? Or are you here to issue some missions?" Talon changed the subject. "Both. I brought Lu Ning to see the black market and also to issue a few missions." Talon raised an eyebrow. "Has the frequency of mission releases increased? Running out of people?" "Yeah, the losses from the last mission were huge, and there have been more incidents lately." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Talon nodded, saying nothing more. "Tell me the tasks, I'll get them sorted for you." 3 tasks. First, find a man named Zhu Jiani. Here's his information. Second, investigate a person named Li Yang, mainly checking if he has any connection to the former Spade Gang's Gao Tianlin. Third, investigate a small celebrity named Samantha. Hearing the first 2 tasks, Talon just nodded. When he heard the third task, he gave a mischievous grin and looked at Lin Xiao. "What, switching to being a paparazzi now?" "I know Samantha, she's a pretty popular star lately, and she's really good looking." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm like you? This star might be related to the mutation incident." "Hey, I was just joking," Talon said with a grin and didn't tease Lin Xiao further. "I got the tasks, I'll send them to you when it's done." "Same reward as usual?" "Yeah, same as usual, Soul Crystal Settlement." "All right. Then go to the black market. Do you want me to show you around?" "No need, you just do your thing." Lin Xiao waved his hand. "Okay, then I won't bother you." The 3 of them left the room, and Lin Xiao led Lu Ning down the corridor deeper. They reached the end of the corridor, where there was a wooden door.
Inside was a small room with a staircase leading down. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning down, and soon they arrived in a new room. This room also had a small wooden door. Lin Xiao opened the small door, leading Lu Ning outside. Outside, it was suddenly wide open. It turned out to be a huge underground space, over 1,000 meters in size. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all made of stone, and bright incandescent light shone from above, making the whole underground space very bright. There were already dozens of people in this underground space. Some wore masks and cloaks, while others, like Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, were dressed in casual clothes. Some had set up stalls, displaying various goods, while others were browsing the stalls. Lin Xiao looked around and said to Lu Ning, "We came a bit early, not many people." "Are these all free awakeners?" Lu Ning asked. "Most of them are. There are quite a few awakeners in the base city. Not many, awakeners are too few compared to ordinary people. But there's an advantage to having fewer. If there were more, mutation incidents would be even more frequent, and management would be harder." Lu Ning nodded slightly. "That makes sense. Let's go, let's browse the stalls, see if there's anything you want." Lin Xiao started walking with Lu Ning. They quickly came to a stall surrounded by 7 or 8 people. The vendor was a blonde young man, and his stall had about 10 items, some watches, small knives, and even toy water guns. However, to Lu Ning's eyes, most of these items emitted a faint white mist, indicating they had some level of psychic radiation. Because the mist was so faint, the radiation wasn't severe, and it had little impact on the awakeners. "These are antiques we collected from a ruined ancient city. These antiques haven't been corroded by time, which means they're already soul weapon embryos. If you take them back and let them absorb more psychic radiation outside the base city, they might transform into soul weapons. If anyone's interested, feel free to take a look." The customers beside them were eyeing the antiques, some whispering to each other, eager to try. Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. "Soul weapons can be made artificially?" Lin Xiao smiled. "Soul weapons come from many sources. However, many low-risk soul weapons are just ordinary items that have absorbed psychic radiation and transformed. The higher the risk of a soul weapon, the more mysterious its origin. High-risk and above soul weapons are all found in the mist. This young man is right. If these are really antiques that can absorb psychic radiation, they are indeed soul weapon embryos. If you buy them and take them outside the base city to absorb more psychic radiation, they might just transform into low-risk soul weapons." Lu Ning nodded slightly. "How long does this process take?" "Who knows? Some might take just a few days, while others might take years. Even a few decades." Lin Xiao shrugged, then he spoke. "We don't need to think about this anymore. Don't you have a soul device now?" Lu Ning looked a bit confused and said, "Can one person only use one soul device?" "Not necessarily, but even a low-risk soul device has low mental radiation. Using multiple soul devices together can still lead to mental pollution." At this point, Lin Xiao suddenly paused. He widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ning. Struggling for a moment, he managed to squeeze out a word, "Damn." He opened his mouth to speak, then looked around and found a few people nearby were intentionally or unintentionally listening to them. Seeing Lin Xiao looking over, a few awakeners immediately showed flattering smiles to him. "Captain Lin, you are here?" Lin Xiao nodded slightly to a few of them. Then he pulled Lu Ning to one side, looking at Lu Ning's eyes which seemed to show a hint of green. "I suddenly remembered, if you equip a lot of low-risk soul devices, then the enhancement they bring, can it compare to medium-risk soul devices? And there are no side effects?" Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. "Otherwise, why would I buy other soul devices?" Lin Xiao had a face full of disbelief. "Damn it, I'm so envious. No increase in mental pollution, that's so freaking awesome." Chapter 44, Discovering Traces. Lin Xiao took several deep breaths to vent the frustration in his heart. He spoke, "If that's the case, you better not buy these soul device embryos. After all, it's like gambling, no one knows when these embryos can evolve, and we don't even know if they are really embryos. If you really want soul devices, wait until you complete a few more tasks and accumulate some merits. At that time, you can apply to the bureau. Our bureau definitely has the most soul devices, and the quality is good." Lu Ning listened to Lin Xiao's words and nodded. "That works." Afterward, what Lu Ning saw made him completely give up on buying soul device embryos. Because just for embryos, it would require millions to buy. Lin Xiao stated that this is the normal price, and Lu Ning fell silent. He simply couldn't afford it. After leaving the stall for soul device embryos, Lu Ning and Lin Xiao continued to browse. The stalls had all sorts of items. Some were disposable talismans, special items made by awakeners using mental power, which could unleash some special abilities. There were herbs and ores with mental radiation brought back from the wilderness, or high radiation parts from disasters and mutants. Some of these could be used to concoct potions, while others could be used to create soul devices and talismans. In general, there were a variety of things.
Unfortunately, Lu Ning didn't have much money now. Although Lin Xiao said he could advance the funds, Lu Ning looked around for a long time and didn't find anything he really wanted, so he didn't buy anything. Lin Xiao also didn't buy anything. It must be said that the Mist Bureau, as an official organization, was incredibly rich in resources. Most things that could be bought on the black market could also be applied for exchange in the Bureau, as long as there were merits. After browsing around, the two left the black market. On the way, the atmosphere inside the car was quiet, and at this moment Lin Xiao suddenly said, "This time you see Tai Long is about to mutate, he seems to have shown no abnormalities? That is different from last time with Mu Mu." Lu Ning spoke, "Tai Long's condition is a bit lighter than Li Mu's. There is a lot of flesh and blood moving autonomously in his body, but it seems to lack consciousness." "I see, so Mu Mu's mutation was because her level of mental pollution was too high? Maybe? I'm not sure of the exact reason." Lin Xiao nodded and fell silent again. After a moment, he sighed and said, "I joined the action team around the same time as Tai Long. His talent is better than mine. I was still at the 4th level when he was already at the 5th level. The previous captain died in an incident. He became the captain. At that time, Tai Ren was originally thought to have the potential to reach the 6th tier and become the most powerful awakener in our base city. Unfortunately, the base city encountered a disaster beast wave before, and to resist the wave, he used a medium dangerous soul weapon from the Bureau. After that, he lost one of his legs, and his mental contamination level remained high. Afterward, he retired from the team and opened this bar. Even after opening the bar, he still helps the Bureau whenever he can." Lu Ning listened quietly to Lin Xiao's words without responding. Lin Xiao didn't expect Lu Ning to respond, he just talked about some things he experienced fighting alongside Tai Ren. As he spoke, Lin Xiao's eyes reddened slightly, he took a puff of his cigarette and said, "That old fool used to say he wanted to become a high-level awakener and join the mist exploration team, even said he wanted to find the source of the mist. Damn it, even at this point, he says he doesn't want to cause me any trouble." The sports car sped down the road, the air in the car was quiet for a moment, and Lu Ning said, "Tai Ren's contamination level is very high, but that doesn't necessarily mean he'll mutate." Lin Xiao exhaled a cloud of smoke, grinning, "That's true, maybe he'll get lucky and live to die of old age." The next few days, the entire division action team started getting busy. Except for the members on duty at the division, the others either went to the security bureau to investigate the identity of the cultist, or continued digging into the clues of Hanyu and Gao Tianlin. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had already posted a task on the black market, so they didn't have to go after Zhu Jianyi or investigate Li Yang and Samantha themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Unfortunately, after a few days, Lu Ning and the others still hadn't found the identity of that cultist. Before Lu Ning killed the cultist, Lin Xiao and the others had already seen his face. But the Security Bureau's registration system didn't have this face. Maybe that cultist's face, just like Gao Tianlin's after his mutation, was changed later. Didn't Gao Tianlin become quite handsome after his mutation? Wei Xian said. Lin Xiao rubbed his forehead, this possibility is quite high, so it seems the cultist's identity cannot be found. Trying to use this lead to find the headquarters of Happy Heaven in our base city is probably unrealistic. If that's the case, then we'll have to rely on the leads from Gao Tianlin and Hanyu, Colin said helplessly. Didn't the captain post a task a few days ago? How come those free awakeners are so inefficient? It's been so long and there are still no clues? Are they even wild? Wang Qiwen scoffed, clearly unhappy with the slow progress of the free awakeners. At this moment, Lin Xiao's phone rang. He raised an eyebrow, picked up the phone, and then immediately smiled. It's Tai Ren calling. Colin and the others' eyes lit up. Is there a lead? I don't know, let me ask. Lin Xiao answered the phone. Hello, Tai Ren, why are you calling me? Lin Xiao listened to the voice on the other end of the phone, and soon, his eyes lit up and he smiled, really? Okay, thanks, I got it. Okay, we'll come over right away. Alright, see you later. Lin Xiao hung up the phone, looked at Colin and the others, and smiled. Tai Ren says someone has found Zhu Jianyi's whereabouts, let's head over. Lu Ning, Xiu Yulin, the three of us will go. Colin, you three stay at the division. Wang Qiwen looked disappointed, huh? We're not going? Wei Xian also seemed somewhat unhappy. Colin adjusted his glasses and chuckled lightly, someone has to stay at the division. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian had no choice but to nod. Lin Xiao and the others arrived at the parking lot. When Lin Xiao saw his two sports cars, he fell silent for a moment. Then he told Lu Ning and Xiu Yulin to wait there for a while, and ran back to borrow Colin's car. The three of them drove again to a tavern called the Tree Bar. Since it was still afternoon, the bar was quite empty. Talon sat alone on a chair, drinking beer, and stood up to greet when he saw Lin Xiao and the others enter. Lin Xiao briefly introduced Talon to Xiu Yulin and then went straight to the point. Where is the person? The person is inside, follow me. He led the three through the back door into the previous corridor, then opened a closed room on one side. Inside the room sat a middle-aged man.
The man wore ordinary casual clothes, and when he saw Lin Xiao and the others come in, he quickly stood up.
Captain Lin, hello. Talon introduced, this is Jeff, he discovered Zhu Jianyi's whereabouts. Lin Xiao nodded, hello, Jeff.
As long as the information is accurate, the reward for the task will be given to you directly.
Jeff's eyes lit up, and he smiled, guaranteed to be accurate. Shall we set off now? No time to waste, let's go. Chapter 45, Subordinate.
Jeff drove his pickup truck ahead, with Lin Xiao, Lu Ning, and Xiu Yulin following behind in their vehicle.
As for Talon, he did not follow.
You can't have a disabled person running around with you. I'm not a member of the action team now.
I'd rather be here having a drink, waiting for your good news.
That was Talon's own words. After following Jeff's car for a while, Xiu Yulin looked around with some confusion. This is already the 6th district, right?
Lin Xiao slightly nodded, yes, it's the 6th district. Should we notify the Fog Bureau's action team in this area? Xiu Yulin asked.
No need, if there's something they need to help with, we'll notify them then.
All right then.
However, Jeff didn't stop. He took Lin Xiao and the others almost across the entire base city to the other side. Finally, the pickup truck stopped outside a remote old residential area, and then Jeff got out of the car. Lin Xiao followed Lu Ning and Xiu Yulin and also got out. The environment of the residential area was not well managed, with trash everywhere, and some homeless people in tattered clothes lying on the ground sleeping. Not far from these homeless people, there were some stinking ditches.
Xiu Yulin frowned and said, the environment here is really poor. Jeff walked over and grinned, little girl, this is the poverty zone, you probably haven't seen it before, right? There are always some unfortunate people in the base city.
Look at those guys lying on the ground, they are all homeless for various reasons. It's hard to say if they can survive this winter. If a disease happens, it would be the end for them. Xiu Yulin glanced at the homeless people, her eyes filled with a hint of sympathy, and looked at Lin Xiao. Captain, why doesn't the Federation help these people? Lin Xiao shrugged, the reasons are complex, but some homeless people are not deserving of sympathy, many of them might have committed crimes.
Jeff grinned, Captain Lin is right, a girl like you, if you come here at night, heh. Upon hearing Jeff's laughter, Xiu Yulin couldn't help but frown. Lin Xiao turned to Jeff, alright, tell me what you know. Where is Zhu Jianyi?
Hearing this, Jeff rubbed his hands and said, Captain Lin, you know, people like us always have some connections. I have a few subordinates here on business, they just happened to see Zhu Jianyi.
Isn't that a coincidence? When was this? Just last night. Lin Zhao's eyes brightened, did he just pass by or is he living here?
Hey, my subordinates are sharp guys, they notified me as soon as they spotted Zhu Jianyi, then followed him to find out where he lives. Don't worry, Captain Lin, I've personally confirmed it, it's definitely accurate.
Then lead the way. All right. This way, please. Jeff hurriedly walked ahead, bending over to lead the way.
They entered the residential area, the internal streets narrow, and the trash looked even more than it did outside, all kinds of garbage piled together, giving off a foul smell. There were few pedestrians on the street, and the occasional ones they encountered wore blank expressions, dressed in rags, with a strange smell about them. Xiu Yulin frowned deeply as she looked around. They live here, don't they worry about the mental stress caused by the environmental issues leading to disease? Jeff scoffed, girl, they are struggling just to survive, sickness wouldn't be worse than their current situation. At that moment, the silent Lu Ning spoke up, the 5 pedestrians we saw, 3 of them are probably not far from sickness.
Jeff's smile abruptly faded away.
He looked at the usually quiet Lu Ning in confusion and forced a laugh. This officer has quite the sense of humor.
Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and turned to Lu Ning, which ones?
The woman dressed provocatively, the very thin child with many injuries, and a man with only one hand.
Xiu Yulin was shocked to hear this, 3 out of 5? That's too exaggerated, isn't it?
Jeff looked confused, first at the serious Lin Xiao, then at Xiu Yulin, widening his eyes. Wait, are you guys joking, or are you serious? Lin Xiao smiled at Jeff, buddy, you don't need to worry about those details, just keep leading the way. Jeff swallowed hard and nodded silently, oh, alright. He walked ahead to lead, and Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning, how serious is the condition of those 3? Lu Ning thought for a moment and said, a bit better than Talon's situation. Jeff, who was in front, stumbled and steadied himself against the filthy wall.
Xiu Yulin glanced at him and said, so they aren't in immediate danger of illness, right? Yes. Lu Ning nodded, they probably won't even have the chance to get sick. Xiu Yulin was puzzled, why?
Lin Xiao paused and then smiled bitterly, that's true, given the living conditions here, they might die from illness before they ever get sick, and if one of them does get sick, who knows how many around them would die.
Xiu Yulin fell silent, saying no more.
Lin Xiao paused and said, however, I will mention this matter to the district department, have them come here for a cleanup, if multiple cases appear at once, that situation won't be good. After that, the few of them fell silent again. Jeff took the 3 through winding alleys, eventually arriving in front of a very ordinary-looking apartment building.
He turned to Lin Xiao and the others. Captain Lin, Zhu Jianyi lives in here. Lin Xiao glanced at the building. You found his trace yesterday, are you sure he didn't escape? Jeff grinned. Don't worry, my men are watching here. If Zhu Jianyi really leaves, they'll notify me right away. They haven't contacted me yet, so he's definitely still hiding here. Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded. Then Jeff continued to lead, pushing open the ajar iron door of the apartment building. Inside the iron door, the space was dim, with only a rather shabby staircase, and the area at the bottom of the stairs was also full of garbage. Jeff whispered, he's on the 4th floor. He led the way up the stairs, heading upstairs. Each floor had 2 households, with doors covered in rust, all tightly shut. Soon, they reached the 4th floor. Jeff pointed to the door of the room on the left. Zhu Jianyi is in there. Xiao Yulin looked around, puzzled. Jeff, didn't you say your men were watching? Where are your men? Upon hearing this, Jeff was taken aback, a look of momentary confusion appearing on his face. My men? What men? I don't have any men. Chapter 46, Unless the Corpse Can Speak. Jeff's words left Lu Ning and the other 2 stunned. In the next moment, Lin Xiao's body puffed up a bit, cautiously watching Jeff. Lu Ning, has he mutated? Lu Ning focused on Jeff's condition right after Jeff showed an abnormality, but he did not see the thick white mist inside him. Lu Ning shook his head. I don't think so. Jeff quickly came back to his senses after a moment of confusion. He noticed that he was surrounded by Lin Xiao and the others, and his expression instantly turned tense. Jeff widened his eyes and exclaimed, Captain Lin? Why are you here? Where is this place? Lin Xiao and the others frowned again. Lin Xiao looked at Jeff and said, have you forgotten what you did before? What thing? You came to lead us to find Zhu Jianyi. Xiao Yulin spoke up. Zhu Jianyi? Jeff's eyes were blank, and then he seemed to think of something, his eyes widening, fear appearing in his gaze. Yes. I was found. He found me. Xiao Yulin frowned and asked, who found you? Jeff's mouth twitched. It was Zhu Jianyi. He found me first, then. Then what? Then I forgot what happened after that, and when I woke up again, I saw you 3, Captain Lin. Jeff's face kept changing as he spoke to Lu Ning and the others. Seeing that Lin Xiao and the others were a bit skeptical, he hurriedly said, Captain Lin, you must believe me. I'm telling the truth. Lin Xiao frowned. Whether it's the truth or not, we will verify it ourselves. Lu Ning then asked, since you don't remember what happened to you, why did you bring us here? Jeff was stunned, then shook his head, looking confused. I don't know. I've never been here. Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, then Lin Xiao turned to look at the big door behind Jeff and shouted, get out of the way. Jeff quickly stepped aside. Lu Ning, keep an eye on him. If he makes any move, just shoot. Lu Ning calmly nodded and 2 exquisite handguns appeared in his hands, the red rose and the white rose. Seeing the handguns in Lu Ning's hands, Jeff quickly raised his arms, forcing a smile. Sir, I'm a good citizen. Lu Ning remained expressionless, giving no response. Cold sweat ran down Jeff's forehead, arms raised high over his head, and he dared not move at all. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao urged Xiao Yulin to step back, taking a step forward himself, slamming his foot heavily on the door. Boom! A huge sound echoed as the door caved in, ripped away from the wall, turning into debris that flew into the room. Just after the door was smashed away, Lu Ning and the others smelled a disgusting foul odor. Lu Ning looked up into the room. Once through the door, they entered a small living room. The living room had a small sofa and a coffee table, roughly about 5 or 6 square meters in size. At this moment, apart from the corpse of Zhu Jianyi, there are 2 other bodies in the room. These 2 bodies are in human form, but their skin has already fallen off, and their entire bodies are covered in bloody muscles. They are obviously infected. The entire room has experienced a brutal battle. There are many pits in the sofa, and the wooden coffee table is also full of holes. There are even deep claw marks in some areas of the walls. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows and said, this room has been through a battle. These 2 infected individuals are unlikely to be above 2nd level, but they are not easy for ordinary people to handle. If they were killed by Zhu Jianyi, then he might be an unregistered awakener. Jeff quickly nodded, saying, he must be an awakener, otherwise, I wouldn't have lost my memory after seeing him. It must have been him. He probably has mind control abilities or something like that. Lin Xiao glanced at Jeff and said, we'll investigate the details, but you need to follow us for an investigation. Jeff's face turned pale, and he forced a smile, saying, do I have any choice? No. Lin Xiao and Xiao Yuelin then went to the bedroom, kitchen, and other rooms to check. Soon, they walked out. Xiao Yuelin spoke up, saying, there are no signs of a battle in the kitchen and bathroom, but it seems like they were rummaged through. The bedroom was also ransacked. It seems that the ones who killed Zhu Jianyi weren't just the 2 infected, there must have been others. They were looking for something. Lin Xiao said thoughtfully. What could they be looking for? Xiao Yuelin asked, somewhat confused.
Lin Xiao thought for a moment before speaking. Zhu Jiani used to be the housekeeper of the Han family.
After Han Yu's incident, he fled.
Now, he's dead in such a remote slum, and his room has been searched. The people who killed him are probably connected to Han Yu's death.
Lu Ning spoke up, saying, Captain, are you talking about people from the Joyful Kingdom? Yes, that's what I think, but I don't know what they're looking for.
Lin Xiao said regretfully, it's a pity, we were hoping to see if we could get the members list of that gathering through Zhu Jiani.
Lin Xiao paused and muttered, members list? Xiao Yuelin widened her eyes and said, could it be that those people killed Zhu Jiani because of the members list?
Lin Xiao's expression instantly became serious, and he said, it's possible. In that case, the members list might have very important clues. Lu Ning glanced at the bodies on the floor and said, but Zhu Jiani is already dead, and we have no other leads for the list.
Unless this body can speak. Xiao Yuelin shuddered and said, Lu Ning, that's too scary. How can a body speak?
Lin Xiao also smiled and was about to speak. At that moment, the head of Zhu Jiani, covered in blood, suddenly moved.
This startled Jeff, who had just seen it.
He jumped straight up, but luckily, Lu Ning remained calm enough, otherwise, he might have shot immediately.
What's going on?
Lin Xiao asked hurriedly. At this moment, the corpse of Zhu Jiani, emitting the stench of decay, suddenly opened its mouth.
Its voice was hollow and hoarse. Nanning Road number 12. Be careful of Han.
Before it could finish, it fell silent again. The air instantly became eerily quiet. Lin Xiao, Xiao Yuelin, Jeff, and Lu Ning all stared at the corpse of Zhu Jiani, as if fearing it would speak again. After a while, Zhu Jiani remained still. Lin Xiao stepped forward and kicked his body over.
He still didn't move.
Lin Xiao took a deep breath and said, looks like he's really dead. Then, Lin Xiao, Xiao Yuelin, and Jeff all turned to look at Lu Ning in unison. Lu Ning looked puzzled. Why are you all looking at me like that?
Jeff, with a look of despair, said, didn't you say the body could speak? Can you make the body talk? Lin Xiao also looked uncertain and said, Lu Ning, do you have some hidden ability? Lu Ning retorted, I'm a normal person.
How could a corpse speak? Lin Xiao and Xiao Yulin both rolled their eyes at the same time. Lin Xiao couldn't help but comment, if you're normal, then the whole world has no oddities.
Chapter 47, Simultaneous Mutation. Xiao Yulin looked at the corpse with some uncertainty. If it weren't for brother Lu Ning, how could his body speak?
Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment, then said, maybe there's some special ability that caused him to leave behind a backup plan even after death. Awakener abilities are all sorts of strange, so this possibility isn't impossible.
But, what he said just now, was it directed at us? Was he trying to tell us something? Xiao Yulin asked, confused. Lin Xiao also pondered, I don't know, maybe.
Lu Ning glanced at the terrified Jeff and said, Jeff didn't know about this place before, but after meeting Zhu Jiani, he was controlled to call the police and then brought us here.
Could this be Zhu Jiani's idea?
Lin Xiao and Xiao Yulin froze at the same time.
Lin Xiao widened his eyes and said, Lu Ning, are you saying it was actually Zhu Jiani who wanted to find us? That's why he arranged for Jeff to bring us here? Lu Ning nodded, I'm just speculating.
Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then his eyes grew brighter. Lu Ning, your idea could actually be possible. Zhu Jiani was originally the Han family's butler, and after the mutation at Han Yu's birthday party, he probably noticed something strange about Han Yu. That's why he fled. Maybe he planned to lead us here and tell us some things he knew, so he made Jeff bring us.
Xiao Yulin frowned, but why didn't Zhu Jiani come directly to the Mist Bureau to find us?
Lin Xiao spoke, maybe because he was afraid someone was looking for him, wanting to silence him.
In fact, after he found Jeff, didn't he get killed?
Xiao Yulin thought for a moment, seems like that's really the case. Lu Ning spoke, perhaps Zhu Jiani considered that he was being hunted, so he didn't dare to go directly to the Mist Bureau. It was too risky, so he took a chance and found Jeff, using his own ability to have Jeff lead us here.
But maybe he wasn't careful enough, and in the end, his trail was discovered, and the people from the Happy Heaven found him and silenced him?
The traces of the room being searched might be the people from Happy Heaven trying to find the clues Zhu Jiani had.
Maybe that guest list? Lin Xiao nodded, if that's the case, then it all adds up.
Jeff chuckled awkwardly and spoke, gentlemen, these are all your guesses.
There shouldn't be any evidence, right? Lu Ning spoke, maybe we can go to 12, South Ning Road. There might be evidence there. Lin Xiao nodded, no time to waste, let's go now.
By the way, before, Zhu Jiani's body also told us to be careful of something about Han.
What did that mean? Is it Han Yu?
Lin Xiao thought for a moment, I don't know either, maybe Han Yu isn't dead.
He might already have a deal with Happy Heaven. Lu Ning said, maybe. We'll think about that later. Let's go to 12, South Ning Road first, so we don't get beaten to it. I'll make a call and have someone come handle this place. At that moment, strange noises and screams suddenly came from outside the door. Lin Xiao and the others were startled and looked toward the door. Outside the door, mutated monsters with peeling skin and full of muscles were walking up the stairs, at least 6 or 7 of them.
Mutants? So many?
Lin Xiao's face slightly changed. Lin Xiao was about to move to deal with them when suddenly a scream rang out from outside the window. Xiao Yulin's face changed slightly. She came to the window and glanced downstairs. In the alley below, 2 ragged homeless men suddenly twisted their bodies. One grew bone spurs, and the other had tentacles growing from his back. These 2 mutated homeless men were not far from 2 people lying on the ground.
Keep climbing, the expression is terrified. Someone below has mutated. Kiwawelin exclaimed, it's 2 homeless people. What? 2 homeless people mutated at the same time?
Lin Xiao was somewhat shocked. However, at this moment, Lu Ning suddenly came to the window, leaped out, and jumped into the alley. His landing point was right beside the 2 mutated homeless people. The 2 mutants had just completed their transformation, and one of them let out a screech, flesh and blood. In the next moment, the tentacle behind him directly stabbed toward Lu Ning.
The answer to this was a gunshot. Bang!
The moment the gunshot rang out, the mutant's head exploded, red and white splattering everywhere. The red rose in Lu Ning's hand was still emitting smoke. His face was expressionless, and the white rose was already aimed at the other mutant, pulling the trigger. This mutant had no chance to resist and was instantly shot in the head. Jeff, upstairs, sucked in a cold breath, feeling his head go cold.
Kiwawelin on the side said, Captain.
The mutants downstairs have already been dealt with by Lu Ning.
Lin Xiao grunted, good. Wait until I deal with these mutants. Wait. Lu Ning, where are you going?
Lin Xiao hadn't finished speaking when Kiwawelin shouted.
Lin Xiao looked confused, what now?
Lu Ning's voice came from downstairs, there are traces of excessive mental radiation here, just left recently.
I'm going to investigate. Lin Xiao?
Kiwawelin's voice then rang out, Captain, Lu Ning ran off.
Lin Xiao's head was full of black lines, that kid ran off alone? Damn it!
He took a deep breath, stomped his foot on the ground, and instantly disappeared from his spot. The next moment, several flashes of knife light passed by a few mutants. Lin Xiao's body suddenly appeared behind the mutants. The mutants simultaneously stopped, and their heads fell off their bodies at the same time, blood spraying out like a fountain.
Jeff!
He touched his neck, feeling that besides his head, his neck was also cold.
Go! Let's catch up!
Lin Xiao's hand shifted from the knife hand back to the palm, and he turned to look at Kiwawelin. Seeing Jeff standing still, he paused, squinted his eyes, and said, You follow too. If you run away, I'll shoot you directly. Jeff's body shook, and he chuckled awkwardly, Captain Lin, you know what you're saying, how could I run?
I'm innocent, and I'm not afraid. As long as you don't run, good. Keep up.
Lin Xiao quickly walked downstairs, with Kiwawelin and Jeff hurriedly following him. After Lu Ning jumped downstairs, he saw faint white mist swirling in the alley, extending into the distance.
The mental radiation concentration of this white mist wasn't too high.
But the 2 mutants who had just mutated already had a high mental radiation level themselves, and this white mist acted like a catalyst, directly leading to their mutation. During this period, Lu Ning's body tempering method hadn't fallen behind, and his speed was faster than most second-level body enhancement awakeners. He quickly passed through several alleys, chasing the white mist. In no time, Lu Ning saw a figure running ahead in one of the alleys. It was a black-haired woman wearing a bright red dress and red high heels. Her skin was snow white, and her clothes were bright, which clashed with the dirty environment. Even though she wore high heels, she still ran very fast, her footsteps silent, like a nimble little red cat. In her hand, she held a pink incense stick, which was lit, emitting a faint smoke. In Lu Ning's line of sight, the white mist was exactly coming from the incense. Especially in the floating smoke, the white mist became even denser. By the roadside where the woman passed, there was a homeless person sleeping on the ground, and perhaps because of the smoke, his body twitched a few times before going still. The woman hummed a song as she ran, noticing the movement behind her. She stopped, turned around, and looked over. At that moment, Lu Ning also saw the woman's appearance. Her beauty was striking, with a perfect blend of purity and allure, making her stand out even on the streets. Lu Ning had a blank expression as he raised his dual pistols towards the woman. Seeing the pistols, the woman's expression slightly changed. She leaped to the side, crashing through a nearby window, and dashed into a residential building.
Chapter 48, Fallen Angel.
Lu Ning furrowed his brows and quickly ran towards the window the woman had jumped through. Before Lu Ning could approach the window, a peculiar scream came from inside. The homeless man, who had previously been twitching, suddenly had his skin peel off, letting out a roar as he got up and lunged at Lu Ning. The mutated homeless man was only 2 steps away from Lu Ning. His movements were extremely fast, and within the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lu Ning. The mutated man's claws reached for Lu Ning's neck. Lu Ning, expressionless, slightly turned his body, effortlessly dodging the mutated man's claws. He lifted his right foot, a strong white light flashing as he kicked the mutated man hard. Boom! The mutated man's bones cracked loudly, and he flew backward, slamming into the wall of the alley, instantly losing his life. His bones shattered from the kick, and like soft meat, he slid down the wall. Just then, a low growl and the sound of running footsteps came from behind Lu Ning. Lu Ning turned around and saw two more mutated men quickly charging towards him. One was running on all fours, moving with incredible speed, and the other was covered in white bone spikes. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the heads of the mutated men exploded, collapsing to the ground. Lu Ning ran a few steps and reached the window, then jumped right through. The room was not lit, and with the rainy weather outside, the environment was dim. As soon as Lu Ning entered the room, a sharp, whistling sound rushed towards his head. Lu Ning tilted his head slightly and saw the cold gleam of a knife slice past his cheek. The stunning woman in red closed in, both hands gripping a dagger, her strikes aimed straight at Lu Ning's vital points. Her attacks targeted his neck, temples, heart, and other critical areas. The woman was highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, fast and powerful. It seemed she had noticed the great power of Lu Ning's dual pistols, not giving him a chance to shoot. Lu Ning's combat skills were also formidable. Even in such a small space, he was still able to dodge the woman's wild and relentless knife strikes. Lu Ning tried to use his dual pistols to counterattack, but before he could aim at the woman in red, she would block with her dagger or arm, constantly avoiding his attacks as well. Because the two were so close, the bullets from the red rose and white rose were too powerful to turn in such close quarters. The two collided in the small room, and the few pieces of furniture, such as wooden shelves, were shattered into pieces. There were knife marks on the walls, and gunshot holes from Lu Ning's bullets. At this moment, Lu Ning swung his left hand, holding the gun as if he were throwing a punch, aiming for the woman's head. As before, the woman in red thought Lu Ning was going to shoot her, raising her hand to stab at his wrist with her dagger. This would block his attack and also injure his wrist. However, Lu Ning did not evade at all. A flash of white light appeared on both his fist and the gun in his hand. The woman in red saw that Lu Ning didn't evade and even noticed the white light flashing. Her expression changed immediately. She tried to pull back to avoid the strike, but it was already too late. Thud! The dagger sank deeply into Lu Ning's wrist, but the force from his soul-shocking fist exploded at the same time. The woman's hand holding the dagger was knocked back, and the sound of her bones cracking filled the air. The woman in red was knocked back by a tremendous force, crashing into the wall. She had just steadied herself and tried to dodge when the sound of a gunshot rang out. The woman's right knee exploded into a bloody crater. She screamed in agony, her attempt to lunge sideways halted, and she collapsed onto the ground. Lu Ning looked at the woman's beautiful face, full of pain, his expression unchanged as he fired again. The woman's left leg was also shattered. This made it impossible for her to stand or flee. Only then did Lu Ning put away the handgun in his right hand, his expression still blank as he pulled out the dagger deeply embedded in his left wrist. At that moment, the woman in red seemed to find an opportunity. She swung her delicate white arm, and the only dagger in her hand shot toward Lu Ning's face like lightning. Lu Ning, still pulling the dagger out, didn't even look up. Thud! The dagger the woman threw struck Lu Ning's forehead, the blade deeply embedding itself into his head. Seeing this, the woman's pained face broke into a delighted smile. Ha ha ha! Fool! You made such a careless mistake at the last moment. You won't die unjustly. But the woman's smile vanished the next moment. She stared wide-eyed as Lu Ning, still focused on the dagger in his forehead, calmly continued to pull the dagger from his wrist. After pulling out the dagger, the wound on his wrist healed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ning casually threw the dagger to the ground, then pulled out the dagger lodged in his forehead. As the dagger was removed, the wound on his forehead healed just as quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ning tossed the dagger aside again and looked up at the stunned woman in red, asking, "What do you mean, die unjustly?" The woman in red was filled with disbelief and terror. What are you? Lu Ning furrowed his brows. I'm human. He paused for a moment, almost as if to emphasize, a normal human. The woman's expression twisted as she propped herself up, dragging her body to lean against the wall. What normal human is like you? Are you a mutant? Or a servant of some evil god? How did you join the Mist Bureau? The woman seemed to be greatly shaken, muttering things like impossible and God's chosen, speaking in a nonsensical manner. Lu Ning's expression remained unchanged. All right, you're a disciple of the happy heaven, aren't you? Now you're under arrest. The woman in red snapped out of it. She no longer cared about Lu Ning's identity, her face twisted into a manic smile. The crazed smile made her originally beautiful face look terrifying. Under arrest? Me? Ha ha ha. Ah. In the next moment, her smile turned into a piercing scream. Lu Ning's handgun was still smoking. He raised his hand and broke both of the woman's arms. At this point, her limbs were shattered, and she stared wide-eyed, looking at Lu Ning in disbelief. "Why did you break my arms?" Lu Ning calmly explained, "I thought your smile was a bit creepy, didn't want to give you a chance to fight back." The woman. Her expression twisted for a moment before she smiled again. "Doesn't matter, anyway, my mission is complete. Next, my lord will definitely take me into heaven, and I'll enjoy eternal joy." The next moment, her expression suddenly contorted, her skin and flesh writhing. In Lu Ning's view, a thick white mist suddenly appeared inside her body. In the white mist, a blurry figure with white wings appeared faintly. It was the angel figure Lu Ning had seen before on the ring. A fallen angel. The angel in the white mist grew even more blurred, and it seemed to sense the gaze, slowly opening its eyes, locking eyes with Lu Ning. After a brief moment of eye contact, Lu Ning tilted his head and asked, "What are you staring at?" The angel in the white mist seemed to have heard Lu Ning's words. Its wings fluttered slightly. A strange light flickered in her eyes, like something solid. Lu Ning's mind seemed to go blank in an instant. The next moment, his entire body seemed to melt like a wax figure. Meanwhile, the woman, whose body had already begun to mutate, saw her flesh and blood wildly revolt. The growing flesh tore through her red dress. The once graceful woman turned into an unknown lump of flesh. Disgusting mucus flowed over the lump of flesh. Eyes spun around crazily on it, and countless tentacles danced wildly. Chapter 49, Gas Explosion. The eyes spinning on the lump of flesh quickly locked onto Lu Ning. The long, mucus-covered tentacles lashed toward him like a whip. Whoosh! 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 The tentacles landed heavily on Lu Ning's body, as though he were a melting wax figure. Lu Ning was struck and sent flying, crashing hard into the wall. Boom! The wall collapsed from the impact. Lu Ning flew out of the room and landed in the filthy, muddy alley. Lin Xiao, Kiwawelin, and Jeff, who had just arrived, happened to witness the scene. They all stopped in their tracks. Jeff stared at Lu Ning's melting body, his eyes wide. His expression filled with fear as he screamed out. "Ah! Did he die?" However, the next moment, Lu Ning, like a melting wax figure, slowly rose from the ground. Jeff's scream got stuck in his throat. He looked at Lu Ning, who resembled a melted wax figure, his face drained of color, and his body trembling. "Say, Commander! Mutation! Your teammate has mutated." Lin Xiao glared at Jeff. "Shut up." In the next moment, flesh buds began to squirm on Lu Ning's melting body and face, slowly recovering. As he recovered, from the broken wall, tentacles shot out rapidly, sweeping toward him. Although Lu Ning had not fully recovered, it did not affect his ability to move. His figure darted, evading the attacks, while his mental energy flowed into the red rose in his hand. The rose patterns on the red rose seemed to ignite in flames as mental energy entered it. Even Lu Ning's body began to heat up. As Lu Ning dodged the tentacles, he raised the red rose in his hand and shot it toward the broken wall. Boom! It was as if a cannon had fired. The bullet transformed into a fireball and shot into the room. Flames exploded outward, and the entire room seemed to have detonated. The surrounding walls cracked apart. The tentacles that had reached out of the room were burned by the flames, waving wildly. Inside, even sharp, screeching cries could be heard. The next moment, the wall shattered, and the massive lump of flesh, with its wriggling tentacles, was carried out of the burning room. Upon seeing the disgusting lump of flesh, Kiwawelin's face turned pale, and she screamed, "What is this thing?" Lin Xiao's expression also stiffened, his brows furrowing. This level of mutation is very rare. Lu Ning, what was this creature originally? By now, Lu Ning had nearly fully recovered. As he dodged the tentacle attacks, he calmly replied, "It was a follower of the happy heaven. When she mutated, I saw a fallen angel inside her body." Lin Xiao, Kiwawelin, and Jeff, Jeff had even forgotten Lu Ning's recovery process up until now. He felt like he was hallucinating. His mouth was open, and he stood there stunned. Lin Xiao's face grew incredibly serious. "Did you say you saw what?" "A fallen angel." Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his hands forming into knife-like shapes. He then said, "I'll help you." Although Lu Ning's attack had harmed the lump of flesh, the creature was several meters wide, and the damage was not severe. He nodded, "All right." Lin Xiao exhaled a breath of air, his body lowering slightly. The next moment, his breathing deepened dramatically, and he suddenly took a step forward. White light flashed from his knife-shaped hands, and a white blade of light slashed out, directly splitting the lump of flesh in two. Blood and mucus gushed from the wound of the lump, splattering across the alley. The lump of flesh let out a strange scream. It was as if the shrill screams of countless people echoed together. Although it was split in two, the two pieces of the flesh mass were still alive. Lin Xiao aimed at the larger piece of the flesh mass and continued to strike out with streaks of white light from his knife. Meanwhile, Lu Ning injected more mental power into the white rose and red rose. As the mental power flowed in, the white rose and red rose shot out 2 bullets. The white rose's bullet froze the smaller piece of the flesh mass, and then the fireball shot by the red rose landed on the frozen mass, exploding on impact. Amidst the roar, the flesh mass was torn apart into fragments. With Lin Xiao and Lu Ning's actions, the flesh mass quickly lost its life. Lin Xiao's hand returned to its arm form, and he walked up to Lu Ning, speaking solemnly, "What just happened?" Lu Ning briefly explained, "I tracked it down with mental radiation, and saw a woman using fallen incense to release mental radiation. I defeated her and was planning to capture her alive, but unexpectedly, she mutated." Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, said, "She used fallen incense? Then the mutated attacker that previously ambushed us was created by her?" At this point, Lin Xiao suddenly changed his expression. "How did she know we were here? This is bad. They must have been watching Zhu Jianyi's room beforehand. They might have overheard what Zhu Jianyi said earlier." Xiao Yulin's face changed. "Captain, if that's the case, does it mean that the people from Joyous Paradise will go to the 12th South Ning Road that Zhu Jianyi mentioned?" Lin Xiao quickly took out his phone. "I'll call for reinforcements, have people go to 12th South Ning Road and seal off the area. No matter what's there, it's a lead for us." Lin Xiao dialed the number, speaking urgently into the phone. "Old Lu, we received intel that the people from Joyous Paradise are targeting 12th South Ning Road. You need to get there quickly." "Yes. Yes. All right. Hurry." After speaking for a while, Lin Xiao hung up the phone and said, "We're heading over too." Lu Ning glanced around and spoke, "Captain, the radiation from the fallen incense is spreading. Though not as intense as before, people in this area are mentally unstable, and new mutated individuals may appear." Lin Xiao slapped his forehead. "I'll make one more call." Lin Xiao then called the Mist Bureau for the area, instructing them to handle the aftermath. After hanging up, Lin Xiao signaled for the group to leave, heading toward the outskirts of the slums. Along the way, Jeff, who had been silent, occasionally glanced at Lu Ning, his expression strange, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Lu Ning, somewhat confused, looked at Jeff. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Jeff hesitated for a long while, then cautiously asked, Sir, how come you didn't die just now? That shouldn't have happened." Lu Ning suddenly understood and was about to speak when Xiao Yulin proudly interjected, "Brother Lu Ning is invincible." "Pretty amazing, right?" Jeff's eyes widened. "Invincible?" It seemed like he wanted to say more, but Lin Xiao, impatient, said, "You still haven't cleared your suspicion. What's your identity? Don't ask random questions." Jeff immediately shuddered and hurriedly nodded. "Okay, Captain Lin. I'll be quiet." Not long after, the group arrived at the outskirts of the slums and got into Colin's off-road vehicle. Lin Xiao drove much faster than before. However, before they reached 12th South Ning Road, Lin Xiao received a phone call. "Hello? What?" Lin Xiao's face changed slightly after hearing the voice on the other end of the line. He silently listened to the information on the phone before slowly speaking. "MHM, okay, I understand. We'll be there immediately." Lin Xiao hung up the phone, and Xiao Yulin, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly asked, "Captain, what's going on?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brows and said, "The situation's not good. The second action team hasn't arrived yet, but there was a huge explosion at 12th South Ning Road. Several shops nearby caught fire, and there are many injured." "What? Was it the people from Joyous Paradise?" Xiao Yulin immediately became furious. "Aren't they hurting innocent people too?" Lu Ning then asked, "What about the situation at number 12, Nanning Road?" Lin Xiao's tone was heavy as he said, "Number 12 is a small restaurant. It's said that the restaurant's kitchen had a gas explosion, and it was the most severely damaged. The restaurant owner is missing, possibly dead in the explosion." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the atmosphere inside the SUV suddenly became quiet. Chapter 50, He's Dead Too. After a long silence, Xiao Yuelin reluctantly said, "Does that mean our lead has been cut off again?" Lin Xiao's face also darkened. "It seems that the lead on Zhu Jianyi is probably lost." Lu Ning spoke up. "The cultist from the Happy Kingdom just now said before her mutation that her mission was complete. Maybe they originally stayed in one of the rooms nearby and listened to our conversation through their awakened abilities or some kind of soul device." Lin Xiao sighed. "It's very likely. Then that cultist was responsible for disturbing us through mutation and also notified other cultists. This way, they could take advantage of the time difference and go straight to number 12, Nanning Road." Hearing this, Xiao Yuelin thought of something and looked at Jeff, sitting in the back seat, with a suspicious expression. "You're not also from the Happy Kingdom, right? Did you stay here to eavesdrop on us?" Jeff's face turned pale, and he shook his head repeatedly, his voice cracking as he said, "Officer, please see. I am just an innocent bystander. I didn't even know I was hypnotized by Zhu Jianyi." Jeff's eyes reddened, and tears nearly fell, making Xiao Yuelin feel a bit guilty. Lin Xiao calmly said, whether you're innocent or not, we will investigate it thoroughly. Now you need to come with us to the station. Jeff nodded with a sad face, yes, Captain Lin. Lu Ning asked, Captain, should we still go to number 12, Nanning Road? Let's go take a look. All right. The middle section of Nanning Road was blocked off by the officers, and the fire in the shops had already been put out by the firefighters. There were some ordinary people still watching from outside the blockade, curious about what had happened inside. Lin Xiao parked the SUV at the roadside, and the group got out and walked toward the blockade. The officers outside the blockade saw Lin Xiao and the others coming and quickly stepped forward to stop them. You can't enter. Lin Xiao took out his ID and handed it over, we are from the Mist Bureau. The officers were startled. One of them quickly took the ID and looked at it. After confirming Lin Xiao's identity, they saluted Lin Xiao and the others. Greetings, officer. Lin Xiao nodded, took back his ID, and asked, is Lu Chang here? Officer Lu is inside. You can go in and find him. Okay. The officers let them through, and Lin Xiao and his group crossed the blockade line and entered the restricted area. Lu Ning looked around at the surroundings. The shops on one side of the street were all in ruins, with the worst area almost completely destroyed, leaving scorched marks on the walls and signs of burning. Several officers and Mist Bureau action team members, dressed in trench coats, were coming in and out of the shops. One tall, thin middle-aged man saw Lin Xiao and the others and his eyes lit up as he walked up to them. Old Lin, you're here? Lin Xiao nodded, how is it? Lu Chang frowned, the wall of number 12 shows traces of battle, done by an awakened one. But they were very cautious and left no clues, though it's also possible that the explosion destroyed the evidence. Lin Xiao's face looked grim, and he said, who originally owned this number 12 restaurant? Have you checked? We've checked. It used to be a restaurant run by someone named Zhu Yunxiao. It had been open for more than 5 years. According to our investigation, the restaurant had always been normal, with no issues in expenses, taxes, etc. As for the owner, he was just an ordinary restaurant owner. Lin Xiao and Lu Ning exchanged glances, the last name is Zhu? What? Is there something wrong with this last name? Lu Chang asked in confusion. The witness of a lead we were investigating also has the last name Zhu. Lin Xiao said. Lu Chang immediately frowned, realizing, so those people from Joy Paradise plan to destroy the clues? Very likely, Lin Xiao nodded, then asked, have you found Zhu Yunxiao's body? Lu Chang shook his head, no, normally, the power of a gas explosion is not enough to leave even body fragments missing. We haven't found any fragments of Zhu Yunxiao's body. He probably didn't die here. There are two possibilities, one is that he ran away, and the other is that he was captured by those from Joy Paradise. Lin Xiao frowned and thought for a moment, then sighed, I hope it's the first one. Can you help investigate the nearby area to see if there are any signs of Zhu Yunxiao leaving? Sure. After a brief exchange, Lu Ning and the others followed to check the scene. The tables and chairs in the restaurant were almost all broken, and there were some marks on the walls that looked like claw prints, not like the result of an explosion. This was also why Lu Chang believed that there were awakened ones involved in the fight. Aside from that, there were indeed no other clues. After a careful examination, with no discoveries, Lin Xiao and the others had no choice but to leave. Back in the off-road vehicle, Lin Xiao headed toward the Mist Bureau branch in their 7th district. After getting out of the car, Jeff seemed to shrivel up like a quail, looking around in fear. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said to Chiu Yueling and Lu Ning, I'll take him for interrogation, you two go upstairs first. Lu Ning looked at Jeff and nodded, okay. Lu Ning and Chiu Yueling returned to the 3rd floor. Colin, Wang Qiwen, and Wei Xian were playing games in the activity room. When they saw Lu Ning and Chiu Yueling enter, they all turned around. Colin adjusted his glasses and asked, how's it going? Any progress? Chiu Yueling plopped down on the sofa, angrily saying, don't even mention it. We found Zhu Jianyi's place, but he has been killed. It was done by people from Joy Paradise. Hearing Chiu Yueling's words, the three stopped playing games and walked over. What's going on? Colin asked with a serious expression. Chiu Yueling recounted everything that had happened earlier, and Colin's 3 expressions kept changing. After a moment of silence, Colin said, it seems Joy Paradise probably has a lot of manpower in our base city. Wang Qiwen frowned tightly and slammed his hand on the coffee table, what exactly do they want? Wei Xian looked somewhat worried and said, generally, when cultists gather and act, it's not good for the base city. Colin sighed, yeah, there have been many base cities that suffered huge losses because of cultists' activities, and some were even destroyed because of it. The air in the activity room suddenly became quiet. The activities of Joy Paradise members in the base city were becoming more frequent, which left everyone feeling uneasy. Zhu Yunxiao should know some clues that Zhu Jianyi might possess, but I don't know how he's doing now. I fear we can't count on this lead for the time being, Colin shook his head. Lu Ning inquired, did you get any other news at the bureau today? What about Li Yang and that Samantha? Also, are there any leads from Gao Tianlin?
Hearing this, Colin's three expressions suddenly became serious.
Colin's face was solemn as he said, Li Yang is dead. What? He's dead too?
Zhou Yueling's face changed dramatically, her eyes wide open.
How did he die? Lu Ning asked in confusion.
He hanged himself, Colin shook his head and slowly said.
Suicide? Zhou Yueling was somewhat perplexed. Why would he want to commit suicide? Who knows? Maybe it's related to that birthday party turning out badly. Li Yang might have felt guilty and killed himself?
Wang Chuan said with a lip curl. Wei Xian said, it might not even be suicide. After all, awakened ones have so many abilities, making it look like a suicide could be possible.
I had no clue about this before.
Now, hearing what you said, perhaps Li Yang was also killed by the people from Paradise of Joy, and maybe the goal was also to eliminate the clues.
A little troubled, Zhou Yulin said, if that's the case, then both Zhu Jianyi and Li Yang's leads are completely cut off, right? It seems very difficult to gain anything from Miss Samantha's side, since based on Hanyu's previous actions, that lady is probably just someone who was manipulated? No matter what, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we shouldn't give up on the investigation. The actions of Paradise of Joy have become more frequent, and I have a bad feeling about this, Colin sighed.
Afterwards, no one spoke much more. Lu Ning and Zhou Yulin had been running around all day, and Colin had also gone to the scene of Li Yang's suicide.
The group was somewhat exhausted, so they rested in the activity room.
2 hours later, the sky had darkened, and Lin Xiao finally returned to the activity room.
Zhou Yulin glanced behind Lin Xiao and asked, Captain, where is Jeff?
We've interrogated him thoroughly, and Jeff really doesn't know anything. His mind also showed signs of being controlled by someone. Zhu Jianyi's case probably has nothing to do with him.
All right. Colin stood up and clapped his hands, saying, that's enough for today, let's order some food.
I'll go buy it. You all worked hard today, I'll treat you to a nice meal.
Lu Ning's eyes lit up, braised pork. Everyone else also cheered. Long live Captain Colin.
After they ordered the food, Colin left the room to buy the meal. In the following days, Lu Ning and the others continued to cooperate with the Public Security Bureau and other departments to investigate the clues, as usual. Unfortunately, there was no progress. Zhu Yunxiao's whereabouts were still unknown, and after the autopsy report on Li Yang came out, the data all pointed to suicide, so there were naturally no leads. As for Samantha, she was still being watched, but nothing was discovered. Gao Tianlin's business had already been infiltrated by the public security officers, but so far, they hadn't found the source of his corrupting incense. As for Lu Ning himself, when he went to search for Zhu Jianyi, he killed several mutated beings and played a crucial role in eliminating the cult members of Paradise of Joy, so his contributions were significant. These contributions naturally helped pay off the debt of Marido to White Rose and Red Rose. Unfortunately, there had been no new soul crystals recently, and the rate of Lu Ning's mental energy refinement had slowed down significantly, with his mental energy improving much more slowly compared to before. However, his physical refinement remained as strong as ever. This was thanks to Lu Ning's enhanced recovery ability after reaching the second level. This allowed Lu Ning to use his mental resonance more freely to refine his body. Although the process was somewhat painful, it actually gave Lu Ning a sense of peace. Because this pain reminded him that he was still alive. Of course, besides the task of Paradise of Joy, there were occasionally other mutation events in District 7. However, these mutation events were relatively simple, mostly dealing with first-level mutated beings. They didn't even require Lin Xiao and Colin to act, as even Zhou Yulin and the others could handle them. Time passed like this for over 10 days. One day, Lu Ning and Wang Chuan were on duty at the branch when Lin Xiao, Colin, Zhou Yulin, and Wei Xian went to handle a mutation event. Lu Ning and Wang Chuan were deeply absorbed in playing the electric video game. At this moment, quick footsteps approached, and soon the door of the activity room was pushed open. Yuran stood at the door, panting, and said, Lu Ning, someone came to report that her partner has been missing for the past few days. Wang Chuan was being beaten by Lu Ning in the game. It seemed that no matter what it was, Lu Ning could easily get the hang of it and immediately become a master. Wang Chuan had never won against Lu Ning in the game. He was feeling somewhat frustrated when he heard Yuran's words. He frowned and said, missing persons cases should not be under the jurisdiction of the Mist Bureau, right? Yuran replied, normally, missing persons cases do not belong to the Mist Bureau, but the person missing is a registered second-tier awakened one, and the one reporting the case is also an awakened one. Hearing this, Lu Ning and Wang Chuan both stopped their game. Lu Ning stood up and said, where is she? I had her wait in the reception room. Let's go, let's take a look. Lu Ning and Wang Chuan followed Yuran out of the activity room, and they arrived at a reception room on the second floor. Inside the reception room, a middle-aged woman with blonde hair was holding a cup of hot tea, her expression a bit nervous as she looked around. When she saw Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen come in, she quickly stood up, spilling the hot tea in the paper cup onto the table. Yuran said, Ms. Farron, you don't need to be nervous. These two are members of our Mist Bureau's action team, Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen. If you have any issues, you can talk to them. Farron quickly nodded and said, Officers, my husband went missing yesterday, and I hope you can help me find him. Lu Ning calmly looked at Farron and said, Please tell us everything you know. Farron quickly nodded and said, I know. My husband's name is Yuan, he's a second-tier shapeshifter. His shapeshifting ability has a lot of effectiveness in some fields, so his job is a private detective. My husband told me he took a case at a bar called A Tree, a case that happened to align with his strengths. But yesterday, when he went to work on the case as usual, he lost contact. Normally, he would text me at 10 o'clock at night to say goodnight. This morning, I tried calling him, but there was no answer. Wang Qiwen looked somewhat surprised and said, He took the case at a tree bar? Yes, sir. You know, many of us free awakened ones often take cases at bars to make ends meet. Do you know who your husband's target is? Lu Ning asked. Farron thought for a moment and said, I heard my husband mention that it's some kind of celebrity. What was her name? Let me think. Samantha? Farron's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, yes. That's her name. How do you know that, officer? Farron looked at Lu Ning with some confusion. Wang Qiwen spoke impatiently, Our action team also keeps an eye on bar cases. Farron suddenly understood and nodded. Wang Qiwen spoke again, Tell us more about your husband's investigation. When did he leave? Where does he usually go to investigate this celebrity? When did you notice he was missing? Do you know where he went missing? Chapter 52, Samantha's Private Residence. Wang Qiwen's questions gradually helped Farron calm down, and she continued to tell her story. My husband's schedule for investigating Samantha wasn't fixed. Sometimes he went during the day, sometimes at night, and sometimes he worked all day. He had been tracking and investigating her for almost a month. A couple of days ago, he complained to me that he hadn't found anything valuable. If it wasn't for the small rewards he got every time he reported something, he would have quit by now. Yesterday, he left home at 4 in the afternoon to track Samantha. My husband and I had an agreement that whenever he went on a case, he would tell me where he was going, so I knew he was heading to a private residence of Samantha's on the outskirts of the base city. At 7 o'clock, he sent me a message. Normally, he would send me another message at 10 o'clock at night, but I never received it. At first, I thought maybe he was busy with work. But by morning, I still hadn't heard from him, and I started to get worried. I tried contacting him but couldn't reach him, so I came to you for help. Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen listened quietly to Farron's words. Lu Ning asked, Do you know the exact location of Samantha's private residence? Yes, my husband told me before he left. It's in Building 503, Anna Community, Cloudy Road, District 7. Farron replied. Wang Qiwen suddenly stood up, his face filled with excitement. Lu Ning, let's go. Let old Qin and the others take the night shift, just the two of us will set off. Lu Ning looked at the excited Wang Qiwen and said, First, contact the captain. Wang Qiwen frowned, The captain and the others are on a mission, will it affect them? Lu Ning shook his head, The captain and the vice captain are there, it should be okay. This matter concerns Samantha, the captain should know. Wang Qiwen felt gloomy, Does that mean we will be delayed for a long time? What if we miss the chance? Lu Ning replied calmly, Based on the previous clues, there might be danger this time. I don't care, I won't die anyway. Wang Qiwen. He paused, his expression serious. Lu Ning, I think you're right, we definitely need to contact the captain. Farron, standing nearby, looked at the two with confusion. Gentlemen, do you know who Samantha is? Why is there danger? My husband won't come to harm, right? Her expression was very tense. Lu Ning looked at her, thought for a moment, and reassured, Don't worry too much, if he dies, we will do our best to bring his whole body back. Upon hearing this, Farron's eyes turned red instantly. Wang Qiwen shot a black-line glare at Lu Ning, whispered. If you can't think of something comforting, don't say anything. Lu Ning looked at Wang Qiwen in confusion but didn't speak again. Wang Qiwen smiled at Farron, Don't worry, ma'am. As long as your husband is alive, we will find a way to save him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Farron bowed repeatedly. Meanwhile, Lu Ning had already dialed Lin Zhao's phone. The call didn't connect on the first try. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow. Wang Qiwen said, Could there be a problem on their side? I don't know. Just as Lu Ning was about to call again, his phone rang. It was Lin Zhao calling. Lu Ning answered the phone, and Lin Zhao's cheerful voice came through, Hello? Lu Ning, what's up? We just finished here. Lu Ning could hear laughter from Colin and Xiu Yuelin on the other side of the call. It's like this, someone reported a case saying that a second-level awakener investigating Samantha has gone missing. What?
Samantha? Lin Xiao's voice became serious. Is the information accurate? Yes, we already know the specific location. Captain, do you want to go check it out? Lin Xiao immediately said, of course, we need to check it out. He paused, then said, okay, have Wang Kaiwen's wait at the branch, and you go ahead to wait for us. I'll have Xiaolin go back, and then take Colin and Wei Xian with me. By the way, where is that location? It's in District 7, Building 503, Anna Community, Cloudy Road. That's not far from here. We should get there faster than you need to hurry. Okay, I'll take a taxi over. I almost forgot, I said you should get your driver's license. Make sure to do it this time. Okay. Lu Ning hung up the phone and turned to Wang Kaiwen's. Wang Kaiwen's was already getting up and preparing to leave, his expression blank. Lu Ning said, you heard him. Wang Kaiwen's expression twisted, damn, are you kidding me? Why don't I get to go? What gives? Lu Ning thought for a moment and said seriously, maybe it's because your strength is lower? Wang Kaiwen's? He felt unconvinced, I'm weaker? How am I weaker? Wang Kaiwen's thought about Lin Xiao and Colin, then looked at Lu Ning, and after holding it in for a while, said, I'm definitely better than Wei Xian. Well, I don't know about that. Wang Kaiwen's angrily sat back down, no longer speaking. Lu Ning said, then I'm leaving first. Seeing Wang Kaiwen's downcast and silent, Lu Ning turned and left. After leaving the branch, Lu Ning took a taxi, heading towards the destination. The 7th district is quite large, but fortunately the branch is located in the central area of the 7th district. This is also to ensure that we can provide quick support in case of any abnormalities. So it wasn't far to Anna Community on Yuyun Road, just a little over 10 minutes to reach the destination. It was a new community that looked like it had just been built not long ago, although it wasn't as upscale as those villa areas, the environment was still nice. Lu Ning got out of the car and immediately saw the off-road vehicle and sports car not far away. Outside the car, Lin Xiao was waving at Lu Ning with a bright smile. Beside Lin Xiao were Colin and Wei Xian. Lu Ning walked over to join them and asked, shall we go in? Lin Xiao shook his head and said, no, although we are not sure if the missing awakener is related to Samantha, if we go in directly, they will definitely hide. Let's observe quietly first. Colin said, I have already found a room that has a view of the target location, we can go there now. Lu Ning nodded, alright. The residential buildings inside Anna Community were nearby. Colin mentioned he was looking for room 604 on the 6th floor of Building 5, right across from room 503 in Building 4. Lu Ning approached the window and saw the window of room 503 down at an angle. It was afternoon, and it seemed that there was no one inside. Wei Xian walked over and smiled, leave the stalking to me, I often do this kind of work at the security bureau and have experience. Moreover, with your strong combat abilities, all I can do is this little bit of support work. Lu Ning nodded, okay. Then Wei Xian leaned by the window, peering through the curtain at the target. Lu Ning and the others sat down on the sofa in the living room, waiting for news. Time passed, and soon the sky grew darker and finally became pitch black. When it reached past 9 in the evening, Wei Xian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, the lights in the target room are on, someone must have returned. Hearing this, the three who had been playing cards instantly became alert. Lin Xiao carefully laid down his cards and said anxiously, no one touched the cards. We'll continue later. Colin also looked at Lu Ning with concern. Lu Ning remained expressionless and turned to Wei Xian, how's it going? Chapter 53, The Prey. Wei Xian hid behind the curtain, looking outside through the slit, without turning back, I haven't seen anyone yet, wait, someone is coming, huh? Why is it a man? The next moment, Wei Xian frowned, the curtain is drawn. Lin Xiao and Colin both frowned. Can't see anything now? Lin Xiao asked. Although the curtain is drawn, there are still shadows. They are not as good as us, the room's lights are very bright, another shadow has appeared. Wei Xian whispered, this shadow is relatively slender, it should be a woman. It might be Samantha. Colin said, one man and one woman? Who is the man? Is he a celebrity? Wei Xian thought for a moment and replied, not a celebrity I've seen in Samantha's social circle, nor any well-known celebrities I know. Not a celebrity. Then who could it be? Lin Xiao pondered. Lu Ning spoke up, could it be related to Happy Paradise? Did Yuan, who came to investigate earlier, disappear because he discovered this? Uncertain, but it's also a possibility. Captain, what should we do now? Wei Xian looked at Lin Xiao, they likely aren't in the living room or are at a distance from the window, I can't see any shadows. Lin Xiao thought for a long time before saying, Lu Ning and I will go across to keep an eye, you two stay here and watch. Once it's deep into the night, we'll sneak in to see what's going on, maybe we can find some clues. Colin thought for a moment and asked, what if the man leaves before we can catch him? Lin Xiao replied, then Lu Ning and I will track him down, you two stay here to watch Samantha. Wei Xian, what does that man look like?
Wei Xian thought for a moment and said, black curly hair, a goatee, an aquiline nose, darker skin, tall and well built.
Wearing a black sweater.
Lin Xiao nodded, got it, Lu Ning, let's go. The two left the room and went downstairs, acting like ordinary people who had just finished work, heading towards the 4-story residential building. Just as they arrived at the 4-story residential building, they saw a man in a black sweater, about 1.9 meters tall, walking out. The man had a strong build and handsome features. As he passed by Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, he glanced at them coldly, then quickly looked away. Lin Xiao and Lu Ning brushed past the man. They exchanged a look, showing no signs of reaction, and continued into the building, taking 2 steps up the stairs. When the man entered the darkness, where the streetlights did not reach, Lu Ning said calmly, he has psychic radiation.
Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. It could be the fallen incense. Finally, we have a clue. Let's follow him. Lu Ning nodded. Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Ning and asked, will this radiation leave traces on the road?
Yes, it will leave some traces, Lu Ning answered honestly. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up again, and he smiled. That way, we don't need to follow too closely, to avoid being detected. It's better if we can follow the trail and find their hideout. Then, Lin Xiao seemed to think of something and said, I'll contact Colin and ask them to continue watching Samantha. This man and Samantha clearly know each other. Since this man is carrying dangerous items, Samantha should also be involved. After speaking, Lin Xiao took out his phone and contacted Colin. After briefly explaining the situation, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and said, let's go, follow him. Lu Ning nodded and left the building. The faint psychic radiation still lingered in the air, extending into the distance in Lu Ning's line of sight. The faint white mist of the psychic radiation would occasionally pass through distorted, illusory figures. Of course, these strange figures seemed unaffected by it. Since leaving the mist, Lu Ning had always been able to see these strange figures, though they didn't seem to have much effect now. The two of them followed the white mist at a steady pace. Soon, they reached the entrance of the neighborhood. It seemed the man didn't drive, he walked along the sidewalk to one side. Lu Ning and Lin Xiao followed the mist in pursuit. At night, there were fewer people in the base city, and the streetlights were spaced far apart, making the entire street appear dim and quiet. The footsteps of Lu Ning and Lin Xiao seemed to echo clearly. After a while, Lu Ning suddenly furrowed his brows. Seeing Lu Ning frown, Lin Xiao asked with confusion, what's wrong? Lu Ning looked towards a dark alley on the side and said, he went into there. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, let's follow him. Lu Ning nodded, and the two of them entered the alley. They hadn't walked far into the alley when Lu Ning frowned again. His speed has increased a bit compared to before. It seems like he's slowly pulling away from us. The psychic radiation in the air is also fainter than before. Lin Xiao's face changed slightly. Could they have noticed us? I don't know. Damn it. Then let's pick up the pace. Lu Ning nodded and started running, with Lin Xiao following closely behind. After running a few steps, Lin Xiao realized something was wrong. He looked at Lu Ning's back with a puzzled expression and asked, wait a minute, Lu Ning, why are you so fast? Didn't you just break through to second tier? And you're not a speed-enhanced awakener, right? Lu Ning replied while running, because I've been training my body recently. Lin Xiao looked very curious, I've always thought your physical strength seemed to be no worse than that of other awakener body enhancers at the same tier. How did you train? Maybe I can learn from you. That way, I could break through to tier 6. It's pretty simple. It's the principle of soul-shaking fist, using psychic power to shake the internal organs. Bones, flesh, these things are strengthened through this kind of shock. Lu Ning calmly explained the principle of how he tempered his body. Behind him, Lin Xiao was full of questions as he listened. He stared blankly at Lu Ning's back. Wait, the soul shock fist can be used this way? How can you use mental force to shock the body? And if you don't control it well, what happens? Won't the body get hurt? Lu Ning looked at him as if it was obvious. Of course it will get hurt, I've died twice from overexertion. Lin Xiao? His face darkened as he looked at Lu Ning in disbelief. Wait, Lu Ning, do we have some deep grudge, that you want to put me to death? Lu Ning asked in confusion, didn't you ask me to tell you how to train? This is how I train. Lin Xiao's entire body froze. You can revive, I can't. Who else can use this method besides you? I don't know. Lin Xiao's face flushed, and he didn't want to speak anymore. At that moment, Lu Ning spoke again, the mental radiation has increased. Lin Xiao stopped thinking and focused his mind, so we can take a break. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold gleam flashed around the corner of the alley, moving with incredible speed. Before Lu Ning in front could react, and without having time to dodge, the cold gleam sliced through his neck. Blood gushed out from Lu Ning's neck, his head immediately falling off, and his whole body staggered and slowly collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao was splattered with Lu Ning's blood, stopped in his tracks, and stared solemnly at the alley corner.
The man in the sweater from earlier, holding a long knife, slowly walked out from the corner. He licked the blood off the long knife, showing a look of enjoyment. The taste is really nice. He looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes flashing with a red glow as he spoke. I told you I smelled the scent of prey. But there's someone still daring to track me? I wonder if your meat will be as good as that little mouse's? Chapter 54, Big Fish. Lin Xiao didn't speak, his hands transforming into bone knives, ready to attack. At that moment, there was a sound under his feet. The headless Lu Ning crawled up, groping around to pick up his head and place it back onto his body. The sweater man? His previously ferocious and cruel expression froze, his brain seemingly malfunctioning for a moment. Then a look of madness appeared in his eyes. Not dead? Can recover? Great. A perfect ingredient. He murmured, if I only chop off one thigh each time, should it recover? That way, doesn't it mean I can eat fresh thighs every day? As he spoke, the sweater man swallowed, his gaze becoming nakedly greedy as he looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning had already put his head back on, his expression dull as he said, your eyes are disgusting. Kick. Ingredients don't deserve to speak. The sweater man sneered, already treating Lu Ning as meat on a chopping board. At this moment, a sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and the sweater man's expression changed drastically. He quickly sidestepped, raising his knife to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and the sweater man staggered back, crashing into the wall on the side of the alley. He looked at Lin Xiao's cold expression, his sneer now mixed with some caution. Fifth stage? After saying that, he turned and ran. Want to run? Lin Xiao sneered, his figure vanishing from the spot, instantly appearing in front of the man. His hands, now bone knives, slashed down continuously, the blade flashing in the dark alley. The sweater man had incredible instincts. Although his body was not on par with Lin Xiao's, he still managed to barely block Lin Xiao's attacks. However, Lin Xiao's strikes were powerful and heavy. Each time the man blocked, he was forced back a step, constantly under pressure. At this moment, the sweater man let out a low growl, self-digest. The next moment, his originally strong body began to shrink and wither, as though the flesh beneath his skin was being devoured by some unknown force. As the flesh vanished, the sweater man exchanged it for immense physical strength, managing to continuously block Lin Xiao's attacks. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged. While attacking, he coldly sneered, a self-damaging ability. How long can it last? The sweater-clad man didn't answer. His expression twisted into a grimace as he clashed with Lin Xiao in a fierce blow. Following the violent force from Lin Xiao, he was thrown off balance and unexpectedly changed direction, running towards Lu Ning, who was watching from not far away. His eyes gleamed with a crazed red light, his mouth gaping wide, and his lips gradually tearing open, revealing blood-red flesh. At that moment, Lu Ning raised the twin guns in his hands. The red rose and white rose on the guns flickered with red and white light, the red rose's pattern burning with flames, and the white rose's pattern emanating icy mist. While watching the scene, Lu Ning had been pouring his spiritual power into the two soul weapons. Although the sweater-clad man wasn't as strong as Lin Xiao, he was probably still at the 4th level. Lu Ning had spared no effort, pouring as much spiritual power as possible, preparing to help Lin Xiao at a critical moment. But he never expected that the sweater-clad man would charge at him. Seeing the light emanating from the twin guns in Lu Ning's hands, the sweater-clad man's face shifted from a grimace to shock. Soul weapon? He tilted his body, trying to dodge. Bang! Bang! However, the soul weapons, infused with a large amount of spiritual power, fired bullets that had the power of small cannonballs and traveled at high speeds. Had the man been slightly farther away, perhaps with his speed, there would have been a chance to dodge. But the sweater-clad man was charging straight toward Lu Ning, only a few steps away. The frost bullet from the white rose shot out first. The man tried to dodge with all his might, but he was still hit in his left thigh. The frost bullet exploded, and the spiritual power-infused bullet turned into frost, instantly freezing the point of impact, then spreading outwards. The man's left leg immediately lost feeling. Before he could react, the flame bullet from the red rose hit the frozen spot. Boom! The man's left leg, along with half of his hip, was shattered. His body was blown back, crashing hard into the wall, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The man tried to struggle, but Lin Xiao reached him. Several flashes of blade light passed by, and the man's remaining arm and thigh were cut open with deep gashes, completely rendered useless. Lin Xiao's bone blade was at the man's neck, his expression cold. Move again, and you die. The sweater-clad man's face changed, his expression twisted for a moment, and then he stopped moving. He looked at Lu Ning, his face still showing shock and confusion. You're only 2nd level. How can you use such a soul weapon? Aren't you afraid of spiritual pollution leading to mutation? Lu Ning holstered his twin guns, not afraid. The sweater-clad man was about to say something when Lin Xiao slapped him across the face. His face immediately swelled up. You're under arrest now. Be quiet and stop asking nonsense.
However, after that slap, the sweater-clad man's head lowered, and he fell into silence. Lin Zhao's expression slightly changed as he reached out and touched the man. Then he sighed with relief. He fainted. You scared me for a second. I thought I had killed him with one slap. Lu Ning was a bit puzzled. Is he that weak? Lin Zhao glanced down at the sweater-clad man and spoke. It might be due to the backlash from the power he used earlier. He probably used dark arts, a power granted by an evil god. The backlash would definitely be severe, and with these heavy injuries, fainting is to be expected. Lu Ning nodded, not asking more. Lin Zhao gave Lu Ning a thumbs up, grinning. Nice. Didn't expect us to catch one alive this time. This guy, mastering dark arts, must have a high position in his cult. When we get back, we might be able to pry some useful information out of him. Maybe there will be progress. If we really get something valuable from him, we'll both have made a great contribution this time. Lu Ning's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Can we exchange it for a soul weapon? Lin Zhao rolled his eyes. It's not that simple. You already have one soul weapon. Principally, it shouldn't be changed, right? If it really has to change, it will probably require a lot more effort. At this point, Lin Zhao paused and said, but I can try to apply for you. After all, you are special. Maybe the application could go through? But don't get your hopes up too high. Lu Ning nodded. Lin Zhao said, I'll make a call to have someone come over and take this kid to the headquarters. They have more professional interrogation staff. It's better to go there. Lu Ning had no objections. After Lin Zhao made a call to the headquarters, he called Wei Xian and Colin. The two of them were still keeping an eye on Samantha. When they heard that Lu Ning and Lin Zhao had caught a member of the Happy Kingdom cult, they were also somewhat surprised. Though the main credit went to Lu Ning and Lin Zhao, they had acted together, so they too would share some of the credit. Most importantly, capturing a cult member who practiced dark magic could lead to significant progress in locating other members of the Happy Kingdom. This was undoubtedly good news for the security of their base city. Lin Zhao instructed Colin and Wei Xian to keep an eye on Samantha, to see if she showed any unusual movements. Meanwhile, they stayed here watching the sweater-wearing man, waiting for people from the headquarters to arrive. Over half an hour later, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the alley. Lu Ning turned his head and saw the familiar red hair. Yan Feng and 3 members of the action team wearing trench coats walked over from a distance. Lu Ning didn't recognize the 3 members. They weren't the same ones who followed Yan Feng when he delivered the red rose and white rose last time. Yan Feng, as usual, had a relaxed attitude. With his hands in his pockets, he glanced at the unconscious sweater-wearing man and grinned. Oh, not bad, huh? Caught a big fish? Lin Zhao rolled his eyes. Stop jabbering, hurry up and take him back for interrogation, or the longer this drags on, the more trouble it will be. Yan Feng waved his hand. Got it, got it. He glanced at a woman behind him, who nodded, reached out, and grabbed the sweater-wearing man, lifting him into the air. Lu Ning glanced at her. She had the same telekinetic ability as Colin. Yan Feng looked at Lin Zhao and Lu Ning. Do you want to come back with us? Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Ning. I'll follow you to make sure there are no accidents. You go find Colin and the others. Lu Ning nodded. Yan Feng glanced at Lu Ning, his eyes filled with a complicated expression, but he didn't say anything more. Lu Ning walked past Yan Feng and the others, heading out of the alley. It was only after Lu Ning left that Yan Feng turned to Lin Zhao and asked, How's this kid? Is there any problem? Lin Zhao looked at Yan Feng, sensing the wariness in his eyes. He grinned and said, Big problem. Yan Feng's expression changed slightly. He frowned and asked Lin Zhao, Then why didn't you report it? I already reported it. The problem with this kid is that he's too damn strong. Look at how much he's accomplished in such a short time. This time, it's the same. The cult member probably received some divine blessing. His dark magic is impressive. If this kid wasn't here, I probably wouldn't have been able to keep him. Even if I could, I might not have been able to capture him alive. Hearing Lin Zhao's words, Yan Feng's expression became a bit stiff. With a darkened face, he said, You know what I mean. I'm asking if there's anything abnormal about this kid. We were all present at the headquarters. Lin Zhao shrugged. What else could it be? Same as usual. Those who should die, die. Those who should live, live. Oh, do you see the blood on the wall? That kid just sprayed it from his neck. Damn, it shot really high. The 3 action team members nearby looked at the blood on the wall, all of them confused. Yan Feng glanced at the bloodstain, his mouth twitching slightly. Is there any other problem? No, that's it. Oh, this kid's a genius. Damn, his improvement speed is way too fast. Now, it's second level, and whatever you learn, you can master. I know this. Yan Feng said, a little impatiently. Is there anything else? No.
Yan Feng exhaled a heavy breath, no longer asking further. Let's go. He took 2 steps but then, feeling uneasy, said, if anything goes wrong, report immediately. This kid's background is unclear, and he's too strange. Got it. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, dismissing it. I actually think this kid is alright, even though he's a bit annoying. Heh. Lu Ning returned to the room in Building 5 of the Anna community. Wei Xian was still watching Samantha's room, and Colin asked, how's it going? She's already been taken away. Colin smiled. This is quite a catch. Wei Xian didn't turn around, but also spoke with a smile. This is a huge breakthrough. Hope we can get something useful from the interrogation. Lu Ning nodded and then asked, has there been no movement from Samantha? Wei Xian shook his head. No, her room's light is on, and you can occasionally see shadows moving, but nothing unusual. Lu Ning didn't ask more and sat down on the sofa. Colin then said, since Lu Ning is here, I'll go watch over Building 4. You two stay here. With Lu Ning here, even if something happens, I'll feel more at ease. Wei Xian remained silent for a moment before replying, alright. Colin looked at Lu Ning and smiled. If anything happens, make a sound immediately, I'll come over. Lu Ning nodded without speaking. After Colin left the room, only Lu Ning and Wei Xian were left in the room. Lu Ning leaned back on the sofa, staring blankly at the dim ceiling. The only light in the room came from the faint candlelight on the coffee table. After a long silence, Wei Xian spoke with a hint of envy. Lu Ning, sometimes I really envy you. Your mental pollution level never increases. That's so nice, and with your talent, you learn everything so fast. Lu Ning glanced at Wei Xian and calmly said, if you walked in the fog for 2,000 years, seeing nothing and feeling nothing, you wouldn't envy me. Wei Xian fell silent for a moment, then smiled. You're right. I can't even imagine your experience. The two of them stopped talking and continued watching Samantha's room. By late at night, the lights in Samantha's room went out, and there was no news from Colin either. It wasn't until the next morning, when the residents of the community woke up for work and the new day began, that Colin called Lu Ning and Wei Xian. Samantha has left. Lu Ning and Wei Xian perked up and left the room. They secretly followed Samantha as she left the community, then rode in Colin's off-road vehicle, tailing Samantha's car until they stopped. Watching Samantha enter the company, Colin adjusted his glasses and said, looks like there's nothing to gain here. Let's head back. Wei Xian and Lu Ning nodded slightly. Wei Xian spoke, I wonder how things are with the captain. Colin shook his head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be that quick. The three of them returned to the division. Yuran, sitting at the front desk, immediately looked up when she saw them. She smiled and said, Lu Ning, you're back? Miss Fallon is still in the reception room. How's it going? Have you found her lover? Lu Ning was silent for a moment before speaking, not sure yet. I'll go see. I'll go with you. Colin and Wei Xian headed back to the 3rd floor, while Lu Ning and Yuran went to the reception room. Fallon was sitting in the reception room, holding her phone, looking anxious. Hearing footsteps, she quickly turned around. When she saw Lu Ning, her eyes brightened, and she stood up, asking, Sir, have you found my lover? Lu Ning looked at her and asked, You said your lover is a shapeshifter? What does he turn into? Fallon froze for a moment, feeling embarrassed. He turns into a rat. She smiled awkwardly, then quickly said, Sir, have you found him? Lu Ning nodded, if I'm not wrong, he should have been eaten by someone. The air in the reception room suddenly became quiet. Yuran, who was standing nearby, looked at Lu Ning in shock, a little confused. Fallon widened her eyes, her expression blank. What did you say? Last night, we caught a criminal. He said he ate a rat. Lu Ning explained calmly. Before he could finish, Fallon swayed and began to fall backward. Lu Ning stepped forward, grabbed the woman's shoulder, and found that she had already passed out. Lu Ning helplessly looked at Yuran. Yuran, let her rest here for a while. Yuran nodded silently, then looked at Lu Ning and asked, Lu Ning, is what you said true? Her lover was really eaten? Lu Ning looked at Yuran in confusion. Why would I lie to her? He paused for a moment and continued, Of course, it might not be true. Let me make a call to the captain. He should be interrogating that cultist, so I'll ask him about this. Yuran nodded and sympathetically looked at the unconscious Fallon. Earlier, I was chatting with Mrs. Fallon. She and her lover have a son. In a couple of days, it's their son's birthday. Originally, her lover was supposed to take their son to the zoo. No one expected death to come so suddenly. Lu Ning calmly said, Death always comes suddenly. He called Lin Xiao and explained the situation. Lin Xiao said there was no problem. Chapter 56, Secret Meeting. 10 minutes later, Lu Ning received a call from Lin Xiao. The person he ate was a shapeshifter who could turn into a rat. He was small, with black hair and black eyes, probably under 50 years old. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ning shared the news with Yuran. Yuran's expression became a little sadder. That must be Mr. Yuin. Earlier, when I was talking to Mrs. Fallon, she mentioned her husband's features. Lu Ning nodded slightly, glanced at the unconscious Fallon, and said, "You tell her the situation later." Yuran nodded silently. Lu Ning left the reception room and returned to the activity room on the third floor. Wei Xian and Colin were talking to Qiu Yulin and Wang Chuan about what happened yesterday. When Lu Ning entered, Qiu Yulin looked up and smiled. "Lu Ninggu is back?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. Colin looked at Lu Ning and asked, "How is the lady who reported the case?" "She fainted after hearing about her lover's death." Colin sighed lightly. The death of a loved one is truly heartbreaking. It seems their relationship was very deep. Lu Ning looked at Wang Chuan beside him and found that Wang Chuan looked a bit lifeless. He asked, "What's wrong with him?" Qiu Yulin smirked. "He's a little upset." "Upset?" "Because yesterday he thought he could go on the mission, but unexpectedly, the captain told him to stay at the division, so he got upset." Qiu Yulin smiled mischievously. "Brother Wang even said his abilities are very strong, but the captain looks down on him." Colin chuckled softly. "Someone needs to stay behind and watch things at home." Wang Chuan flipped over dramatically, dissatisfied. "Then why is it me? Wei Xian's abilities are not even as good as mine." Wei Xian looked innocent and didn't get angry. Colin smiled, saying, "Wei Xian is from the Public Security Bureau. He kept watch all night yesterday. That's more professional than you." Wang Chuan. Wei Xian laughed cheerfully. "I think it's because this time you didn't get to contribute." Wang Chuan glared at Wei Xian with envy. "You little brat, you're just riding on Lu Ning and the captain's coattails?" "Ha, riding on coattails is better than having nothing at all." "You." Wang Chuan was furious. "Do you want to fight?" "Enough." Colin intervened, trying to ease the situation. "According to the tradition of our Mist Bureau, we'll give you credit when the time comes. After all, guarding the post is also work, and it's important." Qiu Yulin's eyes lit up, smiling. "Really? That's great." Wang Chuan snorted, no longer arguing with Wei Xian. 3 hours later, Lin Xiao walked in with a beaming smile. "Brothers, your captain is back." Seeing Lin Xiao, Colin immediately asked, "How is it? Did you find out anything?" Lin Xiao's smile grew even brighter. "I caught a big fish. I got very important intel." Lu Ning and the others all looked over. Colin inquired, "What intel?" "The Joyful Kingdom is planning something in our base city, currently acting in secret. Every month, they hold a secret meeting, open only to members of elder rank or above. That kid is an elder member and knows the meeting location and specific details." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Colin and the others' eyes grew increasingly bright. Colin adjusted his glasses, clasped his hands, and smiled. "In that case, can't we just take out their upper ranks in one go through this secret meeting?" Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "That's our thought too." Wang Chuan suddenly stood up. "Then what are we waiting for? When do we leave?" Lin Xiao waved his hand. "Be patient, the last secret meeting was only 2 days ago, and there's still a long time until the next one. We need to prepare well during this time." At this moment, Lu Ning asked, "What is the Joyful Kingdom planning to do here?" Colin and the others also reacted, looking at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned and shook his head. "We asked this question too, but the elder from the Joyful Kingdom didn't know either. According to him, his rank is too low, only the regional bishop responsible for this matter knows." "They are hiding it that deeply? It seems this matter is serious." Colin's brows furrowed. "Yes, that's what we believe as well, so we need to quickly take out all the Joyful Kingdom cultists in the base city. Otherwise, they are in the shadows while we are in the light, which is too dangerous." Lin Xiao also nodded. Wei Xian curiously asked, "Doesn't this cultist know the identities of other cultists? If he knows their identities, we could directly act to capture them now." Lin Xiao frowned and shook his head. "No, the Joyful Kingdom is a secret cult, and the identities of their members are also a secret from each other. The cultist we captured only knows the identities of a few of his subordinates, and he doesn't even know the identities of other Joyful Kingdom elders, let alone the regional bishops. If we take action against those few subordinates now, it will only alert the others and make them hide deeper." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lu Ning curiously asked, "So that Samantha is also from the Joyful Kingdom?" "Yes, indeed. I got information from that Joyful Kingdom elder that the organizer of this birthday party, Hanyu, got connected to the Joyful Kingdom through Samantha. They then used the birthday party to experiment and understand the effects of the fallen incense." Upon hearing about the effects of the fallen incense, Colin frowned. "So they are testing the capabilities of the fallen incense? It seems what they plan to do this time is related to the fallen incense." Lin Xiao nodded. "When we inquired about this, we thought the same, but the specific situation was not clear to that elder. It is handled by another elder, the masked man we killed before." Lu Ning asked, What about Hanyu? Is he already dead?
This elder doesn't know either, since it is not his responsibility. Lin Xiao shook his head.
So what do we do now? Colin asked. Director Wang has already said that during this time we should prepare in secret.
When the secret meeting starts, all members of the Fog Bureau's action team and the entire base city will act together to ensure we capture all the upper ranks of the Joyful Kingdom. At the same time, the few members of the Joyful Kingdom under this elder.
We also have to keep an eye on things to prevent any accidents. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, Colin suddenly thought of something and asked, will there be any impact since we have caught this steward?
Lin Xiao smiled, don't worry about this. Wang Ju has already made arrangements. All the information about that guy has been dug out by us. Although we can't hide it forever, hiding it for a while shouldn't be a problem.
Colin nodded, that's good.
Lin Xiao, with a beaming smile, said, alright, this time we gained a lot.
We all contributed. Let's talk about what you want to apply for, and I will report it. Chapter 57, Darkness Beneath the Lamp. Wei Xian laughed, I probably only have a little contribution, right? Give me some soul crystals. I want to quickly improve my strength, otherwise, I always feel insecure. No problem. Colin adjusted his glasses and said, I think I've saved up enough contributions. I plan to apply for that soul device.
Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, looked at Colin, and said, you can also apply to use it when you want normally.
Why do you want to apply for that? Colin rolled his eyes and said helplessly, that kid Lu Ning has only been in the bureau for a short time, and he's already so strong. Although I can apply for it during missions, it's not truly mine. If I don't get another soul device to improve, I feel like I'll be surpassed by that kid Lu Ning in no time. Lu Ning looked confused, what does that have to do with me? Colin rolled his eyes and did not reply. Lin Xiao hesitated, you make a valid point.
It seems I need to apply for a dedicated soul device as well. He then looked at Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yuelin, you two are on duty.
Although you haven't joined the mission, according to our rules, you can still apply for some soul crystals, right? Xiao Yuelin smiled brightly, having rewards is already pretty good. I have no objections. Wang Qiwen also grunted, I have no objections either. Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Lu Ning, what about you? This time the contribution is significant. Wang Ju said the previous contributions from the dual guns can be cleared, and there are still many contributions left for use. However, this contribution won't be enough to apply for a new soul device. Should you save it or apply for something else?
Lu Ning thought for a moment, I want some soul crystals as well. I haven't had any for a while, and my mental power has been improving too slowly.
Wait, is your improvement still slow? Wang Qiwen said with a dark face.
Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin also looked at Lu Ning with resentful expressions. Xiao Yuelin said, Lu Ning, we just reached the first level not long ago, and you're already at the second level.
Why are you still complaining about being slow? Leave us some hope. Alright, stop being jealous. The current situation isn't good.
If Lu Ning can improve quickly, it's beneficial for our entire team. After all, having more strong members in the team means you all will be safer.
Colin smiled and said.
Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others felt Colin made a valid point.
So they stopped shouting. Okay, since everyone has decided on what they want to apply for, I'll report it now.
Lin Xiao hurriedly left the activity room.
The next morning,
Lin Xiao beamed as he handed out the supplies he had applied for to everyone. Among them, Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yuelin received the least, with only 10 soul crystals each. Wei Xian got a bit more, a whopping 30 soul crystals, making Wang Qiwen look enviously at him. Colin didn't take soul crystals, he got a soul device instead. It was a silver ring, and Xiao Yuelin curiously asked about its function, but Colin just smiled and said nothing. Lin Xiao himself exchanged some soul crystals, keeping the remaining contributions to later apply for a soul device, just like Colin. Finally, there was Lu Ning, who exchanged all his contributions for soul crystals, receiving a total of 300 soul crystals. Seeing that Lu Ning received so many soul crystals, Wang Qiwen and the three were a bit shocked, but they didn't feel too envious. After all, Lu Ning's contributions were indeed very significant this time. After obtaining these soul crystals, Lu Ning himself was very happy. After all, soul crystals could greatly improve cultivation efficiency. With so many soul crystals, he could quickly reach the third stage. After getting these soul crystals, Lu Ning focused even more on refining his spiritual power. On ordinary days, apart from handling mutation events, monitoring Samantha, and investigating the underground enterprises left by Gao Tianlin, Lu Ning spent all his free time refining his spirit. He wanted to improve his strength quickly. Only with increased strength could he join the Mist exploration team, re-enter the Mist, and find his way back to the past. This place was never his era, he wanted to go home. Lu Ning didn't need to worry about the spiritual contamination caused by refining his spiritual power, he only stopped when his spiritual power was completely exhausted.
With this constant, day and night refining, the improvements came extremely fast.
In nearly a month, Lu Ning consumed almost 150 soul crystals, averaging 5 per day. Although his spiritual power had not yet reached the third stage, it had increased several times compared to when he had just reached the second stage. The improvement in spiritual power made Lu Ning's use of soul artifacts and awakening abilities much stronger. In addition, Lu Ning often refined his body, and through healing his physical injuries, he trained his recovery ability. His recovery ability and physical strength had also improved significantly compared to a month ago. At this moment, Lu Ning's strength had made a qualitative leap compared to a month ago. One day, Lu Ning and the others gathered in the activity room. Lin Xiao glanced at the others and spoke, "Tonight is the Happy Heaven Kingdom Assembly. The headquarters has ordered that all active mission team members must participate in this encirclement operation, and our team is no exception.
I believe everyone is prepared." Wang Chuan said, "So, we're leaving, what about the branch?"
Old Sheen and the others will come over to supervise. Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled.
"Then I have no problem," Wang Chuan shrugged. Lin Xiao nodded and looked at Lu Ning, Wei Xian, and Kiwa Wellen. "Do you have any questions?"
Lu Ning shook his head, "I have no questions."
Wei Xian and Kiwa Wellen also shook their heads.
"All right, in order to avoid alarming the enemy, the headquarters has ordered that we cannot act together.
We must go to the destination separately. We'll leave in half an hour."
Half an hour later, Lin Xiao took the group and left the branch, getting into the car to head to their destination. Because the headquarters was worried about information leakage, only the higher-ups knew about the secret assembly of the Happy Heaven Kingdom this time. The reason Lu Ning and the others knew was because they were the ones who captured the people.
As for the location of the assembly, even Lu Ning and the others didn't know. Only Lin Xiao from their team knew. Colin drove behind Lin Xiao's sports car, following Lin Xiao's lead. It was 3 p.m., and it wasn't yet off work time, so the streets weren't crowded. The two cars drove one behind the other, heading towards the city wall of Area 7. When they reached a busy shopping mall, Lin Xiao called Colin to park in the parking lot. Hearing Lin Xiao's instructions, Kiwa Wellen, sitting in the passenger seat, looked around in confusion. The secret assembly of Happy Heaven Kingdom is here? No way, there are so many people. Wang Chuan also looked confused. This is a big shopping mall. With so many cultists gathering here, isn't anyone going to notice?
Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled. "I don't know where the assembly is, but sometimes, it's not that remote places are safer, sometimes, being under the light makes it harder for people to see."
Hearing this, Kiwa Wellen nodded in realization. "All right, let's get out of the car."
While they were talking, Colin had already parked the car. Lin Xiao's sports car stopped beside Colin's car, and Lin Xiao and Wei Xian got out of Lin Xiao's car. Lin Xiao waved his hand and grinned, "Let's go.
Let's go to the mall, and we can have a meal too." Wei Xian next to him looked confused. "Don't we still have serious business?"
As he spoke, he glanced around but didn't say it out loud. Colin saw this and smiled. Wei Xian truly deserves to be a professional security officer, his vigilance is still very strong. You guys should learn from him, be careful, walls have ears, some things shouldn't be said in public. Wang Chuan, who was about to speak, immediately shut his mouth upon hearing this.
Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "Where are we going now?"
Lin Xiao glanced at his watch and said, "It's still early, let's walk around first, then have a meal. At 6 in the evening, we'll go to the club upstairs to sing." As he spoke, Lin Xiao chuckled, his smile a little lewd.
"But Captain."
Xiao Yuellen opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but Colin beside her had already interrupted. "Just listen to the captain."
Hearing this, Xiao Yuellen stopped talking. Chapter 58, Action. The group entered the mall, wandering around casually. Considering what was coming next, not just Xiao Yuellen, but even Wei Xian and Wang Chuan had no mood for shopping.
Only Lin Xiao, Colin, and Lu Ning acted as if nothing was happening. After a round of strolling, Lin Xiao saw a hot pot restaurant and suggested that they all have hot pot. This idea surprisingly got unanimous approval from Xiao Yuellen and the others. Lin Xiao and Colin ate slowly, while the sky outside grew darker and darker. When the outside was completely dark, Lin Xiao wiped his mouth with a tissue, patted his belly, and said with satisfaction, "I'm full." Wei Xian hesitated, as if wanting to say something, but Lin Xiao stood up and said, "All right, let's go, time to sing upstairs." Without waiting for the others to react, Lin Xiao got up to pay the bill. The group arrived at the 6th floor, which was entirely a club area. As soon as they got there, they saw a flashing sign with the 3 big characters Happy Valley. Besides that, they also saw another group standing at the entrance. 3 people squatted on the ground smoking, while 2 others were horsing around beside them.
Among the 3 smoking, a red-haired guy caught Lu Ning's attention. It was Yan Feng. Lu Ning had seen the other guys before too. Yan Feng and his group also noticed Lin Xiao's group approaching. They just glanced up,
then looked away and continued chatting among themselves. At this moment, Wei Xian and the others immediately understood this was most likely the gathering place of Happy Heaven. As for Lu Ning, he didn't think too much about it. Anyway, as long as he followed Lin Xiao, it would be fine. Why bother using his brain? Although he was different from when he had first come out of the fog, his brain could think now, and he no longer gave up thinking from time to time. But his ingrained habit still kept him from overthinking unnecessary matters. Lin Xiao and Colin also pretended not to see Yin Feng and his group. Lin Xiao grinned and said, "I heard this place is really fun. Besides the karaoke rooms, there are also spa and sauna services, a full package. Today's expenses are covered by the company, so have fun." Wang Qiwen's smile was a little stiff. If you looked closely, you'd see that his steps were a bit rigid. After all, ahead of them was the secret gathering place of Happy Heaven. This meant that there were probably a large number of Happy Heaven members inside. Entering now was no different from stepping into a dragon's den. How could anyone relax? Xiao Yuelin was just as tense as Wang Qiwen. Instead, Wei Xian had much better psychological endurance. He smiled and said, "Then I won't hold back." They walked through the doors and arrived at the front desk. At the reception, there were two beautiful female attendants. Seeing Lin Xiao and his group approach, they greeted them with warm smiles. "Welcome." Lu Ning's gaze swept over them. In his vision, whiteness swirled inside their bodies. Their flesh twisted as if countless worms were wriggling beneath their skin. Lu Ning looked away and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Inside the lobby and along the hallways leading to different sections, there were more attendants in uniform. These waiters, regardless of gender, all have good looks and friendly smiles. However, inside their bodies, their flesh twisted, whiteness swirled, as if they were all made of twisted worms. A male waiter at a passage noticed Lu Ning's gaze. He smiled gently at Lu Ning. However, in Lu Ning's sight, his face behind him seemed like a wax figure, blurred and unclear. Lu Ning calmly nodded slightly at this male waiter and withdrew his gaze. Colin glanced at Lu Ning and patted his shoulder. Lin Xiao leaned on the service desk and smiled, "We need a luxury private room." "No problem, please wait a moment." The front desk smiled gently and started operating on the computer. In no time, she took out a card from one side and waved it at a male waiter nearby. The male waiter walked over, and the front desk smiled, "Take them to room 108. The male waiter nodded, bent slightly at the waist, and politely said to Lu Ning and the others, "Please follow me." Lin Xiao waved at Lu Ning and the others, "Let's go." The group followed the waiter into a corridor, heading toward the private room. Along the way, Lu Ning scanned his surroundings. Both sides of the corridor were lined with KTV rooms. Business seemed to be good, as most rooms had people singing. Lu Ning didn't see any white mist inside the rooms. However, all the waiters he saw had white mist, and their blood and flesh were twisted. Room 108 seemed to be in a deep area, and after walking for a while, the waiter stopped. He opened a door to the side and smiled, "We've arrived." Lu Ning walked in and saw that the room was very large, a bit too big for just the few of them. However, Lin Xiao didn't seem to mind. He smiled, "Thank you for your trouble." The waiter smiled, "Please wait a moment. The luxury room will also offer a fruit plate and tea, which will be brought over shortly." Not long after he finished speaking, another waiter came in carrying several large fruit plates and a pot of tea. After both waiters set everything down, they bowed and left. As the door of the private room closed, the noise outside seemed to be cut off. Lu Ning and the others seemed to have entered a secluded area, cut off from the world. Lin Xiao stood up, went to the door, and looked outside through the glass window. At that moment, a face suddenly appeared. It was the same male waiter from before. His smile was gentle as he pushed the door open and entered. "Excuse me, is there anything I can help with?" Lin Xiao grinned, "I want to go to the bathroom." The waiter nodded and smiled, "Go out, turn left, walk all the way to the end, then turn right and walk to the end." Lin Xiao laughed, all right, I'll go now." After Lin Xiao left, the waiter smiled faintly at Colin and the others and said, "I'll wait outside. If you need anything, please let me know." Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled, "Okay." The waiter closed the door again, and Colin shrugged his shoulders, "Let's pick a song." Xiao Yuelin and the others exchanged glances. Lu Ning stood up and smiled, "I used to like singing, but it's been a long time since I sang." He went to the karaoke machine, looked at it for a while, and then returned with a blank expression. Colin looked puzzled, "What's wrong? I haven't heard of any of these." Colin chuckled, "Let me pick some." He casually chose 2 songs. Soon, he started singing without a care. As they listened to Colin sing, Xiao Yuelin, Wang Qiwen, and Wei Xian's previously nervous expressions gradually faded, and their faces turned oddly strange. Lu Ning expressionlessly said, "It's hard to listen to." Colin's voice suddenly stopped. He noticed that Xiao Yuelin and the others also had expressions as if they wanted to say something but couldn't. He frowned, "I really can't sing well. How about you guys try?"
Xiao Yuelin quickly recovered, and immediately jumped up. Let me show you all my singing. She excitedly went to pick a song. It must be said, Xiao Yuelin's voice was lively and much better than Colin's. After Xiao Yulin sang 2 songs, the door to the room opened, and Lin Xiao walked in. Lin Xiao glanced at the others and closed the door. Then he laughed loudly and said, I'll sing a couple of songs too. Saying this, he selected 2 songs, and after selecting them, he turned on the original version. He chuckled and said, I'm not very good at singing, better to follow the original version. He sat down in the middle of the group. When Xiao Yulin finished her song, it was Lin Xiao's turn. As the music started, Lin Xiao gestured to the others to come closer. Then, in a low voice, he said, Action at 11:20, box number 010, just not far from here. Everyone is already in position. Chapter 59, A Question from the Soul. The others looked at each other, everything was understood without words. As they went back, Lin Xiao began to sing. Although Lin Xiao seemed carefree, his singing was really good, even better than Xiao Yulin's. This surprised everyone, and they all clapped. Only Colin was calm, and he rarely complained, saying, I just don't like singing with Lin Xiao, this old guy sings too well. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows proudly, I've charmed many young girls with this skill. It was still not even 7 o'clock, and there was a long time before the task started. A waiter stood by the door, and to avoid being noticed, they simply started to relax and play. Some sang, some drank, and some played games. Luckily, they were all awakened ones, so a little alcohol wouldn't affect the mission. Time passed, and the once joyful atmosphere gradually faded. The expressions of Xiao Yulin and the others became heavier, and they no longer sang, just listening to Lin Xiao sing. After being criticized, Colin stopped singing, and Lu Ning couldn't sing at all. The time on the screen gradually reached 11 o'clock, and Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions also grew more serious. Lin Xiao glanced at his phone from time to time. Another 20 minutes passed, and it was now 11:20. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's phone received a message. Lu Ning, sitting beside Lin Xiao, saw the 2 characters, action. Lin Xiao stood up, put down the microphone, and calmly said, It's starting. Colin and Lu Ning followed suit and stood up, and Wang Qiwen and the others quickly followed. Colin adjusted his glasses and calmly said, On, Ashwan, and Xiaolin, you 3 are weaker, stay behind us, be careful. At this moment, even Wang Qiwen didn't argue, just nodded. As for Lu Ning, you handle it yourself. Colin looked at Lu Ning and said. Lu Ning had already taken out his twin pistols, his expression calm, okay. The next moment, his gaze turned to the door of the room. Outside the window on the door, a face was pressed against it, though they didn't know when. It was the male waiter. His gaze fell on Lu Ning's twin pistols, his expression twisted with a hint of madness, bloodshot eyes slowly appearing. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the window shattered, and with it, the male waiter's head exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Seeing how decisive Lu Ning was, Colin was stunned. Colin seemed to understand something, are these waiters too? Lin Xiao wasn't surprised, and said, the headquarters has already noticed. The waiters are also in the cleanup area. Colin immediately furrowed his brows, are these mutants? Or what? How did so many mutants hide so well here? How did they manage it? Lin Xiao shook his head, the situation at Happy Kingdom seems a bit special. We'll slowly interrogate them once we catch their people. First, let's join up with the main force, we can't let those cultists escape. Lin Xiao's hands turned into blades as he struck the coffee table in front of him, stepping towards the outside. Colin adjusted his glasses, chuckled lightly, that's true. Sharp steel needles floated around him, and he followed Lin Xiao. Wei Xian's arms turned to stone. Wang Qiwen followed, raising his hand, and a water shield formed around him. Xiao Yuelin looked around, casually picking up half of the broken tea table, and followed behind. Lu Ning held twin pistols and stepped out as well. As soon as they stepped out the door, they heard gunshots from afar. At the same time, various screams and cries of pain echoed in the distance. Lu Ning turned his head and saw, not far from the end of the hallway, 2 waiters surrounded by flesh tentacles that appeared on their bodies, rushing toward 2 young men. The 2 young men had cold expressions, holding guns and shooting at the waiters. Blood splattered from the waiters' bodies, and they quickly fell to the ground. The gunshots attracted the attention of ordinary people who were fooling around in private rooms. When an ordinary person opened a private room door and saw the bodies on the floor, they screamed and quickly closed the door to hide. After killing the waiters, the 2 young men looked up and saw Lu Ning and the others. Lin Xiao nodded slightly at the 2 young men, then spoke, Lu Ning, take Wang Qiwen and the others, and like them, clear the infected waiters outside, protect the safety of ordinary people. Lu Ning nodded slightly and stepped toward the 2 young men. At this moment, Wang Qiwen didn't argue and followed along with Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin. Lin Xiao and Colin quickly ran towards the direction of room 010. The 2 young men smiled when they saw Lu Ning and the others walking towards them.
The man with the shaman hairstyle said, "Brothers, which division are you from? How come I've never seen you before?" Wei Xian and the others all looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly replied, "We are from the 7th Division." The other man, with a simple face, showed a sudden realization, "The 7th Division, huh? You must be new, right? I remember that a few months ago, something big happened to the 7th Division, and only 3 members were left after many died." Lu Ning nodded slightly, "Yes, we are the new recruits." Hearing this, the 2 young men exchanged a glance, and then the simple man patted his chest and grinned, "Since you've just joined our Mist Bureau, your rank must not be very high. Follow us, just assist us, and we'll take care of you." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen immediately became displeased and retorted, "Wait, what kind of strength do you two have? You might not even be stronger than us." The simple young man laughed and said, "We're from the 2nd team. I'm Lin Yu, and this guy is my Mighty. I'm 3rd rank, and he's 2nd rank." My Mighty adjusted his shaman hairstyle, grinned, and revealed a set of big white teeth. Wang Qiwen immediately fell silent. He was only 1st rank. Not just him, except for Lu Ning, Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin were also 1st rank. Lu Ning didn't say more, glanced around, and walked toward one side of the corridor. "Let's move, the psychic radiation here is quite high." Seeing that Lu Ning was moving alone, Lin Yu and Mai Ti were stunned. Lin Yu hurriedly stepped forward, coming up beside Lu Ning, and said, "Bro, why don't you stand behind me and provide fire support?" Lu Ning glanced at Lin Yu and nodded slightly, "Alright." Mai Ti walked up to Lu Ning, looked at the twin pistols in his hands, a bit surprised. "Bro, are these pistols custom made? They look pretty cool." Lu Ning didn't answer. He looked at a private room door on the left side of the corridor. In the next moment, the private room door ripped apart, and a massive infected being rushed out. This infected being was on all fours, over 2 meters tall, resembling a crawling monkey, with tentacles covering its back. It still wore the torn clothes of the previous waiter, stained with a lot of blood. Its vicious teeth were also hanging with a piece of intestines. Upon seeing Lu Ning and the others, the infected being growled lowly and lunged toward Lin Yu, who was in the front. Because the distance was too short, Lin Yu didn't have time to retreat. A fierce look appeared on his simple face, and he slammed a punch into the infected being's claw. Bang! Fists and claws collided, and both Lin Yu and the mutated person staggered back a few steps. Lin Yu's face slightly changed. "It's a 3rd-tier mutated person, be careful." Bang! A muffled gunshot interrupted Lin Yu's words. With the gunshot, the mutated person's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering against the walls. The tall mutated body swayed twice before crashing heavily to the ground. Looking at the headless corpse of death, Lin Yu's voice was stuck in his throat, his eyes almost popping out. And by Lu Ning's side, Mai Mati silently turned his head, looking at the red rose Lu Ning was putting away, watching the white smoke from the gun's muzzle. He opened his mouth and made a sound from his soul. "What the hell? What is this?" Chapter 60, Medium Dangerous Soul Artifact. Hearing Mai Mati's words, Lin Yu also came back to his senses. He turned to look behind him and saw Lu Ning putting away the red rose. Lin Yu instantly understood that the gunshot just now had come from Lu Ning. He stared at Lu Ning in shock. "How did you do that?" Lu Ning looked at Lin Yu with some confusion. "Didn't you tell me to provide fire support from behind?" "I provided fire support." Lin Yu was stunned. "No. I told you to provide fire support, but..." He pointed to the red rose in Lu Ning's hand, his expression nearly twisted. "But I didn't expect you to kill a 3rd-tier mutated person with a single shot? Are you 4th tier?" Lu Ning shook his head. "I'm 2nd tier. Lin Yu and Mai Mati, underscore?" They looked at Lu Ning with expressions as if saying, "Are you kidding me?" Wang Qiwen, standing nearby, puffed out his chest as if he had killed the 3rd-tier mutated person himself. "No big deal, our team, Lu Ning, has teamed up with the captain to kill the joyous Heaven Kingdom steward who mastered dark arts." "Exactly." Xiao Yulin nodded repeatedly, agreeing. Wei Xian also smiled, feeling honored. They were all from the 7th Division. According to Lin Xiao, they were a family, sharing glory and sharing downfall. When they heard that Lu Ning had teamed up with the captain to kill the joyous Heaven Kingdom steward, Lin Yu and Mai Mati looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Then the two of them stood in awe. Lin Yu said, "I didn't expect brother Lu Ning to be so strong. We underestimated you." Lu Ning said expressionlessly, "It's nothing." He looked towards the private room where the mutated person had come out of and walked over. Lin Yu and Mai Mati saw this, their faces slightly changing as they quickly followed him. Wang Qiwen and the others also followed suit. Arriving at the private room door, Lu Ning saw the scene inside. There were originally guests inside, but now only a small portion of their body parts remained. The private room was covered in blood, with blood-red handprints on the walls. It was clear the victims had struggled violently before death. Lin Yu and the others' faces turned pale. "Damn, we need to hurry up." Mai Mati said, "The number of mutated people here is more than we thought."
Lin Yu looked at Lu Ning. Brother Lu Ning, what do you think? Lu Ning nodded. Let's continue.
The group started jogging down the corridor, checking each private room to see if there were still any normal people inside.
Soon, Xiao Yulin loudly said, there are survivors here. Lu Ning and the others ran over.
Xiao Yulin opened the door, and two young men and women stepped out. Their faces were very pale, and their bodies were weak. Especially the woman. If Xiao Yulin hadn't supported her, she might not have been able to stand.
Lin Yu said, hello, we are from the Mist Bureau. Follow us and we will make sure to get you out safely. The two young people nodded repeatedly.
Then they continued to search the private rooms, some with normal people inside, others were empty. During this, they encountered some mutated service staff, with varying strengths.
The weaker ones were only first tier, and even Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian could easily defeat them now.
The stronger ones could reach third tier. However, the number of third-stage mutation individuals is very rare, and so far only 2 have appeared.
Both of the third-stage mutations were shot dead by Lu Ning with 1 bullet.
The first one at least had a brief encounter with Lin Yu, while the second one barely appeared for a second before dying. This made both Lin Yu and Mai somewhat numb. It seems that Lu Ning's strength ignited their fighting spirit, and when they encountered first and second stage mutations, they put in extraordinary effort. This made Wang Qiwen and the others unable to snatch many monsters, looking dissatisfied. A few minutes later, over 10 more people joined their team. All of these were ordinary people still alive at this moment. Just then, a strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the distance. This buzzing sound inexplicably brought a sense of calmness. After the buzzing sound, ripples of white began to slowly spread outward. As the ripples expanded, Lu Ning suddenly felt his body and mind calming down. However, his brow furrowed slightly. Because he saw white mist above these ripples. Moreover, the density of the white mist was quite high, almost comparable to the red rose and white rose in Lu Ning's hands. And this was merely one ripple. Not only that, Lu Ning could clearly feel his body rejecting these ripples. Xiao Yueling next to him had a serene expression, and in an environment filled with blood and death, where mutations could appear at any moment, she unconsciously smiled. What is this? As for the originally frightened ordinary people, they seemed to have lost their fear at this moment.
What is this? A gift from the gods? I feel like I've been purified, it feels so good. Is it the light of the gods?
However, Lin Yu and Mai had very serious expressions. Lin Yu said sternly, it's the holy bell of light.
We must hurry. Lu Ning looked at Lin Yu and asked, what is the holy bell of light?
Lin Yu glanced at several ordinary people who seemed completely immersed in the ripples and whispered, it's a mid-level soul artifact from our bureau.
What?
Wang Qiwen and the others, who had initially thought it was a gift from the gods, broke out in cold sweat and felt a chill run down their spines.
A soul artifact means danger. And a mid-level soul artifact could be a terrifying thing capable of destroying a base city.
Seeing Wang Qiwen and the others look terrified, Lin Yu quickly said, don't worry, this holy bell is not an offensive soul artifact, the danger is not that great. If it were really that dangerous, it wouldn't be used here at all.
Hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Xian asked, from your expressions, is there still danger?
Lin Yu nodded, glancing warily at the ripples, he sadly whispered, I participated in a mission before where this thing was used, and in the end, it caused our previous team leader to be sanctified.
Sanctified?
Lin Yu looked at the confused Lu Ning, it means it was assimilated with the holy bell, or we can say it was devoured.
What? This thing can devour a captain-level awakener? Wang Qiwen exclaimed in shock, isn't that dangerous? Lin Yu said, as long as the contact time is not long, there isn't much danger. The longer you are in contact with the holy bell, the easier it is to be sanctified, so we need to speed up. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning nodded, then let's speed up.
They continued to search the box.
At this moment, Wei Xian looked quizzically in the direction of box 010 and spoke, why do I feel something is off? Lin Yu asked in confusion, what's off? You see, we're here to besiege the stewards and regional bishops of paradise, right? These people should have strong abilities, at least they must be 4 or 5 stage awakeners, right? And then? Mai asked, puzzled, what's the problem with that?
Lu Ning spoke, it is a bit off, 5 stage awakeners have great destructive power.
Normally, multiple 5 stage awakeners fighting should be enough to destroy the small. Why can we only hear some sounds and subtle vibrations now? This doesn't match the strength of a 5th tier awakener.
Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yuelin also reacted. They widened their eyes and looked in the direction where Lin Xiao and Colin had left.
Chapter 61, Giant Mutant. This is actually nothing to worry about. It's another medium-grade soul artifact from our bureau.
It seems to be able to pull people into another space, so we can't feel much movement here. Lin Yu reassured the others. Hearing this, Wei Xian and the others were somewhat surprised.
There's such a thing as a medium-grade soul artifact? This is amazing.
There are many soul artifacts with amazing functions, but I don't know the specifics of this one.
Lin Yu smiled.
Lu Ning looked into the distance and asked, using two medium-grade soul artifacts at the same time, the mental pollution should be quite severe, right?
Mama T and Lin Yu snapped back to reality. So we need to speed up.
We're fine, but ordinary people in this environment don't know when they might mutate. Lin Yu woke up the survivors still lost in the white light patterns, and they continued searching. Although the sixth floor wasn't small, the members of the Mist Bureau who came this time were also numerous. There were a total of 9 branches, each with several team members on the outside rescuing survivors.
There were dozens of people in total.
Lu Ning and his team even encountered members from other branches' action teams from time to time. In less than 10 minutes, they had rescued all the ordinary people from the boxes and brought them to the exit, letting them leave the 6th floor. The logistics department has sealed off below, and the entire mall should have been cleared. These people will be tested for mental pollution after going down, to ensure there will be no problems. Lin Yu explained to Lu Ning and the others. For Lin Yu and Mama T, these were procedures everyone understood, but for the newcomers, it was not the same.
Lu Ning nodded slightly, looking towards the deep end of the corridor.
At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly came from a nearby corridor. Then, there were cries of shock and screams.
After the explosion, several more loud booms followed.
Lu Ning and the others, Lin Yu and Mama T, as well as several other action team members who had already completed their tasks at the exit, all looked over.
What happened? What's going on over there? Then, everyone's phones suddenly beeped urgently.
The sound made everyone's faces change slightly. This was a distress signal from the Mist Bureau.
Lin Yu frowned and said, something probably went wrong over there, let's go check it out. Lu Ning nodded and ran towards the area where the explosions kept sounding.
Not only Lu Ning and Lin Yu, but the other action team members also did the same. Soon, they discovered the source of the distress signal. They had barely taken a few steps into the corridor where the explosions came from when a figure flew out. It was an action team member wearing a trench coat. At this moment, the team member was completely shattered, covered in hideous wounds. His chest was caved in, and he had already lost his life. Lin Yu glanced at the dead team member's face, his pupils slightly contracted, and he was somewhat shocked. It's Steven.
He's actually dead. Wang Qiwen curiously asked, who is he?
Lin Yu's expression was extremely grave. He's a member of the 9th team, just like me, at the 3rd tier.
We've worked together before.
Hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others were all shocked.
A 3rd tier awakener, and he's dead?
Several team members who knew Steven were also shocked, their eyes wide. A tall, fiery-haired woman coldly said, the opponent is probably very tough. All 1st tier members, stay at the exit and stand by. Lin Yu glanced at the blonde woman and said, that's Yen Cheng. She's very strong, almost at the 4th tier.
Lin Yu looked at Wang Qiwen.
Wei Shen and Xiao Yulin said, you 3 should not go over, it might be very dangerous.
The 3 exchanged glances and looked at Lu Ning.
Lu Ning nodded slightly, you should go to the exit, don't let the surviving mutants slip away. Wei Shen's expression was serious, be careful.
Lu Ning calmly replied, I won't die.
Xiao Yulin was about to say something, but another rumbling sound erupted from the end of the corridor, followed by the wall exploding, and a huge, grim mutant charged out from the side of the wall. It was a giant covered in bone spurs, with no skin, exposing its blood-red muscles like a bloody giant. The giant stood over 3 meters tall, its head resembling a skeleton, looking extremely fierce. To Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen, this giant looked somewhat familiar.
It was somewhat similar to the giant they encountered at the villa during a birthday party.
On one side of the giant, 2 members of the action team were retreating repeatedly. Their windbreakers were torn in multiple places, looking very disheveled. Behind the 2 team members, several other team members were shooting at the giant with their firearms. However, all the bullets that hit the giant seemed to fall on steel, sparking showers of fire. Seeing this giant, Lin Yu and the others wore serious expressions.
It's a 4th stage.
At that moment, a muffled roar sounded, and another wall was torn apart, as a giant charged out. This giant was holding the head of an action team member in its hand. The expression of the action team member was one of terror, and his left hand transformed into a giant claw, trying to tear the giant's arm off to escape. However, the giant squeezed hard, and the action team member's head was crushed instantly. The claw he transformed into lost its power, reverting to his original arm. The giant flung the action team member's corpse aside with a low growl.
2 4th stages? There are actually 2 such powerful mutants here? Everyone's expression turned ugly.
Every action team naturally had 4th stage awakened individuals. But the 4th stage and 5th stage awakened members had already gone to attack the high-ranking officials of Happy Paradise. The highest-ranked members left here were only 3rd stage.
Facing one 4th stage awakened might be acceptable, but facing two 4th stage awakened individuals put immense pressure on the action team members. However, as members of the action team, everyone quickly regrouped. The previously speaking Yen Qing shouted, 2nd and 1st stage awakened members, retreat and provide long-range support. 3rd stage awakened members, move forward and resist head-on. As soon as her voice fell, the two 4th stage giants had already charged towards them. The two mutants, like tanks, crashed through walls as they advanced, and each step they took cracked the marble floor. The other 3rd stage awakened members had already stepped forward. One 3rd stage awakened member shouted, split into two teams. One team for each. Although there was no cooperation, the 3rd stage awakened members quickly chose their targets based on their positions. They began using their own abilities one after another. Some awakened their bodies, some awakened elemental powers, while others had unique abilities like armored shells. As for the strongest Yen Qing, she wielded a long knife, and with every swing, she could unleash a sharp blade of energy, showcasing a powerful ability. All the attacks from the 3rd stage awakened members struck the two giants, creating a loud booming sound. However, the defenses of these two giants were extremely strong. The attacks merely caused damage to their muscles, with blood flowing. But these injuries were not fatal. Instead, the wounds ignited their ferocity, and the two mutants roared, enduring the attacks and quickly closing in on the 3rd stage awakened members. At that moment, the 2nd and 1st stage awakened members behind the 3rd stage also started their attacks. Some used guns to shoot, while others used their own awakening abilities. A large number of attacks hit the two mutated giants, and with the attacks from the 3rd stage awakened ones, the two giant mutated creatures stopped and staggered back 2 steps. At this moment, 2 huge gunshots rang out. The sound was so loud that many awakened ones felt their eardrums buzzing. A red and a white streak of light swiftly cut through the air, and where they passed, one side of the air became scorching hot, while the other side turned freezing cold. The 2 streaks of light shot toward one of the giant mutated creatures' heads. The mutated creature seemed to sense the danger and let out a low growl, quickly sidestepping to avoid it. Just when it seemed like the mutated creature would dodge the attack, the 2 streaks of light suddenly curved and landed heavily on the mutated creature's forehead. Chapter 62, Warning. Boom. Boom. The streaks of light exploded upon hitting the mutated giant's head. The white streak of light exploded first, freezing the mutated giant's head into frost, then the red streak exploded, tearing apart the frost, and the giant mutated creature's head cracked with sinister fractures. The intense pain made the giant mutated creature cover its head with both hands, letting out a painful roar. All the action team members froze upon seeing this. Yen Chang immediately shouted, "Good chance! Attack!" The 3rd stage awakened ones, who were originally the opponents of the giant mutated creature, seized this opportunity and launched their most powerful attacks. Yen Chang's figure flashed and turned into an afterimage, appearing in an instant behind the mutated giant. She leaped up, her long blade fiercely slashing down, and the blade light poured out, heavily landing on the mutated giant's neck. Pooh! Blood gushed out, and the long blade deeply embedded into the mutated giant's neck flesh, but got stuck when it hit the bone. Yen Cheng's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect the mutated giant's bones to be so tough. Despite receiving such a heavy blow, the giant mutated creature did not die. It let out an enraged roar, suddenly turning and swinging a powerful punch toward Yen Chang. Yen Chang had no choice but to withdraw her long blade and block with the blade horizontally. Bang! The punch landed on the long blade, and Yen Chang felt a massive force strike her. She was immediately sent flying backward, crashing into a broken wall before finally stopping. Her face turned pale, and her hands trembled slightly. At the same time the giant mutated creature attacked Yen Chang, several other 3rd stage awakened ones also launched their most powerful attacks. A red pillar of light shot out, heavily striking the mutated giant's chest. The mutated giant was knocked back several steps, and the intense heat made its chest turn charred. Before it could counterattack, an invisible force suddenly seemed to suppress it. Its massive body staggered, almost kneeling to the ground. The floor beneath it cracked open, and a massive hole appeared. The giant mutated creature fell through the hole, directly dropping from the 6th floor to the 5th floor. Fortunately, the mall seemed to have already cleared out the visitors, and there was no one below. As the giant mutated creature landed, a tall and muscular 3rd stage awakened one leaped down from the hole and punched heavily on the mutated creature's head. The already torn and sinister head suffered another heavy blow, and the mutated creature let out an unbearably painful roar. From the cracks, blood gushed out. At this moment, a calm voice sounded, "Please step aside." The tall and muscular 3rd stage awakened one immediately stepped back, and the intense sound of gunfire rang out again. The heavily injured giant mutated creature heard the gunfire and sensed the threat. It tried to dodge despite its injuries. However, Lu Ning was standing at the edge of the hole, too close to the mutated creature. He only had time for a slight reaction before the bullets of the red rose and white rose landed on his head. Lu Ning, just like before, poured a massive amount of mental energy into them. A massive amount of mental energy was enough to greatly enhance the power of the bullets of this soul weapon. The two bullets exploded once again, and when the flames dissipated, the head of the giant mutant had completely split open, with blood slowly flowing out. He didn't even have time to scream. That enormous body swayed for a moment before falling heavily onto its back. Lu Ning holstered his dual guns, and just then, he heard an urgent voice, "Watch out!" Lu Ning only felt a strong gust surging behind him. He turned his head and saw another giant mutant had already charged up to him. The giant mutant had a ferocious expression, clenched its massive fist, and swung it viciously toward Lu Ning. That enormous fist was as big as Lu Ning's head, and as it punched forward, the wind roared, making Lu Ning's black hair flutter wildly. The other awakeners saw this and their faces changed drastically. Yen Cheng had already approached the giant mutant. Her expression was grim as she slashed fiercely at its back with her long blade, the blade aura surging, trying to force the mutant to defend itself. However, this giant mutant seemed to have some intelligence, or maybe it just wanted revenge for its fallen comrade, because it completely ignored the blade aura behind it. Its eyes were locked onto Lu Ning alone. Facing the massive fist, Lu Ning's expression remained calm. His right hand loosened, letting the red rose fall slowly to the ground. Then, his own fist shot forward to meet the incoming giant fist. As Lu Ning's fist struck out, a dazzling white light emerged. It was like a sudden bolt of lightning, making the awakeners instinctively squint their eyes. In the next moment, Lu Ning's tiny fist collided with the giant mutant's enormous fist. Boom! The sound of impact rang out, and the terrifying shockwave turned into a ring-shaped blast, spreading in all directions. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Ning's body, starting from his fist, began to disintegrate into a mist of blood. His fist, his arm, his shoulder, and even half of his body completely shattered in this collision, staining the sky red with blood. At the same time, the giant mutant let out a miserable scream. It staggered backward, its enormous fist completely crushed as well. Its 5 fingers twisted unnaturally, cracks spreading all over its palm, with blood gushing out. Even its entire arm bent at an unnatural angle. Damn it! Yen Cheng saw that Lu Ning was left with only half his body. She gritted her teeth, her expression dark and grim. Her blade aura slashed into the giant mutant's back, tearing open a deep, bone-revealing wound. As she landed, she coldly shouted at the rest of the squad, "Attack! What are you all standing around for?" The other third-tier awakeners snapped out of their shock. Kill! One by one, the third-tier awakeners attacked. Before, there had been 2 giant mutants, so all the third-tier awakeners had to split their forces to fight them both. Now, only 1 giant mutant remained, and it had already had an arm broken by Lu Ning and a deep wound on its back. For the third-tier awakeners, this was no longer a challenge. Even though the giant mutant's defense was incredibly strong, it was now facing the combined assault of so many third-tier awakeners, along with the gunfire support of the second-tier and first-tier awakeners. In just a few exchanges, the fourth-tier mutant was slain by Yen Cheng, who drove her blade straight through its eye and into its brain, killing it instantly. Yen Cheng landed, shaking off the filth from her blade, her expression somewhat grim as she muttered, "What a pity." Although she didn't know that young man who wielded dual guns, the fact that he could control such a powerful soul weapon, injure a heavily armored giant mutant so severely, and even master such a high-level soul-shaking fist technique meant he was clearly an awakener with extraordinary potential. Unfortunately, this young man died here. Yen Cheng's expression turned serious as he turned to look at the direction where Lu Ning had fallen, and said, "Everyone, let's observe a moment of silence for this comrade." Yen Cheng stopped speaking. Not just Yen Cheng, many others also looked toward Lu Ning after the giant mutant's death. They all believed Lu Ning could use a powerful soul artifact and had mastered such a high-level soul-shaking fist, possessing an incredibly strong talent. His death here was truly a loss for the Mist Bureau. But instead, they saw Lu Ning standing there, completely unharmed. Lu Ning looked at the stunned crowd, expressionless as he covered his exposed body and calmly said, "Anyone have a spare shirt?" The punch from the mutant giant had torn apart Lu Ning's clothes on his upper body. Chapter 63, Is it over? The air suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Lu Ning, their expressions filled with doubt. Yen Cheng pointed his long sword at Lu Ning, his expression cold, "Are you a mutant?" Lu Ning pointed at himself, "Me? No, I'm just an ordinary person." Other awakened ones frowned in unison, and many members of the action team had already prepared for an attack. At that moment, a timid voice spoke up, comrades, this person is a member of our 7th Division action team, his name is Lu Ning." Yen Cheng and several other third-tier awakened ones raised their eyebrows and looked toward the source of the voice. It was a pure-looking young girl, and she was a little nervous as she was stared at by many members of the action team. Seeing everyone looking at her, Wei Xin quickly added, "We are all from the 7th Division's action team. My name is Wei Xian, this is Wang Qiwen, and this is Chiu Yulin." Lin Yu, who was standing by, looked at Lu Ning with some uncertainty, then spoke up, "I can confirm this, just now, they were with Captain Lin Xiao." Yan Qing glanced at Lin Yu, who, as a third-tier awakened one and a veteran of the action team, knew everyone well enough. Lin Yu, are you sure? I'm sure. Yan Qing's expression softened slightly toward Wei Xian and the others, but he still looked at Lu Ning with caution. Even if you were once a member of the action team, you died just now. After being revived, you're probably not one of us anymore, right? Lu Ning stared blankly and said, I don't die, so why wouldn't I still be one of you? I've died several times before, and I'm still a member of the action team. All the action team members. Their expressions stiffened for a moment, then they were full of question marks. Lin Yu's mouth twitched, and his gaze toward Lu Ning turned strange. You've died before? Just as Lu Ning was about to speak, Wang Qiwen quickly added, Comrades, Lu Ning's awakening ability is immortality. He can revive and heal his wounds, so don't worry too much. Hearing this, even though they were all awakened ones, and all members of the Mist Bureau's action team, who had seen a lot, they still exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? He can revive? Is that for real? You're kidding, right? How can there be such an awakening ability? If it's true, then this Lu Ning would be invincible, right? All the action team members were discussing among themselves, looking at Lu Ning with disbelief. Yan Chang also looked at Wang Qiwen in shock, then at Lu Ning. Do you have any proof? Yan Cheng asked, somewhat incredulously. Wei Xian was about to speak, but Lu Ning's calm voice interrupted. This is simple. Then everyone saw Lu Ning aim a gun at his own head. The thunderous sound of the gunshot made everyone's bodies shudder. Lu Ning's head was directly blasted off halfway by the White Rose's bullet, blood splattering everywhere. Several third-tier awakened ones, who were closer to Lu Ning, froze in place, with even some blood splattering on their faces. At this moment, they looked at Lu Ning with horror in their eyes. Is a creature that blows half of its own head off at the slightest disagreement really a human? The others also stood frozen, staring at Lu Ning's remaining half of a head, chills running down their spines. But the next moment, they saw flesh buds sprouting at the edge of Lu Ning's wound. The buds wriggled rapidly, and in just a few breaths, Lu Ning's head was completely restored. He rubbed his face and looked at Yan Qing calmly. Is this evidence enough? Yan Shang, who had been cold-faced, now had trembling pupils and stiffly nodded, enough. Lu Ning smiled and said, good. After speaking, he put away his twin guns and walked toward Wei Xian and the other two. All the action team members along the way stepped aside. Their gazes toward Lu Ning were filled with complex emotions, some with curiosity, some with fear, and some even with awe. Although Lu Ning's level didn't seem high, his strength in battle just now was overwhelming. Coupled with his insane act of shooting his own head without hesitation, he had left an unforgettable impression on everyone. Wei Xian, Wang Qiwen, and Xiao Yuelin were already used to Lu Ning's behavior. Seeing everyone around them looking dumbfounded and numb, they secretly felt satisfied. Before, only they had been shocked, but now, finally, everyone else could share in their experience. My matey, who was standing beside them, trembled when he saw Lu Ning approaching, his smile turning stiff. He swallowed hard and quietly moved aside, afraid that Lu Ning might suddenly go crazy and shoot him. When Lu Ning walked over, Wei Xian immediately took off his trench coat and handed it to him. Wear this. Thanks. Lu Ning didn't refuse, taking the coat and draping it over himself to cover his exposed body. Yan Qing quickly regained her composure. She glanced at Lu Ning and then said, check this floor again to make sure there are no remaining mutants. We can't afford another fourth-tier mutant appearing. The other third-tier awakeners all nodded in agreement. One by one, the action team members started searching again. But this time, they found no more mutants. Everyone returned to the exit, securing it while waiting for the outcome from the central area. What they were doing was just cleanup. The real target of this operation was being handled by the 4th and 5th tier powerhouses. Compared to before, the distant booming clashes had become much weaker, and their frequency had also decreased significantly. Less than a minute later, all sounds of battle ceased. Lin Yu murmured, it should be over. Cold sweat dripped down Wei Xian's forehead as he said, good thing it ended quickly, or I don't think I could have held on much longer. Wang Qiwen also nodded repeatedly, looking nervously at the rippling light waves that occasionally spread out. The sacred light from the holy bell made them feel an increasing reverence toward the light, as if they wanted to become one with it. Even though they tried to resist, the urge only grew stronger. It was as if this was the deepest desire of their very souls. At that moment, the slowly spreading ripples suddenly vanished, and many first-tier awakeners let out sighs of relief. Lin Yu said, looks like the holy bell has been put away. They're coming. After a while, the sound of footsteps echoed. Lu Ning saw about 20 people walking over. There were men and women, young and old. They all wore black trench coats, though some coats were torn, and some had visible injuries. However, none of them seemed to be seriously hurt. Among them, Lu Ning spotted Lin Xiao, Cullen, Yan Feng, as well as Li Yixing and Lu Chang, whom he had met before. At this moment, they were all smiling. The expressions were relaxed. However, when they saw the bodies of the fallen action team members collected by Yin Cheng and others, their smiles gradually disappeared. Several powerful individuals had red eyes, and they rushed madly to the front of the corpses. Damn! Steven? How did you die? Wake up, for God's sake! Shit, dang dolly! You still owe me $23,920. Who am I gonna ask for money now that you're dead? The other strong individuals fell silent upon seeing this. Li Yixing calmly said, "The action is over, all team leaders, take your team members back." He paused here and then said, "Report the losses, the situation of the fallen members in a timely manner, and the Bureau will make arrangements promptly. 5th team, 8th team, come with me to escort the criminals back to headquarters." After saying this, he stepped away. A group of people quietly followed Li Yixing. Lin Xiao and Colin found Lu Ning and the others and walked over. Zhou Yuelin asked curiously, "Captain, is it over?" Others also looked toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said with some excitement, "It's almost done, we were lucky this time and captured all the top members of the Joyful Kingdom alive." Colin adjusted his glasses and added, "But it's not over yet. Besides these top members, the subordinate members of the Joyful Kingdom haven't been captured." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, "With these top members, capturing those subordinates is a piece of cake, right?" Colin did not refute this. Wang Chuan looked around and asked in confusion, "You captured the top members of the Joyful Kingdom? Why didn't we see any Joyful Kingdom people just now?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and said, "We naturally have special soul tools to take them away." Wang Chuan and the others suddenly understood. Then Lin Xiao glanced at the corpses not far away, then looked at the trench coat on Lu Ning, and asked curiously, "It seems the situation outside wasn't too good?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. "There were 2 4th-stage mutated beings, and their strength is not weak." Zhou Yuelin spoke up, "Yeah, if it weren't for brother Lu Ning, I'm afraid more people would have died." Lin Xiao and Colin both looked at Lu Ning in surprise. Lin Xiao exclaimed, "Lu Ning is already this strong now?" Wei Xian thought of Lu Ning's battle before and couldn't help but sigh, Lu Ning is indeed very strong now. Wang Chuan did not refute, nodding in agreement. Colin laughed, "Make sure to share all about it when we return. Let's leave first." Lin Xiao nodded, "Yes, let's go. You 3 survived such a dangerous mission for the first time, it's worth celebrating." So the few of them chatted as they walked down the stairs and left the mall. After leaving the mall, Lu Ning saw that the perimeter was already sealed off, with security officers and logistics from the Mist Bureau everywhere. Lu Ning also saw familiar faces like Bo Wen and Peng Shanshan. Bo Wen spotted Lin Xiao and the others and jogged over. He glanced at the mall direction and asked seriously, "How is the situation inside?" Lin Xiao replied, "It can be considered a big victory, the top members of the Joyful Kingdom have been captured completely. The pressure on you will be lighter now." Bo Wen immediately relaxed and sighed with relief, his smile bright, "That's good. Since that mutated incident at the birthday party, I haven't been able to sleep well, fearing something might happen. It's good that the top Joyful Kingdom members have been taken down. We can relax a bit." Lin Xiao patted Bo Wen's shoulder and waved, "We'll leave this to you. We'll head back to rest first." Bo Wen nodded seriously and said to them, "No problem, we'll take over from here. You all have worked hard." After saying this, Bo Wen saluted them. Not just Bo Wen, but Peng Shanshan and others did the same. Amid everyone's salutes, the group left the sealed-off area and headed for the parking lot. Because of the evacuation by the Public Security Bureau and the Fog Bureau, all ordinary people nearby had already left, and there were very few vehicles left in the parking lot. Lin Xiao and Colin each got into their cars, and Lu Ning and the others also followed in, as the 2 drove away. In Colin's car, Wang Chuan complained a bit unhappily, "I'm not saying this, but these people from the Public Security Bureau really are incompetent. A huge secret organization gathers in such a busy mall and has held several secret meetings, yet they still haven't found it." Next to him, Wei Xian immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "Wang Chuan, what are you talking about? As Awakeners, don't you know about the situation of Awakeners? If Awakeners want to hide, how would the Public Security Bureau find them?" Wang Chuan immediately retorted, "But it's not just Awakeners. There are so many mutated individuals working as waiters too, haven't they been discovered?" Wei Xian countered, "What's the difference? The Public Security Bureau isn't the Fog Bureau, they simply don't have the ability to investigate mutated individuals. The mutated problem is the responsibility of our Fog Bureau, while the Public Security Bureau only handles ordinary people's matters." Although Wei Xian had a point, Wang Chuan still shrugged his lips, feeling somewhat unhappy. Colin drove, looking ahead, and thoughtfully said, "But honestly, the fact that these mutated waiters haven't been discovered until now does seem a bit suspicious. I'm afraid that Paradise of Joy has some special methods. We'll find out the specifics once we interrogate the higher-ups from Paradise of Joy. So you 2 don't need to argue anymore." Wei Xian nodded, "Yes, Deputy Captain." Lu Ning did not join in the argument between Wei Xian and Wang Chuan but quietly looked out the window. Colin asked with some confusion. Lu Ning, what are you looking at? Lu Ning replied, nothing much. By the way, did you find any incense this time? Hearing this, Colin immediately laughed. We found a considerable amount of fallen incense. This time the achievement is not small. Lu Ning nodded. How will these incenses be handled? Colin thought for a moment and said, they should be sealed for now, they might be used as special items later. Wei Xian and Wang Qiwen were both taken aback, looking at Colin with some confusion. Wang Qiwen asked, Deputy Captain, isn't this fallen incense something from Paradise of Joy? Are we going to use it? Colin rolled his eyes. You really don't know how the household works, do you? These are all special items with mental radiation. If used well, they can enhance combat power. Destroying these would be such a waste. We have quite a bit of stuff we've confiscated from various places, and in the end, we all use it ourselves. Not to mention, many of the soul equipment we have were seized from criminals who were awakeners. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian suddenly understood. Wang Qiwen, somewhat curious, asked, since our branch found this lead, shouldn't we get a share for our use? Colin chuckled, probably not for now. These incenses will likely be studied at headquarters and shouldn't be used for a short time. Well, all right. Wang Qiwen shrugged, no longer saying more. The group quickly returned to their branch. Yuran was sitting at the front desk in a daze. When she saw Lu Ning and the others come in, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up. Seeing everyone was back, Yuran let out a sigh of relief, her smile radiant. Captain, you're back? Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, did anything happen at the bureau? Yuran shook her head. No, Old Qin and the others are watching on the third floor. That's good. By the way, our operation was a great success, and as you can see, our team has no casualties, which is worth celebrating. I plan to order some barbecue for us to celebrate together. Yuran chuckled, no problem. The group went up to the third floor and saw Qin Feng and Yinan. After briefly discussing the situation with the two of them said they also wanted to stay and celebrate together. Because Lu Ning had a lot of blood on him and his clothes were torn, he went upstairs to the lounge to take a shower first. As for the clothes, Lin Xiao volunteered to go buy some for him. After the celebration, the sky gradually started to lighten. Lin Xiao and Colin said that they would take turns guarding, allowing Lu Ning and the others to go rest. Lu Ning and the others naturally followed the suggestion and left one by one. Chapter 65, Cleanup. The next morning. As soon as Lu Ning arrived at the activity room, he heard Lin Xiao talking about good news. Last night, after they brought the senior members of the Joyful Paradise back, they interrogated them overnight and quickly got information from a few of the deacon's subordinates. As for the regional bishop, they didn't manage to get anything from the interrogation. But even getting information from the deacon's subordinates was good news, as among them were about 20 members of Joyful Paradise. If these members were hidden in the base city and caused trouble secretly, it would be a big problem. The 7th district also had 4 subordinates of Joyful Paradise. This naturally was handed over to their 7th district action team. Colin and Lin Xiao each led a team, while Lu Ning acted alone. Lu Ning's strength had already been recognized by Colin and Lin Xiao. He was immortal and had considerable strength, even facing a 4th stage infected, he could still fight. With such strength, he even had the potential to become a vice-captain in the action team. Watching Lu Ning take a taxi and leave, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, I think I need to apply for a car with the headquarters. After all, Lu Ning can drive now, and his strength is good. If we are not here for a mission, wouldn't he have to take a taxi every time? Wang Qiwen immediately said when he heard this, then Captain, you should apply for more cars. I and Wei Xian can also drive. Lin Xiao glanced sideways at Wang Qiwen. Can you go on missions alone? If you can, then I'll apply for it for you. Wang Qiwen fell silent. Wei Xian, who was standing by, laughed and said, you really don't know your limits. Wang Qiwen immediately shouted angrily, aren't you also unable to go on missions alone? But I know my limits. I'm not applying for a vehicle alone. You? Alright, you two stop arguing, let's go. Colin smiled helplessly and spoke. Lin Xiao said, Xiaolin and Wang Qiwen, come with me. Wei Xian, you go with Colin. Let's move. Lu Ning took a taxi to his destination. According to the information, this member of Joyful Paradise was located near a tree bar in a small food street. He had opened a noodle shop on the food street. As for whether this member of Joyful Paradise would run away when he sensed something was wrong, Lin Xiao had already explained. Because Joyful Paradise was a secretive cult, their hierarchical structure was highly confidential. The general members of Joyful Paradise had no idea about the meetings of the senior members. These ordinary members could only be considered peripheral members. Some of them didn't even know the name of the organization they were helping. Even if they knew, they wouldn't know about the meetings of the senior members of Joyful Paradise. Moreover, the Security Bureau and the Mist Bureau's logistics department had long blocked the news, so the lower-level members of Joyful Paradise naturally didn't know their superiors had been caught.
Therefore, when Lu Ning arrived at this noodle shop named Away Noodle Shop, the owner was still busy cooking noodles. It must be said, the business of the noodle shop was quite good, with 5 tables in the small shop, all of which were occupied. The owner was a young man with a delicate appearance. He smiled at Lu Ning and asked, "What kind of noodles do you want?" Lu Ning calmly took out his gun and pointed it at the young man. "Don't move, you're under arrest." The owner's face immediately froze. Not just him, the previously noisy conversations in the shop instantly disappeared. All the diners at this moment were stunned, looking at Lu Ning's pistol, their expressions filled with fear. The small shop fell into a moment of silence, and the next moment, the owner forced a laugh and said, "Sir, who are you? Did you mistake someone for someone else?" Lu Ning calmly took out his Mist Bureau ID. "I am a member of the Mist Bureau from District 7. Now, come with me." Upon hearing that Lu Ning was a member of the Mist Bureau, the diners in the shop were even more terrified, their faces turning pale. After all, anything related to the Mist Bureau involved cults, mutations, and disaster beasts. And these things are what ordinary people would never want to encounter. Encountering such things, for ordinary people, meant enormous danger. Upon hearing Lu Ning's identity, the shop owner immediately reacted, his eyes flickering with an ice blue light. Just as he was about to use his ability, a gunshot rang out. With the sound of the gunshot, the diners screamed and crouched down, covering their heads, not daring to look up. The shop owner's right leg was directly torn apart from the knee, blood gushing out as he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Lu Ning calmly pressed the red rose to his forehead. "Any more movement, and I'll shoot your head." The shop owner looked terrified and immediately shook his head. "I understand." Lu Ning grabbed the collar of the owner's shirt and dragged his body outside, leaving behind a deep trail of blood. After dragging the owner out of the restaurant, pedestrians on the road saw this scene and were also filled with fear. One by one, they fled, and some pedestrians took out their phones, seemingly wanting to report to the Security Bureau. Lu Ning didn't pay any attention. He walked to the roadside, intending to hail a taxi. After the third taxi, which had no passengers, sped past him, Lu Ning fell into deep thought. Why did no one want to take passengers? Lu Ning glanced at his phone's map. The police station was about 6 miles away. He planned to walk back while hailing a taxi. Just then, a vehicle from the Security Bureau stopped in front of Lu Ning. A surprised voice then called out, "Officer Lu Ning? Is it really you?" Lu Ning looked and saw it was Lin Fei. He nodded. What are you doing here?" Lin Fei glanced at the unconscious shop owner on the ground, his expression a bit strange. "I heard a report saying someone committed a crime here, breaking a young man's leg." Lu Ning looked at the shop owner on the ground and pointed to himself. "Are you talking about me?" Lin Fei twitched his mouth. "Now it seems, you are the only one who fits the description." "This person is a cultist," Lu Ning explained. Lin Fei laughed. "When I saw you, Officer Lu Ning, I had a guess." Then, he looked at Lu Ning with some confusion, then at the unconscious cultist. "Officer Lu Ning, do you have something else to do here?" Lu Ning thought of something and said, "Could you give me a ride to the division?" "The taxis won't take my business." Lin Fei. He glanced at the unconscious cult member, thinking to himself, of course, they wouldn't want to take your business. He smiled. "No problem, get in the car." Lu Ning nodded, dragging the unconscious cultist, opened the back seat, and got in. Then, Lu Ning noticed there was a young man sitting in the driver's seat. Seeing Lu Ning staring at the young man, Lin Fei smiled and introduced, "This is Wang Lu, he's a rookie in our bureau." Wang Lu nervously nodded at Lu Ning and said, "Nice to meet you, officer." Then he looked at Lu Ning with admiration. "I heard from Lin Lauda that you're a member of the Mist Bureau's action team?" "I wanted to join the action team too, but I haven't awakened my ability." Lu Ning looked at Wang Lu's somewhat naive and longing expression, remained silent for a moment, and said, "The action team isn't that simple." "Huh?" Wang Lu looked confused. Lu Ning didn't explain, and simply said, "Let's go." Lin Fei slapped Wang Lu's slightly bewildered head. "Kid, stop overthinking. Drive faster." Oh. Chapter 66, The Second Soul Artifact. Wang Lu drove to the 7th Division, and Lu Ning got out of the car. After thanking and bidding farewell to the two people, he dragged the unconscious member of Happy Kingdom into the building. In the lobby, Yuran was looking down at her phone, not even noticing Lu Ning entering. Lu Ning walked over and looked down. It seemed that Yuran was playing a competitive game, something similar to the League of Legends or King of Glory he had played before. He watched for a while and noticed that Yuran was bad at the game. In just a short time, she had died twice. After being killed by the opponent again, Yuran slapped the table. "So annoying, why am I so bad?" Lu Ning nodded. "You are indeed bad." Yuran jumped in shock, her phone falling out of her hands.
She looked at Lu Ning, her face turning pale, then she complained, Lu Ning, can you walk without making a sound? Do you know that scaring someone can actually kill them? Lu Ning slightly nodded. Oh. You ran. She took a deep breath and then said, by the way, didn't you go on a mission? Yeah, I finished it. I brought the person back. Have the captain and the others returned? The captain is back, but the vice-captains haven't returned yet. Lu Ning nodded, pointing at the unconscious Happy Kingdom member on the floor. Where do we put him? Yuran glanced at the floor and finally saw the unconscious member of Happy Kingdom. At this moment, the bleeding from the member's severed leg had stopped. However, due to excessive blood loss, his face was extremely pale. Yuran twitched her lips. He's not going to die, right? No, awakened ones are pretty strong. He won't die that quickly. Oh. The captain said to put him on the first floor of the basement. Old Qin will take care of him. Once we finish the capture, we will send him to headquarters. Okay. So, Lu Ning dragged the Happy Kingdom member into the basement. He quickly found Xin Feng in the room where they used to train. Xin Feng was, as usual, looking at a swimsuit model magazine. Hearing the noise, Xin Feng looked up. When he saw Lu Ning and the unconscious Happy Kingdom member on the floor, he stood up and said, back already? That was quick. Just leave him here. Lu Ning nodded. Then I'll leave. Go ahead, go ahead. Xin Feng waved his hand, glancing at the magazine from time to time. Back on the third floor, Lu Ning saw Lin Xiao, Zhou Yulin, and Wang Qiwen resting. When they saw Lu Ning return, the three greeted him before continuing to play. Soon, Colin and Wei Xian also returned. Of the 4 Happy Kingdom members, 2 were captured by Lin Xiao and the others, 1 by Colin and Wei Xian, and 1 by Lu Ning. After capturing the Happy Kingdom members, Lu Ning and the others didn't receive any new information about them, nor did they encounter any other mutated events. In the following days, the group was almost on vacation. Every day, they just rested in the activity room after arriving at the division, either refining their mental powers or training their awakening abilities. Lu Ning, as usual, used soul crystals to steadily increase his mental strength. As for the action of besieging the upper management of Happy Kingdom, since the interrogation of the upper management of Happy Kingdom had not been completed, the rewards for this action had not yet been distributed. However, according to what Lin Xiao revealed, the entire team had cooperated to capture a group of Happy Kingdom stewards, including a regional bishop. The Federal Mist Bureau would distribute rewards, so everyone's rewards would be substantial. Those like Lu Ning, who played an important role in killing 2 4th-level mutated beings, naturally had greater merits. According to Lin Xiao's speculation, Lu Ning might even be able to apply for a soul artifact. Lu Ning was also quite looking forward to it. Unconsciously, over 10 days passed. During this time, the members of the 7th Division received instructions from headquarters one after another. Through the interrogations, headquarters had found several other Happy Kingdom members hiding in the 7th District. Lu Ning and the others went to capture, and the process went very smoothly. During this period, Lin Xiao applied for a regular sedan for Lu Ning, and Lu Ning finally didn't need to take a taxi, which was much more convenient than before. After all the Happy Heaven Kingdom clerics at headquarters finished their interrogations, all the cultists from the Happy Heaven Kingdom and the base city were rounded up. Lin Xiao also announced that they could now apply for the merits exchange. Lu Ning still had some soul crystals in hand, and naturally thought of applying for another soul weapon. For this, Lin Xiao and Colin were not surprised. The day after the report, Lin Xiao brought good news to Lu Ning. His application was approved. Lu Ning's efforts in killing 2 4th-tier awakened ones, plus other miscellaneous merits, were all consumed, and he obtained a new low-risk soul weapon. In fact, the merit consumption was a bit on the high side, but since Lu Ning already had the red rose and white rose, it was normal for the merit consumption to be higher. To this, Lin Xiao said that the headquarters had its own considerations. Another day passed, and Yan Feng brought the reward for this application to the branch. Wei Xian and the others applied for soul crystals because they had obtained some more soul crystals last time, speeding up their mental power refinement. Now, Wang Qiwen had already reached a bottleneck. This made Wang Qiwen proud in front of Wei Xian for a long time. However, Wei Xian and Xiao Yulin should be close to it as well. They were still at the first tier, and after a few missions, they deeply understood that their current strength was still insufficient. At present, during missions, Lin Xiao, Colin, and even Lu Ning could still take care of them. Once Lin Xiao and the others couldn't take care of them, it was clear that, with their current strength, Wang Qiwen and the others would be in great danger. Therefore, improving their strength became their most urgent task. As for Lin Xiao and Colin, they applied for some soul crystals and some one-time items, such as potions, runes, and other things. Lastly, there was Lu Ning. His soul weapon was chosen according to his own needs. Lu Ning already had the red rose and white rose dual pistols, which were long-range weapons. What he needed was a melee weapon. Lu Ning's ideal choice was something like a sword or a knife. And what the headquarters provided was exactly a knife. It was a white long knife, with red flame patterns carved on the blade. Just placing it there seemed to raise the surrounding temperature by a degree or two. Yanfeng introduced the information of the long knife, low-risk soul weapon, flame knife. The material is extremely strong, made from the spine bones of the disaster beast, the twin-headed fire tiger. If mental power is injected, the flame power can be activated. You can use it however you see fit. Yanfeng's gaze towards Lu Ning had lost some wariness and gained more recognition. Previously, Lu Ning played a crucial role in killing 2 giant mutated beasts, and this matter had long been spread by the action team members who witnessed it. Earlier, everyone in the base city's action team knew that the 7th Division had an immortal guy. And this guy seemed to be a madman, shooting himself in the head at the slightest provocation, blowing half his own head off. He was definitely a tough person. Yanfeng had long understood Lu Ning's madness. However, Lu Ning's assistance in killing 2 giant mutated beasts had indirectly saved many action team members' lives. In fact, if it wasn't for Lu Ning, the entire action team might have lost quite a few people before they could kill the 2 giant mutated beasts. Therefore, Yanfeng's attitude towards Lu Ning had softened a bit. Lu Ning grasped the knife handle, and the flame patterns on the blade seemed to be activated, emitting a faint red light, as if it might ignite at any moment. Lu Ning felt a powerful force merging into his body from the flame fire blade. His physical fitness seemed to have improved a little. This improvement was very comprehensive, unlike the red rose and white rose, which mainly enhanced dynamic vision and sensitivity. Lu Ning waved the flame fire blade and nodded slightly. Not bad. Everything is delivered, I'm leaving. Yanfeng stretched lazily and complained, I've been exhausted these days, first interrogating, then delivering rewards. Lin Xiao thought of something and called out to Yanfeng, Yanfeng, how's the interrogation result of the area bishop? Yanfeng raised an eyebrow and shook his head, that guy's mouth is tough, he won't say anything. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and didn't ask more. Yanfeng looked at Lin Xiao with some confusion, what's wrong? Lin Xiao shook his head, nothing. He paused, then said uncertainly, I've been thinking about it these days, and I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I always feel like, is this matter too easy? After all, other base cities have had cult invasions before, how could it be so easily captured all at once? Yanfeng fell silent for a moment, scratched his head and said, even the area bishop has been captured, what's the problem? You aren't mentally weakened, are you? Maybe you should check your mental contamination level? Lin Xiao exhaled a breath, maybe, I'll go get checked. Yanfeng nodded, one hand in his pocket, and waved goodbye, I'm off. Chapter 67, Tier 3. Colin sent Yanfeng off, and Wang Qiwen curiously asked Lin Xiao, Captain, do you think something is wrong? Lin Xiao shook his head, I just think things went too smoothly, maybe the high-ups of the Joyful Kingdom just had bad luck. Lin Xiao didn't say much more on this topic. Lu Ning and the others didn't ask further. Another week passed. Late at night. Lu Ning leaned against the bed, holding a soul crystal in his hand, eyes closed as he absorbed the mental radiation from the soul crystal. At that moment, an invisible storm spread out from Lu Ning as its center. The nearby desk and chairs shook, and the items on the desk were thrown into the air, landing on the floor. The storm came quickly and left quickly. In just a few breaths, the storm subsided. Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes deep and pitch black, with faint flashes of divine light moving within. After so much time of tempering, his mental strength had finally broken through to the 3rd tier. Originally the size of a barrel, his mental strength surged again, now reaching the size of a small pool. He could clearly feel that his mental strength had become more condensed and powerful than before. He thought for a moment, gripped his left hand, and pulled hard. His left hand was instantly torn off, the sound of breaking bones echoing constantly. However, the next second, his left hand instantly regenerated. This recovery speed was much faster than before. Not only that, but he could also feel that his mental strength's transmission efficiency was higher, and his use of soul tools had better effects. Finally, the transformation of his mental strength also led to a transformation of his physical body. Lu Ning had been using physical body tempering methods to enhance his physical strength. After this transformation, his strength had doubled. Overall, there was significant progress. Lu Ning showed a satisfied smile. With his strength improved, he was one step closer to joining the mist exploration team, and one step closer to finding a way back. This was something worth celebrating for him. The next morning. After washing up, Lu Ning arrived at the branch. Last night, Colin and Wang Qiwen were on duty, and the two were already in the activity room. When they saw Lu Ning, Colin smiled and said, You're here? We've already ordered breakfast, come and eat. Lu Ning nodded. Not long after, Lin Xiao, Zhou Yulin, and Wei Xian also arrived one after another. The group ate breakfast, chatting and laughing. These days, there had been no more mutation incidents, and they were all very relaxed. And during this time, Lin Xiao would occasionally glance at Lu Ning, with a somewhat confused expression. Wang Chuan asked in confusion, Captain, why do you keep looking at Lu Ning? Is there something wrong? Lin Xiao frowned as he scrutinized Lu Ning, muttering, do I feel like it's just my illusion? Why do I feel like your mental power has increased a lot? Colin, who was next to him, took a sip of sweet tofu pudding and adjusted his glasses, saying, you felt it too? I thought I was mistaken. Lu Ning calmly took a bite of his bun and stated, oh, I'm at the 3rd level now, my mental power has indeed improved a bit. Put. Wang Chuan, who was drinking porridge, spat out a grain of rice through his nose. He coughed repeatedly and looked up at Lu Ning, saying, what the heck? You're at the 3rd level? Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin also looked at Lu Ning in shock. Is that true? I've only just felt the bottleneck for a few days, and you've already reached the 3rd level? Is there no justice anymore? Yelled Wei Xian, who usually remained quite calm. Xiao Yuelin nodded repeatedly, Brother Lu Ning, this is outrageous. We all started at the 1st level, how did you reach the 3rd level? How did you do it? Just normal refining of mental power, as I kept refining, I suddenly broke through, Lu Ning replied truthfully. The three fell into silence. Were they not also refining their mental power? Why had they not broken through to the 2nd level yet? All three were beginning to doubt life. Not just Wei Xian and the others, even Lin Xiao and Colin looked bewildered after hearing Lu Ning's words. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for your mental pollution level always being 0%, I would really think you're a monster. Colin slowly said, I've been an awakened one for over 10 years now, Lu Ning, you are the fastest breaker I've ever seen. It's only been more than 4 months, and you've gone straight from the 1st level to the 3rd level. This is really exaggerated. Lu Ning questioned, is it really that exaggerated? Colin smiled wryly, you have no idea how exaggerated it is, it's simply absurd. Has there never been anyone who has improved so quickly like me before? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, of course, there have been quick improvements, but I've really never seen anyone like you. Honestly, I don't even know if there's ever been such a rapid improvement since the mist was born. Then Colin spoke, however, Lu Ning's mental pollution level won't rise, it will always be 0%, which seems to be a first in human history. Perhaps it's because he is special himself that his mental power improves so fast? Lin Xiao also nodded slightly, perhaps, Lu Ning, you are indeed special. Lu Ning nodded lightly, maybe. Because of the shock of Lu Ning breaking through to the 3rd level, Lin Xiao and the others couldn't recover for half a day. Until after lunch, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something and said, today, I am going to visit Mumu, do you want to come along? Hearing this, Xiao Yuelin's eyes lit up as she replied, Captain, are you talking about Senior Li Mu? Can we go together? Lin Xiao smiled, her mental state has been quite stable recently, although it hasn't dropped much, the mental pollution hasn't deepened either. Perhaps seeing you all might lift her spirits a bit, and it could be beneficial. At this point, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning and thought for a moment before saying, Lu Ning, you should go too. Perhaps letting Mumu know you are not a threat will help her recover faster. Lu Ning was a bit surprised, can I go? Lin Xiao chuckled, this isn't just my idea, it's what the treatment department at headquarters suggested. Colin thought for a moment and nodded, that might work, after all, when Mumu had her condition, Lu Ning was one of the triggers. If we could solve the root problem, perhaps there is hope to reduce Mumu's mental pollution. I have no objections. Then let's set off. I'll have Xiaoran tell Lao Qin and the others that we are going together. The group went downstairs. Lin Xiao asked Yuran to call Qin Feng to stand guard, then led everyone to the Mist Bureau headquarters. Li Mu, as a member of the Mist Bureau, was now at the critical point of mental pollution and was naturally receiving treatment at the headquarters. Once again arriving at the headquarters and looking at the building, Lu Ning stopped. This was the first place he woke up after stepping out of the mist. Lu Ning, come on, what are you staring at? Lin Xiao turned around, saw Lu Ning examining the headquarters building, and called out. Lu Ning followed him. Chapter 68, Meeting Li Mu again. After entering, Wang Chuan and the others curiously looked around. They all went directly to a branch office and had never been to the headquarters before. Meanwhile, Lu Ning looked at the hall in front of him and felt it was somewhat familiar. Lin Xiao led the group towards the elevator area. Staff walked back and forth, and some members of the action team from the previous attack on the Joyful Kingdom's steward operation could even be seen. A few action team members passing by looked at Lu Ning and then nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Ning's previous actions had left a deep impression on them. Whether it was his important role in dealing with the 4th-level mutants despite his 2nd-level strength or his madness when he shot himself in the head. After reaching the stairs, Lin Xiao pressed the button for the 5th floor, then smiled at Lu Ning and said, I didn't expect you to be famous in the bureau? Impressive. Lu Ning glanced at Lin Xiao and said, what's the use of that? Lin Xiao was first stunned, then thought of something and mischievously bumped Lu Ning's shoulder, whispering, what do you mean, what use? There are plenty of beautiful women in the bureau, look, now you're famous, finding a girlfriend should be much easier.
Hearing this, before Lu Ning could respond, Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian beside him both looked at him with envy. Lu Ning shook his head, forget it, I'm not looking.
Lin Xiao froze, why? I want to go home.
Lu Ning said calmly.
Lin Xiao and the others fell silent.
Colin adjusted his glasses and slowly said, Lu Ning, to be honest, going back to 2,000 years ago, that seems a bit unrealistic. Even the mysterious mist may not have such power.
I will find it.
Seeing Lu Ning say that, Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, then didn't say anything more on the topic. While they were talking, the elevator had already arrived on the 5th floor. The elevator doors opened, leading to a corridor. Just like where Lu Ning had been before, this corridor was also made of metal.
Let's go.
Lin Xiao led the group out of the elevator, walking through several corridors, quickly arriving at an iron door. Outside the iron door, 2 small teens with guns were standing guard, and there were also 2 members of the Mist Bureau action team wearing trench coats.
When they saw Lin Xiao and the others, an old man with gray hair from the action team stepped forward, smiling and saying, Lin Xiao, here to visit Li Mu? Lin Xiao nodded and smiled, yes, old Meng. We're all here together. All right, go ahead, open the door.
The gray-haired elder waved his hand and opened the big door. Outside the big door, there were several devices. Lu Ning recognized them, including those for checking the level of mental pollution and whether the mind had been controlled, which he had used when he was still at the headquarters.
Clearly, the security measures here were very strict.
The group passed through the devices, and since there were no alarms, they successfully entered the big door. Inside the door, the corridor was bustling with doctors in white coats. Lin Xiao introduced that these were the doctors treating mental pollution. When the mental pollution exceeds the threshold and transforms into a disease, it is currently incurable. But before it fully transforms, mental pollution can still be gradually healed with medicine, auxiliary therapies, and psychological treatment. These doctors were doing that work. The doctors passing by saw Lin Xiao and the others, merely glanced at them, and quickly left, presumably very busy. Lin Xiao and Colin had been here several times before and were quite familiar with the place. They brought Lu Ning and his group to the doctor's office first and found the primary doctor responsible for Li Mu. She was a woman with gray hair. Her name was Fei. To visit the patient, the primary doctor must accompany them. Dr. Fei, long time no see, we would like to visit Mumu. Fei was typing something on the computer, and after finishing the last few options, she raised her head. Her smile was kind and gentle, as she smiled and said, Oh, it's Captain Lin and Vice Captain Colin, are these the members of your team? Yes, doctor. Let's go, I was about to check on Mumu anyway. Fei stood up, and Lin Xiao and the others followed her. They walked deeper inside and soon arrived at the hospital ward area. The ward area was vast, divided into several hallways, each side of which was lined with rooms. Fei led them to Li Mu's hospital room. At this moment, the door to the room was tightly closed, and Fei took out a magnetic card to swipe at the door. Then Fei gently spoke into the intercom outside the door, Mumu, it's Fei, are you convenient now? I need to do a checkup. There was silence for a while, then a weak voice came from the intercom, I'm okay. Fei nodded and pressed a button on the side, and the door to the room slid open, leaving a glass door. Through the glass door, Fei and Lu Ning's group could see the situation inside the room. The room wasn't large, only enough to fit a table and chairs. Li Mu was wearing casual clothes, lying back on the bed reading a book. Compared to when Lu Ning first saw her, the beautiful Li Mu now had a pale face, exhausted, and not looking well. As Lu Ning's gaze moved downward, he could still see the white mist surrounding Li Mu's body, within which her eyeballs were spinning wildly. There seemed to be no significant change compared to last time. As the door opened, Li Mu looked up. When she saw Lin Xiao and Colin, she smiled faintly. However, her smile didn't last long. When she saw Lu Ning, her smile immediately froze. Her expression turned cold, and she furrowed her brows, looking at Lu Ning and said, Why is he here? Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly, about to speak, but Fei gently said, I asked Captain Lin to bring him here. Li Mu turned her gaze to Fei, her eyes cold as ice. Fei seemed unaware of the murderous intent in Li Mu's gaze. She smiled and said, The situation is like this, I think your condition is stable for now, there's no risk of further contamination, but your mental contamination level remains unchanged, which might be related to your own psychological issues. The mutation you experienced at the time is somewhat linked to Lu Ning, maybe his presence can help resolve your inner turmoil. Li Mu looked at Lu Ning and sneered, Him? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have mutated. Lin Xiao coughed awkwardly and spoke, Mumu, we used to look at Lu Ning with prejudice, but we were wrong about him, he isn't dangerous. I also told you, right? During this time, he dealt with many mutated individuals and cult members. Enough! Li Mu let out a sharp, high-pitched shout, interrupting Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't continue. Colin pushed up his glasses and was about to say a few words in defense of Lu Ning.
At this moment, Lu Ning's calm voice rang out, "Can I go in?"
Hearing this, Fei and the others were stunned. Fei looked at the cold-faced Li Mu, then at Lu Ning, and hesitated before saying, "Mumu's current state is not very good.
After you go in, she might lose control and attack you." Lu Ning glanced at Fei and said calmly, "It's fine."
This. Fei looked toward Lin Xiao and Cullen.
Lin Xiao immediately asked, "Will Lu Ning going in stimulate Mumu's mind?" Fei answered, "I'm not sure. There's a possibility."
After all, Mumu's situation is rare. She underwent a temporary mutation before her mental contamination fully exceeded the limit, which is why she is able to recover from the mutated state now. Normally, as long as Mumu's mental contamination doesn't exceed the limit completely, even if her spirit is briefly triggered into mutation, she could still recover. But this is just in theory. I'm not exactly sure about the real situation.
Colin glanced at Feli, then at Lu Ning, and asked Lu Ning, "What do you want to go in for?" Lu Ning looked at Li Mu and said, "I think I saw something different."
Chapter 69, Hypothesis on the Same Origin of Abilities and Mental Instincts.
Upon hearing Lu Ning's words, Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged a glance. Lin Xiao frowned and looked at Lu Ning. "You're not going to mess something up again, are you? You're not going to trigger another mutation in Mumu, are you?" Lu Ning shook his head, "I don't think so."
Inside the hospital room, Li Mu naturally overheard their conversation.
A cold, fierce expression appeared on her delicate face. "You dare come in? Aren't you afraid of dying?"
Lu Ning tilted his head and glanced at Li Mu, not afraid.
Li Mu's expression stiffened as she remembered what Lin Xiao had said about Lu Ning being special. Her face darkened. "Get out. I don't want you to come in." "I won't,"
Lu Ning said calmly. Li Mu let out a sharp, explosive sound. Seeing how agitated Li Mu was, Feli quickly checked her mental contamination level.
After confirming that it hadn't increased, Feli let out a sigh of relief. Feli looked at Lin Xiao and Colin. "What do you two think?"
Lin Xiao and Colin fell silent for a moment.
Then, Colin looked at Lu Ning and asked seriously, "You're not going to hurt Mumu, right?" Lu Ning said calmly, "I won't." "Then, should we let him go in and have a look, Captain?"
Lin Xiao paused for a moment, then slightly nodded. He wasn't sure what Lu Ning wanted to do, but Lu Ning was too special. His performance at the division in the past period could be considered a miracle.
He thought that maybe Lu Ning could really do something beneficial for Li Mu.
Seeing that Lin Xiao and Colin both agreed, Feli naturally had no objections. She ignored Li Mu's opposition from inside the room and opened the glass door outside the hospital room. As the glass door opened, Lu Ning stepped inside.
After Lu Ning entered the room, the glass door closed again.
Feli and the others nervously watched the inside of the room.
"You really aren't afraid of dying?" Li Mu's expression turned cold and twisted as she glared at Lu Ning. "Not afraid."
Lu Ning repeated his words and walked toward Li Mu. As Lu Ning approached, Li Mu's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. The exposed skin on her body, such as her face, neck, and palms, began to show signs of flesh wriggling, as if it could twist at any moment.
Seeing this, Feli's expression suddenly changed. "It's the sign of mutation."
She quickly checked Li Mu's mental contamination level and her expression eased slightly. The mental contamination level has increased a bit, but it's still within controllable range.
Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. "Again, this situation? What exactly is going on?" Colin also looked curious. Feli looked thoughtfully at Li Mu, who seemed to be starting the mutation. Her expression was somewhat fluctuating. After a while, she said, "Lu Ning had previously mentioned that he saw a lot of eyeballs inside Li Mu's body?"
After those eyeballs saw Lu Ning, the mutation erupted.
"I had thought it might be an accident before, but now, it might not be an accident." "Dr. Feli, what are you talking about?"
Lin Xiao asked, confused, looking at Feli. Feli's expression kept changing, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. "I have a very bold idea."
"It's even somewhat unbelievable." Colin pushed up his glasses and then spoke. "You should say it. Mumu's situation is too rare. Maybe it needs a different treatment approach." Feli nodded slightly, then said, "My idea is based on analyzing Lu Ning's background."
Lu Ning himself came out of the mist, and perhaps he has some connection with the mist. You all know that mental radiation comes from the mist, so whether it's an awakener or a mutant, in essence, they are of the same origin. And this origin comes from the mist. Mumu's mutation is essentially due to excessive mental pollution in her body, which makes it impossible for her to control her awakening abilities, and thus she begins the process of transforming into a mutant. We have proposed a hypothesis before, which is that awakening abilities may, like dark arts, mutants, or even divine beings, come from certain existences in the mist, such as evil gods. After mutation, the abilities, having lost control of their own bodies, may deepen their connection with these existences. And Lu Ning's uniqueness might cause the uncontrollable mutant abilities to mistake him for certain existences in the mist, thus
Listening to Fei Li's explanation, Lin Xiao and the others were all left with question marks in their heads. They looked at each other, all a bit confused. Wang Qiwen scratched his head, uncertain, and said, Dr. Fei Li. You mean, Senior Li Mu's ability inside her mistook Lu Ning as something like an evil god?
Wei Xian and the others also had the same idea, their expressions now quite strange.
Seeing their odd expressions, Fei Li didn't mind and smiled gently, saying, That's why I said, my hypothesis is very bold and incredible.
As a doctor and a researcher, proposing innovative hypotheses is a very meaningful thing.
Perhaps this possibility is very low, but we cannot miss any possibility. But that's not right.
At this moment, Lin Xiao spoke up. Previously, Lu Ning also encountered some awakeners, and even mutants, but it seemed like nothing happened like Mu's condition. He suddenly stopped, his whole body stunned, his eyes wide. On the side, Zhou Yulin seemed to think of something, letting out a low gasp and even covering her mouth. Seeing the expressions of the two, Colin and the others were confused.
What's wrong? Fei Li seemed to have noticed something, her spirit alert, and quickly asked, Has Lu Ning encountered something similar before?
Lin Xiao was a bit uncertain and said, I'm not sure if it's similar. The thing is, when we went to investigate Zhujiani before, Lu Ning encountered a cultist from the Joyful Paradise, right? And when that cultist mutated, Lu Ning said he saw a fallen angel, and then the mutation of that cultist was very extreme.
But this is different from Mu's situation. Looking at that cultist's mutation, the mental pollution definitely exploded, and it's definitely irreversible.
Hearing this, Fei Li's eyes flickered, and she spoke, I have another bold idea.
Everyone.
They looked at Fei Li with strange eyes. Indeed, her ideas were bold. Lin Xiao forced a dry laugh and said, Please go ahead.
Fei Li said, Previously, Captain Lin, you also mentioned that the mutated cultist was from the Joyful Paradise?
Then the ability he controlled should be from the evil god Fallen Angel, but Mu's ability clearly doesn't come from the Fallen Angel.
Perhaps the different reactions when they saw Lu Ning might be related to the origin of their abilities? Upon hearing this, everyone was even more confused. Colin pushed up his glasses, a bit incredulous, and said, According to your statement, can abilities have consciousness? Wang Qiwen and the others' faces turned pale. If that's true, then doesn't it mean there's another consciousness in their bodies?
Fei Li shook her head, then seriously said, This isn't consciousness, but a kind of mental instinct inherent in mental radiation itself. Perhaps this mental instinct is the root cause of why we awakeners experience increased mental pollution and eventually mutate. Lin Xiao and the others looked at each other.
Then Colin thought of something and furrowed his brow, saying, But Lu Ning is also an awakener.
But his mental pollution level was 0%.
Does this mean his awakened ability doesn't have this mental instinct?
Everyone snapped back to their senses and looked at Fei Li.
Fei Li smiled and said, So this is what makes Lu Ning special, isn't it?
His ability is immortality, and such an ability has never appeared before.
Colin's question has quite a few possibilities. For example, the mental instinct of immortality might not be violent, so it doesn't cause mental pollution.
It's also possible that immortality not only heals the body, but can even heal the mind.
So when Lu Ning experiences mental pollution, it's immediately cured.
Another possibility is that Lu Ning has stayed in the mist for many long years, and he has absorbed a large amount of mental radiation, making him completely immune to these mental instincts. At this point, Fei Li paused and laughed. There's also the boldest guess of all, that the mental instinct of this ability comes from Lu Ning himself.
If this is true, it would never allow Lu Ning to suffer pollution from the mental instinct of his awakened ability. Chapter 70, Miracle. It comes from Lu Ning himself? Several people were confused.
Yes, Lu Ning stayed in the mist for thousands of years. Perhaps he has already become similar to those beings in the mist.
From his mental instinct, perhaps an awakened ability can also be born. Lin Xiao and the others, underscore? Zhou Yulin's face turned pale. You mean, brother Lu Ning is like those evil gods?
Wei Xian shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, absolutely impossible.
If Lu Ning were really like the evil gods, how strong would he be? Although Lu Ning's performance goes beyond ordinary understanding, how can he be compared to an evil god? Even Wang Qiwen, who always liked to go against Wei Xian, nodded. I think so too. If Lu Ning really were an evil god, we'd probably have died 1,000 times by now, right? Lin Xiao and Colin didn't refute, but their expressions clearly showed disbelief.
Fei Li smiled and said, I don't mean to say that Lu Ning has the power of an evil god. What I mean is that there are certain similarities between him and the evil gods in essence. Of course, this is just an unfounded, far-fetched guess.
And the possibility of this guess is very low.
Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, a sharp scream came from the hospital room. Ah!
What are you doing? Everyone stopped discussing and looked toward the hospital room.
Then their expressions became incredibly strange. Lu Ning had already arrived at the bedside, his windbreaker had several holes, and there was still a little blood on it.
It was clearly the work of Li Mu.
Li Mu's forehead also had 2 more eyes, and the other exposed skin areas seemed to be slowly developing eyes, just a step away from mutation. But Lu Ning directly pressed Li Mu's body down, pinning her to the bed. Li Mu struggled frantically, shooting out beams of laser rays. Each laser beam could penetrate Lu Ning's windbreaker, but couldn't pierce Lu Ning's body, only leaving shallow blood holes. Because Lu Ning was now at the 3rd level, and with continuous body tempering, his physical strength was incredibly strong. Li Mu, who wasn't a physically enhanced awakener, couldn't break free from Lu Ning's grip. Seeing this, Lin Zhao's expression was shocked. Holy shit. What is Lu Ning doing? Does he have this kind of hobby? Wang Xuan looked at him with admiration. No, didn't Lu Ning say he didn't want a girlfriend before? Does he like the mutated ones? What are you guys talking about? Shouldn't we be talking about whether we should stop brother Lu Ning now? Xiao Yulin said angrily, giving Lin Xiao and Wang Xuan a sharp glare. Colin adjusted his glasses and looked at Lin Xiao. Captain, what do we do? Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, they suddenly witnessed an unbelievable scene. Lu Ning stretched out his hand and pressed it onto the chest of the struggling Li Mu. Li Mu, whose condition was gradually worsening, seemed to encounter something unbelievable, his eyes wide open, staring in shock at the calm and indifferent expression of Lu Ning. After a moment of silence, Li Mu let out a sharp, explosive sound, on the verge of going completely insane. At that moment, Li Mu's body shuddered. Lu Ning pulled his hand out, and gradually, strands of white mist were pulled from Li Mu's body. Within this white mist were a series of illusory and distorted eyes. These eyes, cold and filled with madness, just one glance was enough to drive an ordinary person insane. As the eyes pulled from the white mist became more frantic, they tried to crawl back into Li Mu's body. The two were locked in a tug-of-war. Under this tugging force, the exposed skin of Li Mu's eyes, which had reappeared, slowly began to return to normal. However, her expression was full of pain. Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu, and after a brief moment of silence, he pressed the white mist he had pulled out onto his own chest. The mist, which had been trying to crawl back in, paused for a moment, then became even more frenzied and twisted, attempting to escape from Lu Ning's body. However, Lu Ning continued to pull, and gradually, more and more white mist was drawn from Li Mu's body, with the mist being absorbed into Lu Ning's own body. As more and more white mist was absorbed by Lu Ning, the flesh and blood on his exposed left arm twisted, revealing an eyeball. The eyeball spun wildly, filled with coldness and madness. When it saw Lu Ning, a white light appeared within the eyeball. However, the next moment, Lu Ning casually grabbed it, and directly plucked the eyeball off his hand. Blood flowed from the wound, but in the next second, it closed. As for the plucked eyeball, Lu Ning casually tossed it to the ground, stepping on it with his foot, causing a popping sound. Lu Ning remained expressionless, continuing to pull the white mist. Gradually, the white mist within Li Mu's body became less and less. After a few breaths, the white mist was completely pulled out and all absorbed into Lu Ning's body. Lu Ning silently stood up, reaching for his neck, pulling out another eyeball, and casually throwing it on the ground to crush it. He wiped the blood from his neck, looking at Li Mu, who was lying on the ground, gasping, pale, and drenched in sweat. Within Li Mu's body, there was no more white mist or eyeballs. And he could feel that inside his own body, there were more white mist and eyeballs. He controlled his mental power, surrounding these white mist and eyeballs, slowly refining and absorbing them according to the method of mental tempering. Although during this process, the white mist and eyeballs occasionally tried to break free from the mental power's grasp, causing more eyeballs to appear on his body, it wasn't a big problem. Lu Ning casually plucked another eyeball and crushed it with his foot, then turned to look at the stunned Phyllis and the others outside the door, calmly saying, "Dr. Phyllis, please check Li Mu's mental pollution level, thank you." Phyllis woke up from her daze. She looked at Lu Ning, her eyes shining as if she was seeing something she had never seen before. She used the equipment in the ward to check the mental pollution level, and then her breathing quickened a little. It's dropped. It really dropped. Muumu's mental pollution level is only 2%. This doesn't look like the mental pollution level of a normal Tier 4 awakener. Incredible. This is truly incredible. Lin Xiao and the others, hearing this, also came to their senses. Lin Xiao and Colin both breathed rapidly. They looked at each other, shock in their eyes. To pull an awakener back from the brink of mutation, what does this mean? This is the greatest miracle since the Mist Era began. Then Lin Xiao thought of something and quickly asked, "Dr. Phyllis, what about Lu Ning? How is Lu Ning's mental pollution level?" Philly didn't answer, still looking at the data, her brows sometimes relaxing, sometimes furrowing. She muttered, "This data is wrong, how could this kind of data exist? Something's off, something's really off. Dr. Philly." Colin called out to Philly again. Philly snapped back to reality and quickly said, "Lu Ning's data is very unstable. Sometimes it's only 0%, sometimes it reaches 32%. Although it won't cause any mutations yet, this level of contamination is not low." Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged glances, both showing worried expressions. "What's the cause? Zhou Yulin looked at Lu Ning, who expressionlessly pulled out an eyeball from his face, then threw it on the ground and stomped it into pieces. Upon seeing Lu Ning show a satisfied smile, her lips twitched.
Is it because Lu Ning absorbed the mutated spirit from Senior Mumu, and now this mutation spirit is affecting Lu Ning? Chapter 71, No Need to Thank.
Philly shook her head. I'm not sure, but based on the mental contamination level, Lu Ning doesn't have a mutation risk. Wang Chuan pointed to the scene of Lu Ning stomping on the eyeball, his expression extremely strange.
This is called no mutation risk?
Philly was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Lin Xiao shouted towards Lu Ning in the ward, Lu Ning, are you okay?
Are you all right?
Lu Ning looked up at Lin Xiao and calmly said, I'm fine. As he spoke, he casually plucked another eyeball from his arm and stomped it to pieces. Lin Xiao and the others.
Colin adjusted his glasses and said, what's going on with the eyeballs growing on your body? Do you feel anything wrong?
Lu Ning spoke, it's not a big problem. Just now I placed the white mist from Li Mu onto my body, and my mental energy is trying to refine this white mist. The white mist is resisting, so that's why the eyeballs appeared.
But it's not a big deal. Upon hearing Lu Ning's explanation, Philly seemed to understand and muttered, is it the mutated source from Mumu's body resisting?
That fits with the theory of mental instinct. Zhou Yulin asked worriedly, Lu Ning, brother, you won't stay like this forever, right? No, it'll be fine once I refine more of the white mist. But compared to normal mental radiation, refining this white mist is a bit harder.
Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
At this moment, Li Mu began to slowly recover from her previous weak state. She sat up slowly, the cold expression on her face now replaced with a more complex look as she gazed at Lu Ning. The reason she had mutated was partly because of Lu Ning. But even without Lu Ning, her mental contamination level was still dangerous, and there was a high chance she would have mutated anyway. And now, Lu Ning had reduced her mental contamination to a level she never even dared to imagine before. She no longer needed to worry about mental contamination. This was a great favor for Li Mu. However, Lu Ning's previous actions had somewhat offended her. Although Li Mu understood, as a woman, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing the eyeball growing on Lu Ning's body, and then him plucking it off, with fresh blood dripping from the wound, Li Mu fell silent for a moment and said, Lu Ning, thank you.
Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu and calmly said, it's nothing. Li Mu asked, is there anything I can do to help? No. Lu Ning shook his head. Li Mu fell silent, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Philly spoke to Li Mu, Mumu, how do you feel? Can you sense your condition? Li Mu straightforwardly said, I feel really good now, better than ever. Since becoming an awakened, I've never felt this relaxed. My mental contamination level should be very, very low now, right? Philly smiled gently, looks like the test was correct. You should thank Lu Ning for this. Li Mu glanced at Lu Ning, who at that moment was holding an eyeball and curiously inspecting it. Li Mu. Philly's voice sounded again, Mumu, come out now. I will take you for a full checkup to make sure there are no lingering issues. Li Mu snapped back to reality, nodded, and then asked, what about Lu Ning? Lu Ning and Lin Xiao also looked at Philly. Philly thought for a moment, then said, according to the test results, Lu Ning himself doesn't have any risk of mutation, but his physical traits show signs similar to a mutation. My suggestion is to stay here for observation for a day, and once it's confirmed there is no danger, he can leave. Lin Xiao frowned, Dr. Philly, this doesn't seem to follow protocol. If his mental contamination level is normal, there shouldn't be a need to observe him here. Philly smiled gently, but you've seen Lu Ning's situation. He occasionally has eyes appear on his body, which should be a sign of mutation. Lin Xiao opened his mouth but fell silent. At this moment, Li Mu spoke, then I'll stay for another day. Once Lu Ning can leave tomorrow, I'll go for testing. Philly was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly and smiled, that's fine too. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning, how do you feel? If you think it's not okay, I'll go talk to Director Wang. Lu Ning waved his hand, it's fine. Seeing that Lu Ning was okay with it, Lin Xiao and the others stopped speaking. After staying here for a while, Lin Xiao and the others left as they had work to do, leaving Lu Ning and Li Mu in the hospital room. After Lin Xiao and the others left, Philly continued to check data outside the hospital room for a while. She confirmed that Li Mu's mental contamination level was normal and not rapidly rising, and that Lu Ning's mental contamination peak had not increased. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. As the attending doctor, Philly was also very busy. She smiled gently and said, Lu Ning, I've prepared a new room for you. As soon as Philly finished speaking, Li Mu said, let him stay here. I can keep an eye on him. Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu and said, I'm fine with anything. Philly didn't say much more, nodded, and said, all right. Then Philly closed the hospital room door. The entire hospital room was left with only Li Mu and Lu Ning. Lu Ning glanced around the room, sat down on a chair, and began to space out. Li Mu sat on the edge of the bed, and the two fell into silence. After a while, Li Mu, seemingly unable to stand the silence, spoke, "I'm worried that if you move to a new room, some of the doctors here might study you. You know, what you did earlier could be considered a miracle. Those doctors will probably be very curious." Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu and said calmly, "I've been studied many times already." Li Mu twitched the corner of her mouth and said with a dark face, "Fine, if you want to be studied, just tell Dr. Philly." Lu Ning shook his head, "This is fine too." Li Mu curled her lips and leaned back on the bed to continue reading. After a long time, Li Mu hadn't turned a single page. She looked at Lu Ning and asked, "Captain and Colin mentioned you every time they came. I heard you have a high talent. You can learn anything very quickly? And now you're already a second stage awakened?" "I'm already a third stage." Li Mu, ? She widened her eyes, looking at Lu Ning in shock. "Third stage? How is that possible? How long has it been since you joined the team? You're already at third stage? How did it happen so quickly?" Captain and the others also said I was fast. Li Mu looked at Lu Ning in amazement, as if she were looking at a monster. "By the way, how did you do it earlier? How could you remove my mental contamination?" Lu Ning thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. When I saw the white mist inside you, I thought maybe I could pull it out. So, I tried and it worked." "Li Mu?" She had a dark look on her face. "So you're saying you've never done something like this before? You just thought of it and tried it?" "Yes." "Then what if it failed?" "I didn't think it would fail." Li Mu's breath was rapid, and his face was flushed with anger. "Well, then I really thank you." "No need to thank," Lu Ning said calmly. Li Mu. Chapter 72, Repaying Favor with Pain. After that, Li Mu stopped talking to Lu Ning. More than an hour later, the hospital door opened again, and this time there was not just one doctor outside, but a large group. All the doctors looked at Lu Ning with eyes shining like travelers seeing a bottle of water after a long drought in the desert. Seeing this, Li Mu's brows immediately furrowed, and he stood up, saying, "What do you want to do?" The leader was an old man with white hair and a slight hunch, who smiled and said, "Team member Li Mu, don't be nervous. I heard that Lu Ning helped you weaken the spiritual pollution and even absorbed the source of the mutated spiritual pollution. You should know how important this is. We need to know the exact situation." Li Mu looked at the old man, his face slightly changing, then he tightened his face and said, "Old Ning, you also see Lu Ning's current situation. He can't even control his own body's mutation. You wouldn't want him to absorb the spiritual pollution source for others, right? How could that be? As doctors, we only hope to understand the principle behind this. This way, we might find a way to eliminate spiritual pollution." Ning Wang comforted Li Mu, smiling as he spoke. Li Mu frowned, looking at Lu Ning. Lu Ning calmly said, "Old Ning, long time no see." Ning Wang smiled at Lu Ning, "It has been a while. I heard that you are doing well at the 7th department? That's good. Can we check you this time?" Lu Ning nodded slightly, Ning Wang opened the glass door. Some doctors next to him showed slight changes in their expressions. One middle-aged man warned cautiously, "Old Ning, won't this be a bit unsafe?" Ning Wang waved his hand and smiled, "I trust Lu Ning." After saying that, he stepped inside, while some doctors exchanged glances, and a few old men also followed in. Ning Wang took out several tools from his portable toolbox and placed them on the table. At that moment, a crack appeared on Lu Ning's cheek, and an eye grew out. This eye was cold and emotionless. The doctors nearby were shocked and retreated one after another. Lu Ning expressionlessly pulled out the eye, and just as he was about to throw it on the ground and stomp on it, Ning Wang hurriedly stopped him. "Lu Ning, can you give me this eyeball?" He somewhat unwillingly added, "Aren't there any techniques or anything?" Lu Ning seriously thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "No, I just thought about reaching out and grabbing it out." One doctor beside them, somewhat doubtful, asked, "Then how do you think you can grab the source of this mental pollution?" "I just felt it," Lu Ning said plainly. Everyone went silent for a moment. Damn feeling. Ning Wang thought for a while and then asked, "So, what kind of technique did you use to wrap these sources of mental pollution with your own mental power and refine them?" "I thought that the source of mental pollution is essentially mental radiation, and it should be able to be refined, so I tried it." As soon as they heard Lu Ning say "I thought," Ning Wang and the others knew the outcome. After hearing Lu Ning's words, they had a look that said, "I knew it." Everyone exchanged glances, and then Ning Wang asked a few more questions. In the end, they helplessly realized that it was simply unrealistic to reduce the level of mental pollution through Lu Ning's case. However, Ning Wang still came up with an exciting piece of news. That is, Lu Ning could refine the source of mental pollution. Once Lu Ning refines the source of mental pollution, could he use this method to eliminate the mental pollution from other awakened ones who are about to undergo a mental breakdown? This possibility was actually quite high. But further experiments were still needed. Only after Lu Ning refines the source of mental pollution in Li Mu's case can they try again. For now, they hadn't gained much. The group stayed in the ward for over an hour, asking many questions before they finally took their leave. Before leaving, Lu Ning stopped Ning Wang and said, "Old Ning, could you please tell the kitchen that I want to eat braised pork today?" Ning Wang smiled and said, "No problem." After watching the ward door close, Li Mu sat back on the bed and calmly said, "Your mental pollution has decreased?" That was fast. Yeah, it's pretty much the same as refining mental power. Hearing Lu Ning's response, Li Mu slightly nodded and didn't say more. After a while, the staff brought the meals. Lu Ning took a bite of the braised pork and showed a satisfied smile. Seeing Li Mu looking over, Lu Ning, with a blank expression, said, "How about you have some too?" Li Mu nodded, "All right." Lu Ning's expression froze, and then he picked out the fattest piece and threw it to Li Mu. Li Mu looked at the fatty meat in the bowl, her mind full of question marks. When she looked at Lu Ning, she found that he had almost finished the braised pork, eating much faster than before. Li Mu. After finishing dinner, Li Mu went to wash up first. After she came out, Lu Ning then went to wash up. When Lu Ning came out of the bathroom, he found a quilt spread on the floor. Seeing Lu Ning come out, Li Mu spoke, "I'll sleep on the floor, you sleep on the bed." Oh. Lu Ning lay down on the bed. Looking at Lu Ning actually lying down like this, Li Mu's breath stalled, then she said somewhat in disbelief, "Wait, don't you have anything else to say?" Lu Ning tilted his head, looking at Li Mu with a confused expression. "What should I say? Like, for example, that the floor is cold, or that you're going to sleep on the floor, or something like, you want to repay my kindness and get me to sleep on the bed with you." As she spoke, facing Lu Ning's calm expression, Li Mu couldn't finish her words, embarrassed. She darkened her face, wrapped herself up in the quilt, and said, "Sleep." Oh. Li Mu. Chapter 73, The Man in Ragged Clothes. The next morning, Phyllis came again to do the tests for Lu Ning and Li Mu. Although Li Mu's mental pollution level had slightly increased, this was normal for an awakened one. As for Lu Ning, his mental pollution peak had decreased again, now only at 23%. Both of them had no abnormalities. After finishing the tests, Phyllis, looking at Lu Ning who was observing the eyeballs in his hand, asked, "Lu Ning, how do you feel now? Do you think the appearance of these eyes will have any impact on your mind? Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Lu Ning shook his head, "No, nothing." Phyllis slightly nodded, not continuing to ask further, and smiled, "If there are no abnormalities in the afternoon, you two can leave." After speaking, Phyllis went back to her work. At noon, Lin Xiao and Colin came to the hospital room again. This time, Wang Chuan and the others did not come. The first thing Lin Xiao asked when he saw Lu Ning was, "How are you? Are you okay? Did those doctors trouble you?" Lu Ning shook his head, "No." Colin adjusted his glasses and said, "We just saw Dr. Philly. She said if there are no accidents this afternoon, you can leave?" Lu Ning nodded, "Yes. Then we will stay here and accompany you." More than an hour later, Philly and Ning Wang came to the hospital room again. This time, both of them entered the room and performed a detailed examination on both of them. Neither of their results showed any problems. Except that Lu Ning occasionally had an eye problem, everything else was normal. Ning Wang put away the instruments and smiled at Lu Ning, "If you feel anything wrong, come find me." Lu Ning slightly nodded. Then he handed a glass cup from the table to Ning Wang. The glass cup was filled with eyeballs full of blood vessels. Lu Ning calmly said, "These are the eyeballs I picked out when I was bored earlier. Do you want them?" Ning Wang's eyes brightened, revealing a joyful smile, "That's great. I was just thinking I didn't have enough materials." Li Mu, Lin Xiao, and Colin stood by, their expressions numb. For more than an hour just now, Lin Xiao and Colin watched Lu Ning occasionally pick out an eyeball. As for Li Mu, she had seen it since yesterday. Thinking that Lu Ning's eyeball resembled her awakened ability, she even felt a slight pain in her own eyes. "All right, you can leave now." Philly smiled and led everyone out of the room. "Thank you, Dr. Philly, thank you, Dr. Ning Wang." Lin Xiao nodded and thanked them, then led everyone out. After leaving the hospital area, they reached the corridor. At that moment, Lu Ning suddenly noticed whiteness swirling on one side of the corridor. Lu Ning looked towards the corridor. In that direction, there was a silver-white metal door, with medical staff in protective suits coming in and out from time to time. Lu Ning asked, "What is that place?" Colin glanced at it and replied, "That should be the place where dangerous materials are being researched?" Lin Xiao thought of something, "They should be researching the fallen incense right now, right? What's wrong?" "I saw mental radiation coming from inside." Lin Xiao and Colin both looked enlightened. It's normal for a research place dealing with dangerous materials to have mental radiation. You see, these researchers are all wearing protective suits. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Then, the group went downstairs and left the headquarters of the Mist Bureau. Under the sunlight, Li Mu slightly squinted her eyes, her smile hard to contain. Finally, we're out of that damn place. I thought I was going to stay in that hospital room for the rest of my life. Lin Xiao laughed, then Mumu, you should thank Lu Ning. Li Mu glanced at the expressionless Lu Ning. I've already thanked him, and we're teammates after all. Colin laughed, now that Mumu is back, we should have a good celebration at the branch today. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, indeed. Let's go back first. They returned to the 7th Division at 5 p.m. As soon as they entered the gate, Lu Ning saw that the lobby was filled with flowers and streamers, with a red banner at the top that read, Welcome Li Mu home. With several crackling sounds, colorful confetti fell from the sky, and Yu Ran, standing in the lobby, shouted happily, Welcome Sister Mumu back. Welcome Senior Li Mu back to the team. Wei Xian and the others also had smiles on their faces. Not only them, but Qin Feng and Yinan, 2 retired team members who could slightly leave the underground, also came here. Welcoming Li Mu. Li Mu's eyes were slightly red, and she smiled with a bit of emotion, thank you all. Yu Ran rushed over and threw herself into Li Mu's arms, her voice a bit choked as she said, Mumu Jia, I never thought you could come back. I thought I would never see you again. Li Mu gently rubbed Yu Ran's head and smiled, saying, It's all thanks to Lu Ning. Otherwise, I probably would still be in the hospital. Yu Ran lifted her head from Li Mu's arms and made a face at Lu Ning, then smiled and said, Lu Ning, thank you. You're welcome. Lin Xiao laughed and said, Alright, Xiao Ran, have you decided on the location? It's already decided. Lin Xiao waved his hand, let's go, today is a happy day. I'll treat you all to hot pot. After eating and drinking, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Li Mu had just returned, and Lin Xiao told her to go home and rest, officially starting work tomorrow. Not only Li Mu, but Lu Ning was also told the same. The next morning, Lu Ning was heading to the branch office, walking on the road when a man in a shabby gray coat hurriedly walked past him. Lu Ning smelled a very unpleasant odor from him. Lu Ning didn't pay much attention. At that moment, another figure quickly walked past Lu Ning. Lu Ning glanced at him and slightly raised his eyebrows. This figure was a tall man, and there seemed to be a lot of white mist swirling inside him. Lu Ning looked up and saw another man in a black coat quickly walking from another street. This man also had a lot of white mist inside him. The 2 men were heading in the direction of the shabby man. The shabby man seemed to sense something. He suddenly started running, his speed incredibly fast, far beyond the limit of a normal person. As the man ran, the other 2 men seemed to be triggered by some mechanism. Their coats started to squirm, and several tentacles emerged. And their originally handsome faces began to twist, as if their wax statues were melting. These monster-like faces caused some pedestrians nearby to turn pale, scream, and flee in fear. One of the men rasped at the shabby man, negativity. As his voice rang out, the running man suddenly faltered, his legs weakened, almost falling. When he steadied himself, the 2 men had already closed in. They extended sharp claws, reaching for the shabby man. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. One of the men had his head blown off, red and white splattering everywhere. The other mutated man turned to look toward the direction of the gunshot, and saw Lu Ning holding a red rose, aiming at him. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the mutated man's head exploded as well. The shabby man's expression had been one of despair, but when he saw the 2 headless bodies on the ground, his eyes gleamed, and he quickly looked at Lu Ning. His voice was hoarse, people from the Mist Bureau? Lu Ning nodded slightly, yes. The man's eyes instantly brightened, that's great. I have something to give you. Very important. At that moment, a hoarse and eerie voice rang out from a distance, fall. As the voice sounded, the white mist trapped inside Lu Ning suddenly erupted, and eyeballs appeared on his neck and cheeks. The man who had been running turned pale, his body frozen in place, his expression becoming even more desperate. Chapter 74, The Divine Benefactor. Just as the shabby man was about to turn and escape, he saw a scene that would drive anyone mad. Lu Ning reached up and began to pry the eyeballs out of his body, throwing them on the ground and crushing them. While doing this, he said to the shabby man, wait a moment. He then turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, there was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her face full of suspicion, staring at Lu Ning. She seemed to not understand, why could Lu Ning still maintain his sanity even though his condition had clearly worsened? However, when she saw Lu Ning prepare to raise his gun and shoot again, she took action. Her whole body almost turned into an afterimage, instantly closing in on Lu Ning. At the same time, she uttered strange words to him, negative. But what responded to her were 2 gunshots. Bang! Bang! The woman staggered backward repeatedly, 2 large wounds appearing on her chest, blood splattering everywhere. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. This woman's physical defense was unexpectedly strong. The woman was even more surprised. She incredulously asked, the negative influence doesn't affect you?
Yes, that's right, Lu Ning answered politely, while beginning to channel his mental energy into the guns.
Since ordinary bullets couldn't cause much damage, he would use bullets amplified with mental energy.
The beautiful woman seemed to sense Lu Ning's intention. Her expression changed dramatically, and the next moment, she focused her gaze on the man behind Lu Ning, wearing tattered clothes. Just as she was about to use her ability, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Lu Ning did not wait for his mental energy to be fully infused, instead, he interrupted the woman's attack. The woman had already experienced the power of the twin gun's bullets and immediately threw herself to the side. However, the bullet turned around by itself and landed directly on the woman's leg. Frost spread across her leg, and then the fire bullet exploded. The woman's left leg was completely shattered by the explosion, and the tremendous force sent her flying backward. Lu Ning aimed at the woman again and fired repeatedly. The woman on the ground couldn't avoid it. Although the bullets were not infused with mental energy and lacked sufficient power, they still caused damage. Several bullets hit the same spot, directly breaking the bones in her right leg. Severely wounded, the woman showed a look of terror. She screamed, "I surrender.
Don't kill me."
Lu Ning paused. This was the first time he had ever heard a cultist surrender. However, at that moment, Lu Ning saw a thick white mist suddenly emerge from within the woman's body. The white mist almost instantly engulfed her, and before the woman could react, her whole body seemed to melt like wax. When the white mist dissipated, all that remained of the beautiful woman was her clothes and a puddle of wax-like liquid. Lu Ning silently observed the clothes and wax remnants of the woman, then looked up at the surroundings.
The pedestrians on the entire street had already fled, leaving it completely empty. He didn't see any other awakened ones or infected people.
Lu Ning then turned around and walked towards the tattered man behind him. The man looked at Lu Ning with eyes full of vigilance and some fear.
At that moment, another eyeball appeared on Lu Ning's cheek.
Lu Ning casually pried it out and stepped on it, crushing it.
The man's pupils trembled, and he couldn't help but swallow.
Lu Ning stood in front of the man and asked, "Who are you?" The man saw the blood hole on Lu Ning's cheek already healed, took a deep breath, and quickly said, "My name is Zhu Yunxiao.
My father is Zhu Jianyi. If you are the officer from the Mist Bureau, you should have heard of my father's name. I have something very important to report." Upon hearing the name Zhu Yunxiao, Lu Ning sized him up.
The man in front of him appeared to be not too old, probably not yet 30, but right now, his face was unshaven, covered in dirt, and his clothes were torn and stained with many marks. He probably hadn't bathed in a long time. Lu Ning said calmly, "I am Lu Ning, a formal team member of the 7th Division's action team. I'll take you back to headquarters." Zhu Yunxiao's face lit up with joy, and he nodded, "All right." Then he looked around, his expression turning fearful again, and said, "Sir, we need to hurry, or it will be too late." Lu Ning gave Zhu Yunxiao a puzzled look. "Too late for what?" Zhu Yunxiao was filled with fear in his eyes and spoke, "There is a divine grace-bearer here.
A divine grace-bearer of the fallen angel. His plan is almost successful. If we don't hurry, the entire base city will be destroyed."
Lu Ning furrowed his brow and calmly said, "Keep up." He started running, and Zhu Yunxiao quickly followed him. At the same time, Lu Ning sent an emergency distress signal through his phone. The location was not far from the branch. In less than a minute, before Lu Ning and Zhu Yunxiao reached the branch, two figures quickly approached and descended from the sky. It was Colin and Lin Xiao. As soon as they landed, Colin gasped for air. He looked at Lu Ning, then at the surroundings, and confirmed that Lu Ning was fine before he couldn't help but complain, "Lu Ning, what are you doing? You seem fine, but suddenly triggered an emergency call, making me bring the captain here using telekinesis.
Do you know how exhausting that is?" Lin Xiao, who was standing nearby, curiously looked at Zhu Yunxiao and asked, "Who is this?" Lu Ning calmly introduced, "This is Zhu Yunxiao.
These two are the captain and vice captain of our branch."
Zhu Yunxiao?
Lin Xiao and Colin were a little surprised.
But neither of them showed an expression of joy. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "So, you are Zhu Yunxiao? Seems like you've been through some hardships.
We were looking for you earlier, but now the senior members of Happy Kingdom have all been caught by us.
You should be safe now." Zhu Yunxiao said, a little agitated, "No.
Both of you, the senior members of Happy Kingdom, have not been caught. They were sacrificed.
Their plan is almost successful. I came to find you for this."
Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Colin furrowed their brows and exchanged a glance. Lu Ning calmly spoke, "When I found him, he was being chased.
2 infected people and 1 awakened, the awakened one has negative and fallen abilities. They should be from Happy Kingdom."
At this point, Lu Ning paused and continued, "They should be quite strong, probably at the 4th level." Upon hearing Lu Ning's words, Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions grew more serious.
"What about the awakened? I originally planned to capture her alive."
She begged for mercy, but for some reason, she died instantly. Before dying, the mental pollution in her body surged.
This situation is somewhat different from being infected. Lin Xiao and Colin's faces turned grim. Zhu Yunxiao, who had been quiet, spoke in fear. It must be that divine grace bearer. Only he has such means. Divine grace bearer? Lin Xiao and Colin's faces twitched, and they couldn't hold back anymore. You say there is a divine grace bearer in our base city? Where? Lin Xiao, ignoring the dirt on Zhu Yunxiao's body, directly grabbed him by the clothes. Zhu Yunxiao gasped for breath, shaking his head. I don't know. But my father discovered some clues and left them for me. I've never found a chance to send the message to the Mist Bureau. A few days ago, I heard you were cleaning up the Happy Kingdom's followers, and I realized everything must be that divine grace bearer's plan, so I decided to take the risk and try. Where are the clues? Colin immediately asked. Zhu Yunxiao reached into his tattered clothes and pulled out a dirty piece of paper. It's right here. Chapter 75, The Ones Who Were Overlooked. Lin Xiao took the paper and unfolded it. He found that it was a list of names. After seeing these names, Lin Xiao quickly realized, this is the guest list for that birthday party? Colin and Lu Ning looked at the paper as well. The three of them exchanged glances, and Lin Xiao said seriously, let's go back and compare this guest list with the list of the deceased from the birthday party and the members of Happy Kingdom, to see if there are any people we have missed. Let's go. This time, Colin didn't use telekinesis, as there were too many people. The four of them quickly ran toward the branch. On the road, Lin Xiao looked at Zhu Yunxiao again and asked, besides this list, did your father say anything else? Zhu Yunxiao shook his head. He didn't say anything else, just that this list hides an important secret of the Paradise of Joy. Lin Xiao frowned and didn't ask further. The four of them moved quickly and soon arrived at the branch office. Yu Ran was sitting at the front desk, looking somewhat anxious. Seeing Lin Xiao return, she hurriedly glanced behind him, and when she saw Lu Ning, she smiled. Lu Ning, are you okay? Just now the captain and vice captain rushed out, saying you were in trouble. Lin Xiao interrupted Yu Ran before she could continue, saying seriously, Xiao Ran, there's an emergency situation, let's talk later. Seeing the serious expressions on Lin Xiao and the others, Yu Ran was taken aback and quickly nodded. Oh, do you need help? No need. Yu Ran didn't say more and sat back down. Lin Xiao and the three others went to the activity room on the third floor. In the activity room, Li Mu and Wang Qiwen were already there. When Li Mu saw Lin Xiao and Colin rush in, she was about to ask but then smelled a horrible stench. She frowned and soon saw a man dirtier than a homeless person walking in. Who is he? Wang Qiwen frowned, looking at the man in confusion. Zhou Yuelin also frowned, asking, Captain, where is brother Lu Ning? Before Zhou Yuelin could ask more, Lu Ning walked in last. As Lu Ning entered, everyone was about to speak. Lin Xiao directly interrupted them and said, Colin, contact headquarters and request a list of all members of the Paradise of Joy this time, including the senior caretakers. Colin nodded, okay. Lin Xiao went to the coffee table, opened the drawer, and began to search. In no time, he found a piece of paper. Wei Xian glanced at it and was slightly startled. Captain, isn't this the victim list from that birthday party before? What's going on? Lin Xiao's brows furrowed tightly as he said, the Paradise of Joy matter might not be over, there is someone behind it. What? Wang Qiwen was a bit shocked. Captain, how do you know? Lin Xiao took out the birthday party invitation list Zhu Yunxiao had just given, comparing it quickly while saying, this is the list from that party, this person is Zhu Jinyi's son, Zhu Yunxiao. Wei Xian and the others looked at Zhu Yunxiao, showing a look of realization. Wei Xian volunteered to step forward and compare with Lin Xiao. But soon, both of them frowned. That's not right. Wei Xian muttered. Lin Xiao also frowned, showing a puzzled expression. Something feels off. What's wrong? Zhou Yuelin asked in confusion. Wei Xian replied, I compared several times, the names on both lists are the same. Hearing this, Zhu Yunxiao's face changed instantly. This is impossible. My father clearly said there are very important clues on it. How could they be the same? Did something go wrong? Wei Xian and Lin Xiao exchanged glances. Lin Xiao said, look again carefully. Wei Xian nodded, and the two started comparing once more. After two more comparisons, they found there was still no problem. At this moment, Colin suddenly walked over, saying, Captain, the list of Paradise of Joy members is arriving, and I've reported the news Zhu Yunxiao mentioned, indicating that there might be diviners in the base city. Headquarters said they would be cautious. Lin Xiao nodded, took the phone Colin handed over, and began to check the list on the phone. Then he frowned, still no, these Paradise of Joy members do not appear on the invitation list. Wei Xian added, the victim list and the inviter list are exactly the same. Colin frowned immediately, looking at Zhu Yunxiao. Li Mu and Zhou Yuelin beside them also looked at Zhu Yunxiao with suspicion. Seeing the doubts from several people, Zhu Yunxiao looked incredulous. Impossible. My father would never lie to me. If there really is no problem. How could he not even care about his own life and still let me hide first? At this moment, Lu Ning suddenly spoke, Captain, there is one more person. Hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others were stunned and looked at Lu Ning. Wei Xian wore a puzzled expression, we've compared everything carefully, there's no one missing. Lu Ning calmly said, you missed someone. The woman who made the report, the same woman we saw when we went to deal with Gao Tianlin. Upon hearing this, it was as if a thunderclap flashed through Lin Xiao and the others' minds. Lin Xiao and Colin widened their eyes and snapped back to reality. Lin Xiao was in shock, yeah. Why didn't we think of her earlier? Wang Qiwen and the other three also looked confused, doubting everything. This shouldn't be, she was the one who reported it, we should have a strong impression of her. Colin's pupils trembled as he frowned and said, unless that woman is a very powerful awakened one, someone with the ability to make us subconsciously ignore her. Lin Zhao's expression turned serious as he spoke, call Bo One. When that woman reported it, Bo One and the others didn't find anything unusual about her, which means her information is normal and can be checked in the base city. Get all the details about her from Bo One. Colin nodded, okay. At that moment, a sharp alarm suddenly rang out in the room. Everyone froze, because the alarm was coming from each of their phones. It was the headquarters distress alarm, and it was the highest level of alert. Everyone's face changed. Lin Xiao said in disbelief, something's happened at headquarters. Limu stood up, opened his phone, and then exclaimed, there's an unknown high-risk soul artifact inside the headquarters. What? High risk? Where did a high-risk soul artifact come from at the headquarters? Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions were both stunned. Wang Qiwen and the others were even more confused. In the dead silence, Lu Ning calmly said, Captain, what should we do now? Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment, then made a quick decision, the headquarters has many medium-risk soul artifacts, and the first division is stationed there permanently. Now that the alarm has gone off, other divisions will rush to help immediately. Facing a high-risk soul artifact, they can still hold on for a while. We'll go find that woman. I think this high-risk soul artifact might be related to her. Saying this, Lin Xiao paused and then seriously said, let's go underground first. Xiao Yuelin looked a bit confused, Captain, why are we going underground? Lin Xiao glanced at Xiao Yuelin and said with a solemn expression, to get soul artifacts. Wei Xian and the others were shocked. We need to get them too? Yes, now it's time for you to get yours. Chapter 76, The Blood-Colored Box. Lin Xiao led everyone quickly downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Lin Xiao looked at Colin and said, Colin, you and Zhu Yunxiao wait here. Colin already had a soul artifact, so there was no need to take another. As for Lu Ning, he could use multiple soul artifacts, so having more was never a problem. Colin nodded slightly and looked at Zhu Yunxiao. Zhu Yunxiao, being very perceptive, quietly followed Colin and waited on the first floor. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and the others continued going down and quickly arrived at the second basement floor. This was Lu Ning's first time coming here. Compared to the first basement floor, the second was even dimmer, with a very long corridor. At the deepest point, there was a large door. The door was made of silvery white metal, and there were two small rooms on either side of the door. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Qiwen and the other three and said, your strength is still a bit weak, so you can't enter the division's treasure vault. Wait here for us, I'll choose the right soul artifacts for you. Wang Qiwen and the others nodded one by one. Let's go. Lin Xiao said to Li Mu and Lu Ning. The three of them quickly walked through the corridor and arrived in front of the silvery white door. Inside the two small rooms, there were elderly men sitting. The old men had graying hair and wrinkled faces. Their expressions were cold as they looked at Lin Xiao and the others. Lin Xiao said to the two old men, there's a big problem at headquarters. In the base city, there are those with divine grace, we need soul artifacts. Lin Xiao's words caused a slight fluctuation in the expressions of the two old men, who had originally looked indifferent. They stood up and walked to the gate, each pulling out a key and inserting it into the sides of the door. Then, the two of them moved in sync, turning the keys. As the keys turned, a mechanical sound seemed to come from inside the metal door. When the mechanical sound stopped, the door didn't open. A mechanical scanning device on the door swept over them, and then Lu Ning heard one of the old men speak to the door, take the soul artifact, open the door. As the voice finished, the door made another mechanical sound. After a while, the door finally opened. Inside the door, there were two more old men. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod to the two old men. One of the old men said calmly, follow me. Lu Ning and the other two followed and entered the door. This was Lu Ning's first time entering the branch's treasure house. He noticed that inside the door was also a passage, with doors on each side. Currently, all the doors were tightly closed. And here, the spiritual radiation was relatively intense, and Lu Ning could even see wisps of white mist. The old man led the three to one of the large doors, and he opened it. The room behind the door was very large, with black boxes neatly arranged in rows. The old man glanced at the three of them. 3 soul artifacts? Lin Xiao smiled. I don't need one, give one to Mumu. As for Lu Ning, he already has a handgun and a long knife. Are there any rings, necklaces, or clothes-type soul artifacts? If so, give him a set. The old man's cold, numb expression seemed to falter for a moment. He said calmly, this is not according to the rules. Lin Xiao smirked, rules are dead, people are alive. There's a divine grace user in the base city, and the headquarters is in chaos right now. If we can increase combat power, we should increase it. Otherwise, our base city might not survive. Upon hearing this, the old man fell silent. After a while, he slowly nodded, all right. Lin Xiao continued, there are 3 first-tier newcomers outside. Give each one a soul artifact. Their awakening abilities are water control, petrification, and strength enhancement. The old man nodded, I'll find them. The old man entered the room and began searching. Soon, he took out a white wristband and handed it to Li Mu. This is yours, it can increase energy output. After a while, he took out a pair of black shoes and a red metal vest and handed them to Lu Ning. These shoes can enhance speed and agility, and the vest can generate an energy shield, also greatly enhancing physical fitness. Lin Xiao looked a little disappointed. Aren't there any others? Only these 2 are suitable for Lu Ning? The old man glanced at Lin Xiao and said calmly, you already know the number of soul artifacts in the branch, don't you? Finding 2 is already good. Lin Xiao seemed disappointed, then said, alright, then. After that, the old man took out a ring that could enhance elemental control, a pair of boxing gloves, and a huge battle axe. These were for Wang Qiwen and the others. While the old man was finding suitable soul artifacts for Wang Qiwen and the others, Lu Ning had already put on the metal vest and shoes. After putting on these 2 soul artifacts, Lu Ning clearly felt his body become much lighter, and his strength and other aspects had greatly improved. Originally, under the body refining method, Lu Ning's physical fitness had already surpassed that of most third-tier physical enhancement type awakeners. Now, he felt his physical fitness might even be comparable to that of a 4th-tier physical enhancement type awakener. After putting on these soul artifacts, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and his expression became serious. Old Wang, take out that soul artifact too. Old Wang froze for a moment, his numb eyes staring deeply at Lin Xiao. Are you sure? Li Mu, standing beside them, also slightly changed her expression and looked at Lin Xiao. Captain. That soul device is too dangerous. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed heartily. I definitely know the danger of that soul device. I won't use it unless absolutely necessary. Old Wang fell silent for a moment, then quietly walked out of the room. Come with me. He closed the room door and walked to another room's door. Then he took a deep breath and opened the door to the room. As soon as the room door opened, Lu Ning smelled a strong scent of blood. Along with the smell of blood came a thick white mist. This was a strong spiritual radiation, more intense than all the spiritual radiation from the soul devices on Lu Ning combined. He looked inside the room and found it very empty, with only one item. That was a blood-red box. Old Wang walked in, picked up the blood-colored box, and handed it to Lin Xiao, calmly saying, if you can avoid using it, then don't. Lin Xiao nodded, then strapped the box on his back. Let's go. A group of people quickly walked down the corridor and soon arrived at the main door. At the entrance, an old man guarding saw the blood-red box on Lin Xiao's back and hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod to Lin Xiao. Then he turned and opened the door. When the door opened, the 2 old gatekeepers outside also immediately fixed their eyes on the blood-red box on Lin Xiao's back. They did not speak. Lin Xiao tossed a few soul devices to Wang Qiwen and the others waiting at the door. These 3 are yours. Don't use them unless absolutely necessary, otherwise, it will put a lot of pressure on your mind. Wang Qiwen received the ring adorned with runes and nodded repeatedly. Wei Xian seriously put away the boxing gloves. And Qiwa Wellen held the huge battle axe, feeling a bit helpless. Captain, is this weapon too big? It's a bit not very ladylike. Lin Xiao replied irritably, you are just suitable to use this kind of soul device. Qiwa Wellen became even more embarrassed. The group quickly left and soon arrived on the first floor. Colin saw the blood-red box on Lin Xiao's back, and his expression changed slightly. Captain, why did you bring that? Just in case. Colin fell silent and did not say more. Let's go. Chapter 77, Please Fall. The group hurried to the main door. Yuran was playing games in the hall and looked up when she heard the noise. When she saw the box on Lin Xiao's back, she felt like she had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock, her face turning pale. As the group left the hall and the branch, Yuran finally came to her senses. She quickly got up and tried to run out of the hall. At that moment, Qin Feng came out from downstairs and saw Yuran, puzzled. Xiaoran, where are you going? Yuran seemed to grasp a lifeline and quickly asked Qin Feng, old Qin, did the captain just take that mid-risk soul device? Why did he take that thing? Is there something big happening? Qin Feng's expression was serious as he spoke. Xiaoran, this is a secret of the bureau. You are not an awakener, you don't need to know about it. Hearing this, Yuran's eyes turned red, and she shouted in anger, what do you mean I don't need to know? I am also a part of the Mist Bureau. Just because I haven't awakened, does it mean I don't have the right to know?
Qin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. The entire base city is in danger right now.
It's a big deal. Even if you know, it doesn't help. Not even I can change anything.
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yuran froze, her expression filled with worry. Is it really that dangerous?
Yes, right now what we can do is to focus on our own work and not let them be distracted.
Yuran fell silent and no longer spoke. Lin Xiao and the others left the hall and headed to the parking lot. On the way, Colin said, I just called Berwen and got detailed information about Lillian.
Lillian was indeed the name of the woman who reported the case. Lin Xiao nodded, the situation at headquarters is urgent.
We should go directly to find Lillian and deal with her matters, then.
Go to the headquarters. Colin nodded.
At that moment, Limu looked at Zhu Yunxiao beside him, furrowing his brow slightly and saying, Why are you following us? Lin Xiao and Colin also looked at Zhu Yunxiao. Zhu Yunxiao's expression was filled with hatred as he spoke, My father was killed by them.
I want revenge.
Hearing this, the others fell silent for a moment.
Lin Xiao then spoke, What is your awakening ability?
Zhu Yunxiao answered, I'm an enhancement-type awakener, my physical strength is much stronger than others at the same level.
I can go without food or water for a long time. Wang Chuan was stunned, isn't this the turtle ability? Zhu Yunxiao's expression immediately became awkward.
Then he said, I can wear down my opponents with my physical strength.
And my recovery ability is also very strong.
As he said this, Zhu Yunxiao thought of the battle earlier with Lu Ning, looking a bit frustrated as he continued, but it's just normal recovery, it doesn't compare to this officer here. Lin Xiao and the others looked even more strange.
Compared to Lu Ning who could compete with that?
Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then spoke, Your strength isn't very strong.
It won't be of much use.
If you really want to do something, go to a bar called One Tree and notify the bar owner, Talon. Tell him that there are divine blessers in Base City and the headquarters of the Mist Bureau has been attacked.
The entire Base City could be in danger.
Ask him to rally all the awakened people he knows to help the Mist Bureau headquarters.
The Mist Bureau will reward them afterward.
Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunxiao thought for a moment and nodded, okay.
Do you know where One Tree Bar is? Yes, I've been there before. Zhu Yunxiao quickly started running towards the One Tree Bar.
The group of Lu Ning then got into their cars and, following the information provided by Colin, headed towards Lillian's residence. However, as they were on the road, they suddenly saw a snowflake appear on a building's advertisement screen ahead. As the snowflakes disappeared, the screen turned into something resembling a news studio. A woman in a black spaghetti strap gown, very beautiful, was standing there. The appearance of this woman made Lin Xiao and the others widen their eyes, even almost stopping the car. Lu Ning and Wei Xian were in the car assigned to Lu Ning.
Wei Xian, upon seeing the woman, exclaimed, Isn't that Lillian? How did she end up on TV? Lu Ning shook his head, I don't know.
In the next moment, Colin's voice came from the phone, It's possible that technicians from the entertainment group forcibly switched the TV channel. Upon hearing this, whether it was Lu Ning, Wei Xian, or the others on the phone, everyone fell silent.
Lin Zhao's expression became serious, It's probably Tianqing Entertainment.
As the leading entertainment group in Base City, they have the means to do this in a short amount of time. In that case, it seems that Han Yu's joining of Happy Kingdom was not only because of the experiment but also related to Tianqing Entertainment. What does this woman want to do? Came the puzzled voice of Chiu Yuelen. Not only were they confused, but all the pedestrians on the street had also stopped, and even many vehicles on the street had stopped. As a powerful figure of Happy Kingdom, Lillian's charm ability was extremely strong.
Even through the screen, many ordinary people seemed to have their souls hooked.
On the screen, Lillian lifted her black dress, elegantly curtsied to the camera, and then a charming smile appeared on her face as she said, Let me introduce myself.
My name is Lillian. The reason I'm meeting with everyone today is to ask for a favor. Lillian knew no one would answer her, so she spoke on her own.
However, this time, her voice became layered, still seductive but as if countless strange voices were echoing in the ears.
Please, everyone, fall into corruption.
As her voice echoed, Lu Ning immediately noticed something abnormal.
The mental radiation across the entire base city seemed to flicker.
Then, the expressions of the people on the street changed, some were joyful, some in pain, and some twisted in snarls. Many trembled and collapsed, falling into unconsciousness.
At that moment, a low growl echoed.
One large and muscular man had his skin completely peel off, revealing grotesque muscles beneath. His body swelled, growing over 2 meters tall, with hands transforming into sharp claws and feet becoming unusually large. His clothes were torn apart as his body burst through them.
Upon seeing the hideous, muscle-bound monster appear, the ordinary people, who seemed to be descending into depravity, were suddenly doused with cold water. A series of terrified screams echoed through the street. However, at that moment, several more low growls rang out. In other parts of the street, ordinary people began to fall as well, their bodies suddenly swelling with mental contamination, leading to rapid mutation. A couple holding hands was forcibly fused by uncontrollable power, turning into a strange, neither male nor female, monster. Other ordinary people mutated into grotesque creatures with their limbs crawling on the ground, their heads nothing but a massive, snarling mouth. As each mutated being appeared, the chaos in the street intensified. Those still unmutated shoved and pushed in a frantic effort to escape. Among the cars on the street, some drivers started their vehicles, hoping to flee. However, there were also drivers who had mutated or fallen unconscious, their cars stalled in the middle of the road, unable to start. It was just one sentence from Lillian that sent the entire street into utter chaos. Chapter 78, The Lost Headquarters. A voice from Lin Xiao came through on the phone, "Get out of the car." Lu Ning and Wei Xian immediately opened the doors and got out. Lin Xiao and the others from the sports car and off-road vehicle also stepped out. Apart from them, several other car doors on the street opened as well. Clearly, some drivers and passengers realized their cars were blocked and figured it was better to get out and run. Staying there would only mean waiting for death. After Colin got out of the car, several steel needles appeared around him, vanishing in a blur. The next moment, several mutated individuals were pierced through their heads, dying instantly. The ordinary people around, screaming in terror, were stunned by the scene. They didn't even see who had killed the mutants. Lu Ning and the others approached Lin Xiao. Li Mu frowned and asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" Lin Xiao glanced at the now-closed large screen and frowned. "Lillian isn't where she was staying. I don't know where she is now. The situation in the entire base city is terrible. Finding her won't be easy." Colin adjusted his glasses, surveying the chaotic surroundings, and spoke, "Should we deal with the nearby mutants first? If we let them keep killing, many people in the base city will die. Let's split up. We'll deal with the mutants first." Since Lillian appeared on the screen here, the other screens probably aren't any different. Mutants might not only be in this area. Here's the plan. Mumu, you take Shaolin and Wei Xian. Lu Ning, you take Wang Qiwen. Colin and I will split up. Everyone move separately and clean up the mutants. Got it. Li Mu nodded. Lu Ning also nodded. Okay. If anything dangerous happens, request backup. I'll be there as soon as possible, Colin said calmly. Let's move. The team split into 4 smaller squads. Lu Ning found a direction and began moving with Wang Qiwen. They jumped from the car roofs and quickly made their way down the street. Before long, the two heard growling noises from the distance. Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen turned their heads and saw a largemouth mutant tearing into a corpse, blood splattering across the ground. The surrounding ordinary people were pale, their faces filled with fear. Some were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. Wang Qiwen quickly took out his pistol, intending to shoot, when suddenly a loud roar sounded beside him. The big-mouthed mutated creature's head was instantly shattered. Wang Qiwen looked beside him and saw Lu Ning putting away a red rose. Wang Qiwen. Let's go. Lu Ning looked at Wang Qiwen, noticing his odd expression, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The two continued moving, and as they moved farther away from the previous street, they realized that it wasn't just the street they had been on that had mutated creatures, but other areas had them as well. Moreover, at this moment, many mutated creatures had already killed ordinary people. The streets were filled with corpses and blood. Whenever Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen encountered a mutated creature, they would kill it. The mutated creatures varied in strength, the weakest being at the first level, and the strongest reaching the 3rd level. However, the 3rd-level mutated creature was nothing to Lu Ning at this moment, a single shot could kill it. As Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen passed through an intersection, they suddenly heard the sounds of battle from nearby. Lu Ning turned to look and saw 2 men and 1 woman attacking a fused mutated creature. One of the men was older, middle-aged, and his strength seemed to have reached the 2nd level. The other man and woman were both young, and their strength seemed to still be at the 1st level. Facing the fused mutated creature, they were fighting back and forth. Lu Ning noticed that the young man had even been wounded. At that moment, a figure quickly charged out from a nearby alley. It was a big-mouthed mutated creature. The appearance of this big-mouthed mutated creature increased the pressure on the 3 awakeners, and for a moment, the situation became perilous. At this time, a thunderous gunshot rang out, and the fused mutated creature's head was directly shattered. This caused the 3 awakeners to freeze in surprise. Then another gunshot rang out, and the big-mouthed mutated creature also turned into a headless corpse. The 3 looked toward the direction of the gunfire and saw Lu Ning standing on top of a vehicle, holding 2 guns. Lu Ning calmly nodded at the three, then left with Wang Qiwen. Looking at their retreating figures, the young man was somewhat astonished. Who was that person? 2 shots and he killed 2 mutated creatures? The young woman was also shocked. Yeah, that fused mutated creature was even a second level one, yet it was shot in the head and shattered in 1 shot. This pistol is too powerful, right? The middle-aged man had already looked away and glanced at the bodies on the ground, saying, that pistol is probably a soul weapon. I've never seen that young man before, but it seems like he's probably second level, maybe even stronger. Hiss. He's so young and already that strong? I wonder when he awakened. Why bother thinking so much? Let's keep looking for mutated creatures. The middle-aged man said slowly, this time, the base city is in big trouble. We're not strong people, but as part of the base city, we should still contribute. If the base city falls, no one will survive. The young man and woman nodded seriously. The captain is right. Along the way, aside from the 3 awakeners, Lu Ning also saw many other awakeners joining the fight against the mutated creatures that were everywhere. These awakeners were not from the Mist Bureau, and essentially, they had no obligation to deal with these mutated creatures. But at this moment, the mutated event had spread too widely, and more ordinary people were dying, which made more and more awakeners unable to sit by and do nothing, so they started dealing with the mutated creatures. In addition to the awakeners, the security officers of the Security Bureau had also joined the fight. For second-level or third-level mutated creatures, the guns carried by the security officers might not be very effective. But against first-level mutated creatures, the security officers could still deal effective damage. When Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen had cleared the area they were in completely, It was already noon. When they returned to the location of their vehicle, Wang Qiwen's face was pale, and he was panting heavily from exhaustion. Lin Xiao and the others had also returned to the vehicle location. Wei Shen and Xiao Yulin also had tired expressions on their faces. Seeing Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen return, Lin Xiao immediately said, let's go, we're heading to headquarters. Colin adjusted his glasses and said, how do we get there? I've already contacted the Public Security Bureau. They've been clearing the roads since earlier. Alright then. Li Mu asked, Captain, what's going on at the headquarters? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's expression became serious. We haven't heard anything for a long time. When these words were spoken, the expressions of Colin and the others also turned serious. Chapter 79, The Mist Covering the Headquarters. Let's go to headquarters and see what's happening. The group did not continue speaking much, they each got in their vehicles and left through the cleared route by the Public Security Bureau, heading towards the headquarters. As the vehicles moved, Lu Ning realized that it wasn't just District 7 that had a large-scale mutation incident. Other districts also had large-scale mutation incidents. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere on both sides of the street, and people were wailing everywhere. However, the mutated individuals had already been dealt with by the Mist Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, and civilian awakeners. Now, the logistics departments of the Public Security Bureau and the Mist Bureau were handling the aftermath. Although the Public Security Bureau had cleared the roads, they were still having a hard time moving, and the speed of travel was very slow. When they entered District 1, the central area of the base city, Lu Ning suddenly frowned. He could see that in the central area of District 1, the white mist was becoming thicker and thicker. The concentration of this white mist was higher than anything he had seen in the base city before. At this moment, a surprised voice from Xiao Yulin came from the phone. Why is there white mist ahead? Wang Qiwen's voice also sounded. Is this white mist caused by mental radiation? How can it be directly visible to the naked eye? How high is the mental pollution? Lu Ning was a bit confused. You can see the white mist too? Before, only Lu Ning could see the mental radiation. He didn't expect others to see it as well. Wei Shen nodded solemnly. I can see it. Lu Ning, is this caused by mental pollution? The voices on the phone went quiet. Everyone was waiting to hear Lu Ning's explanation. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Yes. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Lin Zhao's somewhat heavy voice rang out. If mental radiation has reached this level, it's almost comparable to the mist itself. Is this caused by that high-risk soul artifact at the headquarters? No wonder we haven't heard anything from the headquarters. With such thick mental radiation, it's probably completely blocked out external messages. Colin also spoke up. As they got closer, Lu Ning and the others noticed that there were gradually no people on the nearby streets. Vehicles were randomly parked on the streets, with corpses and bloodstains everywhere. From time to time, mutated individuals could be seen roaming about. Just as they continued driving on the street, a roar suddenly sounded. From a building rooftop they passed, a massive figure more than 3 meters tall dropped from the sky and crashed heavily towards Lin Zhao's sports car at the front. Lin Zhao's sports car suddenly accelerated and dodged the monster. The monster landed with a crash, and the ground directly cracked, spreading spiderweb-like cracks in all directions. At this moment, all 3 cars stopped, and everyone got out of the vehicles. Lin Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, staring intensely at the giant muscle monster, his expression full of rage. Damn it. You actually want to destroy my car? His body disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, a scarlet sword light flashed. The giant muscle monster was split in half and collapsed to the ground as a corpse. After the muscle monster's death, Lin Zhao, still feeling enraged, slashed twice more, cutting the monster into pieces before he restored his arm. Colin walked over. Just as he was about to speak, roars erupted again from both sides of the street. Everyone turned their heads and saw mutated beings appear on the rooftops and in the alleys on both sides. There were more than 20 of them in total. These mutated beings were of various kinds. Besides the common largemouth mutants, there were also fusion mutants and muscle giant mutants, as well as humanoid mutants covered in tentacles. As soon as these mutants appeared, they launched an attack on Lu Ning and the others. The tentacles of the human crazy mutants could stretch, and dozens of them quickly shot towards Lu Ning and the others. Lu Ning and the others immediately retaliated. Lin Zhao vanished from sight and charged forward. Colin used telekinesis to control steel needles, shooting them at the mutants. An eye emerged on Li Mu's forehead, beginning to gather energy beams. Lu Ning fired both guns at the many mutants. These mutants were not very strong. The most powerful were the tentacle-covered mutants, of which there were 2, both at rank 4, and Lin Zhao killed them as easily as slicing vegetables. The remaining mutants were killed by Colin, Li Mu, and Lu Ning. As for Wang Qiwen and the others, they lagged behind and did not attack. Unless they used soul weapons, they could only deal with rank 1 mutants. Against rank 2 mutants, they would probably need to work together. Facing so many mutants, it was hard for them to make effective attacks. After killing all the mutants, Lin Zhao glanced at the bodies on the ground and slowly said, "It seems that because the mental pollution here is too severe, ordinary people will either mutate or die." Colin looked around, estimated the area, and had a very serious expression. This area might well be 2 or 3 kilometers. All the ordinary people in this entire area are dead. Lin Zhao shook his head, sighing, "This world is like this, let's keep moving. If the headquarters is attacked, the entire base city is finished. At that time, it won't just be these people dying, all of humanity in the base city will die." "Are we continuing to drive?" Colin asked. Lin Zhao thought about the scene from earlier and said, "Let's run in instead. There must be mutants inside, and if we drive in, we might encounter an ambush and not be able to escape in time to counterattack." As he said this, he felt a bit anxious. Besides, I haven't finished paying off my car loan. Just now, the car almost got wrecked. If it did, that would be a huge loss. Lu Ning and the others ignored Lin Zhao's later comments. "Then let's go." The group stepped towards the direction of the headquarters. Just as they approached a street near the headquarters, they suddenly heard sounds of battle from the other side. Lin Zhao and the others looked towards that direction with serious expressions. "Let's go check it out," Lin Zhao said calmly. The group ran towards the sound of battle. Before long, they saw a group of people fighting against the mutants. Among them, one person stood out. He was tall, with 1 foot made of metal. He didn't fight himself but directed other awakened ones to attack. Under his command, the other awakened ones moved in and out with precision. Even facing a large number of mutants, they still held the line steadily. There was also a ragged man who was very active. This man frequently appeared in areas that others couldn't defend, using a large steel plate to block the mutants' attacks. Every time he was knocked away by the mutants, he always managed to get back up quickly, as if nothing had happened, and continued to help others fend off attacks. Seeing these 2 men, Lin Zhao was a bit surprised. "Is that Talon and Zhu Yunxiao? Are these awakened ones the reinforcements Talon called for? I didn't expect them to arrive here so quickly. It seems they came from another route." Colin adjusted his glasses and spoke. "Let's go, we'll meet up there," Lin Zhao said as he ran towards Talon and the others. Chapter 80, Awakening. Lin Zhao and the group hurried over. Talon, who was directing the awakened ones, heard the footsteps and looked over, revealing a smile upon seeing Lin Zhao and the others. "Haha, you guys are a bit late, huh? I thought you had already entered the headquarters." Lin Zhao waved his hand. "No, you saw that live broadcast earlier, right? Things are chaos outside. We dealt with the mutants out there first before coming." Talon nodded slightly. "We ran into some on the way and handled them smoothly. But considering the situation at headquarters is more complicated, we didn't stop and came straight here." "You did the right thing. What's the situation at headquarters now?" Talon's expression turned serious as he shook his head slightly. "We've been unable to get in touch since before. The psychic radiation is too severe." Lin Zhao was not surprised. At this moment, Lu Ning looked at Talon and calmly said, "Your mental pollution levels have increased. In this environment, you are more likely to mutate." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's expression changed slightly, then he spoke, "Old man, leave the rest to us. You guys aren't from the Mist Bureau, so don't go to headquarters anymore. Help us handle some mutants out here." Talon frowned. "What are you saying?" I know my own situation well. You all see the exaggerated psychic radiation at headquarters, it's already visible to the naked eye. Can you guys handle it? More people means more strength. But your condition is unstable, Lin Xiao frowned. If you mutate, it'll be worse for us. Talon grinned, don't worry, when I'm about to mutate, I'll let you know in advance, at that time, don't hold back. You. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Quickly deal with these mutants and then head to headquarters. The situation at headquarters looks bad, the more time we delay, the more danger we face. Talon interrupted Lin Xiao impatiently. Colin adjusted his glasses and said, Captain, there isn't much time left. Lin Xiao's face was serious as he nodded slightly, okay. With Lin Xiao and the others joining in, the mutants who would have lasted a bit longer were quickly killed. After eliminating the mutants, the group headed towards headquarters, while Talon introduced Lin Xiao and the others to the awakened ones present. But honestly, there wasn't much need for introduction. After all, most of the awakened ones Talon knew would go to the tree bar. And Lin Xiao, Colin, and Li Mu were regulars at the tree bar, so they naturally recognized each other. The main point was to introduce Lu Ning and the other newcomers to the awakened ones. Talon emphasized Lu Ning, guys, don't think this kid looks young, he can work with Lin Xiao to deal with 5th stage mutants. His own strength has already reached 2nd stage, so don't treat him as a newbie. If there's danger later, it's not shameful to ask him for help. The group of awakened ones looked at Lu Ning with some surprise. Beside them, Lin Xiao chuckled, Lu Ning is already 3rd stage. Talon's eyes widened, even his running pace paused for a moment, 3rd stage? He looked at Lu Ning with shock in his eyes. Lu Ning nodded calmly, yeah. How long has it been, and he's already at 3rd stage? Others were initially just a little surprised, but now they were equally astonished. From Talon's words, Lu Ning had just awakened a few months ago. In just a few months, he reached 3rd stage? What kind of monster is this? Lu Ning scanned the group of awakened ones, and many of the lower-level ones averted their gazes, not daring to meet Lu Ning's eyes. Lu Ning calmly said, if you encounter danger, you can call me, of course, I can't guarantee I can save you. Many awakened ones immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Initially seeing Lu Ning's cold demeanor, they were worried. He thought it would be hard to approach him, but unexpectedly, he was so easy to talk to. He was even willing to save them in a dangerous moment. The group of awakened ones spoke in unison, thank you, Officer Lu Ning. The mission is important, so we won't trouble you. Yes, if it's convenient, officer, saving us would be fine, but if it affects rescuing the Mist Bureau headquarters, then you don't need to save us. Exactly. The fact that we're here with Boss Tylon shows we've already made up our minds. We don't care if we die. After all, if the Mist Bureau headquarters is taken, our base city is lost. Everything is for the safety of the base city. That's right. We can die, but the Mist Bureau headquarters must be safe. Lu Ning listened calmly, his gaze sweeping over the many free awakeners, giving a slight nod, good. He didn't say anything more. However, Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yulin were somewhat shocked. They didn't expect these free awakeners to be willing to sacrifice themselves for the Mist Bureau headquarters. Even they, at this moment, still felt a bit afraid. Wei Xian noticed Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yulin's expressions and smiled, surprised? Wang Qiwen glanced at Wei Xian, slightly puzzled, aren't you surprised? Wei Xian grinned, isn't that obvious? If humans don't unite in the face of danger, we would have been destroyed long ago. Not only them, but even the ordinary police officers wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves in danger, as long as it guarantees the safety of the base city and the survival of most humans. That's worth it. Wang Qiwen saw Wei Xian's determined gaze and, for the first time, didn't mock him. Xiao Yulin took a deep breath, tightened the battle axe on her back, and her expression became much firmer. I don't want anything to happen to the base city. If something happens, my parents will die too. I don't want them to die. While everyone was talking, they moved quickly, and along the way, they encountered several groups of mutated ones. However, these mutated ones were easily eliminated in the face of so many awakened ones. Before long, they approached the headquarters. When they saw the giant building of the headquarters, everyone was thrilled. But soon, their expressions turned serious. There were traces of damage everywhere on the high-rise of the headquarters, even the ground was covered in scars. It seemed like there had been a fierce battle. However, the headquarters was very quiet at this moment, and there was no sign of any ongoing battle. Tai Long and Lin Xiao exchanged a glance, and Lin Xiao spoke, I'll go ahead. Before he could finish, footsteps suddenly came from the mist not far away. Everyone tensed their bodies and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Soon, 4 figures walked out from the mist. At the front was Lu Chang, an awakened one whom Lu Ning had seen before. Seeing Lu Chang, Lin Xiao froze, Oh Lu, you guys are just arriving now? Lu Chang and the other 3 awakened ones quickly ran over. He nodded and asked, so, what's the situation at the headquarters? However, before Lin Xiao could speak, the red rose in Lu Ning's hand fired a bullet. The roaring sound made all the free awakeners in Tai Long widen their eyes in shock. Those who knew Lu Ning were all on high alert, watching Lu Chang and his group warily. The next moment, they saw Lu Chang being blasted backward, a grotesque wound appearing on his chest. However, there was no blood flowing from the wound, only clumps of white wax swirling inside. Lu Ning remained calm and continued to shoot at the fallen Lu Chang. But at this moment, Lu Chang's body suddenly transformed into clumps of twisted white wax. This white wax was extremely tough, and when the bullets hit it, they didn't cause much damage. Mutated one? Tai Long frowned. The others were also both shocked and angry. There's actually a mutated one that can change its appearance? The other three mutated ones reacted with shock. He too had transformed into a humanoid monster made of white wax. Lu Chang slowly stood up, his body covered with gruesome wounds that were healing at an incredible speed. His voice sounded like machinery. You will all die here. Die, you bastard. Lin Xiao vanished from his spot in an instant, appearing before Lu Chang, his hands transformed into bone knives, slashing through the air with blood-red blade light. However, to everyone's surprise, this mutant's speed was incredibly fast. His hands, made of white wax, quickly solidified, transforming into twin blades that blocked Lin Xiao's attacks. The clash between the bone knives and the solidified wax blades produced the sound of metal grinding. The two figures flashed across the plaza, their movements creating fierce winds, the ground beneath them cracking with vicious rifts. Meanwhile, Colin had already launched the steel needles surrounding him, shooting them at one of the white wax mutants. The steel needles pierced through the white wax mutant, but it seemed as though the mutant wasn't harmed at all. The mutant grinned savagely at Colin, then charged toward him. Colin furrowed his brow slightly, pushing with both hands. His violent telekinetic force sent the mutant flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Then, with a firm grip, he immediately fixed the mutant in place. Colin applied more force, intending to tear the mutant apart, but was met with resistance. His telekinesis couldn't tear the mutant apart. Instead, the mutant burst out with a tremendous force, breaking free from Colin's hold. Colin adjusted his glasses and calmly said, "Quite sturdy." At that moment, two more white wax mutants charged at them, joining the earlier one in the attack. Li Mu's expression was cold as his third eye opened on his forehead, shooting out an energy laser. The energy laser was incredibly fast, hitting one of the white wax mutants. Although it charred the mutant's body, it didn't seem to cause significant damage. The attacked mutant immediately turned its gaze toward Li Mu and charged at him. At this moment, Talon had already started issuing commands. "Sarah, Wang Yang, use your abilities to hold them off. Oh, and you too, Zhu Yunxiao. Get in there as well. Everyone else, attack." The mutant's body should be like fluid, so normal attacks might not work. Seeing the others' worried expressions, Talon quickly added, "But don't worry too much. These mutants are only low tier. If they were mid-tier or high tier, Colin wouldn't have been able to push them back. Since they're low tier, they must have weaknesses. Focus on attacking their heads and hearts. Look for weaknesses." As soon as Talon finished speaking, two gunshots rang out. One of the white wax mutants sensed the danger and immediately dodged to the side. The bullet seemed to be about to miss, but it defied the laws of physics, curving and landing directly on the mutant's head and heart. This mutant wasn't like the one that had transformed into Lu Chang. Its head and heart were immediately pierced with a large hole. Blood poured out from its heart, and the mutant staggered twice before collapsing to the ground. Lu Ning spoke calmly, "The weakness is in the heart." The other awakened freedom fighters looked at Lu Ning, their expressions somewhat confused. When they faced the mutants earlier, they had seen the power of Lu Ning's dual pistols. But what was the deal with the bullets that curved? Compared to the surprised freedom fighters, Colin remained unfazed. He quickly shot a steel needle into the white wax mutant's heart. The mutant seemed struck by lightning as blood poured from its heart, and it fell heavily to the ground. Li Mu also attacked the heart of another mutant. "Kill him." Colin killed a white wax mutant, then shouted at Lin Xiao in the square, "Captain, the weak point is in the heart." "Got it." Lin Xiao's voice echoed from the mist. Then, the sound of fierce collisions rang out, and soon a sharp scream followed. Then, Lin Xiao slowly walked out. His expression was cold, shaking the blood off his bone knife. Colin and Talon both looked at Lu Ning, and seeing no change in him, they both smiled. It was him. Lin Xiao returned his hands to their original position and grinned. "That guy was a 5th tier, but unfortunately, he was no match for me. Let's continue going in." Just then, footsteps were heard again. Everyone frowned again. Lin Xiao mumbled, "Are there really this many mutants?" Soon, 7 people walked out of the mist and approached them. At the front was, once again, Lu Chang. Lu Chang saw Lin Xiao and immediately smiled. "Old Lin, how's the situation?" But what answered him was Lin Xiao's hands transformed into bone knives, his expression cold. "Stay there, don't move."
Lu Chang and the people behind him were taken aback, then became alert. Lu Chang stared straight at Lin Xiao, his peripheral vision glanced at Colin and the others, and calmly said, "Old Lin, is there some misunderstanding?" Lin Xiao didn't respond, instead, he looked at Lu Ning. "Lu Ning, what do you say?" Lu Ning said calmly, "Not mutants." Lin Xiao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He retracted the bone knives and smiled, "Sorry, old Lu, we just ran into 4 mutants who could shapeshift, one of them even turned into your appearance." "Shapeshifting mutants? Turned into my appearance?" Lu Chang and his team members became serious. "Here, the corpse on the ground is the one." Lin Xiao pointed at the white wax mutant's body on the ground. Looking at the limp white wax corpse, Lu Chang immediately frowned and looked at Lin Xiao. "Then how can you prove that you're not mutants?" The action team behind Lu Chang also became serious. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. "Should I tell you where you went last year at the end of the year?" Lu Chang was stunned, his expression immediately awkward, then he cleared his throat and said, "I believe you." The action team behind Lu Chang looked at Lu Chang with curiosity, then glanced at Lin Xiao. Lu Chang felt the gazes behind him and a cold sweat almost broke out. He changed the subject. "We just finished dealing with mutants in the area and came over. How about you?" "We just came over not long ago, the situation at the headquarters is still uncertain." Lu Chang nodded, his expression serious. "It could be that they used the illusory star realm, or it could be." Lu Chang didn't finish, but Lin Xiao and the others understood what he meant. Lin Xiao said firmly, "Impossible. If the headquarters had already fallen, that divine grace from Joyful Paradise would definitely have started spreading mental radiation. Most of these divine graces aim to please the evil gods. That madman must be planning to offer the whole base city as a sacrifice to the fallen angel." Lu Chang also nodded, "Right, let's go. Let's see what Joyful Paradise is really up to." The group gathered together and walked towards the headquarters gate. Chapter 82, The Vanishing Team Members. Entering the gate, it was still the familiar hall. At this moment, there was not a single person in the hall, the air was murky, and it was somewhat dim. Perhaps because of the white mist, the visibility was lower than usual. The group cautiously took a step in. Everyone checked their phones and found there was no signal at all, making it unrealistic to contact the members at the bureau. Lu Chang, Lin Xiao, and Talon discussed for a moment and decided, for safety's sake, to proceed slowly, floor by floor. However, just after they all entered the hall, the entire space of the hall suddenly twisted. In the next moment, Lu Ning noticed that many people in the hall had disappeared, and the only ones left in place, besides him, were. There are only 3 people left. These 3 people include Xiu Yulin and 2 other Free Awakened. At this moment, Xiu Yulin and the 2 other Free Awakened are looking around with terrified expressions. When she sees Lu Ning still behind, Xiu Yulin quickly approaches and says in horror, "Lu Ning, what's going on? Why is everyone else gone?" Lu Ning scans the surroundings and slightly shakes his head, "I don't know." The other 2 Free Awakened snap back to their senses and also approach Lu Ning. An elderly man with graying hair speaks up, "Commander Lu Ning, you are the strongest here. We will follow your command. What should we do next?" Another young woman, Wang Yan, who has a delicate appearance, also nods repeatedly, "I'm with Mr. Qi, Commander Lu Ning, you lead us." Lu Ning does not refuse but looks toward the direction of the second-floor platform. He draws his dual pistols and calmly says, "Mutants are coming." As soon as his words fall, chaotic footsteps sound from the second-floor platform, growing louder and closer. Soon, in the corridor deep inside the platform, a number of vicious and twisted monsters rush out. These monsters seem to be fused from several humans, and some still have remnants of silver-white protective suits. Clearly, these were once the guards of the headquarters. At this moment, these guards have already mutated, and there are quite a few of them. More than 10 mutated beings leap from the second-floor platform and charge quickly toward Lu Ning and the others. Chi Wu, the elderly man with silver hair, changes expression, presses his hands forcefully on the ground, and walls of earth emerge. Awakened ability, Earth Element Control. As the earth walls appear, they slightly block the mutant's path. Some mutants crash into the walls with a loud crash, causing the walls to shake violently, even cracking in several places. Others directly bypass the walls and continue to surround them. At this moment, Lu Ning shoots repeatedly. The sound of his guns, like cannons, echoes in the hall. With each shot, a mutant's head is pierced by a bullet. Most of the mutants have their heads shattered, and their bodies fall to the ground, sliding for a while due to inertia before finally stopping. However, 2 mutants still haven't had their heads shattered by the bullets. Though there are some wounds on their heads, they are not fatal. Such powerful defense clearly exceeds the 3rd level. These 2 mutants are also larger and faster than the others. After being attacked, they immediately raise their arms to block their heads. On their arms, the flesh twists, and numerous eyes grow. These eyes move, then fixate on Lu Ning. Lu Ning takes a glance at these eyes and shoots 2 more times at the 2 mutants.
Unfortunately, these mutants have many arms blocking their vital body parts. Lu Ning's attacks do not cause significant damage. Lu Ning pours all his bullets into other mutants, killing them one by one. Just as only 4 mutants remain, the 2 4th-level mutants have already closed in on Lu Ning. They extend several arms to protect their vital spots and launch an attack toward Lu Ning, their strength immense, even creating a whistling wind sound. Just as they are about to grab Lu Ning, he stomps the ground, and his figure instantly disappears from the spot. Behind one of the mutants, white light flashes, followed by a thunderous sound. The mutant is struck as if by lightning, its massive body flying backward like a cannonball for more than 3 meters. In midair, the mutant's bones emit a harsh sound, and blood pours out. The remaining 4th-tier mutated creatures had not reacted yet, when Lu Ning had already disappeared from his original spot, appearing right in front of them. The 2 heads on the 4th-tier mutated creature's body and neck showed expressions of astonishment, and all the eyeballs on their bodies stared at Lu Ning. Lu Ning's right hand clenched into a fist, and a dazzling white light flickered above the fist, like the sun. In the next moment, he swung his fist towards the 4th-tier mutated creature. Boom! A white shockwave surged from Lu Ning's right fist. The 4th-tier mutated creature let out a strange scream, and several of its arms reached out to block Lu Ning's fist. However, these arms shattered the moment they touched Lu Ning's fist. Lu Ning's fist was unstoppable, landing heavily on the chest of the 4th-tier mutated creature. The violent force erupted, causing the 4th-tier mutated creature's chest to collapse, sending it flying backward while coughing up blood. The 4th-tier mutated creature flew more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Its body trembled slightly, using the remaining 3 intact arms to push against the ground, struggling to rise. However, Lu Ning stomped his foot hard on the mutated creature's body, directly forcing it back onto the ground. Lu Ning pulled out his twin guns again, aiming at the collapsed chest of the creature under his feet and firing continuously. The mutated creature, with all its bones broken, could not resist such an attack. After 4 shots, the 4th-tier mutated creature's chest turned into a grotesque blood crater, and its life force had completely disappeared. Lu Ning turned his head to look at the other 4th-tier mutated creature he had knocked back earlier. The 4th-tier mutated creature's vitality was incredibly stubborn, and it had not died. However, Lu Ning's previous punch had shattered its spine. It struggled, trying to use its arms to support itself, but without the support of its spine, it could only crawl. At that moment, the mutated creature had crawled near Lu Ning, and upon seeing him look over, it let out a shrill roar. Lu Ning tilted his head and walked over. Seeing Lu Ning approach, the mutated creature used all its strength, leaping towards him. However, Lu Ning turned and kicked, sending the creature flying once again with a soul-shaking force. This time, it convulsed a few times and was unable to rise again. Lu Ning walked over and fired a few more shots to ensure the mutated creature was completely dead. Then, Lu Ning looked toward the direction of Chiu Yuelin and the others. Aside from the 2 4th-tier mutated creatures, Lu Ning still had 2 other mutated creatures left to deal with. At this moment, these 2 mutated creatures were attacking Chiu Yuelin and the others. Although the 3 of them were at a disadvantage, they managed to hold off the attacks. Chi Wu's earth element control could create earth walls and earth element puppets, which helped to delay one mutated creature. Wang Yan's ability was soundwave attacks. Although the mutated creature didn't suffer substantial harm from the sound waves, it didn't dare move forward, and with Chiu Yuelin using her gun to harass it from the side, they were able to resist it. Lu Ning raised his twin guns and fired 2 shots, killing the 2 mutated creatures. Seeing their opponents being so easily killed, Chiu Yuelin and the others were stunned. They then saw the 2 4th-tier mutated creatures' corpses, which were as if they were rotten meat. Chi Wu and Wang Yan both gasped in shock. There was astonishment in their eyes. The strength Lu Ning had shown before was with the soul weapon handgun, which was incredibly powerful. Now, they didn't expect Lu Ning's close combat ability to be even stronger? He had turned 2 such powerful mutated creatures into this state. Chi Wu said with some awe, "Commander Lu, your strength is truly incredible. You killed both 4th-tier mutated creatures in such a short time." "Yes, Commander Lu, with your strength, you'd be at the top of the rankings in our base city," Wang Yan nodded repeatedly. Chiu Yuelin listened to their words, standing tall and proud, as though they were complimenting her. "Do I even need to say it? Brother Lu Ning is super amazing." Lu Ning ignored their conversation, his expression calm. "Let's go, keep moving forward." Chapter 83, Survivors. Lu Ning took the lead, with Chiu Yuelin and the other 2 following closely behind. Their footsteps echoed in the empty hall, making the headquarters feel even quieter. They searched the first floor first and found a lot of bloodstains in the offices. Some offices even had corpses inside. There were also many signs of battle. But Lu Ning and his group did not encounter any survivors. There weren't many offices on the first floor. After finishing their investigation, Lu Ning led the 3 of them into the stairwell. He did not plan to take the elevator up. Just as they entered the stairwell, Lu Ning felt a strong gust of wind rushing toward him. Lu Ning did not dodge. He calmly watched as a handsome man wielding a dagger stabbed toward his heart. However, just as the dagger neared his heart, a faint red shield activated. The shield only wavered slightly, and the dagger stopped midair. The handsome man's pupil shrank slightly. A soul artifact? He was about to retreat, but when he looked up, he saw the dark barrel of a gun pointed at him. Bang! The handsome man's head exploded, red and white matter splattering onto the walls and floor of the stairwell. Wang Yan looked at the headless corpse on the ground, showing a hint of regret. He was pretty good looking. Didn't expect him to be a cultist? Lu Ning shook his head. He's a mutated one. Wang Yan looked shocked. Mutated ones look this good now? Lu Ning did not respond, but Zhou Yuelin explained, mutants created by Heaven's Paradise can end up like this. It's probably caused by that fallen incense. Zhou Yuelin recalled Gao Tianlin's mutated form from before. It had the same unnatural beauty. Lu Ning led the three of them up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they began searching room by room. However, they only found more mutated ones in several rooms, and not a single survivor. This made Wang Yan and Qi Wu's hearts sink further and further. Qi Wu's expression turned grim, and he spoke, "Why is there not a single survivor? And even the teammates who came in with us are gone? What the hell is this place?" Wang Yan frowned deeply but remained silent. Lu Ning glanced at Qi Wu and said calmly, "Your mental corruption level is increasing." "Stay calm." Qi Wu's face changed slightly. "My mental corruption is increasing?" Zhou Yuelin observed Qi Wu and nodded. "Old Qi, I think your temper is getting more irritable than before." Wang Yan thought for a moment, and her expression also changed slightly. Qi Wu swallowed hard, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Then he took a deep breath and said, "It's fine. I'll stay calm from now on. Officer Lu, don't worry." Lu Ning gave a slight nod and said no more. At that moment, a loud boom suddenly echoed from afar. The sound sent a jolt through everyone's hearts. "Survivors?" Zhou Yuelin exclaimed in shock. Lu Ning immediately ran toward the source of the sound. After running down a hallway and turning a corner, the group reached the place where the sound had come from. On a metal corridor, a man and a woman in trench coats were fighting off a group of mutants while retreating. Both of them were members of the Mist Bureau's operations team. Lu Ning even recognized them. They had escorted the reward supplies alongside Yin Feng before. At this moment, the two were covered in blood, and they couldn't even use their awakened abilities anymore. As Lu Ning's group spotted them, a mutant with tentacles growing from its back lashed out, striking the woman hard in the chest. She was sent flying, coughing up blood. The man saw this and let out an anguished roar, "Xiaoyan!" But he was powerless to fight back. Even the hand holding his gun was trembling uncontrollably. Just as the tentacle shot out again, the gunfire rang out. The tentacles of the mutant were immediately shot off by the bullets. The mutant let out a painful low roar, but then came another bullet. Bang! The mutant's head was struck hard, its entire body leaning backward, but the bullet did not shatter the mutant's skull. Clearly, this mutant had reached the fourth stage, being able to withstand the attack of dual guns. However, the interruption of the mutant's attack gave the man a chance to breathe, and he quickly retreated, avoiding the other mutant's strikes. As this mutant was retreating, Lu Ning walked past it, dual guns aiming at the mutants and firing one after another. These mutants varied in strength. The strong ones, like the tentacle mutant, had already reached the fourth stage, while the weaker ones were below the third stage. Lu Ning discovered that he could tell their strength by the level of mental contamination within these mutants. His attacks fell on those mutants who were not that powerful and could be directly killed with bullets. When these mutants approached Lu Ning, only 3 fourth-stage mutants remained. Among them were a tentacle mutant, a big-mouthed mutant, and a muscular giant. The tentacle mutant shot out more than 10 tentacles, surrounding Lu Ning. The big-mouthed mutant opened its hideous mouth, saliva dripping down, corroding the metal floor into pits that emitted green smoke. Every step the muscular giant took caused the corridor to tremble, the floor beneath its feet sinking slightly. Facing 3 fourth-stage awakened ones, Lu Ning remained calm, holstering his dual guns and clenching his fists. Then, his body vanished from the spot, over 10 tentacles missing their target, leaving a pit where he once stood. When Lu Ning reappeared, he was already in front of the tentacle mutant. The tentacle mutant was humanoid, with tentacles growing from its head and back, amounting to dozens. Upon seeing Lu Ning approach, all of its tentacles seemed to react, surrounding Lu Ning. Then, a flash of white light occurred, and the roar of the soul-shaking fist echoed through the corridor. This punch directly turned the tentacles that stood between Lu Ning and the tentacle mutant into a mist of blood. Lu Ning's fist heavily struck the tentacle mutant's head. With just one punch, the tentacle mutant's head was shattered. This tentacle mutant was clearly not of the type with exceptional physical strength. As the headless body of the tentacle mutant fell to the ground, Lu Ning had already vanished again. As Lu Ning disappeared, the muscular giant appeared exactly where Lu Ning had stood, its massive fist crashing down, creating a deep pit in the metal floor. Lu Ning's body appeared atop the muscular giant's head. Just as Lu Ning was about to strike, a gust of wind rushed in. The big-mouthed mutant darted past Lu Ning, its sharp claws slashing toward Lu Ning's neck. However, as the claws neared Lu Ning's neck, they were blocked by a red shield. It was the shield activated by the blood-colored battle armor soul tool on Lu Ning. Lu Ning immediately changed direction, grabbing the big-mouthed mutant's claw and forcefully throwing it toward the muscular giant below. Boom! The two mutants collided, producing an ear-splitting sound, the immense force sending both of them to the ground. Lu Ning stomped down hard on the back of the big-mouthed mutant and punched down. Boom! The big-mouthed mutant's head was instantly pushed in, blood gushing out from its mouth. However, even with its head pushed in, the mutant's strong vitality allowed the big-mouthed mutant to survive. He struggled to turn his head to bite Lu Ning, but Lu Ning stomped down hard, a kick powered by the soul-shaking punch that directly shattered his bones. The muscle giant, who was about to rise beneath the big-mouthed mutant, was also stumbled upon by the kick. However, the muscle giant steadied himself and threw a heavy punch at Lu Ning. The wind from the punch made Lu Ning's hair fly, yet he seemed completely unaware. He clenched his fist again and struck hard at the concave part of the big-mouthed mutant's head. This punch directly turned the big-mouthed mutant's head into the shape of a clay pot. Even the mutant's strong vitality could not save his life. The big-mouthed mutant died on the spot. At this moment, the muscle giant's fist was already coming. The shield activated on Lu Ning's body held for a moment before it was finally shattered, and the massive fist landed on Lu Ning. Boom! Lu Ning was sent flying, flipping in midair, his foot planting against the wall, legs pushing with force, shooting like an arrow towards the muscle giant. Chapter 84, The Living Soul Tool. The muscle giant, facing the flying Lu Ning, roared, both hands clenched into fists, forcefully smashing down towards Lu Ning. In the face of the muscle giant's descending fists, white light flashed on Lu Ning's right hand. Fists collided, the sound of thunder erupted, followed by the crack of bones and the sound of painful screams. Lu Ning's body was much smaller than the muscle giant's, his fists were substantially weaker, but under the clash, the power of the soul-shaking punch fully erupted, the violent force directly shattering the muscle giant's bones. Staggering back under the immense force, the muscle giant fell, and Lu Ning also landed due to the reaction force. After landing, without any pause, he charged towards the muscle giant again. With fists clenched, Lu Ning threw punch after punch. The muscle giant had the highest defense among the 3 fourth-tier mutants, and it took Lu Ning 3 punches to shatter the giant's chest, the raging force crushing his internal organs. Even so, this muscle giant's powerful vitality still made him swing his fists in a desperate attempt to retaliate. However, as soon as his fist approached Lu Ning, it lost all power, and the massive body swayed and fell to the ground. Lu Ning looked at the 3 corpses of 4th-tier mutants on the ground, exhaling slightly, then turned to look behind him. Without mentioning Kiwa Wellen, Wang Yan and Chi Wu both had a deep understanding of Lu Ning's strength. Watching Lu Ning kill 3 4th-tier mutants with his own hands, neither of them was particularly surprised. The man from the 1st Division's action team was now kneeling in front of the woman who had been blown away earlier, completely oblivious to Lu Ning's situation. His eyes were red, and his hands trembled slightly. "Xiaoyan, hold on. Hold on." Lu Ning looked at the woman lying on the ground. At this moment, blood kept oozing from the corners of her mouth, her face pale as paper, and her breath extremely weak. She looked at the man with red eyes and opened her mouth. As soon as she opened her mouth, she spat out. Lu Ning walked over and reached the man's side, calmly saying, "She is dead." The man said nothing. Lu Ning thought for a moment and patted his shoulder, "I need information." Hearing this, the man's body shook, and then he seemed to come back to his senses. He sniffled hard, wiped his eyes, gently set the woman's hand down, and then looked up at Lu Ning, saying, "Brother, I apologize for making you witness this." Lu Ning shook his head, "It's okay, it's human nature." The man forced a smile that looked uglier than crying, and he said, "I know you were Lu Ning, right? Your performance left a deep impression during the last attack on the upper levels of Happy Kingdom." Lu Ning nodded, "I am Lu Ning. Are you here to ask about the situation at headquarters?" I heard that a high-risk spirit artifact appeared at headquarters? How did it appear?" Upon hearing Lu Ning's question, the man's face showed a mix of anger and hatred. "We were all tricked. Those bastards from Happy Kingdom were caught on purpose. They knew we would confiscate all the fallen incense, and that incense is not an ordinary dangerous item, but a spirit artifact embryo." Spirit artifact embryo? Lu Ning furrowed his brows, recalling the spirit artifact embryo he saw earlier at a black market in a bar. A spirit artifact embryo is essentially one of the dangerous items, also emitting mental radiation, just like the fallen incense. Could it be that the high-risk spirit artifact transformed from those fallen incense? But how could that be? A spirit artifact of such a high level couldn't transform so easily. Chi Wu said, somewhat disbelieving. The man forced a bitter laugh and said, "Normally, high-level spirit artifacts would be impossible to transform so smoothly. However, those members of Happy Kingdom sacrificed themselves.
They used their own bodies as a furnace to contain those incenses, ultimately allowing that high-risk spirit artifact to successfully be born.
What? Sacrificed themselves? Xiao Yulin was somewhat shocked. So many members of Happy Kingdom all sacrificed themselves? They are too crazy.
Wang Yan and Qi Wu also had faces full of horror. Although they didn't know how many members of Happy Kingdom there were, from what they said, there should be quite a number. Such a large number of members sacrificing themselves all at once just to let a spirit artifact be born. This was naturally incomprehensible to ordinary awakeners. The man glanced at the shocked three, then looked at the calm Lu Ning and said, "Some craziness is beyond the understanding of ordinary people, and most of this madness comes from evil gods and their followers."
I think Lu Ning should understand.
Lu Ning was a bit confused. "No, I don't understand either." The man paid no mind to Lu Ning's response. He continued, "After they sacrificed themselves, the fallen incense furnace appeared. The moment the fallen incense furnace appeared, powerful mental radiation and fallen power spread outward. The first wave of mental radiation directly caused many ordinary people working in headquarters, including medical staff and defense guards, to undergo mutations. I'm sure you have seen the mutated individuals."
Lu Ning nodded slightly. "What about the others? Director Wang, what about your deputy leader and captain?"
The man's expression was extremely grim as he replied, "They went to the vault to retrieve a mid-risk spirit artifact the moment the fallen incense furnace was born, planning to seal the furnace. Although a high-risk spirit artifact without a user is dangerous if one doesn't count lives, a mid-tier awakener using a mid-risk spirit artifact still has hope of sealing it."
"But that fallen incense furnace is alive." Wang Yan and the three exchanged shocked glances. Qi Wu found it hard to accept and said, "Are you saying that spirit artifact is alive? How is that possible?"
"A spirit artifact cannot be alive, it is an object."
Lu Ning remained calm and spoke, "Is it the influence of mental instinct?" He thought of what happened earlier in the hospital room. Hearing Ning Wang and Philly's speculation about the spiritual instinct. "I don't know why, but that soul device is alive. Perhaps high-risk soul devices are special?"
The man shook his head, and fear gradually appeared on his face. He slowly said, "That fallen incense burner may have sensed its own dangerous situation, and it actually corrupted one of the headquarters' medium-risk soul devices, the illusory star realm, and used the illusory star realm to split space. Wang Zhu and the others were also scattered, and we are the same."
Lu Ning nodded slightly. "So you got separated from the others and were surrounded by the changed ones, until now?"
The man gave a wry smile. "It's not that we've lost contact with everyone. Originally, there were 7 people with me and Xiao Yan.
They all died." Chapter 85, Fear.
Lu Ning and the others fell silent upon hearing the man's words.
Lu Ning then asked, "Where is the fallen incense burner?" The man looked at Lu Ning in surprise. "That's a high-risk soul device. If you go there, you will die. Perhaps you can't even withstand the mental radiation it emits."
Lu Ning replied calmly, "I can go, they won't."
Xiao Yulin opened her mouth to say something but ultimately didn't speak.
Xiao Yulin understood her strength. Facing a high-risk soul device, even just the mental radiation could cause her to change. Wang Yan and Qi Wu also said nothing. They had survived as free awakened beings for so long because they had a clear understanding of their own strength. The man paused for a moment and then said, "The fallen incense burner is at the original location for incense research, on the 6th floor.
Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Got it." He then looked around and asked, "Are there any other survivors here?" The man shook his head. "I don't know.
We didn't find any other survivors at first, but we came down from the 3rd floor.
We haven't been to the floor above, and there should be quite a few of you, right? Perhaps new people will come in. Then how can we eliminate the space split?"
"This should require finding the illusory star realm, but I don't know where it is now." Lu Ning thought for a moment and had no other questions. He said, "The changed ones here have been cleared out.
You should rest here, we are leaving."
The man forced a smile at Lu Ning and said, "Lu Ning, I've known since last time that you are extraordinary.
Perhaps you can survive. Good luck." Lu Ning replied calmly, "I won't die."
The man said nothing more, turning his gaze to the woman lying on the ground, reaching out to tidy her messy hair. Lu Ning chose not to say more and turned to leave.
Xiao Yulin and the others hurriedly followed him.
As the group walked down the corridor for a while, a gunshot suddenly rang out from behind.
Lu Ning and the others stopped in their tracks. Lu Ning turned around and saw the man holding the woman. They fell to the. He screamed in terror and desperation, "Ah! Save me!" However, in the next moment, he was torn into pieces.
Qi Wu's mouth twitched slightly, and in a hoarse voice, he said, "It's Reagan. Some of the others were friends who came with us just now."
Wang Yan's face turned pale, her body trembling slightly.
She looked at the illusory afterimage, seeing that after Reagan's death, a gap appeared in the defense circle, and the defenses formed by the other awakened ones were quickly broken. All the awakened ones were devoured by the mutants.
Limbs and severed arms flew wildly in the air, and blood sprayed out. The scene was incredibly brutal. Xiao Yulin bent over and dry-heaved, her body also trembling slightly, a trace of fear appearing in her eyes. Only Lu Ning remained calm, watching the illusory afterimage. He spoke, "This should be a projection made using the power of that illusory star realm. It's probably done by that fallen incense burner." Xiao Yulin couldn't believe it. Why would a soul artifact do this? Lu Ning glanced at her and said, "To induce fear. Only in fear can the mind gradually collapse, and the mutation becomes easier." Wang Yan and Qi Wu looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Fear appeared in their eyes. Wang Yan swallowed, incredulously saying, "A soul artifact, actually thinking like this?" Qi Wu's body trembled even more. "So, are we all being played by it in the palm of its hand?" Lu Ning shook his head, "Not really. If it were that powerful, it wouldn't have to resort to such petty tricks." However, the next moment, the mutant in the illusory afterimage slowly turned into a real entity and appeared in the corridor. The mutants, who had just finished killing, were covered in blood, all of them looking at Lu Ning and the others with terrifying, fierce eyes. The sudden appearance of these mutants made Xiao Yulin involuntarily hold her breath. Wang Yan and Qi Wu also involuntarily took 2 steps back. Lu Ning's expression remained calm as he took out his twin pistols. Gunshots echoed in the corridor, followed by a thunderous roar. In less than a minute, the mutants that had torn apart a group of awakened ones had turned into corpses, scattered across the corridor. Lu Ning calmly reloaded his guns and then looked at Xiao Yulin and the others behind him. "Looking at the situation now, the fallen incense burner has the ability to bring mutants from other spatial planes into our plane, so be careful." Xiao Yulin nodded. At this moment, Qi Wu let out a low laugh, "Ha ha." Lu Ning looked at Qi Wu, then frowned slightly. In his gaze, the once scarce white mist inside Qi Wu's body began to increase rapidly. His mental corruption was rising quickly. Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin also noticed something was wrong with Qi Wu. The two quickly stepped back a few steps from Qi Wu. Wang Yan tried to call out to him, "Old Master Qi, are you okay?" Qi Wu chuckled, "We can't survive. We're all going to die. The high-risk soul artifact is too terrifying. We'll be torn apart just like the others?" Tentacles seemed to be wriggling under the clothes on his back, and his expression began to look grotesque. At that moment, his body suddenly trembled, and the wriggling tentacles under his clothes disappeared. He looked up at Lu Ning, his eyes filled with a pleading look, "Don't kill me, I can still be saved. I haven't fully mutated yet." Lu Ning didn't speak, but pressed the red rose against Qi Wu's forehead. Qi Wu's eyes were filled with more fear. "No, don't kill me." However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly turned grim. "You forced me." A sharp stone pillar shot out from under Lu Ning's feet, aimed at between his legs. However, as the stone pillar approached Lu Ning, it was blocked by the red light shield. Bang! Qi Wu's head exploded. Lu Ning withdrew the red rose and said calmly, "Let's go." Wang Yan cast a sad glance at Qi Wu's headless corpse and followed behind with Xiao Yulin. The future has changed. The 3 of them arrived on the 3rd floor, continuing to search for survivors. However, after searching the entire 3rd floor, they only found a few mutators. Wang Yan speculated, could it be that the 2 people from earlier have killed most of the mutators here? After all, they appeared on the 3rd floor first. It's possible, Lu Ning said as he led them to the 4th floor. As soon as they reached the 4th floor, Lu Ning noticed that the concentration of mental radiation had increased again. This might be because they were getting closer to the fallen incense burner. For Lu Ning, it didn't affect him, but Xiao Yueling and Wang Yan both frowned. Xiao Yueling nervously looked around before asking Lu Ning, "Lu Ning, do you hear any sounds?" Wang Yan nodded upon hearing, "I heard it too. It sounds like someone is whispering, but I can't make out what they're saying." Lu Ning calmly looked at the 2 and said, "It should be the mental pollution caused by the mental radiation. You're experiencing hallucinations." Hearing this, their faces drastically changed, and they fell into silence. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ning spoke, "If you stay here for a while, you might mutate. Let's go downstairs. The 3 floors below have been cleared, and there should be no mutators. You should be safe." Wang Yan said nervously, "But, just now, Commander Lu Ning, you saw that the fallen incense burner can bring the mutators here. If it's just the 2 of us, we will definitely be killed by the mutators." Xiao Yueling also showed concern, "Lu Ning, should we stay with you?" After navigating through the previous few floors, both Wang Yan and Xiao Yueling felt that being by Lu Ning's side was the only source of security. Lu Ning said calmly, "I don't mind, but I'm worried you might not hold on." "We will definitely hold on." The 2 responded seriously with firm nods. Lu Ning said no more and turned to walk out of the stairwell. As soon as he stepped out, Lu Ning saw 2 mutators in the corridor. One of the mutators had severe mental pollution, already reaching the 4th level. Perhaps the mutators grew stronger as they got closer to the fallen incense burner. The 2 mutators dashed towards Lu Ning and the others the moment they saw them. However, for Lu Ning, these two mutators were no challenge. He shot and killed the third-level mutator in one shot, then smashed the fourth-level mutator's head with a single punch.
Perhaps the noise was too loud, as several doors on both sides of the corridor burst open, and more mutators emerged. Among these mutators, there were 3 fourth-level ones.
But for Lu Ning, they were still easy to kill. As the sounds of battle subsided, the corridor became uneven, littered with mutator bodies and blood. Let's go. Lu Ning led Xiao Yueling and Wang Yan, stepping over the mutator corpses, continuing deeper.
Just as they walked through 2 corridors, Lu Ning and the others saw an illusory projection again. In this projection, there were 4 people.
2 of them were familiar to Lu Ning.
One was Wang Qiwen, and the other was Talon. The other 2 were strangers to Lu Ning, not even being the free awakeners who came with Talon this time. At this moment, the 4 people's conditions were not good. Wang Qiwen's left arm was bent at a strange angle, likely broken, his face pale, lacking his previous vigor. The other 2 were covered in blood, looking weak and frail. Talon appeared to be in the best condition among the 4, but his face was as pale as paper, occasionally contorting in a grimace. Because this was a spatial illusory projection, Lu Ning could not see Talon's mental pollution status. But judging by Talon's expression, he was probably on the verge of mutation. When Lu Ning saw the 4, Wang Yan and Xiao Yueling behind him also saw them.
Upon seeing Wang Qiwen, their first reaction was. Xiao Yueling exclaimed, "Brother Lu Ning, it's Brother Wang.
His hand is injured."
Lu Ning nodded, yes. Xiao Yueling's expression grew even more complex.
She followed Lu Ning the whole way, encountering little danger, because Lu Ning blocked all the threats.
For Xiao Yueling, the biggest danger was the high concentration of mental radiation present everywhere. Only upon seeing Wang Qiwen did Xiao Yueling finally understand how lucky she was. Wang Yan frowned, another phantom, probably trying to scare us again? Why don't I see any mutated beings?
Lu Ning said nothing, because in the illusory projection, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Then Lu Ning saw a man in a suit slowly walk out. This man was incredibly handsome, with a faintly sinister smile on his face. Just at first glance, everyone knew this guy must be a mutant from the Paradise of Joy or a high-ranking member. Because just by seeing him, all present, except for Lu Ning, could feel the strange and alluring aura emanating from him. Tyrone and the others stopped, while Wang Qiwen and the others took a step back, a hint of tension visible on their faces. Tyrone, however, kept his composure and stood at the front.
His cold voice rang out, "A high-ranking member of the Paradise of Joy?"
The man smiled slightly, his smile devilish. "Hee, you guessed it right, but there's no reward."
Tyrone clenched his fists and said slowly, "It seems not all members of Paradise of Joy have sacrificed themselves."
Are you talking about those caught in your headquarters? They are merely sacrifices.
I am a trusted follower of the Holy Maiden. Tyrone's expression turned cold as he slowly replied, "You dare to be so audacious and want to destroy our base city? Aren't you afraid of the federal power's retaliation? Many evil cults have been wiped out under our revenge." The man seemed to have heard a funny joke, laughing uncontrollably.
"After a while," he said, "that was only in the past. The future has changed." The man's expression was filled with zeal. "My lord has decreed, he will soon descend. When the time comes, except for the followers of my lord, all other humans will become my lord's nourishment."
Tyrone scoffed, "How many times have you droned on about this? But we still haven't seen any evil gods descend."
"The past is the past, the future has changed," the man repeated this line. Then he fixed his gaze on Tyrone and said, "Just watch. Coming soon, there will be more miracles from the mist, these are all signs of my lord's imminent arrival."
Then he laughed, "Too bad you won't see it. Because you all will die here."
Just as he was about to utter the words of downfall, in the next moment, lightning crackled around Tyrone. Even with one metal leg, Tyrone moved swiftly and instantly appeared in front of the man line.
"We can't leave you here alone. Get lost." Thunder crackled around Tyrone's body.
His hands began to transform into sharp claws. The 3 exchanged glances.
Wang Qiwen's face twitched as he growled, "Run."
The 3 turned and sprinted toward the staircase.
Trying to run?
The handsome man sneered wickedly, preparing to use his power on them. But at that moment, a sharp claw suddenly clamped onto the handsome man's neck, dragging him into a room at the side of the corridor. The door slammed shut with a bang and locked from the inside.
Chapter 87, Trouble.
A piercing scream rang out from the locked room, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing violently. The wall beside the corridor bulged from time to time, as if being struck with immense force from within. The booming noise continued for nearly a minute before blood began seeping out from the crack beneath the door.
Only then did the screaming stop. The entire room fell into an eerie silence.
Staring at the quiet, shadowy illusion, Wang Yan and Xiao Yuelin were tense, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads as they kept their eyes locked on the sealed room.
Just then, a deafening explosion sounded. A massive hole was blasted through the alloy wall, and a monstrous creature stepped out. It was a towering humanoid figure, nearly 3 meters tall. Its body was covered in black feathers, and its head had transformed into a ferocious bird-like shape, though traces of Tyren's features could still barely be recognized. Lu Ning's eyes flickered as he looked at the mutated Tyren. Wang Yan's face paled, filled with both sorrow and fear. Boss Tyren? How did he become like this? Xiao Yuelin wasn't too familiar with Tyren, but from the few times they had spoken, she knew he was a warm-hearted man. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yuelin's eyes turned red with emotion, though fear still gripped her tightly. Lu Ning, will Uncle Tyren come after us? Just as she finished speaking, the space distorted, and the mutated Tyren appeared in the corridor. The moment he saw Lu Ning and the others, a murderous intent flickered in his once cold eyes. With a low growl, purple lightning crackled through the black feathers on his body. In the next instant, he became a flash of lightning, appearing beside Lu Ning in a blink. His sharp claws slashed toward him. The lightning-charged claws were blocked by a blood-red shield, but in just an instant, the shield shattered, and the claws swept toward Lu Ning's face. Lu Ning raised his arms to block, white light flashing across his hands. A loud boom echoed as both Lu Ning and Tyren were sent flying backward. The ground where they had stood sank deeply from the force of their clash. Lu Ning crashed into a metal wall, glancing at his arm, which had been torn apart by the immense impact. However, in the blink of an eye, the wound completely healed. Expression calm, he looked at the mutated Tyren and spoke evenly, "Let me send you on your way." The mutated Tyren seemed to have lost all consciousness. His bloodthirsty gaze locked onto Lu Ning as he charged again. But suddenly, his body froze in place, as if something had seized control of him. His once twisted face contorted as he struggled. Bit by bit, his original features resurfaced. Seeing this, Wang Yan gasped, "Boss Tyren? Is that you? Can you come back?" Tyren's eyes regained a moment of clarity as he swept his gaze over the three of them before looking at Lu Ning. Forcing a weak smile, he said, "Kid, tell old Lin I'm sorry. I'll be going ahead first. I promised I wouldn't be a burden to you all." Lu Ning's eyes flickered slightly, but before he could respond, Tyren's claw drove into his own skull. Perhaps because of his formidable strength, even his mutated form was immensely powerful. Even being stabbed in the skull, there was still life left in him. However, soon after, Tyrone's body crackled with lightning, and the violent thunder force directly poured into his skull through the wound. Tyrone's monstrous body shook a few times, then slowly collapsed to the ground. After falling, Tyrone's originally hideous body gradually returned to a human form. In Lu Ning's vision, the thick white mist inside him slowly dissipated, eventually clearing up. Lu Ning remained silent for a moment, then took a step forward, took off his bloodstained coat, and draped it over Tyrone's body, covering the torn clothes that the mutation had left exposed. He lifted Tyrone's corpse and placed it in a room that had not been destroyed. Then, he walked out of the room and, facing the silent Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin at the door, said, "Let's go." Wang Yan did not move. She looked at Tyrone's body and said, "Commander Lu Ning, you and little Lin should go." Lu Ning looked at Wang Yan, somewhat puzzled. Wang Yan brushed her hair and gazed far away, recalling, "When I first awakened, I knew nothing about the world of awakeners. I didn't dare join the Mist Bureau, and I was confused. It was thanks to Boss Tyrone. He helped me a lot. I can't just leave his body here. My strength is limited, and I probably won't be able to help much from here on. I want to take Boss Tyrone's body down." Xiao Yulin fell silent for a moment, then said, "I'll go with Wang Yan's sister. Lu Ning brother, if I continue following you, I'd be a burden, so I won't go with you." Lu Ning glanced at the two of them and nodded, "Okay." Wang Yan lifted Tyrone's body, Xiao Yulin carried the battle axe on her back, and followed Wang Yan as they walked back along the same path. Lu Ning watched them disappear into the corridor, then turned and moved deeper inside. Lu Ning understood that if Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin continued following him, even though he could handle all the mutated beings, the growing mental pollution would be something they couldn't bear. Although going back also carried the danger of encountering mutated beings, it was relatively safer than following Lu Ning. Without needing to worry about Wang Yan and Xiao Yulin, Lu Ning's pace became a little faster. He didn't have to worry about ambushes from mutated beings. Even if injured or even dead, it would be a small matter for Lu Ning. Before long, Lu Ning had swept through the fourth floor. He confirmed there were no survivors or mutated beings, and he didn't find the so-called illusory Star Realm soul weapon. He turned around and headed for the fifth floor via the stairs. Upon arriving on the fifth floor, Lu Ning immediately sensed something unusual. The mental pollution here was higher than on the fourth floor, but the concentration on the left side was higher than in other directions. This meant that the mental radiation in this direction was stronger. Either there were powerful mutated beings or awakeners, or there were dangerous items or soul weapons. Without hesitation, Lu Ning dashed down the left corridor. However, after running for a while, Lu Ning heard footsteps behind him. He stopped and looked behind him. Two figures emerged from one side of the corridor. Upon seeing Lu Ning, the two figures froze for a moment, then showed surprise. Lu Ning? Didn't expect it to be you. The one who spoke was Colin. In addition to Colin, there was a cold, beautiful blonde woman holding a long knife, Yen Shang, whom Lu Ning had met before. Yen Shang nodded at Lu Ning, long time no see. At this moment, Colin seemed to remember something, stopped, and looked at Lu Ning with suspicion. He said, "How can you prove you're really you?" Lu Ning expressionlessly broke his arm, then the arm healed back again. "Colin, alright, you're really you. Yen Qing, _? What kind of proof is this?" Lu Ning asked in confusion, "How did you end up here?" Colin said, "We met in another area. Originally, we planned to clear this level and then go to the one above. But when we got here, we heard footsteps, so we followed them." Yen Shang nodded, looked at Lu Ning, and asked, "I see you seem to be running toward a certain direction? Do you have a purpose?" Lu Ning calmly replied, "There is a strong mental radiation in this direction. I want to take a look." Upon hearing this, Colin and Yen Shang exchanged glances. "Let's go together," they said. Lu Ning glanced at the two of them and nodded. "Follow me." Colin and Yen Shang followed Lu Ning as they continued moving forward. Along the way, they encountered several mutated beings, but Colin and Yen Shang were not like Wang Yan and Qiu Yulin, who were weak. Especially Yen Shang. When Lu Ning last saw her, she was at the 3rd level. Now, after a few months, she had reached the 4th level, on par with Colin. Moreover, both of them carried soul instruments, making their power extremely strong. When facing mutated beings blocking their way, the three of them easily killed them, as if cutting vegetables. Just as they reached the end of a corridor, there was no way forward. This made Colin furrow his brows. He looked around but found no other path. Then, he looked at Lu Ning and said, "Lu Ning? There's no way ahead. Are you sure this is the right direction? Did we make a mistake?" "This is the right direction." Lu Ning's expression was calm, his gaze swept over the surroundings, then he looked toward the left side of the dead end, where there was an intact metal wall. He didn't stop, but walked toward the wall. When he reached the wall, Lu Ning thought for a moment, then stretched out his hand toward the wall. As Lu Ning's palm touched the wall, patterns like ripples appeared on the wall. It was as if his hand had passed through the surface of water, and it even reached inside the wall. This unexpected change startled both Colin and Yen Shang. Then, Colin seemed to remember something, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Space power. It's the illusory star realm. As soon as Colin's voice fell, a violent beam of light shot out from the wall, aiming straight at Lu Ning's head. The blood-colored shield around Lu Ning shattered as soon as it appeared, and the beam directly pierced through Lu Ning's head, leaving a huge wound. Lu Ning's body was thrown into the air and fell to the ground. After piercing Lu Ning's head, the beam continued its momentum, striking the wall behind him, causing the wall to explode and tear open a huge hole. This sudden change shocked both Colin and Yen Shang. They looked warily at the direction from which the beam had come. Colin immediately used his soul instrument and, with a casual wave, metal fragments from nearby flew toward him, floating around him. Yen Shang's long knife also shimmered with a cold silver light, and she seemed to transform into the shape of a long knife, incredibly sharp. At the same time, a door appeared at the spot where the beam had come from, with space fluctuating around it. Beyond the door was a void, where starlight flickered, resembling the vacuum of space. Several figures were standing in the cosmic void. One of them was a beautiful woman in a purple dress, holding a glass ball in her white hand. Inside the glass ball, there seemed to be a vacuum, and within it, a galaxy. The stars within the galaxy were flashing and slowly revolving. On either side of the woman were two mutated beings. One of the mutated beings was a giant muscle man, with sharp barbs growing at his joints, covered in blood-red muscles. This giant stood over 4 meters tall, larger than any of the mutated beings Lu Ning had encountered before. The other mutated being was a mass of irregular blood and flesh, with many eyes and slime-covered tentacles. This was somewhat like the appearance of the members of the blissful heaven from the slums that Lu Ning had encountered earlier, after their deep transformation. However, although it was still a lump of flesh and blood, this mess had a much higher level of spiritual contamination than the one before. The beautiful woman let out a helpless laugh and said, "It was hidden so well, how was it discovered? I'll be scolded by Her Holiness. To avoid affecting Her Holiness's plan." A more sinister and cold smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face. "Then I can only ask you all to die." At this moment, Lu Ning, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up. The huge hole on his head had already healed, and his expression remained as calm as ever, his eyes fixed on the glass ball in the beautiful woman's hand. He could feel a powerful spiritual radiation emanating from the glass ball. He then looked at Colin and asked, "Is this the illusory star realm?" Colin adjusted his glasses and replied, "Yes." Lu Ning nodded. "Oh, then let's go." Lu Ning quietly took out his twin pistols. The beautiful woman looked at Lu Ning with some uncertainty. You're not dead? Lu Ning tilted his head and looked at her. Didn't you already see that? The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes and then revealed a charming smile. Little brother, you're really amazing, aren't you? You didn't die even after all that. So, can I ask you to die? I refuse. Lu Ning immediately rejected without any hesitation. The charming smile on the beautiful woman's face froze, and then she slowly withdrew it. Your charm ability doesn't work? Who are you? Lu Ning thought for a moment and calmly replied, I'm an ordinary person. The air grew quiet, and a flush appeared on the beautiful woman's fair face, her breathing quickened slightly. Then she coldly said, no matter who you are, you all must die. After saying that, she let out a strange scream. As the scream echoed, the two mutated creatures that had been staying beside her seemed to be activated. The muscular giant let out a low growl and took huge steps, charging rapidly towards Lu Ning and the others. The flesh monster shot out its own tentacles, which, like giant snakes, lunged toward them. Not only that, but 3 openings opened and closed on the creature's flesh, with white light gathering inside. Then, 3 beams of light shot out from the openings, heading straight for Lu Ning and the others. Colin's expression became serious, and with a wave of his hand, a metal plate flew from a distance, blocking the beams of light, while steel needles floating around him shot toward the muscular giant's weak spots at an incredible speed. At the same time, Yan Shang, holding a long knife emitting a cold and sharp light, rushed toward the flesh monster. As the tentacles neared Yan Shang, he drew his knife and swung it, cutting out waves of blade light. The blade light landed on the tentacles, instantly severing them, and green mucus splattered everywhere. However, these tentacles continued to squirm and grow from their severed ends, launching another attack on Yan Shang. At this moment, the beautiful woman spoke slowly, negate. With the beautiful woman's negation ability, Yan Shang's body swayed slightly, and his strikes became much weaker. The tentacles, which had been constantly severed, now rapidly closed in on Yan Shang, and it seemed they were about to bind him. Yan Shang immediately retreated, avoiding the attack. Seeing this, Colin called out, Lu Ning, take care of that woman. In fact, even without Colin's words, Lu Ning had already thought the same. When Colin and Yan Shang were engaged with the two mutated creatures, Lu Ning had already begun channeling his mental power into the red rose and white rose. In a short time, the red rose and black rose shone brightly, flames burned, and frost spread. As the light from the twin pistols surged, Lu Ning raised his guns and shot bullets at the beautiful woman. The bullets left the gun chambers, transforming into one red and one blue beam of light, shooting towards the beautiful woman at incredible speed. The beautiful woman also sensed the threat these two bullets posed. However, she just sneered. On the tips of her toes, her figure darted to the left like a graceful butterfly. However, the stunning woman did not expect that the two bullets would actually curve in midair and shoot toward her again. The beautiful woman's expression changed slightly. The bullet shot from the soul weapon actually turned? Telekinetic abilities? Not quite. He had just suffered a deadly attack and did not die. His injuries had completely healed. He should be a healing ability user. 2 types of abilities? How is that possible? In an instant, many thoughts raced through the beautiful woman's mind, yet her actions did not pause for a moment. As she retreated, she used her ability again to apply a negative effect on the 2 bullets. With the use of her negative ability, the speed of the 2 bullets slowed down, but did not stop. The beautiful woman frowned again and used her negative ability 2 more times, finally eliminating the power of the 2 bullets completely. While the beautiful woman was cancelling out the bullet's power, Yan Shang also steadied himself and began fighting again with the massive flesh. Both the muscle giant and the massive flesh were incredibly strong. Colin and Yan Shang were both 4-stage awakeners using soul weapons, yet they did not gain much advantage. The battle between both sides was extremely fierce. Lu Ning glanced at the battlefield of both sides and put away his dual guns. Then, he took down the flame blade that he had always carried on his back. This was the first time Lu Ning used this melee soul weapon in battle. Tightening his grip on the flame blade, the fiery patterns on the blade lit up, seeming to burn with a thin layer of flames. His expression was calm as his feet stepped on the vacuum formed by the ethereal star realm, disappearing from his original spot in an instant. The next moment, Lu Ning appeared behind the beautiful woman, the flame blade arcing with a blazing red light, aimed at her neck. In midair, white light flashed on the flame blade. It was the power of the Soul Vibrancy Fist. The Soul Vibrancy Fist required the resonance of physical strength and mental power to be activated. When using dual guns, Lu Ning could not resonate bullets with mental power, thus the bullets could not carry the power of the Soul Vibrancy Fist. But using the flame blade was different. Lu Ning held the long blade, extending the power of the Soul Vibrancy Fist and directly attaching this power to the flame blade as well. With the appearance of the Soul Vitality, the speed of the blade's light surged. Seeing the flame blade about to strike the beautiful woman's neck, suddenly the ethereal star realm in her hands glimmered, and the distorted space swallowed her whole. The next moment, the space behind Lu Ning twisted, and the beautiful woman reappeared. In her hand was a dagger, which she fiercely thrust towards the back of Lu Ning's head. The beautiful woman's speed was extremely fast. Lu Ning dodged to the side, but her eyes sparkled with flowing light, and her red lips whispered, negative. Lu Ning's movement slowed for a moment. Just as the woman's dagger was about to pierce him, a blood-red shield appeared around him. The shield held for an instant, giving Lu Ning just enough time to narrowly avoid the dagger attack, but he still received a cut on his face. As soon as the cut appeared, not even a drop of blood flowed out, and it had already healed. After avoiding the attack, Lu Ning turned the long blade to slash horizontally at the beautiful woman's waist. The stunning woman's expression was ugly and full of frustration. Damn it! Why is my ability useless? This is impossible. However, Lu Ning did not answer. His expression remained calm as he launched another attack at an incredible speed. The stunning woman's negative ability had little effect on Lu Ning, and her corruption ability was completely useless against him. This left her with no choice but to rely solely on her physical strength to fight against Lu Ning. Lu Ning had been tempering his body for a long time, making his physical strength stronger than most third-tier body-enhancing awakeners. Moreover, his armor, boots, and even his crimson flame blade all boosted his physical power. At this moment, Lu Ning's physical strength had even surpassed that of an average fourth-tier body-enhancing awakener. Even a fifth-tier awakener, as long as they were not specialized in body enhancement, might not be as strong as him. Not only that, Lu Ning had also mastered the power of soul vibration at a very high level, which further multiplied his attack power. Because of this, even though the stunning woman was powerful, her abilities were completely ineffective against Lu Ning, leaving her with no choice but to retreat repeatedly. Their chase continued for a while. Lu Ning caught up with the stunning woman several times, but each time, he was hindered by her negative ability, falling just a step short. However, Lu Ning did not feel frustrated. He simply attacked, again and again. Soon, Lu Ning seized another opportunity, closing in on the stunning woman. His long blade slashed out once more, the fiery glow of the blade nearly touching her neck in an instant. Her hair stood on end as she let out a low shout, negative. But this time, the blade light was completely unaffected. The stunning woman's attempt to block with her dagger was a fraction too slow. Her pupils shrank as the illusory star realm in her hand flashed with light, swallowing her into space. In the next moment, the stunning woman reappeared within the star realm, more than 100 meters away from Lu Ning. She gasped heavily, reaching up to touch her neck. Her fingers came away stained with blood. A cut had been sliced across her neck. Shock filled the stunning woman's eyes. Her negative ability was useless? Seeing Lu Ning charging at her once again, the stunning woman's expression turned cold and twisted with disbelief as she roared, negative. Yet Lu Ning showed no reaction. His speed remained completely unaffected. The stunning woman's face changed drastically as she quickly retreated. From their previous clash, she had already realized that this man's close combat ability was terrifyingly strong. She was not a body-enhancing awakener, but her divine grace had given her talents that enhanced her combat skills. She had always considered herself a skilled fighter, but against this man, she was completely suppressed. A single mistake could cost her life. At this moment, the stunning woman had no intention of fighting Lu Ning in close combat anymore. As she retreated, her eyes swept toward the other two battlefields. She saw that the fight between the muscle giant and Colin was still locked in a stalemate. However, Yan Chang was already falling into a disadvantage against the flesh monstrosity. A glimmer of hope flashed through the stunning woman's mind. As long as she held on until Yan Chang died, the battle would become 2 against 1. Lu Ning might be immune to her ability, but against the flesh monstrosity, he might not be. By then, the advantage would be mine. Chapter 90, totally unnecessary. The stunning woman's plan seemed perfect in her mind, but soon, she realized that things weren't going as she had imagined. Now that her negative ability had failed against Lu Ning, it became much harder to withstand his relentless attacks. After all, her speed was not as fast as Lu Ning's, who had a soul artifact that boosted his speed, and his attacks were extremely powerful and a great threat to her. After dodging several times, small wounds had already appeared on the stunning woman's body. The blood stained her black dress. Poof! The beautiful woman barely dodged Lu Ning's attack again. Her pale, beautiful face was cut by the blade's energy, leaving a long blood mark, and her broken hair flew in the air. Lu Ning remained expressionless, turning and striking again with his blade. The beautiful woman's face looked grim, her dagger blocking the long sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, with a violent force that carried a soul-shaking power, surging out. The beautiful woman felt her arm tremble, and her whole body was sent flying backward. Lu Ning vanished from his position and appeared in front of the beautiful woman, swinging his sword straight down. However, at that moment, the light of the illusory star realm flickered again, and the beautiful woman disappeared into the starry sky, reappearing hundreds of meters away. She gasped repeatedly, sweat forming on her forehead. Not only that, but she realized a very serious problem. As an intermediate-level soul weapon, the illusory spirit realm had side effects when used. And after she had used the illusory spirit realm continuously just now, the side effects began to show more quickly. The side effects were causing her spatial awareness to deteriorate, and even her body and mind started to be out of sync. Her mind wanted to move forward, but her body stubbornly moved to the left or right. If she hadn't been suppressing the side effects with her mental strength, she would have been struck by Lu Ning just now. However, as she continued using the illusory spirit realm, the side effects became more evident, and she could feel she was almost unable to suppress them any longer. As the beautiful woman's heart sank further, Lu Ning gave her no chance to rest. After one failed attempt, Lu Ning continued his attack. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth, her expression somewhat twisted, as she continued to dodge Lu Ning's blade. At that moment, Lu Ning's long sword slashed horizontally, and the beautiful woman, who had been retreating, unexpectedly stepped forward. Her pupils contracted, and the next moment, she immediately reacted, using the illusory star realm again. She relied on spatial shifting to narrowly escape the attack. But as she reappeared, Lu Ning was already charging toward her again. The beautiful woman tried to retreat, but found herself running 2 steps to the left, and then starting to run to the right. Lu Ning also noticed something was wrong with the beautiful woman. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing, charging toward her and swinging his long sword again. The beautiful woman screamed in anger, once again using the illusory star realm to shift through space. Then, the beautiful woman's spatial sense completely collapsed, and she could no longer move properly. Left with no choice, she could only use the illusory star realm when Lu Ning got close. Using the star realm's shifting ability within the illusory star realm consumed enormous mental energy, and the mental pollution also increased rapidly. Although the beautiful woman noticed this, she had no other choice. Soon, signs of her body starting to melt appeared on the surface of her skin. Realizing the condition of her body, a look of shock appeared in the beautiful woman's eyes. No. This is impossible. However, Lu Ning did not stop. The beautiful woman glared at Lu Ning with a twisted expression, and this time, she did not use the illusory star realm but raised the dagger in her other hand, preparing to block Lu Ning's attack. But when Lu Ning's long sword fell, the beautiful woman, who had intended to raise her dagger to block, found herself opening her hand instead. The beautiful woman's face changed drastically, and she immediately dodged to the side. But she still couldn't avoid the attack of the long sword. With a blade of fire and white light, the beautiful woman's arm, holding the dagger, was instantly severed, and blood sprayed out. The beautiful woman cried out in pain, but then realized the sword light was coming for her again. Just as the blade was about to strike her neck, she once again used the star realm's shifting ability. This time, the beautiful woman emerged from the distorted space, and her body began to show signs of collapse. Her flesh slowly started to turn into wax. The right hand holding the illusory star realm melted, unable to grip it anymore, causing the glass sphere to roll directly onto the starry plane. Lu Ning took a step forward, glanced at the melting beautiful woman, then walked up and picked up the glass sphere, placing it into his pocket. Just as Lu Ning finished doing this, the beautiful woman, after melting, reformed once again, turning into an even more stunning woman with long white hair, even more breathtaking than before, and even the severed hand from earlier had been restored. The beautiful woman stood up, touched her face, looked at her delicate skin, and her expression filled with delight. She looked at Lu Ning, her smile radiant. I never expected that after the mutation, I would become even more beautiful. It's all thanks to you. Lu Ning's expression remained calm. No need to thank me. The beautiful woman's smile stiffened, then a trace of ferocity surfaced. This gratitude, whether you want it or not, you have to accept it. To thank you, I've decided to make your death as miserable as possible. Lu Ning said calmly, I won't die. Oh really? The beautiful woman smiled ambiguously, then stepped on the ground with her snow-white foot. Her left foot and right foot tripped over each other, and her entire body lunged forward, sliding dozens of meters, landing directly at Lu Ning's feet. Lu Ning, _ Beautiful woman, Q. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkwardly silent. Lu Ning hesitated for a moment but still spoke, I've received your gratitude, but there's really no need for this. I thank. The beautiful woman's face twisted in rage. She pressed her hands against the ground, leaped into the air, and her snow-white palms turned into claws, slashing toward Lu Ning's neck at lightning speed. Lu Ning hurriedly raised his blade to block. The snow-white palm struck the long blade, producing a sound like clashing metal. Lu Ning felt an immense force surging toward him. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. Even his arms felt overwhelmed, his muscles tore apart, blood gushed out, and even his bones showed signs of fracturing. The beautiful woman smiled brilliantly. After mutating, my physical strength has increased again. You're no match for me. As she spoke, the beautiful woman suddenly stumbled backward. Lu Ning landed on the ground, his arm injuries already healed. Watching her movements, he understood that her situation was similar to before, the side effects of the illusory star realm. At this moment, the beautiful woman let out a crazed scream. She tried to stop herself, but she couldn't even manage to halt her steps. Lu Ning had already charged toward her, his blade glowing with flames and white light, slashing toward her snow-white neck. The beautiful woman tried to raise her hands to block, but instead, she made a bizarre great bird spreading its wings gesture. Her eyes widened as she watched Lu Ning's long blade slice down onto her neck. With the powerful soul-shaking force, combined with various soul artifacts enhancing his body, this strike cleanly severed the beautiful woman's head from her body. Even after this strike, Lu Ning did not stop. His expression remained calm as he continued slashing, cutting the beautiful woman's head and body into several pieces, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Seeing the white mist within her corpse dissipate, Lu Ning nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he turn his gaze toward the other two battlefields. Chapter 91, The Rampaging White Mist. Colin and the muscle giant were still locked in an intense battle. The muscle giant had extreme defensive power. Colin used telekinesis to control steel needles and metal fragments to attack. Although his attacks were fierce, the damage he caused was not significant. As long as the muscle giant protected vital areas like his eyes, he could rely on his sheer physical toughness to withstand many of Colin's attacks. Not to mention, the muscle giant himself was extremely fast and could dodge many attacks. And when the muscle giant attempted to attack Colin, Colin could easily evade using his telekinetic flight. Both sides exchanged blows, the battle looked intense, but neither could do much to the other.